Chapter 1. Arriving in a new world. Am I on a deserted island? Isn't this supposed to be a raft? Why am I on a deserted island? Jiang Tian stood on the sandy shore, gazing vacantly at the boundless sea. No one answered his questions. Before him lay only the gently rippling waves, and behind him stood a vast island. Just a minute ago, he had been transported to this unknown isle, accompanied by a cold, emotionless mechanical voice. Welcome to the world of raft survival. Beware of underwater dangers. Seek extraordinary powers. Omitted. He did not fully retain the reminders provided by the mechanical voice. However, he certainly would not overlook the crucial information. Raft. Indeed, he confirmed he had not misheard. Everyone possessed a mobile phone, equipped with various functional applications. Jiang Tian opened the chat feature, eager to verify some details. The messages in the chat room scrolled at an astonishing pace, overwhelming his senses. Brother, save me. I'm surrounded by sea, and without a sail, I have no idea where it'll drift. This wretched raft will be swallowed by a wave. What's the point of living? Help, there are sharks in the water. Upon reading these messages, Jiang Tian's breath suddenly grew heavy. Yes, in this world of raft survival, it was indeed due to certain circumstances that he found himself stranded on this deserted island. Even a fool would understand what this entailed. What others lacked in resources, he could access with ease. While others worried about the perils of the ocean, he need not concern himself at all. All he needed to do was to develop steadily and seize this extraordinary opportunity, positioning himself at the pinnacle of the pyramid. This island was quite expansive, adorned with lush trees and abundant resources. It was a divine gift. Jiang Tian, filled with enthusiasm, prepared to chop down a tree to warm up. Standing beside a tree, he suddenly realized a grave issue. He had no tools. His personal inventory on the phone was utterly bare, devoid of the starter package, save for a solitary grappling hook. Starter grappling hook, an inefficient tool for beginners, capable of retrieving resources, potentially yielding some unexpected treasures. Note, do not lose it. According to the usual sequence for resource gathering, one would typically start by retrieving resources and clearing the land. Yet, his situation on the island was different. He could not fish for resources from the sea, and the underwater dangers were too great, leaving him reliant on the trading system and the island's offerings. I need to craft an axe. Jiang Tian opened the crafting menu on his phone and found the axe under the technology category. Inferior axe. Crafting requirements: 2 units of wood, 2 units of inferior rope, 1 metal shard. After some exploration, he discovered that wood and inferior rope were relatively easy to obtain. Wood could be gathered from sturdy fallen branches scattered on the ground. Although scarce and not easily found, there were still a few, and he only needed 2 units to commence his logging endeavor. Wood 2. Inferior rope required him to craft it by hand, and the raw material was fiber. This was also manageable by harvesting shrubs. He could acquire leaves with a certain probability of obtaining fiber, which could be considered a semi-rare item. Leaves 22. Fiber 2. With 2 fibers in his inventory, Jiang Tian pressed the button to craft inferior rope, and a countdown instantly appeared. Total time: 5 minutes, with each requiring 2.5 minutes. Observing this duration, Jiang Tian frowned. It was not that the time held any special significance, but rather that it felt excessively long. If such a lengthy duration applied to all semi-finished products, then crafting anything in the future would take a day at the very least. Damn it, this is absurd. Shaking his head, he cast aside these concerns and opened his phone to search for metal shards. Metal shards were simply unattainable on this island. However, other players might have acquired some. Jiang Tian eagerly opened the trading system and typed metal shard into the search bar. In an instant, the trading page was flooded with listings, indicating that the chances of others obtaining metal shards were quite high. Yet, as he scanned the trading demands, Jiang Tian was taken aback. What caught his eye first was the demand for 999 units of wood, and the lowest asking price for a single metal shard was 40 units of wood. Where did these absurd prices come from? Though he understood that the market was chaotic at the outset, he hadn't anticipated it would be this chaotic. Jiang Tian sifted through the messages, hoping to discover a trade that suited his situation. He also noticed a request for 50 leaves if nothing better appeared later. He might consider trading with that. Jiang Tian clicked to refresh the trading system, his eyes fixated on the new listings that sprang up. Suddenly, he spotted a trade that was exceptionally suitable for him. 1 stone for 1 metal shard. Jiang Tian bent down to pick up a stone and secured the metal shard. After a brief wait, the inferior rope was completed, and Jiang Tian immediately crafted the inferior axe. Crafting time, 10 minutes. Thank goodness, 10 minutes was still bearable. Reflecting on the recent trades, Jiang Tian pondered. Metal shards could not float on the water surface. They must have been dropped from supply crates. The 1-ton exchange for stones indicated that stones were priced higher than metal shards. If he could amass wealth simply by selling stones, he wouldn't even need to chop down trees. But what could possibly require stones? He knew that building a house necessitated stones. It was unlikely anyone would skip wooden houses to construct stone ones at this early stage. Even if one were the chosen one, crafting would still demand time. While Jiang Tian was lost in thought, a pinned message suddenly popped up in the trading system. Player Anonymous. I have listed a campfire viewable. Hurry to exchange if you want cooked food or warmth. A campfire? In everyone's technology interface, there should only be various basic tools. Functional items like a campfire would not normally be available. This implied that someone had offered a crafting blueprint or similar item. What a stroke of luck, Jiang Tian thought, standing on the deserted island with his back against a great tree, feeling quite indignant. He clicked on the viewable campfire, and its information immediately appeared. Campfire player crafted. A peculiar item that requires no ignition as long as there is fuel. It will never extinguish. What a splendid item, and it doesn't require kindling. However, upon reflection, it made sense since they were in a raft survival scenario. The crafted items would naturally be intended for use on the raft. If kindling were necessary, the chances of anyone enjoying cooked food within a week would be slim. Ding! Item crafting complete. Crafting experience 1. Woo! The axe is completed. Jiang Tian felt a surge of joy. In his hand, a gleaming piece of iron embedded in a wooden handle materialized. At first glance, it was difficult to associate it with an axe. Wait, crafting experience? Jiang Tian located his personal information in a hidden corner. Region, 6666. Personal ID, 666666. Race, human. Life rating, first stage. Physique, 10. Agility, 10. Perception, 10. Energy, 100,100. Crafting, 1,100. His attributes were quite ordinary, typical of an average individual. However, Jiang Tian's keen eye quickly caught sight of the plus sign next to energy, and curiosity compelled him to click on the additional information. Instantly, a brief string of text filled his vision. Jiang Tian was dumbfounded. It was not the expected definition of a term, but rather a unique buff. Pioneer Unique. Awarded to the first player to enter the Secret Realm. Players holding this title experience a substantial reduction in energy consumption, and their spell power is doubled within the realm of the illusory Beast Spirit Island. Secret Realm? Illusory Beast Spirit Island? Jiang Tian fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, a figure suddenly sprang from the bushes behind him, startling him. What on earth? Chapter 2. The Resource Tycoon from Phantom Beast Spirit Island. A white figure darted past him with astonishing speed, nearly colliding with Jiang Tian. However, the apparition bore no intent to cause harm. It seemed merely to be passing by. In a flurry, Jiang Tian hastily retrieved his phone and spun around to capture a photograph of the fleeting silhouette. This was not for the purpose of social media, but rather to utilize the built-in identification feature of his device. Upon pressing the confirmation button, a clear image was saved in his gallery. Jiang Tian suspected that this photograph might even defy resolution standards. He clicked on the depiction of the white figure. Happiness Rabbit. Phantom Beast, a high-level species from Phantom Beast Spirit Island. It is rumored that possessing a happiness rabbit guarantees a lifetime of joy. A happiness rabbit? A rabbit? As a rabbit, this creature was rather immense, reaching up to Jiang Tian's knee. However, being a phantom beast, it was only fitting for it to possess some peculiar characteristics. Jiang Tian pondered over the accompanying annotation, particularly that intriguing rumor. Owning a happiness rabbit, Did this imply that the phantom beast could be tamed? Furthermore, based on his buffs, this was not a deserted island, but rather a hidden realm. He maintained his composure, refusing to succumb to the allure of fortune falling from the sky. On the contrary, he felt remarkably calm. Losing one's wits in the face of such a boon could lead to dire consequences. Although he was uncertain about how this hidden realm had been accessed, it was evident that he was not meant to be here at this moment. Yet, overthinking would yield no benefits. The key was to focus on advancing his own capabilities. Jiang Tian grasped his axe and approached the edge of the forest. The axe appeared no more efficient than a crude stone tool, yet when it struck the trunk, a notification of -2 flashed before him. Quietly counting in his mind, he observed as a tree toppled, scattering a bounty of timber across the ground. Jiang Tian straightened up and stretched his back, logging experience one having felled no fewer than 100 trees. He estimated that a single tree's health was approximately 200. However, even with such labor, his logging experience had only increased marginally. How many trees would he need to fell to level up? The scattered timber amounted to over 20 pieces, all of which he collected into his inventory. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Jiang Tian's gaze swept across the ground, where stones sparkled like diamonds under the light. They represented wealth. He picked up several stones and listed them in the trading post. Currently, stone prices were stabilizing, generally hovering around 20, with fluctuations of 5 to 6 wooden units. However, the trading pace was sluggish. Jiang Tian set the price at 1 stone for 20 wood and uploaded 3 pieces to test the waters. After a brief wait, adjusting the prices several times, the stones finally sold. The final transaction yielded a price of 17 pieces of wood. With newfound confidence, he promptly listed 10 stones at a price of 18 wood each. This was far more efficient than chopping down trees to in this world. The competition lay in the efficiency of resource collection. Without a substantial supply of materials, being eliminated from the game was inevitable. Although he had been born on a deserted island and lacked for materials, his situation was far from optimistic. The rabbit phantom served as a reminder that he was not alone on this island. Provisions for shelter and defensive structures needed to be arranged. Jiang Tian opened his phone to examine construction options. Your listed stones have been sold. With 18 to his surprise, the stones had sold quickly. He had anticipated a longer wait for a higher price. Jiang Tian's gaze shifted back to the construction section. The only building he had unlocked was a wooden hut, a square structure devoid of windows. Wooden hut crafting requirements: 100 pieces of wood, 10 inferior ropes, 30 nails for him. The most challenging aspect was the nails. These required metal sheets for crafting. 1 metal sheet could produce 3 nails, necessitating 10 sheets in total. Your listed stones have been sold. With 18, remarkably, another sale had occurred. He now had over 100 pieces of wood, 109 to be precise. Naturally, he would not exchange these for metal sheets. The stones on the ground were the true priority. After collecting another 10 stones, he listed them in the trading post, maintaining the previous exchange rate. Once the listings were complete, Jiang Tian began gathering leaves. It took approximately 10 attempts to yield a single fiber, qualifying as laborious work. Time passed incrementally. All items Jiang Tian had listed for trade were sold, and he had gathered enough fibers to craft inferior ropes. Upon completion, he pressed a button to create the wooden hut. Crafting time remaining: half an hour, no hurry. He would wait patiently. His inventory now contained only 153 pieces of wood and 152 leaves. Perusing the crafting menu, he discovered that there was nothing worthwhile to create. Indeed, the game was rather stingy, offering no further technological advancements to unlock. Jiang Tian mentally berated the game's miserly nature, yet after some contemplation, he added 10 wooden spears to the crafting queue. Each spear required 3 minutes to create, thus extending the crafting time by another half hour. The diligent Jiang master could not afford to be idle. He utilized this interval to continue his search for stones. These were akin to hard currency. Even if they could not be sold, they could fortify his shelter, an investment without loss. Furthermore, Jiang Tian realized another pressing concern: food and water. Having played for less than an hour, the need for these resources had yet to become urgent. However, for long-term survival, a stable source of sustenance and hydration was essential. Despite gathering a considerable amount of shrubbery, he had yet to discover a single berry, and lacking suitable weapons, He was hesitant to venture deeper into the island. He could only place his hopes on the trading post. Opening the trading interface, Jiang Tian was immediately struck by a row of fish, which plunged him into contemplation. The prices were exorbitant. A single fish commanded 50 pieces of wood. While this was of little concern to him, after all, he could trade 2 to 3 stones for it. Jiang Tian had an aversion to fish. Although it posed no life-threatening danger, consuming fish would trigger intensely itchy welts on his back, were it not for the gnawing hunger. He would never consider eating fish. Next, he searched for water. The prices were even more outrageous, with a single bottle reaching a staggering 100 pieces of wood. 1 bottle of water equated to an entire house. Closing the trading post, he resumed his search for stones. An hour slipped by, and he had gathered 217 stones, accumulating some crafting experience in the process. With 10 points of experience from the wooden hut and another 10 from the 10 spears, he placed the square hut down. It was at least a semblance of a home. Yet he still lacked a fire source. Jiang Tian's mind immediately turned to the campfire available in the trading post. Upon inspection, he discovered that campfire prices were inconsistent, indicating that traders were undercutting one another. The ensuing arguments in the chat room only corroborated this observation. Anonymous. If you have the guts, go ahead and undercut me. I have brothers collecting materials, so I'm not in need of this. Don't let me catch you. If I do, I'll use your head as a ballpoint. 125478. You're quite the cocky one. Huh. You think just because you have more people, I'm scared. I have 30 brothers in this sea. What do I care for you? Anonymous. You're on my turf. Don't get too arrogant. 125478. I'm the one making money here. What about you? Anonymous. I'll F your mother. 125478. I'm the one making money here. What about you? The anonymous user was the first to crack, hurling wild insults at 125478's family, while onlookers teased the anonymous user for initiating the campfire sale, revealing him to be merely a blustering fool. Once he returned home, he would undoubtedly drop some precious pearls. Ha ha, a pure clown, looking for trouble only to expose himself. Such entertainment was delightful to watch, and the prospect of a brawl was enticing. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Tian posted a message in the chat room. Anonymous, selling 100 stones, seeking rare materials in exchange. No wood or leaves in an instant. The chat room erupted in chaos. Chapter 3. Crossbow blueprint in a distant sea. 3 wooden rafts were tethered together, their size indicating they had been expanded. The center raft stood a wooden hut, easily constructed by its owner. A blonde-haired man squatted on the ground, gritting his teeth, his cheeks flushed and veins bulging on his forehead. Transforming into a raging figure, cursing with every breath, that on his raft were 2 others, 1 male and 1 female. The male donned leather attire, while the female sported a nose ringed. That moment, they noticed Jiang Tian's message. Anonymous, selling 100 stones, seeking rare materials, no wood or leaves. Upon reading this, the nose-ringed girl scoffed derisively. 100 stones. What a boast. The 3 of them had begun with an advantageous position, acquiring the campfire blueprint, but had yet to gather even 40 stones. The group chat erupted with skepticism towards Jiang Tian. Brother, are you really just bragging? 100 stones? Why don't you say you're on a deserted island? 100 stones. How many chests would you need to open for that? Chests? Don't be ridiculous. He is collecting them off the ground. Can't you understand that picking up stones can yield 100? At a glance, it's clearly in the face of doubt. The best response was evidence. 321. Here is the link. Anonymous. Here is some sincerity. Stones 217. What the F, big shot. Mom, come look at this lucky guy. Fake, it's all fabricated. The girl with the nose ring pressed her eyes against the screen, her face a portrait of disbelief, casting a glance at the man in the leather jacket, whose own expression mirrored her shock. Rising to her feet, she aimed a kick at the yellow-haired individual still engaged in a heated exchange. Ajay! Check the group! Caught off guard, the yellow-haired man was knocked to the ground, and as he stood up, ready to retaliate, he was restrained by the man in the leather jacket. Stop the bickering and check the group. If we seize this opportunity, we can turn the tide in this battle. The yellow-haired man, agitated, subconsciously blocked the group chat notifications, focusing solely on typing. Upon seeing the number 217, his head buzzed with confusion. What is going on? How did another one emerge? First, there was that KTV group, and now a resource tycoon. Whether it's blueprints, numbers, or resources, I feel completely overshadowed. Woe is me, I was supposed to be the protagonist. Who has stolen my golden finger? The yellow-haired man was engulfed in existential doubt. Useless fool. The girl with the nose ring shot him a disdainful glance before directly messaging Jiang Tian. Anonymous. Nose ring girl hi. Big brother, are you looking to trade 100 stones? What's your price? After a brief wait, a reply came through. Anonymous. Jiang Tian, I don't want basic materials. I'm only interested in rare ones. The trading value will be assessed by me. How arrogant, she thought to herself, suppressing her irritation. Anonymous. Nose ring girl, what about sand? I have 20 portions I can offer along with something else. Jiang Tian glanced at the golden expanse by the sea, feeling as though he had overlooked something significant. Anonymous. Jiang Tian, no thanks. We have plenty of that we. It was evident he was part of a team. In this world, some individuals arrived in groups, and this trio was one such case, which left no room for suspicion. After all, if a single person possessed such a wealth of resources, others would undoubtedly harbor covetous thoughts. Even though he was an unknown, the idea of being coveted felt unsettling. Anonymous. Nose ring girl, what about fish? Consider this. I also have an octopus over a meter long. Anonymous. Jiang Tian, I'm allergic to seafood. Seeing this excuse, the nose ring girl struggled to contain her anger. In this world of survival on a makeshift raft, such an allergy was rather debilitating. How about water? Would you trade for water? She pondered the situation. Damn it. Is he just here to toy with me? Is he flaunting his resources? Meanwhile, Jiang Tian felt deeply disappointed. Was this all they had? Or was there something better that couldn't be traded? Like the extraordinary powers mentioned in the initial announcement. However, considering this was just the beginning, it was reasonable that there wasn't much of value. He decided to let it go. Just as Jiang Tian was about to end the conversation, a new message arrived. Surely the crossbow blueprint must catch your eye. Jiang Tian's interest peaked. Crafting requirements: 5 wood, 1 sturdy wood, 2 strong ropes, 3 metal sheets, 2 resins. Anonymous. Jiang Tian deal 100 stones. Let us trade. The nose ring girl smirked, her long, dark nails dancing across the screen as she hit send. This is a blueprint. It's 150 stones, or we won to negotiate. This item was not something that could be easily crafted. Not to mention the strong ropes, sturdy wood, and resin were clearly sourced from special trees. Moreover, if she was correct, it might not even be from ordinary trees. The planting box required a blueprint, and crafting this item would undoubtedly necessitate soil, which was not available in the trading market. Even if she stumbled upon a stroke of luck and acquired a planting box, wouldn't seeds be necessary, and such trees would take time to grow. What? Do you have a forest nearby? By the time the trees grow, this item will be obsolete. Jiang Tian chuckled, having fully grasped the other party's intentions. They were attempting to leverage an item that was unattainable for an ordinary person against his resources. Even if he managed to craft it, the cost-effectiveness of the crossbow was low. For sea beasts, a spear would be far more effective. However, for him, 100 stones for such a resource was not easy to come by. The reply came in an instant. 200, or I'll block you. Just 100. If you block me, I'll simply give them 100 stones instead. I'll follow through with my words that go to hell. Middle finger. I'm going to deliver things over there. The other party was clearly losing their temper. You dare? Your message has been blocked by the recipient. Damn it. The nose ring girl panicked. She had merely intended to intimidate Jiang Tian with the threat of blocking him, not expecting him to be so decisive. The man in the leather jacket and the yellow-haired individual approached, peering at her phone to review the message history, nearly bursting with rage. The man in the leather jacket tugged at his hair, pointing at the nose ring girl and berating her. What the hell were you thinking? Offering a blueprint? Or a crossbow? They want materials. Materials. You show them fish and water. The nose ring girl cautiously replied. Didn't you say not to mess with that item? The man in the leather jacket chuckled in disbelief. Did you not hear me say not to trade the blueprints either? You claimed that item was useless. It's just a waste. He was nearing madness. What did I do in my past life to be stuck with 2 fools like you? One of Finn's competitors, and the other blocks a major client? The nose ring girl was defiant. He blocked me first. It has nothing to do with me. The yellow-haired man scoffed. You seem quite proud of yourself. The nose-ring girl rolled her eyes in disdain. You're no better. We could have collaborated, but you turned it into a rivalry. The man in the leather jacket shouted, "Shut the hell up." His voice proved effective, temporarily silencing them as they stood there. Fidgeting, he collected his thoughts and addressed them. I'll go trade with that person. That we can't afford to make enemies that if those two factions unite. Our situation will become dire. He began searching for information and soon found Jiang Tian that I apologized for earlier. Are you still interested in trading? Who? The one with the crossbow blueprint. Chapter 4. The bountiful harvest of the phantom beasts. As Jiang Tian chatted, he collected sand, which proved to be easier to gather than stones that in no time, he had amassed 40 portions. However, considering the utility of sand was significantly lower than that of stones, he decided to stop. After all, it wasn't he going anywhere. That on the other end of the phone, the individual continued sending messages. Big brother, allow me to be honest. That blueprint is of no use to you. The material requirements are too stringent. I genuinely consider you a friend. How about 10 bottles of water plus 20 metal sheets? I'll take a hit for the sake of friendship. Jiang Tian smirked, typing out his response. 100 stones for the blueprint, plus 20 metal sheets. After a prolonged silence, the other party, clearly reluctant to part with the blueprint, eventually sent a trading interface. 100 stones crossbow, blueprint, 20 metal sheets. Thank you, brother. You've been a tremendous help, alleviating our urgent material needs. After sending this message, the individual fell silent, evidently feeling downcast. Having stirred the pot, Jiang Tian decided to lay low for a while. But what a thrill it was to have acquired the crossbow blueprint. If he could craft it, his combat capabilities would be secured. Requirements: 5 wood, 1 sturdy wood, 2 strong ropes, 3 metal sheets, 2 resins that he already possessed wood and metal sheets. The strong ropes could also be synthesized, though they required resin, leaves, and fibers, making them a superior material compared to inferior ropes. Therefore, he only needed sturdy wood and resin. Jiang Tian stroked his chin, preparing to explore the forest for any peculiar trees that might yield what he needed. Grabbing his subpar axe, he ventured into the woods, armed with a wooden spear. The forest was dense with trees and lush vegetation, the air fresh and invigorating, refreshing him with each breath. However, the island's exuberance had its drawbacks. The overwhelming greenery was daunting, though fortunately, there were trampled paths to navigate. Jiang Tian carefully made his way forward, occasionally striking trees with his axe. After a while, he had yet to find any unusual trees, but was delighted to discover a spring. He exchanged stones at the trading post for a bottle of water, spending 5 stones, and drank deeply from it. Then he filled his empty bottle with spring water. Mystical spring water, container clean and hygienic water, rich in various energies. Prolonged consumption can improve physical conditioning. All set. Although he and T found the wood he sought, his thirst was quenched. If only he could acquire more containers. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He could purchase empty mineral water bottles. The thought flashed through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. He didn't want to use someone else's leftover bottles that felt off-putting. Wait a minute. There's also a water bucket. How could I have forgotten about it? I opened the trading post and searched for water buckets. However, what caught my eye first was an enormous mineral water bucket, the kind that sits atop a water dispenser. Jiang Tian was instantly perplexed. Could such an item actually be available? Moreover, he had never heard of this trading item before. A compound. It certainly broadened his horizons. Nevertheless, he had no need for such a thing. It was too expensive and not practical for carrying water. A simple water bucket would suffice. He exchanged 20 units of wood for 1 bucket, stowing it away in his pack, which resolved his water supply issue. Yet, the name of this water was rather ostentatious. He decided to keep it for himself rather than trading it. Time swiftly passed. Jiang Tian wandered about the island, searching for usable resources. The island was vast, and even as evening approached, he had yet to discover any particularly noteworthy trees. It seemed this direction held little promise. He would explore another direction tomorrow. However, he did come across a new resource. Clay. He took a small amount with him, intending to test its market value later. Although he had not found any special trees today, the discovery of a spring in clay was a pleasant surprise. Upon returning to the campsite, twilight had already begun to descend that he spent 70 units of wood to purchase a campfire, which he placed on the ground. The humble campsite was instantly illuminated. His stomach growled. While the island was rich in resources, it also possessed a significant drawback for him. He was unable to fish for supplies or obtain treasure chests. Durable food items were undoubtedly in someone else's possession. The trading post only offered fish, but he was allergic to seafood. This was quite unfortunate. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Tian resolved to take the risk. Based on his experience, the small red dots on his body would vanish overnight, so they weren't too much of a concern. Just as he was about to make a purchase, a faint metallic scent wafted through his nostrils, instantly putting him on high alert. Something was amiss. He dropped his axe to the ground, and with a flash of white light, 2 spears materialized in his hands, ready for action. The sun had yet to set, and a glint on the ground caught his eye. It was blood. Jiang Tian approached and followed the trail of blood droplets, his heart sinking as he realized it led to his own cabin. Had something injured entered his abode? Suddenly, a realization dawned on him. This was a divine opportunity. He could finally eat meat. Ha ha! No more fish. No more itching on his back. Jiang Tian cautiously drew near the cabin, pressing his ear against the door, and found that there was no noise. Could it be dead? If it were, that would save him the trouble. However, just to be safe, he knocked on the wooden door. Knock, knock, knock. Puff, puff. The creature inside was startled by the unexpected noise, and heavy panting could be heard from within. Jiang Tian immediately deduced that whatever was inside was gravely injured. He slowly opened the door. The cabin was quite small, probably less than 8 square meters, and in the corner there was a white object huddled up. Upon seeing Jiang Tian, it instantly became alert, rising to its feet, its hind legs wobbling. Clearly injured, it was a deer, a pure white one, not a mythical beast. The term mythical beast inexplicably surfaced in Jiang Tian's mind. He pulled out his phone and snapped a photo. Harvest deer, mythical beast, a high-ranking species from the Spirit Island. Revered as a national treasure in ancient times, prayed for the bountiful harvest of grains. Indeed, it was a mythical beast. Jiang Tian's gaze fell upon the harvest deer's hind leg, and he couldn't help but recall the lucky rabbit he had encountered earlier. Mythical beasts, to possess one. Damn it. If I must eat fish, then so be it. Even if I cannot tame it, I could at least improve my favorability to have it as a companion. He opened the trading post and searched for bandaging supplies. Yunnan Bai Yao, 20 stones for a small amount. What a scam. Cost 30 units of wood. He completed the transaction. With a flash of white light, a small paper bag and a roll of gauze appeared in his hands. He slowly approached the harvest deer, careful not to make any sudden movements that might startle it. Don't be alarmed. Don't be alarmed. I will bandage you up. Initially wary, the harvest deer seemed to relax upon hearing Jiang Tian's words. This discovery filled him with excitement. Incredible. It can understand human speech. Truly a mythical beast. He then raised the small paper bag in his hand. This is a secret medicine of our human race. Sprinkle it on your wound, and it will heal quickly. The harvest deer nodded and extended its hind leg, its eyes filled with gratitude. It was remarkably cooperative, even nuzzling Jiang Tian as he bandaged it. Once he finished, he sat down, feeling a bit despondent. If only the creature in his cabin were not a mythical beast, even a mere wild rabbit would suffice. He wouldn't be so troubled that I'm so hungry. Sigh, I really don't want to eat fish. What should I do if I run out of food? The harvest deer, busy licking its fur, caught Jiang Tian's murmurs and nudged his foot with its head. Jiang Tian understood its implication. Oh, you have food? Or are you saying I can eat you? The harvest deer was speechless. A small horn atop its head began to glow faintly, and with a surge of energy, a fruit the size of a cherry tomato materialized. Jiang Tian hurriedly caught it. Crimson spirit fruit, a rare spiritual fruit that can enhance one's physique. Consuming it grants 2 to physique and 1 to agility. Upon reading this description, Jiang Tian was momentarily stunned. This was a rare item that could bolster his strength. He had saved the harvest deer and was now rewarded with such unexpected fortune. After wiping it off, he tilted his head back and swallowed it whole. Its taste was akin to blueberries. With a gentle bite, its juice flooded his mouth and warm currents surged through his limbs. It was quite delightful. Once Jiang Tian confirmed his need for such fruits, the harvest deer's antlers glowed once more. A multitude of uncountable fruits flew towards Jiang Tian. He was taken aback, hurriedly lifting his shirt to catch the spiritual fruits. But even then, Many fell to the ground. He was left with an overwhelming bounty, unable to tally the amount. Jiang Tian was dazed, his eyes clouded with greed at the sight of such wealth. This was undoubtedly a form of hard currency. He was certain that nothing could not be obtained in exchange for these spiritual fruits. Although he lacked treasure chests, he possessed this. What could he not trade for? Even if he had a water purification device, he would gladly relinquish it. The blueprints could wait. But soon he came to his senses, realizing that his gaze towards the harvest deer resembled that of a golden goose. Oh no, that would be an insult to the harvest deer. It was more akin to a deity of wealth. Jiang Tian directly went to the trading post and purchased 2 quilts, spending a total of 20 stones. These items were not as marketable as blankets, primarily because they tended to absorb water easily on a raft. However, for Jiang Tian, the situation was different. One quilt was laid down for the harvest deer, while the other was prepared for his own UST that moment. The harvest deer lay comfortably on the soft quilt, its expression one of utter contentment, which brought a smile to Jiang Tian's face. If there were a favorability system in place, the affection level of the harvest deer would surely have increased. Subsequently, Jiang Tian collected the scattered spiritual fruits from the ground, leaving none behind. 170 red spiritual fruits and 51 green spiritual fruits. The green spiritual fruits were somewhat rarer than the red ones, providing a 2 boost to perception. This moment, Jiang Tian's stomach growled audibly. He promptly grabbed a handful of red spiritual fruits and stuffed them into his mouth. Physique 2, Agility 1. Physique 2, Agility 1. For reasons unknown, as he consumed these fruits to stave off hunger, Jiang Tian felt an inexplicable sense of happiness. The warmth radiating from the red spiritual fruits was one factor. But it was more about the psychological effect. While others struggled over ordinary food, he was already indulging in spiritual fruits. What a delight! While Jiang Tian was enjoying the spiritual fruits, he suddenly heard a notification. Your physique has reached its limit. Please complete trials and seek higher-grade spiritual fruits to continue advancing towards the pinnacle of life. That he glanced at his attributes. Region: 6666. Personal ID: 666666. Race: Human. Life rating: First stage physique: 30. Current limit reached. Agility: 20. Perception: 10. Energy: 100,100. Pioneer: Crafting level: 21,100. Axe 1. Wooden house 10. Long spear 10. Logging level: 1100. He hadn't anticipated that 30 points would already be the current limit. According to the notification, he needed to complete some trials to further enhance his attributes. However, it was not a concern. Only his strength had not increased, while agility could still be augmented. Thus, Jiang Tian continued to stuff more red spiritual fruits into his mouth. After consuming 10 red spiritual fruits, his agility also reached 30 points. Not neglecting the balance, he swallowed 10 green spiritual fruits as well. With the last bite, all 3 attributes had reached a maximum of 30 points at this moment. Jiang Tian felt an abundance of strength coursing through him. His body's flexibility rivaled that of a yoga master from the 3 nations, and his agility matched that of a monkey swinging through the trees. It was an all-encompassing enhancement. Looking at the remaining 150 red spiritual fruits and 41 green spiritual fruits, Jiang Tian began to contemplate what to exchange them for. Flooding the market was not an option. Mass trading would simply be aiding the enemy. After some consideration, Jiang Tian decided to trade 5 red spiritual fruits and 1 green spiritual fruit, and with the spiritual fruits as a precursor. It seemed that water could also be traded. Casting a glance at the resting harvest deer, his eyes brimmed with affection. It was impossible not to dote on it. Its fur was smooth, its appearance charming, and it was white. Most importantly, it promised to bring him immense wealth. Gently stroking the deer's head, Jiang Tian took a deep breath and opened the chat room. This moment, the chat room was far more lively than before. Messages flowing in ceaselessly, overwhelming his senses. Yet, Jiang Tian did not wish to disseminate information directly, for he had thought of a particular item, the one used by the bonfire boy at the start, which even allowed him to receive messages while browsing the trading post. Announcement scroll. Jiang Tian reluctantly spent 30 stones to acquire this scroll. Upon receiving it, he could sense its extraordinary quality, adorned with intricate, indecipherable runes. He immediately tore it open to use it. Inside the chat room, Today I caught a small fish, but must be eaten raw. You still have fish? I only caught a seaweed. Eating it raw feels a bit off. Why not roast it over the bonfire? Are you stupid? If I could afford a bonfire, would I be here complaining? Damn it, do you have any manners? I'm just asking why you're so angry. People have become irritable due to their circumstances in this world, leading to frequent disputes. Just then, an announcement interrupted their bickering, striking them like a slap to the face. 6666666. Personal auction. Red spiritual fruits. Item showcase. Green spiritual fruits. Item showcase. Secret realm spring water container. If you wish to bid, please trade me a metal piece, and I will invite you to join the group. A grand entrance. Chapter 6. Secret realm coordinate card. Mythical Bee Spirit Island. This announcement was akin to a deep water bomb. The item showcase enabled everyone to view the attributes of the fruits, marking the first time extraordinary items had appeared in the public eye. Damn, it's only the first day. Compared to this big shot, that anonymous stone man is nothing. Good lad. I reward you with a treasure chest full of stinky socks that know I'm just barely surviving. Would we trade our heads for these items? You can't afford it. Think about whether you've worked hard enough. 66, brother. The person is delicate and easily toppled. Does he need someone to warm his bed? How dare you assume he is a male? Do you presume to know his gender? Well said, I believe the 666666 big shot is an armed helicopter. False, all fabricated. This message also caught the attention of the first-tier players. They might have been extraordinarily lucky, having opened rare resources, or perhaps they were part of a powerful faction that had traversed here together like the KTV group of 30. A burly man sat by the bonfire, shirtless and steaming, muttering to himself as he stared at his phone. Although my treasure chest yielded a chi regulation method, the daily progress of 0.1 is too slow. It's better to directly consume the fruits. And the combat technique requires 20 physique to learn. Thankfully, my starting point is 16. It seems I'll need at least 2. A middle-aged man with a square face stood in the middle of a raft, frowning at the messages on his phone that I didn't expect him to do what I intended. 666666. Quite auspicious. Beside him, a person glanced at their phone, visibly displeased. In auction. Don't they know what our icon group does? Stealing our jobs. The square-faced man silenced his subordinate's complaints. The road he has paved, we will eventually traverse. Boss, shall we go? Of course we shall. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian was continuously receiving notifications for the metal pieces. Metal piece 1, metal piece 1, metal piece 1. Without the trading records, he would have lost count. Perhaps even Jiang Tian himself did not anticipate that a single metal piece could fetch such a sum. 421. If every person in the world gave him one piece, he would become a billionaire. At this moment, his stockpile of metal pieces had reached 421, a substantial fortune that if he were to exchange such a quantity, it would likely take at least 3 hours of stone collection. Having received so many tickets, he couldn't help but ponder whether he should rely on hosting auctions in the future. It was simple and profitable. Shaking off the chaotic thoughts in his mind, he created a group and invited the 401 individuals who had traded their metal pieces to join. With everyone gathered, although some powerful faction leaders were not present, these individuals were already among the upper echelon. First, 2 pinned announcements appeared. Group owner announcement. We do not accept natural materials such as wood, leaves, stones, or sand. Group owner announcement. This group may engage in free discussion, but during the auction, sending irrelevant messages is strictly prohibited. Violators will be kicked and blacklisted on the spot. Can someone give me a hint? What price are you all looking to take it at? Little brother, don't be hasty. This is an auction. Highest bidder wins. Bro, I'm not planning to bid. I'll leave this to you big shots. Then why did you come here? Everyone was puzzled. Look at my updated group name card. Thank you, group owner, for building this platform. A person named AAA Slingshot Wholesale King, collecting fibers, said. Everyone suddenly understood. Thus, one by one, people began to change their IDs. Out storage box, collecting adhesive. Those in need of storage boxes, add me. I'll give you a bottom price for bulk orders. Collecting leather. Anyone offering leather? I am buying in large quantities, and the price is absolutely satisfactory. It seemed the group had transformed into a trading market, with the auction becoming secondary, observing the bustling exchanges within the group. Jiang Tian felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, but it was a good development. The group had become a significant asset. That moment, a message caught his attention. not so much caught as someone had explicitly called him out. Group owner, check your private messages. I have something to tell you. However, his private messages were flooded, bombarded with spam. Oh, you know who I am. In Haijing Alley, ask around who is the boss, if you're smart. Send the fruits over. Brother, my phone has screen recording. I can show you everything that I shall borrow a fruit from you, and will return it later. MYID number is to T that moment. Jiang Tian could only silently express his disbelief at such extraordinary messages. What kind of exceptional individuals are these? Left with no choice, he decided to block the messages, restricting his permissions to allow only friends to initiate private chats, with no friends of his own. This essentially meant he had blocked everyone, yet he could still initiate private conversations with others. Thus, Jiang Tian proceeded to pursue the matter with the individual in question. Hello? What is the matter? Hello? We at Longjiang Heavy Industry also wish to auction some items. Is that feasible? Longjiang Heavy Industry. This was once a leading steel enterprise in Huaxia, but I wonder how many people have come along today for the auction. Well, of course it is possible, although my initial intention was to secure a good price for my own items. If the auction were to gain traction, the support received could rival that of the Mystic Beast Secret Realm. Jiang Tian sent a message in reply. What do you intend to auction? We have an extra blueprint and wish to sell this wooden barrel. Blueprint. Jiang Tian glanced at it and found it to hold little value, as wooden barrels were already quite prevalent in the market. It was not a rare item and had limited use. If he wanted one, he might as well purchase it directly from the trading post. Very well, I will help you assemble a queue. Jiang Tian then sent another message. I will take a 5 commission. If it is a rare item of limited quantity, then calculate the market price in timber for me. The person on the other end appeared somewhat conflicted, but after a while, they agreed, after concluding the conversation with Longjiang Heavy Industry. Jiang Tian felt it necessary to inform the other members of the group. Group leader announcement. If anyone believes their items hold value and wishes to auction them, they may trade a leaf with the group leader, who will then privately message you. Initially intending to create a lively atmosphere, it turned out that he could participate as well. Group leader, I've traded with you that I happen to have something and feel that exchanging for a fruit would be a loss. It's about to get lively. The group leader is quite resourceful. Leaf 1 Jiang Tian pursued the trading records and sent a private message. Hello, what do you wish to auction? Concise and straight to the point. The response was equally direct, with the item promptly attached. Hello, esteemed individual. Mystic Realm Coordinate Card. Mystic Beast Spirit Island. Chapter 7. Transaction. The Mystic Realm Coordinate Card, Mystic Beast Spirit Island, records the coordinates of the realm. Second-tier life forms holding this card can break the realm's barrier. One Mystic Realm Coordinate card can accommodate 10 individuals. Jiang Tian suddenly stood up, the vigorous movement causing him to bump against the ceiling. Yet he remained oblivious, as his focus was elsewhere. Mystic Beast Spirit Island. This is my route that I never believed this island would remain concealed, yet I did not expect to encounter such a miraculous item that could lead others to my territory so soon. How long has it been? I was indeed naive at this moment. A metaphorical sword of Damocles hung over Jiang Tian's head, making him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. Even though only second-tier life forms could utilize this item, one could never rule out the possibility of someone acquiring something extraordinary, rapidly escalating their strength to become a second-tier life form. After all, I never anticipated the emergence of a tool that could access the mystic realm so quickly. No, for the sake of my own safety, I must obtain this item, even if it means revealing that I possess an excess of fruits. This juncture, on the other side, a short-haired girl was fiddling with her phone, playing with a card that emitted a faint purple glow. She looked up at another long-haired girl with glasses and asked, I've sent it. Now what? The long-haired girl, distracted, responded promptly, just wait. The short-haired girl, puzzled, did not understand why her companion wanted to auction such a valuable item. Yet having grown up together, she was aware that the girl with glasses had ulterior motives. This was their unspoken understanding since childhood. The girl with glasses turned to her companion, smiled, and 2 dimples appeared on her face. Want to know why? The short-haired girl nodded. That monster hasn't left. We 2 girls are too weak. We urgently need items to arm ourselves. If we cannot survive now, everything ahead will be in vain. The short-haired girl nodded, understanding that if you were a bun seller and there were no other stalls around, but you were hungry, what would you do? The short-haired girl quickly replied, "Of course, I would eat buns." The girl with glasses, hand behind her back, teased the short-haired girl. Similarly, "Do you think 6 buns are the only ones available?" The short-haired girl shook her head. "No," but then she suddenly pondered, "What does that have to do with 6 buns? Aren't you auctioning?" The girl with glasses adjusted her spectacles and explained, "Though we claim it's an auction, in reality, we seek to draw the attention of 6 buns that if he shows a strong desire for this coordinate card, it indicates he has reached or is close to the threshold of the second tier. Oh, be honest. I'm taking a gamble, wagering on how many excess fruits he possesses. My sole target is 6 buns. If he is not interested, then we shall not sell. As soon as the short-haired girl finished speaking, Jiang Tian's message arrived that I am very interested in this item. If it's not going to auction, I'll purchase it directly. Is that possible? The short-haired girl gasped and held her phone up to show the girl with glasses. "Girl, look, he has indeed come." The short-haired girl seemed unfazed. "Tell him we will not sell individually. It must go to auction. That if he truly desires it, he would never let it appear before others." Jiang Tian sat nestled within his soft blanket, vexed as he raked his fingers through his hair. He had been too careless. Initially, he feared that if it went to auction, there might be something enticing to them. Hence, he prepared to purchase it directly. The description stated that only second-tier life forms could activate it, and he should not have been so hasty. Being anxious indicated he was nearing the boundary of second-tier life. In other words, it suggested he had many fruits, enticing others to take advantage of him. Although that was not the reason for his urgency, the outcome was the same. 6 buns were very keen on this card. But most importantly, Jiang Tian had no idea how many cards the other party possessed. What if they had acquired a substantial number, just like him? Then trading with them would bolster their resources. If they had fewer, he would be unable to buy it. If they had more, he would merely be providing them with resources to develop. Since the die was cast, he could only drive the price down as much as possible. As long as he could reduce it to 10 or below, it would be a victory. Oh, my head aches. Jiang Tian gritted his teeth and typed. If it goes to auction, the offers will surely be inferior to mine. I still have 6 Qi Ling fruits set aside for myself. Shall we trade? Short-haired girl. 6? Isn't that a bit too few? This is a Mystic Realm coordinate card, which is evidently a prized item. Though the short-haired girl's tone was light and casual, a tempest was brewing within her heart. How could there be so many? 6. This was merely the initial offer. According to Guru's advice, he likely had at least 12. Mamma mia, let us seize all of them. That's not quite enough. How about we opt for an auction instead? This was almost a blatant reveal, and they were directly threatening Jiang Tian with the auction. Jiang Tian despised this passive feeling. Yet there was no alternative. His weakness had indeed been exploited. However, he absolutely could not change his stance now. If he did, he would lose. He had to take a risk, betting that the other side was merely seeking to exchange for Ling fruits rather than being dissatisfied with the price. I truly only have 6 left. If that doesn't suffice, then perhaps we are not fated to trade, and we shall proceed with the auction. The short-haired girl turned to seek assistance from the girl with glasses. The girl with glasses pondered for a moment. Just say that your expected value is 7 Ling fruits, and see if he changes his offer. I had initially planned to exchange for 7 Ling fruits, but alas, let us go for the auction instead. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Tian pinched his thigh fiercely. No, I cannot agree. This is a trap. Jiang Tian, you must endure. You are the master of bargaining in the marketplace. Stay strong. Yet he confirmed that the other party had come specifically for him. They had not proposed any conditions outside of Ling fruits. It seemed they were in dire need of Ling fruits. If his judgment was correct, he could turn the tables. Jiang Tian. It's truly a pity. If I had 7 Ling fruits, I would have traded. I suppose we shall proceed with the auction. The short-haired girl. What a pity. Then let us go for the auction. Both parties were engaged in a contest of who could maintain their composure longer. Yet Jiang Tian was clearly at a disadvantage, for the other side could back out without loss, while Jiang Tian risked exposing this item before the public eye. Jiang Tian prepared to gamble one last time, risking everything. If he lost, he would suffer the consequences. Jiang Tian. All right, do you have any particular auction guidelines? What materials do you require in exchange, and what should be avoided? This item is quite precious and could serve as a grand finale. There was no prompt response from the other side. Seeing this, Jiang Tian slapped his thigh. Gotcha! The other party was undoubtedly in some predicament and urgently needed to enhance their power. Because the effects of the fruits were immediate, they fixated on him. Wait a moment. Power? Suddenly, he conceived a decisive bargaining chip, which undoubtedly held a fatal allure for someone of lesser strength. I possess a blueprint for a crossbow, but due to the scarcity of materials, I have yet to forge it. He refrained from elaborating further, as the astute would comprehend on their own. After a brief pause, the other party sent a message. All right, but I require 2 crossbows and those 6 fruits. Jiang Tian smirked, feeling victorious. Let us settle for a maximum of 2 crossbows and 2 fruits. Otherwise, you may as well head to the auction. This price precisely aligned with the psychological expectations of the bespectacled girl. It left her in a quandary, unable to decide whether to exchange or not, akin to a dish that is neither delectable nor entirely dispensable. Ultimately, however, a transaction interface was sent forth. She pressed the confirmation button. The long-haired girl sighed deeply. I've lost. Chapter 8. The auction. Jiang Tian toyed with the unique card in his hand and added her as a friend. Although he had one, it could scarcely be deemed a victory. He had merely avoided defeat. Nevertheless, the fact that the other party requested 2 crossbows suggested there were only 2 of them, which was somewhat reassuring. 2 individuals were manageable for him, averting the direst of outcomes. Aside from the secret realm coordinate cards, 3 others had sent him leaves, indicating the items they wished to auction: a large bag of soybean powder, a marine beast crystal core, and a pack of cigarettes. The soybean powder and cigarettes were prioritized for the early bidding, while the marine beast crystal core was slated for the middle. Thus commenced a rudimentary, yet significant auction. Each spiritual fruit was auctioned individually, with the highest bidder prevailing. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall forego the pleasantries. Your time is precious, so let us proceed directly to the matter at hand. The first item for auction is the red spiritual fruit item display. As there is currently no standardized currency, I shall refrain from setting a price. Please bid as you see fit. The group chat of 501 individuals erupted into chaos, with bids of all varieties flying about. 20 compounds, I bid 10 bolts, 3 iron ingots. Jiang Tian sighed. The absence of a unified currency made matters quite complicated, as he was uncertain which materials held greater value. It appeared this auction would necessitate selecting based on personal need. I bid 4 resilient woods. Did the upstairs forget something? No natural materials. Yet Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. Resilient wood was indeed desirable. Please continue to bid. A brief silence fell over the chat. Those present were no fools. They had realized that the items in demand during this auction had their value exponentially inflated. I bid a barrel of mineral water, 5 buckets of instant noodles. No, 6 buckets, 1 military pot. They all sought to seize a bargain, offering items leaning toward survival. To be frank, aside from the resilient wood, Jiang Tian found little of interest. Moreover, in terms of value, resilient wood paled in comparison to the spiritual fruit. Were it not for his need to craft a crossbow, he likely wouldn't have given that material a second glance. 4 pieces of resilient wood. Is there no one with a higher bid? For pieces of resilient wood, once, twice, thrice sold. The next item was a blueprint for crafting wooden barrels, acquired for 8 bolts. The third item was a large bag of soybean powder, a food item that could satiate hunger and quench thirst while providing nourishment. The number of traders was substantial, and the price had far exceeded its intrinsic value. The seller was beaming with delight, having made a considerable profit. The fourth item was a pack of cigarettes. Few bid on it, yet those who did offered increasingly aggressive prices. In no time, the bid had reached the price of the soybean powder. Observing the escalating bids of the old smokers, the crowd silently reflected on the value of such addictive substances. The fifth item was, once again, the red spiritual fruit. I bid 3 pieces of resilient wood. Jiang Tian sought to dissociate the value of the spiritual fruit from that of the resilient wood, for he had little use for additional fruits. Moreover, had he not needed the resilient wood to craft the crossbow, would he truly believe that 4 pieces of resilient wood could exchange for a single fruit? After all, 1 piece of resilient wood was sufficient to create 1 crossbow. Having previously bid on 4, he was already well equipped. He resolved that for subsequent auctions of spiritual fruits, resilient wood would no longer be considered. With the comparative pricing rendered moot, the trading began to spiral into confusion. Some even resorted to offering wood to make up the price difference. Jiang Tian frowned. It appeared a single day would not suffice, as these individuals were far from ready to reap their rewards. I bid 20 bolts. Goodness gracious, 20 bolts for a single fruit? What a life. Jiang Tian glanced at the trading post. A single bolt could typically be exchanged for 7 or 8 stones, amounting to a considerable sum. After a moment's contemplation, he surmised that this item might hold a value comparable to the spiritual fruit, and thus he decided to enter the fray. 20 bolts, once 20 bolts, twice, before Jiang Tian could finish. A message appeared. Wait, 21 bolts. Someone, unwilling to concede, immediately raised the bid. 20 bolts plus 5 compounds. That a temporary silence ensued. Jiang Tian sensed it was nearing conclusion. 20 bolts plus 5 compounds. Once, twice, sold. The 6th item was still Jiang Tian's spiritual fruit. His third IT was secured with 20 buckets of instant noodles. The 7th item was the marine beast crystal core. Jiang Tian felt it necessary to provide some context. This is a precious item harvested from a marine beast slain by a valiant warrior. And I firmly believe its value rivals that of the spiritual fruit. That a few kind words wouldn't cost him anything, and assisting others while benefiting himself was a worthwhile endeavor. The warrior's demand was for durable food. 321. Let the bidding commence. Some recognized its potential value, believing it would be useful later, while others thought they could hunt a marine beast themselves. After all, the crystal core had yet to demonstrate any apparent utility. Consequently, this crystal core, much like the cigarettes, attracted few bidders, though those who did bid aggressively. Ultimately, it was secured for a bag of 10 kilograms of rice plus 5 bottles of water, far exceeding its inherent worth. Indeed, a case of the winner's curse. The 8th item, Jiang Tian's 4th fruit, was claimed for 15 compounds. The 9th item was the secret Realm Mountain spring water. Soon as this item was revealed, it incited a frenzy among the crowd, particularly because its value was slightly lower than that of the spiritual fruit, thus attracting a larger number of bidders. Its price rapidly escalated amidst the clamoring voices. 2 metal ingots. Having suffered a loss at the resilient wood auction, he instead profited from the spring water. Although the spring water was said to enhance physical condition, its effectiveness remained uncertain. Regardless, after sampling a bottle, Jiang Tian felt no significant change. 2 metal ingots, once, twice, sold. The final 2 items were 2 varieties of spiritual fruit. However, Jiang Tian had a sudden inspiration to bundle them together for sale. Some individuals, having acquired rare items, perceived their worth as surpassing that of the spiritual fruits and were reluctant to trade one for the other. By offering both together, he believed he might increase the likelihood of a successful transaction. Ladies and gentlemen, this modest auction is approaching its conclusion. I have prepared a grand finale item, the blue spiritual fruit, which holds significantly greater value than the red spiritual fruit. Intelligence is humanity's greatest weapon. Furthermore, bidding on a blue spiritual fruit comes with a complimentary red spiritual fruit. 3, 2, 1. Please begin. B. While leveraging the red spiritual fruit to enhance the perceived rarity of the blue spiritual fruit and bundling both for sale. He aimed to maximize his profits. I bid for a wooden bed blueprint. That's pointless. If you want a bed, you can simply purchase one. Trading a long-lasting item for a blueprint is a losing proposition. I bid a beehive. That is somewhat intriguing. It can produce honey, but I wonder if it contains a queen bee. I bid a packet of rapeseed. Goodness gracious, seeds? This is indeed a remarkable item. Furthermore, after being bundled and auctioned, their bids have evidently increased significantly. Not only is Jiang Tian intrigued, but others are also captivated, eagerly seeking him out for private conversations. Once again, a moment of silence ensues, observing the lack of bids in the group chat. A smile spreads across Jiang Tian's face. Finally, he has acquired something considerably more practical. Just as his fingers are poised to type, a message appears on the screen. A bottle of basic rejuvenation potion. Item display. Chapter 9. Midnight Assault. What a windfall. Jiang Tian beams as he surveys the contents of his backpack. After the auction, he has obtained, for resilient woods, 20 bolts, 5 compounds, 20 buckets of instant noodles, 15 compounds, 2 metal ingots, and a bottle of basic rejuvenation potion. Aside from the initial 4 resilient woods, which resulted in a loss, everything else is a profit. Even the resilient woods are something he requires. Moreover, Jiang Tian has also collected an 80 would commission FEAS for what he spent. It was merely 6 fruits and a bucket of water, with 145 red spirit fruits and 40 blue spirit fruits at his disposal. Not to mention an abundance of water. Being born on this island feels like a blessing from the fates. Still basking in the joy of his substantial gains, Jiang Tian suddenly received a system notification. Human face carp scales 1. Why has someone suddenly sent him something? Did they discover that consuming the fruit yielded no effect? Are they seeking after-sale service? Apologies, but returns are not accepted after the sale. Although Jiang Tian thinks this internally, he maintains a polite demeanor and inquires, "Hello, what is the matter?" The other party responds instantly. "Brother, I believe I am the one who purchased the 2 fruits using the rejuvenation potion, if you haven't deleted the chat history. I also have a Beast crystal core for consignment with you." Jiang Tian asks, "What is wrong? Are you dissatisfied with the product?" The other party replies, "Not at all. It's just that I mistakenly bid on the wrong item in my haste." Jiang Tian feels a sudden pang of anxiety. Could it be that they're trying to backtrack? "What do you wish to do about it?" he asks. The other party responds, "Well, could you possibly exchange the blue spirit fruit for a red spirit fruit?" Jiang Tian is taken aback, puzzled by the audacity of such a request. Although this person is capable of hunting sea beasts, their intellect seems lacking that, of course. He agrees to the exchange. "Perfect. I have just 1 red spirit fruit left, which I originally intended to use for myself. I shall introduce you to a friend, and we will trade." Meanwhile, a burly man sits centrally on a wooden raft, propping his chin as he gazes at the messages on his phone. He indeed has spare fruits. He must devise a strategy to persuade Jiang Tian into more trades that no. He cannot reveal his intentions just yet. He must proceed cautiously. With a stoic expression, he types a response. "Ah, thank you, brother. I consider you a friend now. Let us add each other as friends. I'll call you if anything good comes up." After blocking private chats, he adds Jiang Tian as a friend. Anticipating more opportunities for private discussions, he is unconcerned about Jiang Tian refusing to add him, especially since he has already taken a loss in this transaction. If he were to act so stingily, he would likely not obtain anything from him, though such a possibility seems unlikely. After all, the auction group chat remains active as Jiang Tian contemplates whether to provide the rejuvenation potion to the harvest deer. He observes the response from the other party. "Want to add me as a friend? All right, I have nothing to lose. That a person capable of hunting sea beasts on the first day is certainly no fool. Besides, he praised him as a warrior during the auction, which should have improved their rapport. Sure, brother, just leave a note. You can call me Dalong. What about you?" Jiang Tian had not anticipated needing a code name. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decides against using his real name and recalls his previous online alias, Mirage. The stoic expression of Dalong softens slightly, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. He did not expect this wealthy group leader to have such an eccentric name. Nevertheless, at least it indicates he is not of ill intent. Dalong initiates a trade request, awaiting Jiang Tian's response. To his surprise, Jiang Tian not only offers the red spirit fruit, but also includes a bottle of spring water and a bucket of instant noodles. Although the value of the red spirit fruit is slightly lower than that of the blue spirit fruit, it is worth noting that the perceptual attributes significantly enhance combat effectiveness. Being sharp and clear-headed also improves reaction times. That I won't let you suffer a loss. I've compensated you with a bit of the price difference. This gesture greatly alters Dalong's impression of Jiang Tian. Not only did he elucidate the differences in attributes, but he also supplemented it with a bottle of spring water. While it may not match the quantity from the auction, it sufficiently conveys sincerity. Dalong proceeds to share information about the human face carp, as this is the extent of his knowledge, omitting the fact that his initial strength value is 16 after exchanging information. The two bid each other farewell. Jiang Tian extinguishes his phone screen, glancing at the rejuvenation potion in his hand before looking at the now sleeping harvest deer. Clenching his teeth, he decides against using it for now. Regardless of whether it is effective for the phantom beast, if the harvest deer were to regain its strength and simply walk away, it would not bode well for the bond they have, which is not particularly deep. The deer has the ability to understand human speech, indicating a level of independent thought. Thus, it cannot be easily tamed. Relationships must be nurtured over time. As night falls, most individuals sleep with grumbling stomachs, while a select few have found shelter, wrapped in blankets. The wind over the sea is biting cold. Some have ingeniously covered themselves with leaves, weighted down by wooden planks to avoid catching a cold upon waking. Jiang Tian, too, has fallen asleep leaning against the harvest deer. A wooden cabin and a campfire comprise his humble camp. This moment, an immense shadow looms near the campsite. The campfire crackles, casting light upon the shadow's head. A colossal wolf's head. The beast towering at least 2 meters high. Its fur is jet black, with the tips glowing faintly blued. It catches the scent of blood, an intoxicating aroma that lures it closer. The giant wolf discovers the bloodstains on the ground, lowering its head to sniff intensely. Suddenly, it raises its head, its deep crimson eyes fixated on the small wooden cabin. Yes, the owner of this blood is contained within that square wooden box. It can sense the exquisite flavor of this scent, driving it into a frenzy. A howl erupts from its throat. With a powerful push of its legs, it lunges like a bolt of lightning towards the wooden cabin. Boom! The violent impact jolts both Jiang Tian and the beast awake. Jiang Tian, roused from his slumber by the seismic commotion outside, immediately realizes that a wild beast is attacking. Damn! Thank goodness he constructed a wooden cabin. Otherwise, he would be in grave danger. That moment. A notification appears before Jiang Tian. Your wooden cabin is under attack. Durability. 95/100. Good heavens. That single collision reduced his structure's durability by 5%. What on earth is out there? Chapter 10. The mysterious item of Li Zige. Stay calm. You must remain composed. Jiang Tian pinches his thigh, forcing himself to collect his thoughts. Although it is the first day, the strength of the monsters should not be overwhelming. He is already at full capacity in all 3 dimensions. Just one trial away from ascending to the second tier of life. However, he is no ordinary player. He is within a secret realm. According to the coordinates of the secret realm, one must be at least a second-tier life form to enter. This implies that the creature outside is guaranteed to be a second-tier life form, one he cannot defeat. Meanwhile, the phantom beast, the harvest deer, trembles uncontrollably, seemingly affirming the formidable nature of the creature outside. Boom! Another fierce collision reverberates. This time with a force that diminishes the cabin's durability by 10. Quick as a flash, Jiang Tian operates the screen before him. Swish! He spends 5 pieces of wood to fully restore the durability of the cabin. Based on this rate, the repair cost of the cabin is approximately 1 piece of wood for 3 points of durability, which is quite reasonable. Yet, just after the repairs, the creature outside strikes again. Its assault frequency escalates, with each hit averaging a 10-point reduction in durability. The previous strike even caused a loss of 27 durability points. Clearly, the giant wolf is growing impatient. It did not expect this small cabin to be so resilient. It even exerted all its strength in its last attempt, yet failed to break through. Feeling a sense of dread, Jiang Tian promptly lists all the stones he possesses on the trading platform. Presently, the price for stones is stable at 15 pieces of wood each, but due to the late hour, transactions are not forthcoming. Boom! Once again, a monstrous entity outside delivered a resounding blow, causing the durability of the wooden cabin to plummet below 50% in an instant. Jiang Tian felt an ominous sensation wash over him, for his supplies of timber were dwindling. With only 113 pieces remaining at this rate, his stock would surely be insufficient. Rather than sit idly within the confines of the cabin, he resolved to take decisive action. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Tian placed his hand upon the doorknob. Just as he was about to turn the handle, an unparalleled force surged from the door, sending him staggering backward. This was dire. The door swung outward, and the creature outside was relentlessly battering against it, leaving Jiang Tian unable to open the door from within, should he seize the opportunity to open it. He would undoubtedly collide with the beast waiting on the other side. Jiang Tian surveyed the firmly closed door and the relentless monster assaulting it, noting the durability warning indicating a remaining 35 points. He needed to devise a plan. He could not allow this creature to continue its assault unimpeded. He rummaged through his phone, hoping to discover some means to change the tide. Suddenly, he stumbled upon an item he could craft, which took him by surprise. As he contemplated the door, a bold strategy began to form in his mind. An audacious plan indeed. At this moment, Jiang Tian was not the only one ensnared in predicament. Others encountered monsters of varying strengths, The weaker ones consisted of a ragged skeleton and a fishman wielding a club, while the more formidable adversaries were enormous sea beasts. Some unfortunate souls met their demise while asleep, slain by creatures that could silence their presence. It was akin to an elimination tournament. The weak perished, while the strong survived, and on the first night, the player count, originally at 8 billion, dwindled by a staggering 1 billion. Meanwhile, in a distant part of the ocean, two individuals were engaged in combat with several monsters atop a towering reef, while a shadow circled ominously beneath the waters. These were the two girls who had traded for the mystical location card with Jiang Tian. The short-haired girl was named Zhang Qingqing, while the bespectacled one was Li Zig. Whether their fortune was good or ill remained uncertain. During the day, their raft had been swept to a reef by the currents of the sea. Initially, they were ecstatic. The reef boasted not only an abundance of stones, but also a splendid treasure chest. However, they soon discovered a colossal fish lurking nearby, measuring no less than 10 meters in length, which was truly terrifying. Seizing the opportunity while the girls explored the island, the monstrous fish dismantled their raft in mere moments. Thus, they found themselves stranded on the very land they had longed for. With a swift kick, Zhang Qingqing sent a fish-headed monster sprawling to the ground, and with a fierce thrust of her spear, she delivered a fatal blow. Behind her, Li Zig, holding a torch for illumination, spotted another fish-headed creature sneaking up and called out urgently, "Qingqing, watch out behind you!" Reacting instinctively, Zhang Qingqing swung her spear in a wide arc, striking the creature with tremendous force, obliterating its grotesque head. The severed fish head was sent flying, landing with a thud at Li Zig's feet, its lower half still writhing, causing her to feel nauseated. The recoil from the attack snapped Zhang Qingqing's spear, but she discarded it without hesitation, grabbing a new one and continuing her assault against the monsters. An astonishing scene unfolded on the reef. A group of monsters besieging a single girl was being repelled by her fierce counterattack. Seconds turned into minutes as the creatures were systematically eliminated. Li Zig, observing Zhang Qingqing dispatch the final fish-headed foe, felt a surge of relief. Thank goodness we switched our fruits, otherwise we would have been in grave danger today. Fortunately, Zhang Qingqing had consumed all the fruits, maximizing her combat prowess. Initially, two fish-headed monsters had guarded the treasure chest on the reef, posing a significant challenge. However, after consuming Jiang Tian's fruits, they had faced an unending onslaught of monsters throughout the night. Having dispatched over 20, and according to Li Zig's observations, Zhang Qingqing had held her ground remarkably well. Even when surrounded, she utilized her enhanced speed to create distance. Zhang Qingqing was now drenched in the blue blood of the monsters. The stench overwhelming. Disgusted, she shed her soiled clothing, tossing it aside to don only a tank top. She approached Li Zig, her spear stained with gore, and exclaimed, "So, how about it? Am I fierce or what?" as she strutted. Flexing her muscles, Li Zig could barely suppress her laughter. Before she could tease Zhang Qingqing further, she noticed the corpses of the fishmen beginning to exhibit peculiar transformations. "Qingqing, look at the monster corpses. Is there something there?" Startled, Zhang Qingqing swiftly turned, her spear aglow with white light. To her astonishment, several of the slain monsters revealed treasure chests emerging from their carcasses. The fierce expression on her face shifted to one of elation. "No way. There are treasure chests? Grr, relax. I'll handle Li Zig chuckled, not contesting the fact that Zhang Qingqing's luck seemed to surpass her own. They had known each other since elementary school and throughout their university years. Zhang Qingqing had always seemed to possess the better fortune. Recalling the resources they had obtained that day, a thought struck Li Zig as Zhang Qingqing approached the treasure chest with eager anticipation. She suddenly froze, then erupted with joy. She hurried over, only to be halted by Li Zig. "Did you guess it?" Zhang Qingqing observed the confident expression on Li Zig's face, feeling slightly vexed. "What did you deduce?" Li Zig smiled, adjusting her black-framed glasses. "That I suspect it's a weapon or some item that enhances combat abilities." Instantly, Zhang Qingqing's face fell. "Sigh, being friends with you is devoid of surprises." Li Zig stretched, her shirt tightening around her chest, revealing her waist as she relaxed. Her demeanor suggested a carefree camping trip rather than a life-or-death survival game. "Humph, Based on the treasure chests we've scavenged, the ocean typically yields basic supplies and resources. While this reef may harbor magical items, these chests are unlike any we've encountered before, and the items they contain are different, so I had a hunch. And what kind of items are they? Jiang Tian pressed, handing the contents to Li Zig. Take a look for yourself. Upon examining the items, Li Zig was momentarily stunned. Coral long spear, primary rejuvenation potion. Though merely a healing potion and weapon alone would not have captivated her. It was the next item that truly astonished her. Chapter 11. Fierce battle at this moment. Jiang Tian had less than 30 pieces of wood remaining. Damn it, if it weren't for the relentless monsters outside dismantling my cabin, I might have had a chance. The creatures outside were demolishing the structure with remarkable efficiency. Could they possibly be as foolish as a two-headed dog? Jiang Tian planted 8 spears in the ground. Their tips angled toward the direction of the impending monster assault. Beside him, the harvesting deer trembled. Jiang Tian bent down, offering reassurance that, "Don't worry, I'll protect you. When the house is gone, just run far away. I'll hold it off." The harvesting deer displayed a human-like concern, and Jiang Tian's heart swelled with joy. My, what a delightful bond we're forming. Taming this mythical beast is only a matter of time. Ding! Your item has been crafted. Crafting experience 20, crossbow 1, bolts 5. After patting the small antlers of the harvesting deer, Jiang Tian prepared to set his plan into motion. As he browsed the crafting interface, he was taken aback. He distinctly remembered not trading any resin. Yet the crafting screen for sturdy rope was illuminated. Upon closer inspection, he realized the substance was a compound that could substitute for resin, albeit requiring double the quantity. Now that the crossbow was completed, Jiang Tian's strategy was ready to be executed. The monsters outside continued their relentless assault, having not yet paused to rest. Their stamina must be waning, he mused. Foolish. Jiang Tian had discerned their rhythm, and his finger hovered over the button to dismantle the house. Yes, his plan was to wait for the monster to crash into the cabin at the very moment of impact. He would dismantle the structure, using the wooden spears as spikes, leveraging the creature's own strength to ensnare it. Though this maneuver was fraught with danger, doing nothing and merely repairing the cabin posed an even greater risk. He could not remain trapped inside, while a ferocious beast lingered outside. Seizing this opportunity would allow him to turn the tide and deliver a powerful strike. Jiang Tian confirmed all his items were prepared, with the bowstring ready and the rejuvenation potion at hand, ensuring nothing was overlooked. Let the battle commence. Boom! The creature outside struck again. Jiang Tian held his breath and stepped back, counting down in his mind. 3, 2, 1, dismantle. In an instant, the wooden cabin shattered like glass, scattering into countless fragments that transformed into radiant light before they could even touch the ground. The harvesting deer limped away to safety. Yet it did not stray far, silently observing the battlefield from a distance. Finally, Jiang Tian laid eyes on the beast that had been attacking him. A massive, sleek-furred black wolf. Awoo! The colossal wolf was taken aback when the wooden crate it had been colliding with for an extended period suddenly vanished. It could not rein in its momentum and crashed directly into the spear that was embedded in the ground. The wolf's hide was indeed tough, as several spears were shattered upon impact. However, fortune favored Jiang Tian, who had strategically placed 8 spears, 3 of which penetrated the giant wolf's flesh. The sound of spears piercing through flesh, coupled with the wolf's agonizing howls, was enough to make one's teeth ache. Oh dear, it was painful just to behold. Jiang Tian, observing the spears embedded in the giant wolf's body, felt a surge of secret delight. He had not anticipated such an impressive outcome. After all, it was a second-tier creature. He had initially intended for just 1 spear to suffice for victory, yet unexpectedly 3 had struck true. While joy bubbled within him, he could not afford to be idle. Seizing the moment while the giant wolf writhed in pain, Jiang Tian aimed a swift kick at the spears piercing the wolf's body. The impact was as fierce as splitting bamboo, and the spear plunged deeper into the wolf, burying itself halfway within. The wolf let out a pained wail, now gravely injured. Yet, Jiang Tian understood that a wounded beast is often more ferocious and perilous. The giant wolf yanked the spear from its body with its jaws, flinging it aside with palpable fury, its rage almost tangible across the distance. Jiang Tian, undeterred by the wolf's emotions, seized a spear and hurled it towards the creature. Naturally, the wolf would not simply stand by. As the spear hurtled towards it, it deftly sidestepped, evading the powerful strike. Then, with a powerful kick of its hind legs, the wolf lunged at Jiang Tian, its massive jaws wide open, threatening to end his game if they clamped down on him. Fortunately, Jiang Tian managed to keep pace with the wolf's movements, narrowly dodging the lethal bite by leaping aside. Regaining his footing, he pondered. The giant wolf had crashed into the house repeatedly, yet it had not displayed any other offensive capabilities. No breath attacks, no spells, no special skills. Surely, as a second-tier life form, it must possess some unique traits. Observing the wolf, which despite its unsteady movements, was regaining its breath, Jiang Tian felt an ominous premonition. Could it possess regenerative abilities? This would indeed complicate matters. Defeating such a creature would prove more difficult than a flawless run through a dark soul. Jiang Tian recognized that if his hunch was correct, prolonging the battle would only become increasingly disadvantageous for him. He glanced at the blood vial in his pocket, silently praying for its effectiveness. What followed was a true fight to the death, as the giant wolf indiscriminately slashed with its formidable claws. Jiang Tian grasped a spear and thrust it towards the wolf's razor-sharp talons. The two weapons clashed. The wolf's claw was impaled by the spear, while Jiang Tian was sent flying. It was difficult to ascertain who had gained the upper hand in that exchange. Enduring the excruciating pain, the wolf charged at Jiang Tian once more, who hastily scrambled to his feet. As the wolf barreled toward him, he executed a sidestep, narrowly avoiding the assault. Simultaneously, a flash of white light revealed a subpar axe in his grasp. Swinging his arm in a wide arc, he summoned all his strength, ensuring that this strike would deliver 200% of his might. The wolf, realizing the threat, veered towards a nearby iron mountain, launching Jiang Tian into the air. However, it could not escape the full force of Jiang Tian's blow, as the inferior axe collided with its sturdy skull, shattering into two pieces. Blood gushed from the wolf's head, indicating it had sustained serious injuries. This strike struck the wolf's forehead, rendering it briefly dazed. By the time it regained its senses, Jiang Tian had already ascended onto its back. "Damn it!" Jiang Tian roared, plunging the spear into the giant wolf's body. Yet he soon realized the spear was too long to wield effectively. He resorted to jabbing with the spearhead instead. The wolf writhed in agony, attempting to shake Jiang Tian off. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The wolf was no lightweight, but his resolve was unwavering. He refused to let go. As long as he still drew breath, he could consume the regenerative potion. His 30 points in constitution were now proving their worth, not only bolstering his physical defenses, but also enhancing his strength. He clung tightly to the giant wolf, relentlessly stabbing with the spear. The wolf, sensing its life force waning, frantically snapped at its assailant, but always just missing. Suddenly, it felt one of Jiang Tian's arms loosen its grip, and it swiftly turned to bite. However, before it could open its jaws, an overwhelming aura of death enveloped it, instilling a sense of dread. Last. Jiang Tian seized his opportunity, and a smile crept across his lips. With 30 in speed and perception, he possessed extraordinary dynamic vision and reflexes. In an instant, he identified the creature's weakness. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt pierced the wolf's eye, eliciting a pained howl from the beast. Jiang Tian pressed his advantage, rising to his feet and driving the spear downwards with all his might. The spear penetrated the wolf's hide, and he did not relent, pouring every ounce of strength into the thrust. With a sickening squelch, the spear fully impaled the wolf's body. In that moment, the giant wolf collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. Chapter 12. Why are you coveting him? The giant wolf lay quietly on the ground, its breath dwindling, its chest rising and falling with effort. Observing that the creature had not yet succumbed, Jiang Tian was now 100% certain that it possessed regenerative abilities. Jiang Tian was not in much better shape either. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering from internal injuries, and he uncorked the rejuvenating potion and downed it in one gulp. Jiang Tian felt the potion flow into his stomach, beginning to mend his wounds. Looking up at the giant wolf, He noticed its crimson pupils fading to a pale blue, its gaze gradually losing focus. It was evident that its time was short. The harvest deer returned to Jiang Tian's side, nudging him affectionately with its head. This brought him great joy. It had not left. Surely, his rapport with it had improved significantly. He patted the harvest deer on the head and weakly reassured. Do not worry. As long as I am here, you will be safe. The harvest deer moved, nestled closer to him. Jiang Tian felt a flush of warmth as he held the creature close. The rejuvenating potion was indeed effective. His earlier weakness had been feigned. It was worth it to capture the heart of the harvest deer. Before Jiang Tian could shake off his guilt for deceiving the small creature, his phone buzzed, indicating a private message. Are you there? It was simple, just 2 words and a symbol. Glancing at the screen, Jiang Tian recognized the sender immediately. It was Li Zige, the person who had sold him the coordinates to the secret realm. Though he did not know her name. You came looking for me just as I was seeking you, Jiang Tian thought, feeling quite pleased after his recent victory, were it not for the late hour. He would have considered setting up a small table for a drink. The crossbow is ready. I will send it to you tomorrow. I am rather exhausted right now. If you are still awake. You must have encountered an attack as well, right? I apologize for not being able to deliver the crossbow to you immediately. Jiang Tian, in a good mood, was open to chatting. However, there was a sudden silence on the other end. Puzzled, he wondered why they had stopped responding. What do you want? He inquired. If there's nothing, I'll be resting. Hello. Suddenly, an unsettling thought crossed Jiang Tian's mind, while waiting for the crossbow to be completed. He recalled that many had been attacked by monsters. Some faced fierce assaults, while others were not as severe, if he remembered correctly. These 2 individuals had sought him out to exchange fruits because they were being pursued by monsters. Could it be that they had encountered misfortune and were seeking his help, but were unable to hold on? Guilt washed over Jiang Tian. He'll be honest. The value of Secret Realm coordinate card far exceeded that of 6 fruits. 10 would be well worth it. He had only pressed for a lower price out of concern for potential competition, ultimately offering them 2 fruits. Alas, what a pity. Jiang Tian offered a silent tribute for them. Just then, his phone vibrated again, signaling another message. You're quite the good person. We were about to tease you, but seeing your honesty, we decided to hold off for now. And oh, harm done. Sorry for the intrusion. Sleep well. Good night. Jiang Tian was left utterly bewildered. What on earth? Teasing me. What could they possibly desire from me? I consume spirit fruits and drink spring water. My stats are all full. They clearly lacked a proper understanding of his capabilities. Although he thought this, he could not help but inquire further. What do you mean? You started saying something and then cut off. The response came swiftly. Hurry up and tell me. What could possibly tempt me? You might regret this. Pet Orb item display. Pet Orb, an epic item that allows one to convert monsters into pets and restore their vitality. The more a monster resists, the lower the chance of successful taming. Upon seeing this item, Jiang Tian's eyes gleamed with greed. He turned to glance at the barely breathing giant wolf and hurriedly typed his inquiry. Will it work? I already told you. We were just teasing you. It won't work. Damn it. Why must I pursue this? I'm not afraid of others suffering. I just fear others prospering. Moreover, right before him was a prime second-tier creature with combat prowess. Had it not been for his clever tactics, he would have been crushed in an instant. You have no conscience. Do you believe I won't confiscate your crossbow? We have devised a plan, but alas, you cannot afford it. Jiang Tian silently mused. Indeed, this item is undeniably precious. For others, a pet's assistance can significantly enhance their chances of survival. Not only can it aid in retrieving resources, but can also safeguard the raft, if utilized wisely. It becomes a formidable weapon. Yet, Jiang Tian remained undeterred. Speak up. Offer a price that will allow me to relinquish my desire. Alas, why are you so stubbornly persistent? 10 Qi Ling fruits, if you can procure them. They shall be yours. A minute later, on the reef, Li Zige fell into contemplation. Before her lay a trade box, containing precisely 10 Qi Ling fruits, along with a crossbow. A string of messages from Jiang Tian appeared on her phone. Exchange swiftly, do not dawdle. What are you waiting for? Did you not request 10 fruits? Zhang Qingqing was equally taken aback, for the notion of enticing Jiang Tian had originated from her. What shall we do? Grr, think of a solution. Izage nibbled on her fingernail, her other hand seemingly engaged in calculations. Faced with Li Zige's predicament, Zhang Qingqing steeled her resolve. T worst. We shall default on the debt, or perhaps we could demand 20. And I shall. Li Zige interrupted Zhang Qingqing. It is changed. Zhang Qingqing shook Li Zige's hand. Booger, I am sorry. Boo, let's not exchange, let us default instead, shall we? According to Li Zige's original plan, this pet orb was intended to tame the great fish of the sea. The fish would serve as a mobile base, allowing exploration of other reefs. Subsequently, they would plunder the treasures and stones upon the reefs to foster growth. However, she had not anticipated that Jiang Tian would have stockpiled goods. Where is the justice in this world? Li Zige picked up her phone and messaged Jiang Tian. Provide me with a piece of information, and I shall make the exchange. What is the upper limit of first-tier life? At that moment, Jiang Tian had nearly recovered, crouching before the giant wolf, replying to Li Zige's message. Point 30. All attributes are 30, and one must complete special trials to ascend. After a brief interval, the 10 fruits and the crossbow vanished from his backpack. And the pet orb increased by 1. Seeing this, Jiang Tian felt an immense sense of pride. You truly do not comprehend the value of wealth. I expected much more. It is merely 10. How dare you underestimate me? As the giant wolf teetered on the brink of death, Jiang Tian presented the life orb before its eyes. Though you attempted to ambush me, I have nonetheless vanquished you. This is not my fault. However, now, an opportunity for survival lies before you. You wish to follow me and conquer the seas together. The wolf's gradually dissipating pupils momentarily regained focus and gave the slightest nod. Jiang Tian exhaled in relief. Thankfully, it agreed. Had it refused, the orb would have been reserved for the harvest deer. Yet losing a second-tier combatant would be a painful loss. It was fortunate it consented. Without further ado, Jiang Tian pressed the pet orb against the giant wolf. Chapter 13. Dog food. The pet orb transformed into threads, forming a colossal cocoon that enveloped the black wolf. The giant cocoon resembled an immense light bulb, illuminating nearly the entire beach. Simultaneously, a particularly robust thread departed from the cocoon. Approaching Jiang Tian. Huff! Jiang Tian felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He silently expressed gratitude to the brother who had provided him with the pet orb, then reached out to grasp it in an instant. Jiang Tian sensed a connection with the giant wolf. Before him, a panel materialized, displaying the attributes of the giant wolf. Name: none species. Black giant wolf, fierce beast, life rating, second-tier constitution, 57 speed, 51 perception, 31 energy, 03120 talent, sleepless. Low-level regeneration, sleepless, requires no sleep, attributes enhanced by 5 at night. Low-level regeneration, consumes a large amount of energy for flesh and blood growth. The name being none indicates it has no name. Jiang Tian observed its traits, sleepless, and after a moment of contemplation, he thought of a fitting name. Night Patrol. You shall henceforth be called Night Patrol, the intent of patrolling at night, as you do not sleep. So let us patrol on the panel. The name None vanished, replaced by Night Patrol, signifying its acceptance of the name. This was indeed a positive development. Time passed slowly. The cocoon continued to envelop Night Patrol, but the radiance gradually dimmed, indicating that it had absorbed sufficient energy. Jiang Tian leaned against the harvest deer, awaiting Night Patrol's emergence from the cocoon. Once it appears, you may strike it. I shall support you. The harvest deer nodded and nudged Jiang Tian affectionately. Bang! The cocoon's brilliance faded into darkness, shattering with a resounding crash, revealing Night Patrol amidst a cascade of starlight. Its injuries had healed, and the crossbow bolts and spears embedded in its body had fallen to the ground. Strangely, it seemed to Jiang Tian that the wolf had grown slightly larger. Jiang Tian rose to his feet, locking eyes with Night Patrol. To be honest, gazing into the eyes of such a colossal creature, even knowing it to be his pet, was quite daunting. Night Patrol closed its eyes first, lowering its dark head. "My master," a voice suddenly echoed in Jiang Tian's mind. Initial surprise quickly morphed into ecstatic joy. Night Patrol can speak? How is your condition? Thanks to my master's treasure, my injuries have healed by 70%. The remainder shall be restored by my own regenerative abilities. Regenerative abilities. Jiang Tian glanced at the description of low-level regeneration. I see that your regenerative capacity requires energy. Would you like me to provide you with some food? Praise my master. I am eternally grateful. Night Patrol lowered its head once more. Jiang Tian's words were articulated through speech. Yet Night Patrol's words were transmitted mentally in the eyes of the harvester. This human seemed to have lost his mind. Why is he talking to himself? Has he become foolish? It nudged Jiang Tian's leg, making soft sounds. Night Patrol turned to the harvester. Why, master? This little creature is inquiring if you are unwell. Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback, but as he observed the harvester making its peculiar sounds, realization dawned upon him. Night Patrol was acting as his translator. My heavens. Now he could understand what the harvester was saying. Fortune favors me. An hour later, Jiang Tian sold some materials and constructed a small wooden cabin. After an hour of interaction, the harvester no longer feared Night Patrol, playfully bumping against its body. A giant wolf over 2 meters tall, even when crouched, was still taller than the harvester. Watching them frolic, Jiang Tian smiled. This could be considered his original team. Jiang Tian settled down on the ground, preparing to indulge in a bowl of instant noodles. After the fierce battle, he felt an overwhelming hunger. However, to his embarrassment, he realized he had neither a pot nor water. Prompting him to abandon the idea, he resorted to eating the dry noodle blocks instead, chewing voraciously while his mind remained active. He began to organize the intelligence he had gleaned from the Night Patrol. According to the Night Patrol, he had been targeting the harvester. Generally, such phantom beasts would not be regarded as prey. Yet he seemed to have been eroded by some force, becoming intensely aggressive, consumed by a bloodthirsty urge. That moment, Jiang Tian recalled the Night Patrol's eyes, which had initially been red, turning blue only when on the brink of death. It appeared that this force was rather peculiar. Could it be related to the monstrous upheaval of the night? Jiang Tian, still unsated, opened 3 more packets of instant noodles. It was not that he would consume all 3 and feel full. Rather, he was simply too fatigued. His eyelids felt as if they were about to close. Spreading out a blanket, he pulled the harvester into the small hut to use as a makeshift pillow and collapsed onto the floor, falling asleep. The Night Patrol, requiring no sleep, remained outside on watch. Time passed unmeasured until a ray of sunlight seeped through the cracks of the dwelling, illuminating Jiang Tian's face, rousing him from his slumber. He had experienced a vivid dream. It felt remarkably real, but he found himself on an opulent bed, resting his head on the knee of a woman who fed him grapes and oranges. Though her features were indistinct, Jiang Tian knew she was beautiful. It was exceedingly pleasant. After a while, a burly man with long hair approached, wielding a flashlight in search of him. If he was looking for him, why employ a flashlight? Jiang Tian felt a surge of irritation and awoke abruptly. Upon waking, his anger intensified. He pushed open the door, squinting against the blinding sunlight, and glanced at the gleaming, reflective Night Patrol. Suddenly, he comprehended something. The sunlight seemed to be reflected by the Night Patrol. Infuriating, observing the somewhat weakened Night Patrol, Jiang Tian felt reluctant to strike him. The Night Patrol's recovery relied solely on rejuvenation potions, while his own recovery depended on energy replenishment. It was truly vexing. In such a state, the Night Patrol was incapable of hunting, leaving Jiang Tian to fend for himself. He had no meat to eat. He could only purchase some fish from the trading post for the Night Patrol. Upon searching for food, Jiang Tian was startled to discover that food prices had dropped significantly. Fishman meat and sea corpse rotten flesh were on offer. Fishman meat cost 40 wood per piece, while sea corpse rotten flesh was merely 10 wood per piece. Indeed, without milk, how could one consume rotten flesh? Jiang Tian displayed the screen to the Night Patrol and inquired, "Can you eat rotten flesh?" "My lord, this is difficult to swallow and contains minimal energy." The Night Patrol's voice resonated in his mind, sounding somewhat aggrieved. "If it were rich in energy, I could manage to consume it. But of course, something delicious with abundant energy would be ideal to— troublesome youngling." Jiang Tian continued to explore the trading post when a Night Patrol's massive wolf head leaned in, also peering at the screen. "This one. My lord, I wish to eat this. Jiang Tian gazed at the sea beast meat priced at 300 wood proportion, his lips twitching. How exorbitant! Wait a moment, sea beast. Suddenly, Jiang Tian recalled someone. The great dragon who had auctioned 2 fruits with him. He promptly sent a private message that is brother long around. Do you still have sea beast meat? I wish to exchange for some. Bones would suffice as well. The response came swiftly. Certainly, I have it, and I can spare some bones too. Chapter 14. Monsters on the Island Long, whose true name is Sure Long, arrived in this world endowed with a perfect physique as a natural gift, resulting in an astonishing initial constitution of 16 points. However, after Jiang Tian gifted him 2 fruits, it had already reached 20 points. Sherlong's breakfast consisted of roasted sea beast meat, accompanied by mountain spring water provided by Jiang Tian. That it was most delightful. He wiped his hands on his pants and typed, "How about this? 20 pieces of sea beast meat for 1 spirit fruit. I have over 60 pieces, and I'll keep a few for myself. For 2 fruits, let us say 50 pieces." After sending the message, Sherlong suddenly felt a pang of regret. Would the Phantom Mirage consider this price too steep? He couldn't sacrifice his image for a trifling profit. Just as Sherlong was about to amend his offer, a trading panel popped up that it was for 3 red spirit fruits. I don't hold back. I'll take them all. Sherlong fell silent. Much like the plums from the previous night, he tossed the meat to the night patrol, who eagerly caught it, devouring it with gusto. Should I give a try as well? Jiang Tian never imagined he would be competing with a dog for food. However, the meat indeed appeared delectable. Alas, Jiang Tian was allergic to seafood. He could not partake. Was this considered seafood? It should be. Jiang Tian, doubting his luck, cautiously took a bite of the enticing meat, and instantly, goosebumps erupted along his spine. He would consider a meal for the dog. I could see that moment. The harvest deer awakened, limping out of the small hut. Spotting Jiang Tian, it trotted over and nudged him. Jiang Tian fondly patted the little deer's antlers. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Why not give it a name? It seemed unreasonable to leave it without a proper title. Harvest deer, symbolizing bountiful harvests. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Tian decided that Wugu, 5 grains, was a fitting name, in tune with the theme. Crouching down, he addressed the harvest deer. Little one, I shall bestow upon you a name. From now on, you shall be called Wugu. What do you think? The harvest deer expressed its delight with a joyful yo-yo sound. Meanwhile, the night patrol, still gnawing on meat, chimed in, "My lord, it says it quite likes this name." Having accepted the name, cultivating a bond would be a breeze. Jiang Tian felt that if he could acquire a pet orb now, he could likely tame Wugu immediately. Wugu, yo-yo, Wugu, yo-yo. Jiang Tian played with Wugu as one would with a child. After a while, he decided it was time to prepare his breakfast, though he called it breakfast. It was nearly 10 o'clock. There was no other choice. He had been busy all night and had sustained serious injuries, so waking up at this hour was quite commendable. Jiang Tian purchased 3 more buckets of water, intending to stockpile at home, and he needed to buy a pot. Otherwise, he would have no means to enjoy a warm meal. Jiang Tian spent 40 metal pieces at the trading post to acquire a cooking pot, then called upon the night patrol to accompany him to the mountain spring for water. As they walked, Wugu, unable to keep up, laid down on the night patrol's back. Initially timid, the little deer gradually gained confidence upon realizing that the large wolf had indeed reformed. Thus, they arrived near the spring. However, Jiang Tian was perplexed to find the spring water somewhat murky today. The night patrol lifted its head to sniff the air, revealing a look of disgust. "Its monsters." "Monsters?" Jiang Tian echoed. Yet, the one who reacted most strongly was Wugu, who stood up on the wolf's back, bleeding and gesturing toward its leg. The little one indicated that those were particularly bothersome creatures, and it had been injured by a monster. Even without translation, Jiang Tian understood Wugu's emotions. A thought crossed Jiang Tian's mind. If he were to slay the monster that had attacked Wugu, would his affinity soar? But that was a matter for later. The immediate concern was the spring water. Jiang Tian approached the murky spring water. Night patrol, has this water been contaminated? Monsters did not sound like anything good. And drinking polluted water would be quite troublesome. My lord, it should be fine. Although there's an unpleasant odor, there is no sign of energy leakage in the water. However, I am concerned that if this becomes a drinking point for the monsters, they will quickly deplete the water source. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian's heart sank, that he had been fortunate to discover this water source, and now they were about to lose it. It is imperative to devise a plan to vanquish the beast. And it seems that both Yeshuan and Wugu harbor a profound disdain for the creature. Eliminating the monster would undoubtedly enhance their favor and loyalty. Thus, Jiang Tian decided to prepare additional buckets, filling them all to the brim. The murky spring water from the secret realm contained tainted water that is capable of sedimentation. Fortunately, the system indicated that there were no issues, merely a need for sedimentation. Jiang Tian called upon Yeshuan and Wugu to prepare for their return. After a brief period of sedimentation, the water became crystal clear, and Jiang Tian poured it into the pot, awaiting it to boil. He stacked 2 wooden planks to serve as a makeshift seat, upon which he sat in quiet contemplation. While his physical prowess had indeed improved, he found himself lacking a suitable weapon in such a vast world. Was there truly no other weapon available aside from the wooden spears offered for sale? What of the heavenly sword or the dragon slayer? In this wondrous world, one would expect the existence of extraordinary weapons. Jiang Tian recalled the auction group he had once participated in. That chat represented the pinnacle of players, those with strength, wealth, or intellect. Items that could not be found in the marketplace might very well be available here. After all, his group chat had transformed entirely into a trading hub, where rare items were exchanged for other goods. Jiang Tian opened the chat, revealing an atmosphere bustling with activity. Mr. Wang, do you have any slingshots available? I have a substantial order. Slingshots are currently out of production. However, I have a new venture. Would you be interested in exquisite wooden bows? Ah, congratulations, Mr. Wang, on your prosperous endeavors. What is the price? Oh, we were attacked by a sea beast, resulting in the death of 3 brothers. Thankfully, we managed to slay the creature. As long as it was slain, that's what matters. It seems that killing sea beasts guarantees treasure chests. What valuable items did you obtain? Nothing of great worth. Merely a pair of boots with attributes. They nearly came to blows over those boots. I was fortunate. I killed a skeleton last night and received a treasure chest, which contained a longsword. This will expedite my monster slaying. What is a longsword, really? I traded for a physique potion. Item display. True strength lies in personal fortitude. Your potion is mediocre. It only enhances physique slightly. The group leader's fruit grants a physique of 2 and speed of 1. Utterly worthless. Chapter 15. Ikuan treasures communication is the most effective means to acquire information. Jiang Tian gazed longingly at the boots dropped by the sea beast. Sea-scale battle boots, green physique 1. Speed 2 equipped skill. Water step. Allows walking on water for 5 seconds. Cool down of 30 minutes. Suddenly, Jiang Tian appeared to have an epiphany that if 2 individuals have reached the limit of their base attributes, then their disparity lies solely in their equipment. After all, equipment does not count toward the limit. The more one possesses, the greater the defense. Furthermore, Jiang Tian recognized the competitive nature of that physique potion. At present, the most valuable item in his possession was the spiritual fruit. Should potions flood the market, his business would undoubtedly suffer. Yet, most were oblivious to the importance of equipment, as they had yet to reach their limits. Some even believed that equipment was inferior to physique. Thus, he resolved to seize this opportunity to profit once more. However, Jiang Tian found himself in a quandary. It was impossible to flood the market with spiritual fruit. Aiding others was one concern. More importantly, rarity breeds value. Should many become aware of the abundance of fruit in his possession, they would inevitably leverage this knowledge to inflate prices. That he stroked his chin. Feeling the stubble that had begun to grow, a thought crossed his mind. Pre-sale. He could initiate a transaction for a batch, then claim that his fruit was no longer available, stating that it required time to grow anew. Yet, he quickly dismissed this idea, setting aside the opinions of others. He himself did not believe such a claim. That wouldn't this be a blatant act of deception? Having been deceived by grand promises from others, would he now attempt to deceive himself? Jiang Tian could already envision the scene of everyone leaving the chat in droves upon hearing his proposal. They were all his cash cows. There was no need to rush the harvest. Yet, Jiang Tian soon considered another strategy, finding someone trustworthy to sell items on his behalf. Trustworthy individuals. He realized he had none at a. As he perused his friend list, he sought along a potential patsy. While he was not truly trustworthy, he was familiar that DeLong was too naive, easily duped. Far away, in some oceanic expanse, the seemingly earnest Sherlong was haggling with others when he suddenly sneezed. Who is thinking of me? Sherlong never anticipated that his facade of honesty would cause him to miss out on an opportunity to collaborate with Jiang Tian. If given another chance, he would undoubtedly display his cleverness. Jiang Tian looked at the remaining potential patsies with a sense of guilt. He had taken advantage of them on numerous occasions and had used them as shields. It weighed heavily on his conscience. While lamenting, he sent a message to Li Zigao, inquiring if she was available to tea that moment. Li Zigao was enjoying her lunch, happily munching on a fish alongside Zhang Qingqing. Suddenly, Zhang Qingqing noticed Li Zigao's phone light up. You have a message. Check who is contacting you. Li Zigao wiped her hands and grabbed her phone to take a glance at. Oh, she exclaimed, then began typing a reply. A rare visitor. What brings you here? Li Zigao's physical condition had improved significantly. After trading 10 fruits with Jiang Tian, she had consumed 2, leaving the rest for Zhang Qingqing. She remained cautious around Jiang Tian, deeming him a shrewd individual. Your crossbow is ready. I'll hand it to you shortly. Oh. Is there anything else? Jiang Tian recalled their first encounter, feeling a twinge of annoyance. You are quite astute. Would you be interested in a collaboration? Collaboration? Not a transaction. Li Zigao pondered for a moment. She had nothing of value to offer for collaboration. If he had a need, it could only be for her people, connecting the dots to his identity as a purveyor of spiritual fruit. She recalled the recent emergence of physique potions. She murmured, seemingly grasping the situation. Are you looking to split the profits from the physique potions? At that moment, Jiang Tian was in the midst of drinking water, which he inadvertently spat out, soaking Yeshuan's face. Observing Yeshuan's innocent expression, Jiang Tian patted his head, thinking, this person is truly clever. Not too bad. It's not a significant impact, after all. I am the raw material. The reply came swiftly. How would the collaboration work? What benefits can I expect? Gazing at the prolonged silence in message bar, she felt a surge of triumph. She had finally seized the initiative. After experiencing setbacks at Jiang Tian's hands, this time she was determined to make him pay dearly. Upon receiving the message, she glanced down at I require a proxy to sell on my behalf, using the fruits to trade for equipment. The value of which I will determine. As for the benefits, it depends on whether you find the fruit's price to be higher or the equipment's. Upon reading this, Li Zigao paused in surprise. This person must not have been in the group this morning. How could he be unaware of such significant news? Could it be that the rumors of the legendary 66666 were indeed referring to just one individual? I will exchange one piece of information for Qingling fruit. This would undoubtedly be of use to you. Jiang Tian was momentarily dumbfounded. What information could possibly hold such value? The other party quickly sent another message. I can provide the information first, allowing you to determine its worth. Please proceed. Have you heard of Ikuan Treasures in Li Yihao, the auction and appraisal group that frequently makes headlines? They currently possess a blueprint for crafting physique potions. Moreover, they are actively seeking to purchase Qilingu, which means Qilingu is part of their raw material requirements. The more fruits you sell, the more precarious your situation becomes. I have no idea how many fruits you have. But once you sell them all, they will have a monopoly. A group of 300 people is on the lookout for spiritual fruits in the market. Even if you sell to others, how can you guarantee that the fruits won't be resold to Ikuan Treasures? Furthermore, Li Yihao is inquiring about your whereabouts. You can imagine their attitude towards you. As Jiang Tian read Li Zigao's message, he found himself at a loss for words. Had he truly overlooked such critical information? No, it was not merely oversight. He had been excessively fatigued and asleep, thus missing the intelligence. Ikuan Treasures. Jiang Tian certainly had an impression of them. They were a large group with a rather poor reputation, ruling as an underground force in Haijing City due to their immense wealth. However, that was all in the past. Here, everyone was starting from scratch. Yet, Jiang Tian was curious. Shouldn't they have approached him first for raw materials? Or had they reached out, but he simply had not noticed? Jiang Tian glanced at the transaction records and found no evidence of anyone exchanging items with him. Could it be? With a furrowed brow, Jiang Tian rummaged through his private messages. Amidst the myriad of begging messages, he unearthed the buried conversation with AI Kun Baoyi. Just as I suspected. Initially, Jiang Tian had perceived AI Kun Baoyi's emergence as a double-edged sword, nearly securing a stable market for Lingua. However, the other party clearly held a different view, completely underestimating him. Respect must be mutual. If you do not respect me, why should I bother with you? There were certainly members of AI Kun Baoyi in the group chat, and he had explicitly stated that his private messages were overwhelmed and that they should trade something to reach him. Yet, they failed to do so. Furthermore, they were probing for information about him. How intriguing. Do they genuinely harbor discontent towards him? Is it perhaps due to him encroaching on their territory? A smirk crept across Jiang Tian's lips. So, AI Kun Baoyi, is it? He traded a Qing Lingua to Li Ziga. Brother, I've sent you the item. Shall we continue our collaboration? Chapter 16. Equipment only Jiang Tian can use. Li Ziga was taken aback by Jiang Tian's proposition for collaboration. However, upon considering the value of Lingua, she soon dismissed her surprise with a smile. Wealth stirs the heart. She chuckled and replied, Collaborate? For what purpose? To bring down AI Kun Baoyi. Jiang Tian's response quickly followed. Incorrect. AI Kun Baoyi is not worth the trouble. We should sell as usual. She had initially thought Jiang Tian sought her cooperation to disrupt the market and inconvenience AI Kun Baoyi. However, she soon realized he did not regard AI Kun Baoyi as a significant concern at all. It was evident that Jiang Tian's ambitions lay elsewhere. Then, what do you wish for me to assist you with? Jiang Tian's message came in swiftly. Nothing major, just help me keep an eye out for anyone acquiring valuable items or any significant events at IS that all. Indeed. Very well, I am Li Ziga, honored to serve you efficiently. Boss, Jiang Tian's lips twitched. He could almost envision the sarcastic expression on the other side. Clearly, she was still unconvinced. Snuffing out his phone, he gazed at the boiling water in the scorching pot, tossing in 3 packs of instant noodles along with the seasoning. The noodles cooked quickly, and as Jiang Tian preferred them a bit firmer, he merely rinsed them in hot water. Slurping them down, Jiang Tian truly did not regard AI Kun Baoyi as a concern. As long as the grains were plentiful, the yield of Lingua would be substantial. He could not allow the fear of inadvertently benefiting AI Kun Baoyi to deter him from acquiring equipment. That would be self-sabotage. As he consumed his noodles, Jiang Tian pondered how to procure suitable equipment. He did not believe that items like sand, clay, or stones could be exchanged for such rare gear. Thus, trading rare items would necessitate rare goods in return. After finishing his noodles, Jiang Tian reopened his phone, checking the group chat for any potential bargains at that moment. He stumbled upon an intriguing discovery. The equipment for the mage class was significantly cheaper compared to melee and range classes. Some individuals had collected mage gear and were reselling it secondhand. Out of curiosity, he scrolled up to uncover the reason. It was due to energy value. Each individual possessed 100 points of energy, and even a slight activation of a staff would deplete it entirely. Additionally, due to low perception, the recovery speed was painfully slow, and the damage output was relatively modest. TO enhanced damage. One would require skill books. However, a single skill book was exorbitantly priced and scarcely available on the market, all being family heirlooms. This led to the current situation where, despite knowing that mages could wreak havoc in the later stages, they were ignored in the early game. Nevertheless, if Jiang Tian could procure 10 Qing Lingua, that would suffice. Suddenly, Jiang Tian recalled an item he had yet to utilize. The title Pioneer? Yes, with this, he need not fear running low on mana. He could become a spell-casting powerhouse. Moreover, there were no class restrictions here. He could simply switch weapons when the time came. He almost forgot his golden opportunity. Jiang Tian was inclined to slap himself. As he perused the displayed equipment within the group, he began to make selections. Half an hour passed, and Jiang Tian found nothing of worth. Although he understood that many valuable items would not be openly traded, he could not be left to fight in gear with negative attributes. What was this? A robe that granted 2 perception but -4 constitution. A ring that provided 3 perception but -2 speed. Utter nonsense. How could a mage battle without constitution and speed? Did they expect him to merely cast spells? Wait, something seemed off. In any case, the majority of the equipment was of this inferior quality. After much effort, he finally discovered a light leather armor, green, with 2 constitution and 4 speed. Normal equipment. What? Asking for 2 red lingua? No wonder you can't sell it. After some haggling, Jiang Tian acquired the armor for the price of 1 red lingua. Once he secured the leather armor, Jiang Tian continued to sift through the messages. Time passed without him noticing, and suddenly, his eyes lit up. A ritual ring had been posted. Not an accessory, but a staff-type piece of equipment with 2 skills, a coveted item for aspiring mages. Brother, you're kidding me. Exactly, this item is far too inferior. Selling it would pain my conscience. What on earth? Let me check the item details. This is an exquisite item. The ritual ring. Item display. Ritual ring, blue for perception. -1 constitution equipment skill. Quick casting. Passive skill. Reduces casting speed by 80. Decreases skill power by 20. Equipment skill. Instant chanting. Active skill. Consumes triple energy for uninterrupted chanting. Increasing spell power. Lasting 5 seconds. Cooldown. 30 minutes. Indeed, it was rather exquisite, but it was also somewhat deceptive. With low mana, it reduced skill power. The second skill, however, was quite beneficial. Uninterrupted chanting could lead to explosive damage output. Right? Brother, let me share a secret with you. What? Using a staff to unleash energy requires 30 points. No mage can withstand 4 shots with triple consumption. You can only shoot once. Damn. What rubbish. Jiang Tian gazed at the equipment information, his eyes gleaming. Was this not a match made in heaven for him? After nearly half an hour of searching, he had finally discovered a piece of equipment that pleased him. While it might be deemed trash by others, for Jiang Tian, it was a divine artifact. He promptly sent a private message. I'll take this ring. The other party was taken aback, surprised that the group leader would be interested in his treasure. Brother, I must advise you, once this item is sold, there are no returns that I need to confirm that you genuinely wish to buy it, rather than just toying with me. Jiang Tian inwardly cursed. Why was this person so tedious? Just name your price. Meanwhile, in another location, Huang Mao was bouncing around like a monkey, clutching his phone. Wow, someone bought it. Someone bought it. The woman with the nose ring, who had been fishing for resources, approached with advice. Ask him for 2 fruits to see. Huang Mao rolled his eyes at her. Are you out of your mind? This trash could sell for 2 fruits? I need to do a handstand to wash my hair. Damn it, aren't we short on this stuff? Huang Mao scoffed. If you hadn't sold the blueprint for 100 stones, it could have easily gone for a fruit. Do you believe I'll gouge your eyes out? Ha! I'll rip your nose ring off. Amidst their childish bickering, the leather-clad man gathered resources, sighing at their arduous plight that it wasn't just hard work. It was a tough fate. Jiang Tian, oblivious to the situation surrounding the ring, had inadvertently trapped the group that had previously scammed him with the crossbow. These individuals were truly his lucky stars. First the crossbow blueprint, now the ritual ring that if he had known, he would have bowed in gratitude. Acquiring the ring for 1 red lingua, the seller was astonished that this seemingly undesirable item was so valuable. Grateful, he even gifted Jiang Tian a 1-meter-long octopus that, the octopus is cheap, but it's a night patrol. Red lingua -1 ritual ring 1 dog food 1 once the ring was in hand. Jiang Tian eagerly adorned it. A faint connection with the ring flickered in his mind. Jiang Tian raised his hand. The instant chanting skill activated, but a series of pale blue energy orbs emanated from his palm, expanding outward. Before learning any skills, a mage's primary combat method consisted of the energy orbs inherent to their weapon. For others, these orbs offered low damage and low consumption. However, for Jiang Tian, the situation was entirely different. Each energy orb resembled a cannonball, crashing into the ground and exploding violently, creating deep craters. Jiang Tian continued to unleash his power. Boom, 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 boom. Chapter 17. The Mountains of the Spirit Beast Island Region. 6666 Personal ID. 666666 Race. Human Life Rating. First Stage Constitution. 31 Agility. 34 Perception. 34 Energy. 340340. Crafting Level. 51100. Logging Level. 1100 Equipment. Ritual Ring. Blue. Light Leather Armor. Green. Jiang Tian gazed at his information, then glanced at the numerous large pits he had created outside. His heart was filled with emotion. His attributes remained largely unchanged compared to before. However, after donning the ritual ring, he had transformed into an exceedingly brutal killing machine. Naturally, the rapidity of his firepower was greatly enhanced by his title, Pioneer. Pioneer, unique awarded to the first player to enter the Secret Realm. Players holding this title experience a significant reduction in energy consumption and within the confines of the Spirit Beast Island. Their spell power is doubled. Indeed, it was formidable, a divine skill tailored for mages. Jiang Tian turned to observe Night Watch, who was gnawing on a giant octopus, and seized its tail. Come, let's practice. Jiang Tian was eager to ascertain his current combat capabilities and to witness the ferocity of the unscathed Night Watch. Night Watch savored a bite of spicy ocean skin, smacking its lips, and a voice resonated in Jiang Tian's mind. Why, Lord, I am finished. Finished. Jiang Tian and Night Watch stood facing each other, while Wugu remained at a distance. Looking fragile and delicate, and Jiang Tian couldn't help but worry that even a shockwave might severely injure it. Suddenly, a crisp deer call echoed, akin to a starting gun on a racetrack. With that signal, Night Watch vanished from its position and almost instantaneously appeared before Jiang Tian. Seeing Night Watch arrive with the swiftness of lightning, Jiang Tian was astounded. Wow, so fast! It seemed that his strategy had indeed been successful. Had Night Watch possessed this speed the previous night, he would have perished without understanding how. Jiang Tian swiftly dodged to the side, then turned to unleash an energy sphere that struck Night Watch directly. Boom! Night Watch tensed its muscles mid-flight to avoid being injured by the energy sphere, demonstrating an acute battle instinct when its mind was clear. IKT even understood how to absorb the force to prevent secondary damage from the explosion. Had it been the previous night, it would have charged in recklessly. Observing Night Watch retreat a step, Jiang Tian inquired, "Can my attacks harm you?" "My lord, I can withstand the damage from a single attack. But that skill of yours that rapidly fires multiple energy spheres would severely injure me if it struck." Jiang Tian waved his hand, having gained a thorough understanding of fully evolved Night Watch. "Very well, continue with your meal. By the way," Jiang Tian asked, "how formidable are the magical beasts?" Upon mentioning magical beasts, Night Watch's expression turned disdainful, while Wugu appeared ready to charge at them. "They are much weaker than I. But they typically travel in packs, making them quite troublesome that we Guardians once faced a great battle when the magical beasts first arrived. Their king was nearly equal in strength to our Wolf King. Failing to drive them away was a dereliction of duty on our part. IT was fortunate that magical beasts were somewhat weaker than Night Watch." Jiang Tian seemed to catch on to some intelligence. "Guardians, what do you guard?" Indeed, the three of U.S. races guard the mountains. However, Night Watch's response left Jiang Tian dissatisfied. He yearned for more specific information, such as what treasures or deeper dangers lay within the mountains. "I do not know. I have never ventured into the mountains." Jiang Tian's curiosity about this island intensified. Wugu was a spirit beast, Night Watch was a fierce beast, and there were magical beasts yet to be encountered. What was the nature of their relationships? Suddenly, Wugu called out, seemingly aware of something within. "Night Watch, please translate." The little creature indicated that there was an altar inside, and the magical beasts were heading toward it. "An altar? I must find a way to investigate. There may be unexpected gains, of course. Despite having gained considerable combat strength, caution was still paramount." Jiang Tian retrieved the Secret Realm coordinate card and glanced at it. It explicitly stated that only beings of second-stage life could access this island, that he needed to devise a way to complete that trial, that if they survived on a raft, then the trial must also be conducted at sea. Thus far, he had seen no trial-related items in the group chat and could not conjure any ideas, so he decided to put it aside for the moment. Having filled his belly, Jiang Tian resolved to find a suitable place to settle down. Yesterday, he had been quite taken with the spring he had discovered. It was nestled between two mountains with flat terrain surrounding it, a perfect spot for establishing a home. However, that area had been discovered by magical beasts. In establishing a base, there would mean facing their ambushes. Jiang Tian did not wish to be surprised by a fierce beast again at midnight. The harrowing battle from yesterday still lingered in his mind. Moreover, he had run out of rejuvenating potions, and needed to devise a plan to ambush them or construct a sturdy base to aid in slaying the magical beasts with a thought. He opened his phone to search for defensive structures. After a thorough search, he found a blueprint that seemed quite suitable. Iron spike fence crafting requirements. 10 metal sheets, 2 metal blocks. Damn, I can't afford that at all. Moreover, the trader was demanding 5 metal blocks in exchange for it, which was hardly worth it. Jiang Tian believed the blueprint was only worth 2 or 3 metal blocks, so he intended to haggle. If negotiations fell through, he would simply offer a spirit fruit instead. After some back-and-forth bargaining, Jiang Tian managed to lower the price. He traded 1 metal ingot and 30 metal sheets to acquire it. Holding the blueprint in his hands, he recognized its significance. The resource requirements were steep. While he had plenty of metal sheets, metal blocks were exceedingly scarce. Although blueprints were becoming more common, truly valuable items for trade remained rare. With no other options, he would have to seek trouble with the magical beasts. Deep in the jungle, a pitch-black lizard approached the spring where Jiang Tian had been drawing water. Its eyes glowed red, emanating a sinister aura. Suddenly, the black lizard lifted its head, sniffing the air as if it had detected something. Akti opened its mouth and let out a howl, summoning 2 smaller lizards from the underbrush. They sniffed the air, exchanged glances, and then their gazes fell in unison upon a small path leading to the seaside, evidence of Jiang Tian and his companions' water gathering. Hissus, the largest of the 3, howled, and the trio of black lizards began to slither towards the seaside, targeting Jiang Tian's temporary camp. Chapter 18. The Magical Beast Attack. The first chest unaware of the impending danger, Jiang Tian continued searching for items to combat the magical beasts. Suddenly, Night Watch, still gnawing on the octopus, abruptly lifted its head, fixating intently on the depths of the forest. My lord, the magical beasts are coming. Jiang Tian was taken aback. How did they find me first? Did I expose something? However, there was no time to ponder this. He needed to prepare for battle. Rising to his feet, Jiang Tian drew his spear. Moments later, 3 pitch-black lizards emerged from the dense foliage. They paid no heed to the giant wolf or the human. Their eyes were fixated on a small white deer. The crimson of their irises was filled with malice. Yet, held back by the threat posed by Night Watch, they did not attack immediately. Meanwhile, Wugu trembled in fear, hiding behind Jiang Tian. Seeing this, Jiang Tian began to understand. Wugu had mentioned that her leg had been injured by a magical beast, indicating that spirit beasts were highly alluring to magical beasts. When he had gone to fetch water, he had brought along the injured Wugu, leaving a scent in the air. Lizard species possessed acute olfactory senses, implying that these 3 were from the pack that had claimed the spring. Jiang Tian was unsure how many magical beasts were aware of other water sources. He gently patted Wugu. You go inside the house. Let me avenge you, Yo-Yo. Wugu nudged Jiang Tian affectionately before dashing into the shelter. Oh, Hissus! Night Watch roared defiantly at the magical beasts. One wolf stood steadfast against 3 magical beasts, its aura unwavering. Jiang Tian felt an inexplicable familiarity with this kind of magical beast, as if he had encountered it before. However, there was no time to dwell on it. He needed to take the initiative. The opposing side had the numerical advantage. While Night Watch could win one-on-one, facing 3 was another matter entirely. Thus, Jiang Tian aimed at the smallest of the magical beasts. Instantly, he began to chant. He would strike first in an instant. No fewer than 20 energy spheres shot from Jiang Tian's hands, resembling shooting stars as they bombarded the smallest magical beast. Boom! 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 In an instant. Scales flew in disarray as the beast was violently hurled onto its back, its belly exposed to the sky, that a significant portion of its body had been obliterated, rendering it evidently lifeless. With this, the numbers had been equalized. Moreover, Jiang Tian discerned that this creature's defensive capabilities were considerably inferior to those of the Night Watch, estimated to be about 1/3 less robust. With a commanding roar, Jiang Tian shouted, Night Watch, engage! You handle the larger one, and I shall deal with the smaller. Let us conclude this swiftly. A fierce howl erupted from Night Watch, who did not communicate telepathically with Jiang Tian, but instead let out a raw, primal call. Together, man and wolf charged earnestly towards the beast. Midway through their advance, Jiang Tian suddenly recalled that he was, after all, a mage. What was the point of rushing in? He abruptly halted, conjuring an energy sphere, and hurled it with force towards the adversary. Jiang Tian's energy spheres manifested roughly every 2 seconds, and the beast, caught off guard, took the brunt of one, staggering back as its scales were sent flying in all directions. Seeing the effect of his magic, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. While it was effective, its impact was rather minimal. Meanwhile, Night Watch had already engaged in fierce combat with the beast. The two towering creatures, each over 2 meters tall, were locked in a brutal struggle, their teeth and claws tearing at one another in a spectacle that left Jiang Tian aghast. The beast let out a ferocious roar and lunged at Night Watch, who nimbly dodged, but the beast's tail followed closely behind, striking Night Watch with a resounding smack. The tail possessed the ability to temporarily paralyze its foes. Night Watch twitched momentarily from the impact, but quickly regained its composure. Seizing the opportunity, the beast lunged forward, aiming to sever Night Watch's throat with its jaws. With a resounding boom, Jiang Tian launched another energy sphere, providing crucial assistance to Night Watch. The creature staggered, and Night Watch capitalized on the moment, delivering a powerful strike to the top of the beast's head, driving it into the ground with immense force. Observing Night Watch gaining the upper hand, Jiang Tian turned his attention back to the beast that was still approaching him. He couldn't help but reflect on how, given the distance and time, he could have easily closed the gap, though the beast's physical strength allowed it to hold its own against Night Watch. Its speed was woefully inadequate, a fatal flaw in this encounter. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Jiang Tian conjured yet another energy sphere, striking the beast once more before retreating. Under Jiang Tian's relentless onslaught, the pursuing beast had endured over 10 energy spheres. Blood flowed profusely from its head, and after a barrage of attacks, its brain seemed nearly scrambled. Eventually, it halted its pursuit, turning instead toward Night Watch. Jiang Tian was taken aback. After all, it was a one-on-one fight that did not concern him. Before he could unleash another energy sphere, the beast paused mid-charge, glanced towards the battlefield where Night Watch was engaged, and its expression shifted dramatically. It abruptly turned tail and fled. Jiang Tian gaped in astonishment. Night Watch was indeed ferocious. That moment, Night Watch stood on its hind legs, raising its claws, which crackled with the force of thunder, and brought them crashing down. The beast lay beneath its paw, immobilized in its terrified gaze. Night Watch's claws expanded ominously, and in the next instant, the creature's head exploded like a watermelon. If Jiang Tian was not mistaken, the impact had even produced a sonic boom. With a triumphant howl, Night Watch charged towards the fleeing beast, entangling it once more, while Jiang Tian seized the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to the beast's head. Achieving a resounding victory to end this battle, Night Watch bore numerous wounds. Yet Jiang Tian remained unscathed. Observing his panting companion, he felt a surge of gratitude for having such a sturdy shield. Otherwise, facing all 3 beasts at once might have proven overwhelming. His gaze fell upon the corpse of the beast, and to his astonishment, a floating treasure chest appeared above it. The chest was exquisitely crafted, adorned with a large skull with ram's horns, glowing faintly with a blue light. Jiang Tian stared at the chest, bewildered. It was rather unfortunate. This was the first time he had encountered a treasure chest since arriving in this survival world. However, retrieving items from the sea was impossible, and the waves refused to wash anything ashore. It seemed unlikely he would manage to fish anything out for the kill. It could indeed be considered his first, given that Night Watch had been tamed as his companion. At this moment, Jiang Tian felt a wave of excitement and even washed his hands with spring water. To be honest, having grown accustomed to bartering fruit for supplies in this survival game, the sudden appearance of a treasure chest left him somewhat disoriented. Proper etiquette in dealing with treasure chests must be observed. It was simply a matter of respect. Just as he was about to open the treasure chest, Night Watch approached, only to be kicked away by Jiang Tian. "Stay back. You're too dark. You're affecting my luck, Night Watch." Suddenly, Jiang Tian seemed to recall something and hurriedly dashed towards the grains, grabbing a handful. Grains, you're white. Come with me." Chapter 19. Third Order Life Trial Card. Auction resumes. Jiang Tian embraced the grains and opened a largest treasure chest from the slain beast. In a moment of intuition, he sensed that something extraordinary awaited him. Upon retrieving the items from within the chest, he was left speechless. Third-order life trial card, an exceedingly rare item, a passport to higher life forms. Upon use, it allows one to initiate the trial from second-order life to third-order life. Speechless, Jiang Tian felt a pang of disappointment. He was truly shackled by the second-order life card. He turned to open the other two chests. Beginner Rejuvenation Potion Blueprint for Spiked Lizard Chest Armor Requirements. Spiked Lizard Scales 10. 1 bottle of Spiked Lizard Blood. Metal Sheets 5. Metal Blocks 2. Leather 2. Compounds 2. Jiang Tian's luck was decent. Although the price of the Rejuvenation Potion had recently plummeted, it remained a vital item for survival. Essentially a form of hard currency. The blueprint for the Spiked Lizard Chest Armor was even rarer. It was an equipment blueprint, and as far as Jiang Tian knew, no one had claimed to possess one. However, crafting it would be prohibitively expensive, requiring not only compounds but also metal blocks. Gazing at the third-order life trial card in his hand, he felt a twinge of regret. It was frustrating to have such a valuable item within reach, yet be unable to utilize it. Wait a moment, the trial card, the rejuvenation potion, the equipment blueprint, they all seemed to pertain to enhancing combat capabilities. He understood that resource chests would never yield weapons, a fact that had become common knowledge among them. Suddenly, Jiang Tian experienced a moment of clarity. The second-order life trial card was for hunting sea beasts. He opened his phone and located Li Zijie. "Are you there?" "Hello, boss. Are you here for inspection?" Li Zijie's response came swiftly, as if she had been waiting by her phone. In truth, she and her companions had been idly scrolling through their devices since Jiang Tian had taken the pet orb from them. Leaving them with little to do, Jiang Tian inquired, "Do you have any intel on second-order life trial cards?" "None." Feeling a slight sense of disappointment, Jiang Tian realized he would need to devise a way to secure a boat for venturing out to sea. Perhaps he should simply issue a bounty. Surely someone would have information to share. Oh, right, boss. Icon Trading has announced in the auction group that they are looking to acquire a large quantity of spirit fruits. And they have traded for some valuable items. Perhaps they have what you're seeking. Icon Trading again? Still in his group? Were they attempting to lure him in? So haughty. It seemed they had not procured many fruit from independent sellers. Which meant Jiang Tian held the upper hand in negotiations. That a plan began to take shape in his mind. In the unknown seas, Icon Trading's raft had expanded to an intimidating size, while others operated rafts of mere dozens of square meters. Theirs had grown to encompass an area comparable to 2 basketball courts. Surrounding this colossal raft were several smaller ones, resembling a fleet of escort ships, surrounding an aircraft carrier, Liehao, with a square face and hands clasped behind his back. Wore a stormy expression, but he could hardly believe that after a full day of gathering spirit fruits, they had only managed to collect 3, 2 of which had come from Jiang Tian's dealings. It had been a costly endeavor. What could 3 fruits accomplish, based on the blueprint's yield, that would only translate to about 15 potions? Moreover, there was no functionality to increase the rate of spirit fruit acquisition. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rising frustration, Liehao's demeanor gradually shifted to one of calm composure. After a while, one of his subordinates, noting his brother's improved mood, mustered the courage to speak up. "Boss, that kid truly lacks appreciation. We reached out to him privately, and it was an honor for him. The fact that he hasn't responded yet is outrageous. If he were in Haijing, I would have put a sack over his head by now." Liehao snorted coldly, offering no response. "Go summon a Rue." The subordinate nodded and prepared to fetch him. "Wait," Liehao said, rubbing his temples, "but don't bring him over. Instead, tell him that if that kid doesn't make contact within 3 hours, we'll toss him into the sea to feed the fish." The subordinate was momentarily taken aback. "Wasn't it you who instructed a Rue and not to trade anything and to communicate privately?" Alas, poor Rue. However, this sentiment was only expressed internally. He dared not voice it aloud. That he soon departed from the main raft, rushing to the small raft to call out to others. Liehao glanced over the retreating figure of his subordinate, his gaze shifting to the distance, gradually turning cold. His physical prowess had now reached a remarkable level of 16, and he felt an invigorating vitality coursing through his every movement. This very vitality had sparked within him an even greater ambition. 300 individuals were still too few. He murmured to himself that a woman beside him approached and wrapped her arm around his, softly saying, "Brother Hao, please don't be angry. It's just a foolish boy. You could crush him with a mere finger. Right now, should we?" Li Yihao brushed her arm aside. "That I lack the inclination for such matters at present. Go amuse yourself." The woman, understanding his mood, retreated to the side, waiting for further instruction. Suddenly, a bald man in a black suit approached and bowed. "Greetings, big brother and sister-in-law." This was an unexpected turn of events. Yihao did not turn around, but replied coolly, "Ahu, what is it?" The bald man, Ahu, held a mobile phone in his hand, which appeared diminutive against his massive frame. "That lad is organizing another auction. Let him do as he pleases. What is being auctioned?" "Tenshi Ling fruits." Yihao abruptly turned around. "How many?" Ahu began to sweat slightly, glancing at the phone to confirm he had misread. When his subordinate had informed him, he had reacted similarly. Thus, Ahu directly handed over the phone that "It is better to present the information directly than to speak 1,000 words." Yihao took the phone, glanced at it, and returned it to Ahu. Beneath his calm demeanor lay a tempestuous storm. How could there be so many? How much stock does he possess? "Big brother, shall we participate in the auction?" Ahu asked cautiously. Yihao shot him a glance and replied indifferently, "We will not participate." Ahu was taken aback. Although the outside world claimed that the Ikuan group held a monopoly, he was well aware of his own circumstances. Struggling with a lack of materials, he could only offer a few bottles. Moreover, they were reliant on supplies from that side, which was quite tight. Yihao's voice then rang out. "Do not participate in the auction. Seek that lad directly." He pondered the news of Jiang Tian's stroll, filled with resentment. Tenshi Ling fruits, packaged for trade, with the first price sealed in a competitive auction. This auction requires a metallic token for entry. Jiang Tian surveyed the news of his own auction, feeling quite satisfied. A sealed competitive auction ensures that no one knows the bids of others, compelling them to offer the highest possible price. This method of auction would yield bids close to their true valuation of the items. The IT was perfectly suited to counter the individuals from Ikuan Bayoi. "Aren't you in urgent need? Didn't you insist on not adhering to my rules?" "Very well, I'll host a sealed competitive auction. Not only will others secretly vie for the items, but if you wish to participate, you must come and find me." Jiang Tian cradled the 5 grains, patiently waiting for the fish to take the bait. Metal Block 1, note. "I am Li Yihao. We could discuss the auction matter privately." Jiang Tian smiled lightly. "Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently from the start. Never offend your material suppliers." Metal Block 1, note. "Greetings, comrade. We are military personnel. We could discuss matters." It appears there may be unexpected delight. Chapter 20. Li Yihao's treachery and the marvelous use of sea beast crystals. The news of Jiang Tian trading 10 fruits spread like wildfire in the global chat. Most were abuzz with discussions about it. Truly, those who are parched perish from drought, while those inundated drown. I was just boasting about catching a half-meter-long fish when this news hit me. Are they using hacks? I don't even have a ticket to their auction. I do possess a metal ingot, but if I enter, won't I just be delivering supplies? This metal ingot is worth a fortune. It constitutes my entire wealth. I consider myself fortunate, as I have a bottle of basic rejuvenation potion. Who asked you? Good heavens, what on earth is a Qi Ling fruit? Can it truly be obtained from a resource box? Of course, I traded 1 fruit with Ikuan Bayoi for quite a few good items. Oh, what a surprise. 1-1 in this barren ocean game. The only form of entertainment left for the populace seems to be gossip. Zhang Qingqing held her phone aloft and called out to Li Zijie, "Girl, look, this rogue is attempting to swindle again." She merely expressed her prejudice against Jiang Tian, not realizing it revealed his true intentions. Li Zijie chuckled. "Swindle? He merely dug a well ahead of time, and Ikuan Bayoi is begging him to jump in." Zhang Qingqing pointed her finger at her chin, tilting her head at a blatant scheme. "Indeed," she replied. "He is quite ruthless, employing a first-price sealed competitive auction. Moreover, from the simple exchanges I had with Lulu, I gathered that even after the auction concludes, he will not disclose how much others bid." Zhang Qingqing appeared slightly bewildered. "How can you be certain Ikuan Bayoi will secure the bid? There are plenty of factions with more resources than him." Li Zijie gently exhaled on her glasses. continuing to wipe them. Ching ching, you silly goose, this auction is specifically aimed at Ikuan boy. Jiang Tian observed the 23 metal ingots he had traded for, reflecting on how swiftly wealth could be amassed this way. Initially, he had but one metal ingot, yet he now possessed 24. Construction on the iron-spiked fence could commence. Jiang Tian immediately began crafting. However, to his surprise, each one required half an hour. Reluctantly, he decided to produce 10 and let them hang quietly. He began to respond to inquiries, asking them to wait. Among the messages, two stood out. Point one was from Li Yihao, and the other from a military individual named Deng Taifeng. Jiang Tian first replied to Li Yihao. "Hello. Please wait here. I'll attend to others first." He understood that even if he approached Li Yihao first, he would likely be left waiting. It was better to take the initiative and engage with a more earnest Deng Taifeng first. Li Yihao indeed wished to leave Jiang Tian hanging, but upon receiving Jiang Tian's message, he felt a knot tighten in his chest. He was not a magnanimous person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted petulantly simply because Jiang Tian had seized their opportunity. To refrain from retaliation would only mean admitting his inferiority. He contemplated blocking Jiang Tian, but feared his plans would be rendered useless. In a fit of rage, Li Yihao suddenly slapped his mistress, leaving her momentarily stunned. The nearby subordinates remained silent, knowing their boss had once again suffered a setback. "Greetings, comrade. I am Deng Taifeng from the station military in Haijing. May I ask your name?" The other party was quite polite, and Jiang Tian reciprocated. "Greetings. You may call me Huan Shun." "Comrade Huan Shun, contacting you at this juncture, I trust you understand our purpose." Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. What was going on? Could it be that some far-fetched scenario was unfolding where his possessions would be confiscated? If that were the case, he would feel rather embarrassed. "Comrade Huan Shun, we have received a report. Ikuan Baoi has colluded with the Rizi people. He provided them with coordinates, and in return, they supplied him with body-enhancing potions and a rare material." What the hell? This is quite the scoop. Jiang Tian thought to himself. How had Li Yihao established contact with the Rizi people? Were they not from different regions? He mentally calculated how to leverage this intelligence for maximum resource gain. Deng Taifeng continued sending messages. "We share this information to urge you not to sell to anyone from Ikuan Baoi. We are uncertain of their profit-sharing arrangement, but it is certain that the Rizi people will acquire a substantial quantity of body-enhancing potions. For the safety of the seas in Huaxia, we hope you will consider this. Also, Comrade Huan Shun, please be cautious. Protect the informant. We request that you refrain from disseminating this information for the time being." Jiang Tian expressed his understanding. "Having an insider would significantly facilitate matters later. I will not spread this information for now. By the way, what is the military currently engaged in?" "We are gathering refugees and merging with the Haidu Station military." The Haidu Station military discovered an island through a reef, and they are making their way there as well. Our objective is to reach that location and establish a maritime city. An island? A reef? However, it is not entirely surprising to consider that the island of mythical beast beneath my feet could be an illusion. Jiang Tian then shook his head, feeling that the military might be overly optimistic. Of course, it was not that he believed their actions to be incorrect. It simply felt a bit premature. Currently, dealing with sea beasts is no trivial matter, and should a second-tier sea beast emerge, the losses would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Jiang Tian did not wish to delve deeply into this topic with the other party. He merely offered a kind reminder. "Thank you for your hard work. Please exercise caution when confronting the sea beast. I appreciate your well-wishing." Suddenly, Deng Taifeng paused before shifting the subject. "Although we've discussed a great deal, we are still eligible to participate in the auction. Correct? We haven't lost our qualification, have we?" This abrupt change caught Jiang Tian off guard, even hinting at a trace of cunning within the dialogue. It felt akin to a sunny and cheerful young man from next door suddenly knocking on your door and saying, "Hey, brother, want some cigarettes? They're much cheaper than those outside." In that instant, Jiang Tian realized that the person he was conversing with had shifted. The individual providing information was one person, while the one preparing for a transaction was another. "Comrade Huanshan, do you know the purpose of the sea beast crystal cores? I dare say this information holds considerable value. Would you care to consider?" Jiang Tian's lips twitched. Was there truly such a jovial person within the military? He had assumed they were all poker-faced. The worth of the information would ultimately be determined by the competitors in the auction. Please outline the list of trades and provide an estimated value before I proceed. I need to assess the worth of others' offerings. Upon seeing Jiang Tian's intent to leave, the other party hurriedly urged him to stay. Wait, that's not what I meant. The reason I mentioned that is because I have an abundance of sea beast crystal cores. I feared you might be unaware of their value. How about this? I'll provide you the information free of charge. Sea beast crystal cores are items that enhance the strength of pets. Chapter 21. The transaction with the military for reasons unknown. A large number of sea beasts attacked the military last night, with over 30 of them appearing one after the other. Under such intense conditions, they suffered nearly 50 casualties and were engaged until nearly 6 in the morning. In terms of other resources, they might not have much, but they possessed a significant quantity of sea beast crystal cores, rejuvenation potions, and various scattered equipment. They even obtained a blueprint for a human face carp breastplate. Of course, they did not intend to trade this blueprint, as it was a cornerstone of the military's presence in Jiang City. Nonetheless, even if offered, Jiang Tian would decline, for he possessed a superior blueprint for a thorned lizard breastplate. In fact, he might even be able to craft a thorned lizard breastplate to sell back to them. Thus, the other party's offer was as follows: 10 sea beast crystal cores, 5 rejuvenation potions, and 1 flawless, without reduction in dimensions, blue quality equipment, which was quite sincere. In terms of pricing, the equipment alone could be exchanged for 2 fruits, and 1 bottle of rejuvenation potion could be traded for another fruit. Although the price of sea beast crystal cores had yet to rise, their value was undeniable. Could 10 sea beast crystal cores not be traded for 3 fruits? Indeed, they could not. With over 30 sea beasts, it was improbable that there were no second-tier life trial cards among them. Observing the sea beast crystal cores they presented, Jiang Tian contemplated deceiving them. Thus, he sent a message to the other party. Given that you have defeated so many sea beasts, you must have acquired that item. Upon hearing this, the other party remained silent for a considerable time. Jiang Tian smiled. Judging by their demeanor, the other party was the more lively side. If they did not respond immediately, it surely indicated they possessed something valuable. The longer the hesitation, the greater the suspicion. Jiang Tian was confident that they had a treasure, but whether it was a second-tier life trial card remained uncertain. The other side eventually replied with a sudden firmness that I will not trade that item with you. It is the position of our Jiang military. Oh, really? Jiang Tian exclaimed, slapping his thigh. It seemed he had unearthed something significant. Personal strength was important, but items that could enhance teamwork were even more crucial, especially for the military. Thus, seeing the other party's steadfastness, Jiang Tian was 100% certain that the item in question was not a second-tier life trial card, but something even more formidable. Jiang Tian did not wish for them to misunderstand. This was not a significant matter, so he decided to be straightforward. I believe you may have misunderstood something. Do you possess a second-tier life trial card? The other party fell silent for a moment before squeezing out a few words. I will report this. Jiang Tian smiled knowingly. It appeared that the military indeed had quite a few treasures. He set down his phone, awaiting their report. He lifted his gaze to the azure sky. At last, he could finally enter the second tier of life, and no longer would he need to worry excessively about a ferocious beast coming to end his life. Right. Jiang Tian suddenly recalled something. He had yet to collect the remains of the magical beast. Standing amidst the mountain-like corpses, he found himself in a quandary. Without a knife or any tools, how was he to extract materials from the corpses? However, there must be a way, for the great dragon had obtained sea beast crystal cores on the first day, meaning this must be a function inherent to the system. Placing his palm on the body of the magical beast, a prompt appeared. Would you like to collect materials from the thorn lizard? Of course, Jiang Tian silently confirmed. Thorned lizard scales, 104 thorned lizard blood, 8 bottles, second-tier beast sinew, 2 magical beast crystal core, thorned lizard meat 54. This was merely the material from 1 lizard. What a tremendous gain. The first thing Jiang Tian did upon collecting the materials was to inspect the quality of the lizard meat. Thorned lizard meat. This type of lizard meat possesses a composition similar to that of fish. Edible. Goodness gracious. Jiang Tian promptly discarded the thorned lizard meat. It landed right next to Night Patrol, who perked up and immediately began devouring it with gusto. Jiang Tian heard Night Patrol's voice in his mind. "Thank you, my lord." Jiang Tian sighed heavily. How embarrassing in other novels, the protagonists were already living lavishly on the first day, some indulging in steak and red wine, and others even hiring chefs to prepare meals for them. Meanwhile, he was still munching on instant noodles. Curse this seafood allergy. Buzz. His phone vibrated. It seemed the other party had completed their report. Jiang Tian picked up his phone and saw the message from them. This is a trade. Not an auction. Starting with a second-tier life card as the base price. You may raise your offer. Quite clever of them, passing the ball back into his court. Although the decision ultimately lay with the other party. Jiang Tian was too lazy to engage in a prolonged negotiation. After all, the purpose of this auction was the second-tier life trial card. With the main item secured, everything else was merely supplementary. 5C Beast Crystal Cores, 2 Rejuvenation Potions, 1 Lower Body Equipment. The other party responded quickly. In that case, the equipment can only be exchanged for a green quality one at rest assured. It will still be flawless. Jiang Tian replied instantly. Deal. The pants must enhance constitution. How careless of him. He should have negotiated for more. The supplies were now in hand. Crimson Spirit Fruit -10C Beast Crystal Core, 5 Rejuvenation Potion, 2 Steel Bone Chain Pants, green. Constitution 6, no skills. And most importantly, second-tier life trial card, a highly coveted item, a passport to higher life forms. Upon use, it can unlock the trial from first-tier life to second-tier life. Woo! He finally obtained it. He hugged the grains and planted a kiss on it. After securing the supplies, he equipped the pants, boosting his constitution by 6 points. Regrettably, there were no skills attached. However, he could always replace them later when he acquired better equipment. Jiang Tian recalled the other bidders he had left hanging. As for Li Yihao, he must first pay him a visit. After all, he was a national trader. To be honest, Li Yihao was quite famous. A frequent subject in the news, the Ikung Baoi under his name was less of an auction group and more akin to a whitewashed gang. What truly propelled him into the limelight was his acknowledgement of a certain individual as his godfather. This was also the reason Jiang Tian began to believe the military's words. The ensuing news had caused quite a stir, but before long, the heat was overshadowed by a scandal involving a third-rate celebrity's infidelity. After a brief interaction with Li Yihao, Jiang Tian discerned that he was a rather petty individual, proud and concerned with appearances. To deal with such a person, one must ensure he suffers embarrassment in front of a crowd. A sly smile crept across Jiang Tian's face as he devised a simple plan targeting him. He sent Li Yihao a private message. Apologies, I was delayed by some matters. Li Yihao's response took a while to come. Aware that he was trying to ignore him, Jiang Tian was indifferent, for it was he who would soon be driven to madness. After what felt like an eternity, Li Yihao finally replied. Apologies, I am also quite busy. Jiang Tian smirked. Busy? Huh. Then go ahead and be busy. I've just completed a transaction with someone else. Be obedient and do what you need to do. Jiang Tian extinguished his phone, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Next, it was time to see how Li Yihao would perform. Don't let me down now. Chapter 22. The Wealth of Brother. Beyond imagination, your message has been declined by the recipient. Within the exquisitely arranged small room, Li Yihao suddenly pushed away his mistress with force. Bare-chested, veins bulging on his forehead, his face flushed with rage. How audacious! How utterly audacious! Damn it! That little brat truly overstepped his bound if I don't obliterate you. Change my surname. The woman appeared bewildered but quickly regained her composure, her expression shifting to one of concern as she approached to comfort Li Yihao. A distinct red handprint adorned her cheek. Brother, how? It's all right. Enveloped in fury, Li Yihao turned and bellowed, Get the hell out of my way. He then shouted outside, Who? Where S.A. Rue? Bring them in. The doorman, a younger brother, acknowledged and stepped out to summon them. Upon hearing that someone was coming, the woman hastily donned her clothing. Meanwhile, Li Yihao's face darkened, seemingly capable of dripping water. So, he privately traded the items from the auction? What a clever lad, not even daring to do so himself. This evidence was delivered right into my hands. Don't blame me for being ruthless. With a creak, the wooden door opened. 2 burly men cautiously entered. Big brother, we're here. Li Yihao, now clad in a shirt, lowered his head. That punk humiliated me and looked down on me that I will make him pay that a who and a rue immediately straightened up. Aware that their elder brother was about to unleash his wrath, the rue, go investigate that punk's background and find out who's behind him. A mere ordinary person wouldn't dare provoke me like this. Remember, be discreet. That short-haired a rue nodded. Understood, big brother How, then turned his gaze to the bald who. What is the most crucial element in running an auction house? Who replied, credibility. How's mood slightly calmed at this. As long as you know, that kid engaged in sealed bidding, yet secretly traded with others. This is an irreparable stain on his reputation. Mobilize our informants and use this to undermine him, ensuring he can't continue in the auction business. Suddenly, How recalled something. Investigate who that kid traded with and who could possibly consume such a bounty. We might have gained a potential rival. It's best to be prepared. After finishing, How paused for a moment, lowering his voice. Understand? The two responded, understood, big brother. How's subordinates acted swiftly. Before long, rumors of 666,666's lack of integrity and covert auction dealings spread like wildfire. Engaging in auctions with underhanded methods, such short-sightedness. With a bit of resources, he forgets his own identity. This is arrogance. In business, integrity is paramount. A fight? A fight? This is amusing. Zig chuckled upon seeing the news. Surely, Jiang Tian was unaware of what he had done, yet it undoubtedly displeased How. Shilong also observed the unfolding news, perplexed but choosing to remain silent, deciding to let events unfold. He was keen to discern the truth. Throughout their transactions, he had been acutely aware that Jiang Tian was not the type to be petty. Being petty would not lead one to trade 3 fruits for his own sea beast meat. How, this petty individual, certainly did not disappoint. Moreover, his actions were sufficiently swift, presumably aiming to leverage the auction's momentum to sully Jiang Tian's reputation. Jiang Tian observed the gossip circulating and subsequently gathered the remaining 21 participants of the auction into a group chat. Once everyone was present, a cacophony of voices erupted. One individual promptly exited the chat, evidently already convinced by the external rumors. Bro, what does this mean? Are we being played? Is the gossip outside true? Everyone, remain calm. If the rumors were true, why would the group owners still include us? Exactly. Let us hear what the group owner has to say. The representative from Longjiang Heavy Industries entered, displaying utmost professionalism. Upon entering, he immediately changed the group name to his own, Feng Jinlong. Does your side have any explanation regarding these rumors? Are the claims outside factual? If so, how can we trust that you will maintain integrity in future auction activities? Jiang Tian replied, the rumors circulating are unfounded. Everyone, please remain calm. I will briefly clarify the situation that I had some friction with the people from Icon Bay Oi, hence they spread malicious rumors about me. Let us continue the auction. The rumors will self-destruct. Does anyone have any questions? Upon finishing, a multitude of inquiries erupted. What exactly was the friction? Feng Jinlong from Longjiang Heavy Industries also queried. Why did you have a dispute with Icon Bay Oi? If convenient, we would appreciate the insight. Jiang Tian awaited their questions eagerly, promptly sending them a screenshot. Metal Block 1. Note, I am How. We can discuss the auction separately, without further elaboration. After all, excessive words often lead to pitfalls. He laid the evidence bare and let them speculate. These individuals' capacity for conjecture truly did not let Jiang Tian down, that if they couldn't deduce it, he would personally clarify. How shameless, attempting clandestine dealings, yet falsely accusing others when caught. You ought to know that How has taken the day's man as a godfather. It's only natural for such a petty demeanor to manifest. I too have seen that news. How is indeed shameless. As discussions gradually subsided, Jiang Tian chuckled inwardly. How erred in not first assessing his own standing. With 119 Xiling fruits, do you fear this? The news of How's antics spread swiftly among the group, and as more people became aware, the gossip proliferated. In this era of abundant leisure, any scandal would be scrutinized until nothing remained. The broader the initial spread, the more severe the backlash. Perhaps the misdeeds How committed in the past would resurface. The auction proceeded smoothly. The accumulation over the 2 days had far surpassed previous gains. Jiang Tian observed the bids coming in, silently calculating their worth. While the group remained calm, outside, another tempest brewed. Before long, news broke that Li Yihao had been expelled from the auction for attempting clandestine transactions. Instantly, public opinion shifted dramatically in favor of 666666. What a despicable scoundrel. He is merely a rotten individual dragging others down with him. He simply cannot tolerate other successes that a fool indeed, carrying the blueprint while offending the supplier of materials. 666,666. Shortly thereafter, news of Li Yihao taking the day's man as a godfather also emerged. This revelation quickly quelled the heat of the moment, as many remained unaware of the situation. Damn it. This scoundrel is actually a rarity, a son of a dog. In an instant, all accusations were directed at Li Yihao. Chapter 23. Li Yihao's breaking point. Subduing the harvest ear of grains, Li Yihao seethed at the insults flooding his phone. Each word striking a nerve. All mere excuses. What nonsense about being expelled for attempting clandestine transactions. Didn't T666666 also engage in secret dealings? No, I must expose this bastard. Li Yihao gritted his teeth. Preparing to send a screenshot of the message, busy, then be busy that I've completed my transaction with others. Suddenly, he realized something was amiss. The other party never specified the fruits involved in the transaction. Li Yihao was taken aback. Am I being played? How could I, Li Yihao, be deceived? Trembling, he lit an expensive cigarette, inhaling deeply until his lungs filled, then furiously tossed the entire cigarette aside. Oh, damn it, I will kill you. Arue, find out who 666666 is really behind. I need to know who is conspiring against me. Among the bidders, the ones with higher values are Longjiang Heavy Industry and Rueguang Chemical. Jiang Tian is familiar with Rueguang Chemical, a small citric acid factory located near Haijing City. Yet it has surprisingly managed to produce such valuable items. Jiang Tian publicly announces the prices. Longjiang Heavy Industry offers 5 bottles of rejuvenation elixir, 3 pieces of flawless green equipment, 30 metal ingots, and 5 sea beast crystal cores. Rueguang Chemical counters with 1 pet orb, 3 bottles of rejuvenation elixir, 10 small planting boxes, and a packet of cabbage seeds. It is self-evident that Rueguang Chemical emerges victorious with overwhelming superiority. Setting aside the pet orb required for the grains, one must also consider the cabbage seeds. However, what piques Jiang Tian's curiosity is how Longjiang Heavy Industry possesses so many metal ingots. His blueprint for the magic thorn lizard requires metal ingots, hinting at a potential collaboration with Longjiang Heavy Industry in the future. The auction concludes smoothly, and Jiang Tian adds Feng Jinlong as a friend. He begins to tally his gains that, in his view, the 3 most significant items are a second-tier life trial card from the military, a pet orb, and cabbage seeds. Although cabbage cannot serve as a staple food, it is still something he can consume, better than fish at the very least. Jiang Tian exhales, feeling a sense of relief wash over him that it has been a bountiful harvest. The grains in his arms nuzzle against him once more. Jiang Tian chuckles, little one, you will soon have something delicious to enjoy. Big cabbage. Nearby, Yeshun approaches, resembling a dog eagerly welcoming its master home. Tongue lolling and tail wagging that my lord. Do I have something tasty? Jiang Tian tosses a fist-sized sea beast crystal core to Yeshun. The creature bites down on it eagerly, only to suddenly freeze. An unending stream of energy emanates from the sea beast crystal core, flooding through its mouth and limbs. Yeshun recognizes what it is, an energy crystal containing the vitality of extraordinary creatures, rich in energy and capable of rapidly enhancing strength. Thank you, my lord, Yeshun murmurs, clutching the sea beast crystal core, bowing its wolf-like head. Jiang Tian recalls another item and retrieves a magic beast crystal core. Unlike the smooth sea beast crystal core, this multifaceted gem radiates an ominous aura. Upon seeing the magic beast crystal core, Yeshun's eyes reflect an overwhelming desire, mingled with a hint of disdain. Jiang Tian understands. The creature craves this. Yet the unmistakable scent of a magic beast is off-putting. Such crystal cores are indeed pathways to enhancing strength. Yeshuan's voice echoing in Jiang Tian's mind. My lord, to be precise, anything rich in energy would boost my strength upon absorption. Ideally, it would be the delicate sea beast meat I had for lunch. Though magic beast meat is repulsive, I would consume it to grow stronger. What's the difference? It's all fish, isn't it? If I eat it, I'll break out in hives. Yet upon reflection, the aura could indeed be the issue. After all, Yeshuan is an arch-nemesis of magic beasts, so its disdain is understandable. Jiang Tian then produces the pet orb, preparing to tame the grains. Observing the lively white deer, he suppresses his excitement. Gently stroking its head, he asks, "Would you like to live with me from now on? If you agree, just touch this orb.my dog, and I will always protect you from harm by magic beasts. Of course, if you prefer, you can stay here to heal and return to your home once you're better." Jiang Tian extends the pet orb forward, his heart racing with trepidation. Is it too soon for a creature so pure yet wise? Forming friendships with them may be easy, but taming them is likely to be a challenge. A flicker of regret crosses his mind. Perhaps he could have waited a bit longer. However, to his astonishment, the grains nudge the orb with its antlers. Jiang Tian is overjoyed and promptly places the orb on the grains. Once again, a familiar cocoon of light envelopes it, accompanied by the thick, coarse light threads. Jiang Tian grasps the light threads, and immediately, the grain's attributes unfold before his eyes. Name: grain species, harvest deer, mythical beast, life rating, tier 3 physique, 6 speed, 11 perception, 25 energy, 2578 talent. Harvest. Spatial leap, forage, harvest, consumes energy to accelerate plant growth, potentially causing mutations. Spatial leap. Consumes energy for instantaneous movement, with no upper limit on energy expenditure. The more energy consumed, the more precise the location. Forage. Consumes energy to gather plants, allowing for the acquisition of rarer items. The three-dimensional attributes are quite low, far from what one would expect from a Tier 3 life form. Moreover, Jiang Tian does not see the skill related to producing spirit fruits. His gaze lingers on the forage skill. Could this be how spirit fruits are obtained? A melodic female voice resonates in Jiang Tian's mind. Are you referring to the fruits I previously gave my brother? They are a type of vine fruit that mutated within the mountains, serving as my daily sustenance, that I generally carry them with me and eat when I am hungry. Jiang Tian realizes that the fruits released from the deer's antlers were not conjured by the grains themselves, but rather treasures it had gathered and stored within its antlers, which function much like a spatial ring, capable of holding numerous items. Unfortunately, this talent is not displayed in its attributes. Jiang Tian feels a surge of delight, while the backpack in his phone has unlimited space to store an infinite number of items. There are inevitably situations where retrieving his phone is inconvenient. In such cases, the grains would serve as a backup spatial ring. Suddenly, Jiang Tian has an idea. He pulls out the cabbage seeds and the small planting box. The planting box is indeed quite small, measuring half a meter long and approximately 30 centimeters wide, resembling a subpar wooden flower pot. The cabbage seeds seem rather outrageous, while cabbage seed from Blue Star are the size of sesame seeds. These are the size of peas. Yet the description insists they are cabbage, so they must be. Jiang Tian presses the cabbage seeds into the planting box for ease of experimentation and relocation afterward. He calls over the grains. Come, grains, give your harvest skill a try and see if you can accelerate its growth. Chapter 24, Cabbage. The frozen sea season approaches the grain stand before the planting box, closing its eyes in quiet concentration. Soon, a faint green glow emanates from its pure white form, resonating with the seed's energy, causing the soil covering the seeds to tremble slightly as the vibrations reach a certain intensity. A tender shoot breaks through the soil, beginning to grow. Jiang Tian is filled with astonishment. The visible growth rate is akin to playing a video at 100 times speed, and in no time, it has reached the size of a basin. Pant. The grains stick out its tongue, communicating with Jiang Tian through thought. Phew, I'm exhausted. I usually don't use this ability. I typically gather food freely in the mountains. It expresses envy for a lifestyle where one can eat and drink without worry. Jiang Tian crouches down to inspect the cabbage, tearing off a leaf to taste. Indeed, it's cabbage. This means the grains can now be responsible for its own food. And he can benefit from it as well. Oh right, speaking of which, tonight's dinner can include some cabbage in the instant noodles. How delightful! How delightful! A gust of cold wind sweeps through, causing Jiang Tian, still reveling in his triumph, to shiver slightly. Yet he dismisses it. After all, being by the sea, the chill is to be expected. That evening, Jiang Tian sits by the campfire, waiting for the water to boil. To his left, the grains are snuggled in a blanket, munching on cabbage leaves with great enthusiasm, while to his right, Yeshuan uses a sea beast crystal core as a chew toy. Notably, thanks to the grain's efforts, the cabbage has already matured. However, Yeshuan's energy levels can only accelerate the growth of one, which is a bit disappointing. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence, as the cabbage is enormous, taller than half a person. Jiang Tian has never encountered such a large cabbage. It is enough to eat. Once the instant noodles are cooked, Jiang Tian glances at the group chat while eating it on his phone. The discussions revolve around Li Yihao, trades, and the impending cold. Among them, Li Yihao dominates the conversation. The rumors have become increasingly absurd. By the end, tales have emerged that Li Yihao and Jiang Tian quarreled over a woman. Upon reading this, Jiang Tian spits out his instant noodles in disbelief. What the hell? Is this person a storyteller? Give me the pen. And you write. Jiang Tian looks up to see Yeshuan, with an innocent expression, sporting a few strands of soft noodles stuck to its head. He reaches out to remove them, gently patting its head. That moment, Jiang Tian notices several others commenting about the cold. It's freezing out here. It's even colder than last night, that I spent a fortune on a new comforter. And now it's soaked and a total loss. Buying a comforter was a foolish decision. I should have invested in the campfire, which is far more cost-effective. Are you really that foolish? Why not just build a house and sleep on the roof? Something feels amiss. Opening the trading post, the current rise in quilt prices seems to corroborate this. Jiang Tian recalls that he bought his quilt for 10 stones, but the price has now soared to 24. Something is definitely off. Jiang Tian then checks the trading section for campfires. Initially, campfires required 70 to 80 pieces of wood, but now the price has escalated to over 200. A sense of crisis surges within him. Though he has exhausted his stones, he still possesses a substantial amount of metal scraps and ingots, which can be considered hard currency. He spends 60 metal scraps and 5 metal ingots to acquire 2 quilts and a thick set of clothing. Though initially anxious, his mood calms dramatically as the quilts and clothing find their place in his backpack. Perhaps this is what one might call confidence. Jiang Tian plans to retire early, intending to use the second-tier trial card tomorrow. Stepping into a new echelon of existence. At that point, he would be deemed worthy of exploring the depths of Spirit Island. The night watch continues outside. Jiang Tian and Wugu slip into a small wooden cabin to rest. Waking at 10 p.m. after having gone to bed at 8 p.m. feels rather premature. Jiang Tian finds himself unable to fall asleep, tossing and turning without a hint of drowsiness, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. Thus, the common vice of night owls, scrolling through their phones, manifests within him. Time slips away unnoticed, and before long, it approaches midnight. Last, Jiang Tian feels a flicker of fatigue and yawns, setting his phone aside and closing his eyes. This marks the second night in the survival world. A thin layer of fog rises over the sea. Simultaneously, monsters and sea beasts materialize, charging towards the individuals on the raft, drawing from the lessons of the previous night. The people are understandably cautious, unable to sleep too soundly, except for a few fools, referring to Jiang Tian, who sleep soundly. The entire marine world is fraught with peril. Blood stains the waters near the raft. Both for monsters and humans. 0.7 billion, 6.7 billion. Jiang Tian awakens. The first thing he does is check for any unusual changes outside. Sensing Jiang Tian's awakening, the night watch greets him. My lord, you are awake. Yes, was there any situation last night? None. It was quite safe. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian opens the door, only to be met with a piercing gust of wind. Achoo! Caught off guard by the sudden chill, Jiang Tian sneezes heavily. How can it be so cold and still be considered no situation? After saying this, he returns inside to find his thick clothing. The outfit is quite loose, but made of wind-resistant fabric, instantly warming him upon wearing it. The night watch, puzzled, inquires, "Isn't this temperature manageable? The quilt you provided me remains unused. After all, the freezing sea period is approaching, and I've already started growing fur." Jiang Tian is taken aback by this revelation. Freezing sea period? What does that entail? The night watch appears somewhat confused. The freezing sea period, the time when the weather becomes exceedingly frigid. I find this somewhat warm, Jiang Tian muses before asking the night watch. How long until the freezing sea period arrives? How long will it last? My lord, based on my experience, I estimate that the freezing sea period will arrive in about 3 to 4 days. Lasting approximately a month, replies the night watch. Jiang Tian strokes his chin, quietly digesting the shocking information that if one does not handle the freezing sea period well, it could be quite troublesome that it seems commonplace to freeze to death. However, this poses a significant challenge for Jiang Tian. Should many perish, his situation would become quite precarious. It's akin to a tiger at the apex of the food chain, finding itself in a drastically altered environment where the vast majority of the forest and grassland has been depleted. Without rabbits to hunt, the tiger too would eventually starve. For the first time, Jiang Tian feels the weight of being the good guy is arduous. Such catastrophic events cannot be treated ambiguously. If one is evasive, they risk being labeled as a profiteer seeking to exploit the situation for higher prices. No, this matter should be entirely entrusted to the military. Chapter 25. Passing the buck. Who is the true stronghold? Trial 1. Everyone. Proceed in an orderly fashion. Follow the raft ahead without falling behind, and do not stop. Don't crowd. Try to line up. Over 3,000 soldiers are directing the people's organized advance. The foremost raft is impressively large. Jiang Tian, not possessing a raft himself, is unaware of the levels required to construct such a grand vessel. However, it is evident that this raft surpasses Li Yihao's in sophistication. Surrounding it are waterproof panels. And through the stacking of wooden cabins, it has formed a multi-storied structure. The cabin atop is adorned with antennas, resembling a radar aimed directly at their direction of travel. Inside, Deng Tiexiong approaches an elderly man holding a report. He salutes. "Sir, there was another incident of gang crime last night. The culprits have been apprehended." The elderly man stands with his hands clasped behind his back, eyes closed in contemplation, slowly opening them. The moral decay is so severe even under the military's vigilant eyes. Not to mention the local tyrants. Detain them for now. Once we rendezvous with the coastal troops, they'll be dealt with severely. Deng Tiexiong replies, "Yes, sir." He then turns to leave, seemingly to handle the criminal matter. Buzz at a vibration from a phone interrupts. Deng Tiexiong halts, taking out his phone for a glance. The elderly man's voice calls from behind. "I recall you are in charge of the red spirit fruit matter. Correct?" Deng Tiexiong turns to respond. "Yes, sir. I am responsible for the one labeled 666666, known as the illusory mirage." "What does he want from you?" "Just tell me directly to avoid unnecessary reports." Deng Tiexiong, having received the command, scrutinizes the message, his expression shifting dramatically. "Sir, the illusory mirage claims to have reliable channels indicating a massive cold wave will arrive in 3 to 4 days, referred to as the freezing sea period. We must prepare accordingly." The elderly man pauses, then regains his composure. "Do not panic over such matters. First, confirm the accuracy of the information. If it proves true, stockpile warm clothing and food, and purchase a campfire blueprint at a high price. Ensure the safety of the populace." Jiang Tian confers with the military for an extended period, understanding the gravity of natural disasters. Deng Tiexiong advises against widespread dissemination to prevent panic. This logic is not lost on Jiang Tian. However, after offloading the burden onto the military, he feels considerably lighter. He retrieves the second-tier life trial card. Holding it tightly, silently invoking its USE as his thoughts settle, the card responds, confirming the ticket has been activated. Players can exit during free periods, and the ticket will not be destroyed. Shall I enter the trial? Of course, he will enter. Otherwise, what was the point of obtaining such an item? After the second tier, he would have the qualification to explore the depths of the island, and he has no desire to be ambushed by a beast. Before he can ponder further, darkness envelopes him, and he is teleported away. Destination unknown. Wugu and the Night Watch feel a sense of urgency. Despite Jiang Tian's prior warnings, they still feel a twinge of anxiety. They sense their connection with him has been severed. Bang! Jiang Tian plummets from a height, splashing into the ground. The abruptness of the teleportation leaves his head spinning. Where am I? He quickly rises, surveying his surroundings, realizing he is in an arena with towering walls and stands. Strangely, the seats above are devoid of spectators. The atmosphere feels eerie as a flash of white light in his hand materializes into a spear as he cautiously wades through the shallow water that barely reaches his heels. The arena walls fit snugly, with only two rusted, massive iron doors. One behind him, the other opposite. Jiang Tian deduces the rules. This arena is a death match, with no retreat and no mercy. Yet he remains uncertain about the identity of his opponent. Suddenly, an information box appears before him. Codename: Unassigned Record. 0 battles, 0 wins, 0 losses. Upon seeing the designation unassigned, Jiang Tian contemplates before entering the name Illusory Mirage. Shall the trial commence? Jiang Tian clicks yes. Boom! A colossal figure plummets from the sky. Unlike Jiang Tian's earlier predicament, it adjusts its posture mid-air and lands solidly on the ground. After a moment, the stone giant begins to stir. Crack, crack, that it slowly stands from a crouch. Its nearly 4-meter frame exuding an imposing aura. The sheer size of the stone giant raises Jiang Tian's wariness. What manner of creature is this? The life trial arena now begins. Announcing the rules. 1. Players do not truly die in the challenge. Feel free to experiment with various tactics. Point 2. Players may utilize all obtained skills and equipment without restriction. Point 3. Initial score: 50 points. Victors earn 10 points, while the defeated lose 5 points. To ascend. One must achieve a score of 100. If your score is 0, you will permanently forfeit the opportunity to participate in the challenge. Please take a moment to review the rules. The countdown will commence in 1 minute. Jiang Tian felt somewhat bewildered. What is this? Player versus player. Are you telling me that this fellow opposite is a player? What kind of player is made of stone? The stone man spoke. What a stroke of luck. I expected to encounter some formidable race, yet it turns out to be a mere human. 10 points, handed to me on a silver platter. The voice of the stone man was exceedingly unpleasant, as if their vocal cords were also made of stone, rumbling and booming, reminiscent of a landslide. Upon noticing the spear in Jiang Tian's hand, the stone man's disdainful voice echoed again oh, you intend to use that toothpick to pick my teeth? Insect, I shall crush you and make you understand the might of the stone folk. Although death is not a consequence in this challenge, the sensation of pain is very real. If you plead for mercy, I might just let you off the hook. The stone man resembled a veritable fountain of trash talk, incessantly expressing contempt for Jiang Tian while boasting of his own power, combined with his ghastly voice. It was nothing short of torment. A minute elapsed. Shall I reveal my data card? The stone man bellowed. Reveal. I will make this human understand what true strength is. Race. Stone man life rating. First stage, the avian beings of the Feather Clan exuded an air of arrogance. Their arms crossed defiantly across their chests, while their wings fluttered behind them. As both combatants were seasoned fighters, there was no need for an introduction to the rules. They were free to showcase their attributes directly. With unwavering confidence, the Feather Clan displayed their prowess before Jiang Tian. Race. Feather Clan life rating. First tier physique. 11 agility. 32 perception. 21 energy. 210 as the countdown continued. The smile on the Feather Clan's face grew increasingly sinister. Finally, upon receiving the system's signal to commence battle, he bellowed, Human, allow me to demonstrate the speed I take great pride in. He charged towards Jiang Tian, a cruel grin etched upon his face. Then there was silence. Battle evaluation. S points increased by 10. Casting a glance back at the Feathered Clan member who had been slammed into the wall, Jiang Tian sighed and pressed a button to continue the battle. He had successfully applied for combat. Would he enter the arena? Jiang Tian yawned and stepped into the Colosseum. A Kiemir glance, he observed something unusual across the way. Not a colossal stone golem or a fearsome beast, but a girl with short hair. Chapter 27. Familiar Faces, Trial 3. Jiang Tian was taken aback. Another human, and a female at that. The short-haired girl, noticing Jiang Tian's descent, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She raised her long spear, aiming it directly at him. With the rules introduced, the short-haired girl chose not to reveal her attributes, recalling her friend's advice. Never expose your strength before battle. 3. Battle begin. The girl moved with remarkable speed, diving forward. Although not as formidable as the previous hulking opponent, it was evident that her prowess stemmed from her innate attributes rather than any skills. Where did these humans come from? Are fruits and potions so readily available? Jiang Tian retreated, creating distance as he hurled an energy sphere in her direction. The girl deftly evaded it, watching as the energy sphere passed by her. Her previously tense expression softening into one of relief. Internally, she rejoiced. A mage! If I can close the distance, victory is mine. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she was suddenly struck by terror as the mage charged at her with astonishing speed, almost instantaneously closing the gap, energy swirling in his hands. Gritting her teeth, she tightened her grip on the coral spear and swung it vigorously towards Jiang Tian. The 2-meter-long spear lashed out like a whip, generating considerable force. Jiang Tian sensed the threat posed by the spear and realized her physique must have exceeded 30 instantly. He redirected his assault, launching an energy sphere directly at the spear. Boom! Caught off guard. The girl's weapon was violently propelled away, spiraling through the air before crashing to the ground some distance away. She stood frozen in disbelief. What was happening? How could he conjure spells with such speed? Her companion was a mage, and she understood the intricacies of their abilities well. Such devastating power typically required incantations, did it not? What did it mean to cast instantaneously? In the midst of her bewilderment, a hand adorned with a ring grasped her neck. Farewell, kin. And remember, do not lose focus during battle. The girl felt a surge of ominous energy radiate from the hand that clutched her. Wait, boom! Congratulations! You have achieved victory in this battle. Points increased by 10.4 consecutive wins. Jiang Tian lifted his hand to inspect it, noticing numerous small, dense wounds adorning his skin that it appeared he had stumbled upon something remarkable. The energy sphere, while still gathering strength, was highly unstable, a realization he had made while casting spells on the beach. However, upon contact with a physical object, the energy sphere would explode, unleashing tremendous force. This revelation had come to him during the execution of the short-haired girl. Yet, this method seemed to bear the risk of self-harm as well. Although the brunt of the damage was absorbed by his opponent, the residual force would inevitably affect him to his surprise. He had inadvertently uncovered a hidden technique, one that could serve as a powerful trump card. He furrowed his brow. The previous hulking man and this girl were both formidable. Had he not maxed out his attributes and donned ample equipment, he would have struggled significantly. The brute was cunning, and the girl's physical prowess was likely on par with his own, possibly having reached her limits as well. It seemed that fruits and potions were not as scarce as he had initially presumed. He and T distributed many fruits, and even if he had, they were traded to large organizations. It was unlikely they would force anyone to consume them. Hold on, individuals? Could it be that DeLong and Li Zigu were involved? That seems too coincidental. Suddenly, Zhang Qingqing appeared on the reef, startling Li Zigu, who was engaged in trading supplies that you're back so soon. Li Zigu abruptly fell silent, noticing something was amiss with Zhang Qingqing. The latter hunched over, clutching her neck, her expression dazed, gasping for breath, standing frozen in place. This state left Li Zigu dumbfounded, her concern for Zhang Qingqing swelling. Could there be lingering aftereffects? Zhang Qingqing struggled to catch her breath. Replaying her encounter with the mage in her mind, he was terrifying. His movements were incredibly swift. In an instant, he was upon me, and my low perception left me unaware of his approach. Moreover, he seemed to wield the inherent magic of his weapon without the need for a staff. When he ultimately gripped my neck, his strength was overwhelming, lifting me effortlessly. Izigu absorbed the information, contemplating a high-attribute human male wielding an unconventional type of magical weapon. Then a thought struck her. When purchasing the campfire, the vendor had boasted about selling a ring-like staff to 6 individuals. Though she knew it was unlikely to be mere coincidence, curiosity lingered. You have something akin to a battle record in a game? Zhang Qingqing exclaimed affirmatively and proceeded to display her record. Player versus illusory mirage. Defeat. Liz Go was taken aback. He truly was a D. Oh, you remember that 666666 who confronted Li Yihao. Mentioning Jiang Tian elicited a flicker of resentment in Jiang Tian. Of course, he robbed us of so much, and he still owes us a crossbow. What's the matter? It's him. Jiang Tian froze, then threw her head back in a furious scream. Ah, villain. Meanwhile, in the trial arena, Jiang Tian, waiting in line, sneezed. He curiously rubbed his nose. Who is thinking of me? Gazing at the panel before him, he noted he was still in line. Jiang Tian furrowed his brows slightly. Unlike the previous instantaneous cue, this time was different. He wondered if it was due to his 4 consecutive victories, or perhaps this was his final battle. Or maybe no one else had any trial cards left. Regardless, the wait was unusually prolonged that a sense of foreboding settled in Jiang Tian's heart. Time quietly flowed by, and his instant spellcasting had fully recharged. This meant he had already been queuing for half an hour. Your application for battle has been approved. Would you like to enter the Colosseum? Jiang Tian's form vanished, reappearing in a similar arena. However, he understood that this was merely a visual semblance. He had left the previous arena behind. He landed gracefully, and across from him stood a human female, her gaze filled with curiosity as she surveyed her surroundings. Another human? This feels off. Under Jiang Tian's scrutiny, the girl suddenly lifted off the ground, her wings unfurling behind her. With a powerful flap, she floated steadily in midair. Much like the avian being, yet her appearance and aura were entirely distinct. Were it not for the azure feathers adorning her back, he might have mistaken her for an angel. I could see that moment. She spoke. Human, alas, what misfortune. Chapter 28. Formidable Foes, Trial 4. The woman soaring above glared down from her lofty vantage point. Though she feigned misfortune, the contempt etched upon her visage was unmistakable. She was a true member of the winged race. Markedly different from the avian-headed beings of the feathered tribe, she was an unequivocally superior entity. Jiang Tian wore a grave expression, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent this time. The adversary had yet to disclose her attributes, but Jiang Tian could intuitively sense her strength. The countdown commenced. The woman glided leisurely, seemingly indifferent to Jiang Tian's presence. The battle began. Despite her languid demeanor, she unleashed her attack without restraint. With a flourish, she unfurled her wings, sending a relentless barrage of feathered projectiles hurtling towards Jiang Tian. As his heart sank, he deftly dodged the lethal onslaught with agile movements. The woman let out a soft sound of surprise before intensifying her assault. The individual feathers resembled a machine gun firing from the heavens, striking the ground and sending up sprays of water. Jiang Tian found himself thoroughly suppressed. The frequency of the attack mirrored his own instantaneous incantation, yet the singular distinction lay in the fact that her basic attacks equated to his ultimate abilities. While pondering his strategy, Jiang Tian lost his footing, allowing the woman to predict his trajectory. A single feather pierced through his arm, the searing pain causing his breath to falter. However, he dared not pause. Instead, he surged forward, abandoning his previous position. As expected, a torrential downpour of feather projectiles rained down upon his former landing spot. This was dire. He glanced up at the woman, whose expression was a mix of amusement and disdain, and felt a pang of despair. With no opportunity to counterattack, he was left to flee for his life. How absurd it was to experience such overwhelming suppression from a saturation-style assault. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Tian cast forth an energy sphere. The woman scoffed, flicking her wings, and a feather collided with the energy sphere, causing a dazzling explosion in the sky, akin to a magnificent firework display. The winged race did not pursue an offensive, instead maintaining a calm flight, their feathers visibly growing at an astonishing rate. Human, you cannot touch me, she taunted. The outcome of this battle was sealed the moment you enter the arena. Why misfortune lies in the fact that this ordeal will be prolonged. Do you know why? Because I revel in the torment of humans. Ha ha! The expression of the winged woman turned frenzied as she swept her wings forward, unleashing a dense net of feathered projectiles that encroached upon Jiang Tian. It was as if a localized downpour of rain had descended, leaving no safe ground. Wherever Jiang Tian fled, the feathered attacks relentlessly pursued him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 feathers embedded themselves in Jiang Tian's back, the sharp pain and foreign sensation overwhelming him. As he dashed left and right, he desperately racked his brain for a solution. Images of her rapidly growing feathers filled his mind. The adversary was adept at saturation attacks, but replenished her feathers after each volley. She could strike with precision one by one, or unleash a barrage of concentrated firepower. Jiang Tian considered that he could counter her attacks with his instantaneous incantation. Yet, the next round would be different. Her basic attacks were equivalent to his ultimate abilities. Although his basic attacks were swift, they paled in comparison to the birdwoman's frequency. The sole silver lining was that her feathers did not explode. Otherwise, he would truly be at a loss. While Jiang Tian contemplated his next move, the woman anticipated his movements once more, and another feather lodged itself in his back. "Why aren't you screaming? Why do you not cry out? Scream for me! Scream!" The winged woman shrieked like a madwoman, her wings thrashing violently as another wave of feathers surged toward Jiang Tian. He hurriedly evaded, yet wherever he went, the feathers found him, as if marking his footsteps. Like the specter of death pursuing his very soul. Suddenly, the assault behind him faltered, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The winged woman had vacated her previous position, appearing directly before him in midair. Her wings poised threateningly. The feathers twitched, eager for release. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A deluge of feathers rained down upon him. Unable to halt his momentum, Jiang Tian could only curl his body in a desperate attempt to evade the lethal strikes. The onslaught consumed her stored feathers, yielding a remarkable result. One side of Jiang Tian's body was nearly transformed into a pincushion. Yet aside from the excruciating pain, he remained largely unharmed. Had it not been for the woman's desire to torment him, he would have been reduced to a sieve rather than merely a hedgehog. However, Jiang Tian refrained from crying out. Merely letting out a muffled groan, he bit down on a feather embedded in his arm and forcefully expelled it. Blood gushing from the wound, he let out a cold chuckle. In this arena, there's only one creature that shall wail. If it is not me, then who could it be? Would I wail?" The woman scoffed, her arrogance twisting her features into a grotesque mask. "Ha ha ha! You humans are utterly delusional. No mouse has ever made a cat bleed. You have sealed your fate." Yet, in response, Jiang Tian hurled an energy sphere towards her. The woman pointed at the sphere with her wing, and a feather shot forth, colliding with the energy sphere. The explosion resonated in the air, as she had anticipated, but it did not approach her in the slightest. Jiang Tian exhaled, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, that he had finally discerned the flaw in the winged race's offensive strategy. The birdwoman's feather attacks were directed based on the orientation of her wings. Limited to a linear path. This meant that if he unleashed a saturation attack with his instantaneous incantation while she remained stationary, she would be utterly incapable of withstanding his assault. However, she was no fool, having already demonstrated her capacity for rapid movement, allowing her to easily evade his strikes. With no other options, Jiang Tian pulled the feathers from his body and consumed a vial of restorative potion. The energy surged through him, gradually mending his wounds. He was reluctant to gamble on the woman's energy reserves or the duration of her recovery. The opportunity for victory had become clear. Thus, he resolved to fight with all his might. Jiang Tian uncorked another vial of restorative potion, holding it in his mouth. With a sudden burst of strength, he propelled himself forward, charging directly at the winged woman. She, observing his approach from above, shook her head. She was well aware of his intentions. After all, she recognized that her feathers were least offensive during their replenishment phase. Futile. You cannot leap that high. Moreover, the woman flapped her wings, ascending higher into the air. "I can fly even higher, you fool." Yet Jiang Tian seemed oblivious to her taunts, charging straight towards her. Upon confirming her position above him, he forcefully leapt from the ground, instantly closing half the distance. What awaited him was the winged woman as a slightly restored barrage of feathers. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the feathers approached, Jiang Tian instinctively raised his arms to shield himself, 3 feathers piercing his palms. Jiang Tian smiled. He had won. Chapter 29. Second Order Life. Unleashing talents. The winged woman had not anticipated that Jiang Tian could leap so high, and she floated upwards, her smile growing wild. Your desperate struggle brings me such delight. Come more. Is that vial in your mouth to prevent you from crying out? At this moment, Jiang Tian had reached the apex of his jump, though he fell slightly short of his estimate. Perhaps it was due to his injuries, or perhaps she had created distance between them. Nonetheless, it was sufficient. Instantaneous incantation. In midair, Jiang Tian directed his palm toward the ground. Boom, 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 boom. The incessantly released energy spheres struck the feathers embedded in his palms, triggering a fierce explosion. The force of the blast surpassed Jiang Tian's expectations, propelling him directly towards the winged woman. What? She gasped. Bewildered, such a method exists. Observing Jiang Tian, who stood at the same height with a beaming smile, the woman hastily retreated. However, her speed was evidently no match for the forward advance. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Tian swiftly drew forth the feather in his grasp. Unleashing a thunderous chant just before the winged rays could escape, in an instant, a sphere of energy enveloped the woman. Jiang Tian's explosive force drew a circle around her, rendering her unable to move in any direction but backward. Yet behind her lay the landing point of another energy sphere. The woman reacted swiftly, launching her gathered feathers toward the energy sphere in an attempt to negate the attack. But she soon realized in terror that her piercing feathers were woefully insufficient for the task. Even if they had been adequate, the angles of the energy spheres were exceptionally cunning. Any attack she directed would leave her vulnerable to the oncoming strikes from the opposite side. The woman could only futilely swat away the energy spheres on one side, while helplessly watching as the others descended upon her. Instinctively, she raised her wings in defense. Boom! The violent explosions erupted against her wings, and even Jiang Tian could feel the tremendous power of his meticulously planned assault. The woman was struck down, momentarily losing consciousness. Jiang Tian then ingested a rejuvenating potion he had been holding in his mouth. Boom! The two landed almost simultaneously. Jiang Tian sprang to his feet. He muttered quietly, and those around him failed to catch his words, urging him to speak louder. "You are forcing my hand," Mediterranean bellowed. The crowd was momentarily stunned, bewildered by his proclamation. "What do you mean, we are forcing you?" "Quite the opposite," Tian. "You are the one who has been lazy and gluttonous, and now you dare to turn the tables on us?" His words ignited fury among the gathered individuals. "You heartless wretch, you lost your own hook on the very first day. Without our assistance, would you have survived until today? Do you think we are easy prey? Get lost." A voice erupted in anger. Succinct yet powerful, the few remaining strands of hair on Mediterranean's head fluttered in the wind as he wore a resolute expression. "You are nothing but a bunch of unrefined peasants. You should be grateful for the opportunity one provided you to work. Such a pathetic sentiment. Without my leadership, how long do you think you would last?" The crowd was on the verge of apoplexy. How shameless could one be to utter such foolishness? The young man who had initially lambasted him kicked Mediterranean, sending him staggering back. "You dare call us peasants? Even nobles have their dignity. And you, running a media company, think you have an inherited right to superiority?" Mediterranean's face turned crimson with indignation, but it was clear to everyone that it was not shame that colored his cheeks, rather pure rage, though they were perplexed as to the source of his fury. Suddenly, Mediterranean pulled out his phone, manipulating it with deft fingers at a bag, bound with rope, appeared in his grasp, accompanied by a dagger. "You all can go to hell," Mediterranean sneered, brandishing the dagger against the BAGD. "Oh, you know what this is? It's bait for sea beasts. With a mere thrust here, one will come to us." Ha ha! At that moment, Mediterranean had completely lost his sanity, his laughter echoing maniacally. The crowd's expressions shifted drastically. How had he come into possession of such an item? Was it possible that a monster had dropped a treasure chest last night, which this scoundrel had discovered? Teeth clenched in anger. They were also tinged with fear, for they understood the brutality of sea beasts. Ordinary workers had no hope of escaping their wrath. Discussions of the ferocity of these creatures filled the chatroom. Such monsters were a matter of life and death. May you all perish. Mediterranean severed the rope binding the bait. No. The crowd shouted in desperation. Some agile individuals rushed forward to snatch the bait from his hands. Mediterranean turned his back, using his corpulent frame to shield the bait. and with a flick of his wrist, he hurled it into the S. The splashes echoed. Despair engulfed the crowd. Suddenly, the young man shouted, "What are you doing? Run! Unfurl the sails and row as far away from here as possible." Mediterranean was now utterly deranged, laughing maniacally at "It's useless. You are all doomed. This is the consequence of defying me." The crowd, filled with a desire to kill him, found themselves paralyzed by the instinct to preserve their own lives, momentarily ignoring him. Boom! Just as they gripped their oars, an enormous figure burst forth from the water, showering the crowd with a deluge. But the coldness of the sea was far less chilling than the sight of the colossal sea beast, which extinguished any flicker of hope within them. The creature was a hammerhead shark, but of monstrous proportions. Faced with its immense form, they were stripped of any thought of resistance that it was over. That was the collective sentiment. The sea beast opened its massive jaws, revealing teeth the size of fists, and displayed a semblance of a smile. That it seemed a feast was at hand. The hammerhead shark lunged toward the raft, its maw agape amid the crowd's expressions of despair. Meanwhile, a figure suddenly appeared in midair. Where the hell is this? Jiang Tian was bewildered, having been forcibly ejected from the trial grounds due to reaching the second tier of life. Owing to the barrier, he hadn't returned to the island, but instead found himself at sea. What a predicament. I can't get home. A fleeting glance revealed the sea beast charging toward him, its jaws wide open. Jiang Tian felt a twinge of annoyance. He longed to return and experiment with his newfound abilities alongside his two pets. Yet here he was, trapped at sea with a beast intent on attacking him. With a swift motion, Jiang Tian swung his fist, delivering a powerful blow to the oncoming hammerhead shark. "Get away!" The shark, reveling in the anticipation of a grand feast, suddenly felt a searing pain in its head, and its massive body flipped over like a floundering fish. And then there was nothing more. Jiang Tian adjusted his position using the recoil from his punch, landing firmly atop the hammerhead shark's exposed belly. Only then did he notice the nearby raft and the multitude of stunned onlookers. Chapter 31. Judgment of the Mediterranean, Night Watch. This was a sea beast. How could anyone have dispatched it with a single punch? The crowd stood agape, disbelief etched across their faces. While they struggled against minor foes, someone had managed to annihilate a sea beast in an instant, a revelation that struck them profoundly. Hua Braid collapsed to her knees, relief flooding through her as she gasped, thank you for saving us." Jiang Tian waved his hand dismissively, but before he could speak, Mediterranean burst forth. "Big brother, help me. They are a band of murderers, and they want to kill me." Jiang Tian was taken aback. What is happening here? The crowd erupted in anger. Don't listen to his nonsense. He was our boss, lazy and gluttonous, refusing to lift a finger. Moreover, the shark beneath your feet is summoned by him using bait. Mediterranean wept, snot and tears streaming down his face. It's all slander. I was being exploited. Everything I have was earned by me. They conspired to use me as bait to slay the sea beast. You must stand for me. Please eliminate them. Seeing Jiang Tian's youth, Mediterranean felt a surge of joy. He was adept at distorting the truth. Blending 6 parts truth with 4 parts lies made it challenging to discern. Manipulating a young man was child's play. Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. He had no desire to get entangled in this mess. The day was waning, and he needed to devise a way back to the island swiftly. Furthermore, he leaned more toward the crowd's side than Mediterranean's claims. With a perception of 54, he could clearly sense the weariness of the people. Additionally, his newfound ability, transcendental bonds, allowed him to feel the goodwill emanating from the crowd. In stark contrast, Mediterranean exuded an aura of malice, his corpulence rendering him transparent in his intentions. Moreover, he was wielding a dagger. Jiang Tian chuckled, surprised by the effectiveness of his ability. You underestimate me. Believing I cannot see through your facade? Mediterranean's eyes widened in shock as he realized Jiang Tian's gaze was fixed on the dagger. In a moment of panic, he stammered, "This dagger is for self-defense. They want to kill me. I am merely protecting myself. A flimsy defense. A lie requires countless others to sustain it. The more one speaks, the more likely the truth will slip through the cracks." Jiang Tian pointed at the dagger in Mediterranean-S hand and said with a smirk, "Do you know what you are holding? This is equipment. With this, the dagger in his hand was raised high. The crowd gasped in shock, but it was already too late to intervene. All they could do was watch as the dagger plunged towards the girl's neck. Jiang Tian extended his hand, a miniature energy sphere coalescing at his fingertip. Whoosh! The energy sphere soared toward the Mediterranean, shattering his wrist, and the severed hand fell onto the wooden raft. The Mediterranean, now stripped of power, cried out in excruciating agony, tears streaming down his face. It hurts! It hurts so much! Help me, my hand is broken! Save me, you beasts! Hurry, call for help!" His wails were grotesque. Not only was his appearance repugnant, but his actions and soul were equally filthy. Jiang Tian felt sullied merely by glancing at him. "You sought to exploit me. This is your punishment. What happens next is no concern of mine. How you choose to deal with him is beyond my involvement." Without needing to hear his words, the crowd surged forth, drowning out the Mediterranean's cries. Jiang Tian sat quietly, observing the scene. Initially, the Mediterranean continued to scream. But as time passed, his voice gradually faded. The brutal beating persisted for half an hour, as everyone combined old grievances with new, beating him to death. Eventually, his lifeless body was cast into the sea. As night fell, Jiang Tian commandeered a wooden raft, using their bonfire to boil mountain spring water for instant noodles. Behind him loomed a vast island shrouded in a thin mist. Mythical Beast Spirit Island. Surprisingly, only he could see it. That mist must be some form of barrier. After a brief exchange, Jiang Tian learned that the young man was named Li Cha, and his group had been transported here while at work. Their raft was cleverly linked by ropes, allowing them a larger space to maneuver without upgrading. Quite ingenious, or perhaps forced by circumstance. Nevertheless, they had fared well, catching 6 fish, one notably large, ensuring their sustenance was secure. Hence, there was no moral coercion or clich deed demands for food. At least this group had some sense. Jiang Tian rummaged through the sea beast treasure chest and found an explosive shield. Not particularly useful. Rather disappointing that if he could obtain a pet artifact, he could summon a sea beast and return to mythical Beast Spirit Island. I could tea that moment. Li Cha approached Jiang Tian, holding a wooden bowl. "Great one. Would you care for some fish soup? It's quite fresh. We have little to repay your kindness, but this is a small token of our appreciation that I hope you one tea find it unworthy." Jiang Tian raised his head, swallowing the noodles in his mouth. "I'm sorry, but I'm allergic to seafood." I see," Li Cha replied. Awkwardly laughing, he recognized the excuse for what it was and did not press further. Since Jiang Tian had declined outright, continuing to offer would be impolite. "Jiang Tian, I genuinely am allergic to seafood. Trust me." "Then, great one. We shall keep watch tonight while you rest." Jiang Tian shook his head. "I'll join you in keeping watch. The monsters have already been dealt with. I still need to obtain a pet artifact. Without it, I cannot return." Chapter 32. The night raid approaches. Is this all? From Li Cha's perspective, Jiang Tian was a figure of caution. "Fish soup? I dare not drink it, fearing you might poison me. As for sleep, I cannot risk it. Worried you might ambush me." Li Cha shook his head, thinking Jiang Tian overly wary. Yet under the circumstances, his caution was understandable. Jiang Tian had descended from the heavens, unfamiliar to them, so such wariness was reasonable. Moreover, Li Cha felt a twinge of delight. With Wang Pa Pai dead, a powerful figure had emerged. If this mighty one possessed such strength, safety should be ensured. Though he wondered why Jiang Tian had ended up on their raft, he hesitated to ask, fearing it might provoke annoyance. Thus, Li Cha departed from Jiang Tian's raft. After finishing his meal, Jiang Tian began scrolling through his phone. For the first time, he realized that heightened perception could be a curse. Several young girls had been watching him. Although they spoke in hushed tones, Jiang Tian could hear every word. "He is so handsome, a drenched hunk, and so powerful. He must be surviving splendidly. He, a handsome guy, fell from the sky, experimenting with his talent." He discerned their intentions were benign, allowing their chatter to continue. After all, he appreciated those who spoke the truth. Time gradually crept to midnight. 7 individuals stood guard while the rest rested. 6 men and 1 woman. Except for a middle-aged man wielding a dagger, the others held wooden spears, their expressions tense. Jiang Tian lay atop a small wooden hut, where 3 others were resting inside. Suddenly, Jiang Tian's keen ears picked up an unusual sound from the water. He sat up, directing his gaze toward the outer raft. A fisherman emerged from the sea and climbed aboard. But it was soon followed by more and more. The guards turned ashen. What is happening? Normally, there are only 1 or 2. The first wave had already exceeded 20. How could they possibly fight back? The middle-aged man with the dagger shouted, "Quick, everyone, wake up!" Those behind him had already leapt into action, shouting at the top of their lungs, "Get out here! Everyone out!" Such a monstrous horde was far beyond what this small group of guards could handle. Why now? The fishermen had all climbed onto the outer raft, grinning wickedly as they advanced toward the center. Armed with wooden sticks, they exuded a stench that made Jiang Tian feel nauseated. Before him lay a group of quaking individuals, with only a few clutching weapons. Prepared to fight to the death, it seemed they were of no use. Thus, Jiang Tian began to take charge. Whoosh, 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 tiny energy spheres, no larger than a thumb, burst open the heads of the fishmen, leaving their bodies sprawled on the raft. The current unable to sweep them away, the fishmen continued to surge forth, desperately attempting to board the raft, only to be met with Jiang Tian's explosive attacks. Those who had been roused from slumber stepped outside to witness the spectacle, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. They turned to see Jiang Tian seated cross-legged atop the hut, expressionless as he unleashed his energy beams. With a perception level of 10, they could not discern Jiang Tian's energy spheres. They only noticed the glimmering light at his fingertips before it pierced the heads of the fishmen, one after another, in an unending stream. Jiang Tian could condense his energy spheres, but he could not shorten the chant time. Watching the relentless fishmen charging to their demise, Jiang Tian frowned. His spellcasting speed could not keep pace with the fishmen's reckless advance. Oh well, they're not mine anyway. If they explode, so be it. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a radiant white light emanated from Jiang Tian's palm. An energy sphere the size of a human head formed. The onlookers, both the guards and those awakened to witness the fireworks, began to chatter excitedly. Oh my, the Great One is about to unleash a spell. How dazzling! What is that? It must be a skill. Every skill is worth a fortune. Who knew the Great One possessed such a rare ability? Isn't that expected? The Great One is so impressive. It would be strange if he lacked skills. Hearing the crowd's murmurs, a faint smile graced Jiang Tian's lips. That a skill? Not quite that. I am merely a mage. The crowd fell silent, unsure of what Jiang Tian meant. That he launched the energy sphere, which landed amidst the approaching fishmen not far away. This is my basic attack. The crowd. What are you talking about? Boom! Although Jiang Tian aimed to throw it far, the explosion ultimately affected the nearby rafts. A violent blast shattered several surrounding rafts into splinters, but it also obliterated the entire fisherman army. That moment. A vacuum formed on the sea's surface, and the incoming tide created a small whirlpool, littered with innumerable severed limbs and dismembered bodies. The bystanders gazed at the treasure chests floating on the distant sea, Jiang Tian's words echoing in their minds. This is not a skill. This is my basic attack. They recalled how Jiang Tian had made his entrance, obliterating a sea beast with a single punch. I am a mage. The crowd felt a bit dazed. Could there really be such an overpowered mage? Jiang Tian rose to his feet, his gaze fixed downward. Something larger is coming. The crowd momentarily froze, only to be swept away by a sensation of vertigo. The sea surged violently, waves crashing like a tempest. A wooden raft, inadequately secured, broke free from the main group amidst the chaos, drifting into the distance. Several individuals struggled to maintain their balance, tumbling backwards unceremoniously. Had it not been for the makeshift barrier on the raft, they would have plunged directly into the ocean to feed the fish. Meanwhile, beneath them, a monstrous creature was encroaching upon the surface of the sea. With its movements, the water was displaced, sending forth towering waves. Those aboard the raft found themselves precariously tilted, watching in despair as a wave nearly 10 meters high approached. The splashes generated by this beast threatened to obliterate them entirely. How could they possibly combat this? Jiang Tian raised his hand and unleashed an energy orb. The explosion countered the spray, revealing the true form of the creature. It was an enormous crab, yet its lower half was composed of octopus tentacles. As it swung its pincers, it lashed out wildly with its tentacles, exhibiting sheer madness. And one could doubt the creature's formidable strength. Suddenly, it opened its gargantuan maw, exposing a deep throat lined with sharp teeth. The piercing shriek echoed in the ears of the onlookers, causing pain that resonated deep within. Some, with weaker constitutions, bled from their ears. Fainting under the force of the roar, Jiang Tian chuckled. Once we deal with this, let us retrieve the supplies. The group clinging tightly to the raft was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Tian extended his hand towards the colossal beast before him. Chanting instantly, his voice fell. Energy orbs erupted forth, streaking towards the creature, leaving trails of fire in their wake. The spectators' eyes widened in astonishment. Was this a skill from a powerful figure? Wow, that's truly impressive. So flashy. Their gazes sparkled with fervor. Jiang Tian could even sense that someone's favorability towards him had reached a threshold. Boom! 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 The relentless barrage of energy orbs struck the crab, bombarding it for 5 continuous seconds, transforming the beast into mere crab meat and octopus tentacles. Humph! Nothing more than this. Chapter 33. Bountiful Harvest. First update: the fishmen had yielded a staggering 22 treasure chests. However, most contained worthless items, ordinary cutlery devoid of attributes. Jiang Tian sighed, feeling the harsh reality of existence for ordinary people. The probability of monsters dropping treasure was low, and the chances of obtaining something valuable were even slimmer. Even small monsters could overwhelm them. And with such colossal sea beasts, had he not been present, this group of ordinary folk would have been devoured by the fishmen, perhaps not even surviving until the sea monsters arrived. After opening the 22 chests, only 5 items held any value. 2 bottles of rejuvenation potions, a pair of boots, a pair of pants, and a shirt. The shirt and pants were not only green, but of inferior quality, which he naturally dismissed. The boots were subpar as well, but lacking such equipment, he decided to wear them. Coral boots. Constitution -1. Speed 2. Regrettably, there were no pet orbs. Jiang Tian shook his head, expressing his disappointment. Oh, right, he recalled the treasure chest associated with the sea beast. If his senses were accurate, that creature was a second-tier life form. If others encountered such a giant monster on the sea, they could only pray it would chew them up, leaving behind a complete corpse. Second-tier life forms, especially on the ocean, were not something others could contend with. Jiang Tian approached the vicinity of the treasure chest, astonished to discover its peculiar nature. The skull on top was strikingly lifelike, and the chest itself was exquisitely crafted. First-tier supreme treasure chest. Drops from Lord-level creatures, containing unexpected treasures. What? Jiang Tian blinked in surprise at the description of the Lord-level creature. He had initially thought he was merely facing a second-tier common monster. Yet it turned out to be a first-tier boss. By rights, bosses should be rarer. What a fortunate turn of events. Curiosity compelled Jiang Tian to open the chest. Fire attribute source conversion gem, flame gun, 1 skill book, energy shield beginner mental potion 5. Wow. All mage-related items. I'm in for a windfall. Jiang Tian breathed heavily, immediately checking the item descriptions. Fire attribute source conversion gem, flame gun when fused with a staff, endows the staff with weapon attributes and alters the weapon's attack style. The gem is detachable. What a splendid item. Absolutely magnificent. Although he could currently attack with energy orbs, they were fundamentally tied to his weapon's inherent properties, lacking any elemental energy. With this gem, every basic attack would become a fireball spell. Just imagine, while others were casting fireball spells, he would be unleashing them with every strike. Incredible. Without hesitation, he pressed the gem onto his ring. His ring was certified by the system as a staff-type weapon, so fusion was undoubtedly possible. Under Jiang Tian's manipulation, the gem fused with the weapon, transforming the originally azure ring into a blazing scarlet. Success! Jiang Tian eagerly extended his palm towards the distance. However, to his astonishment, a series of flame guns coalesced and shot forth from behind him, detonating upon the ocean's surface with remarkable speed. Jiang Tian was taken aback. Did he no longer need to aim, where his heart desired? The flame guns would follow. Moreover, he hadn't even employed instant chanting. The flame guns formed, launching 5 at once that he felt immensely confident. Should he encounter that Birdman again, he could eliminate it without shedding a drop of blood. Jiang Tian plunged his hands into his pockets, summoning wave after wave of flame guns that shot toward the horizon. What a thrill! The sensation of wielding such power was exhilarating. With this, his prestige would undoubtedly soar. Jiang Tian then turned his attention to the skill book. Skill book, Energy Shield. Requires 22 perception, consumes energy to apply a shield to oneself. The higher the perception, the stronger the defense, with a consumption rate of 10 energy points per second. Among the known skill books in the chat rooms, 10 were recorded, with 9 being offensive skills and only 1 being the rejuvenation spell. Defensive skills were rarely heard of, while it was possible that there were those who kept their skills under wraps. Like the brawny man he had fought against who used an acceleration skill he had never heard of, the rarity of defensive skills could not be denied. Jiang Tian felt a wave of emotion. Had he obtained this earlier, that Birdman would have been as good as dead. He still possessed a 3rd-tier trial card. Perhaps he could encounter her or her kind during the 3rd tier. Beginner Mental Potion, a marvelous blue vial capable of restoring 300 energy points. There was nothing much to say about it. A must-have for mages. However, with the support of a pioneer, even a single instant chant would leave him with ample energy. This item could be traded. Certain large factions were certainly cultivating mages, and this would fetch a high price. After familiarizing himself with the item's uses, Jiang Tian sighed once more, still lacking a pet orb. It appeared trading was his only option that he opened his phone, preparing to procure one as suddenly. The system's voice echoed. Jiang Tian froze. The last time he had heard this voice was upon his initial entry into the game. It was this very voice that had proclaimed the game rules, leaving a deep impression. Dear player, the 3-day novice period has ended. The upcoming world will be more perilous, but opportunities will abound. The regional leaderboard has been activated. Strive to emulate top players. The currency system has been initiated, and items in the trading hall will be auctioned in currency, with bartering no longer permitted. Monster attacks will occur around the clock. Not limited to the early morning hours, the chat room has expanded, and a forum system has been launched. All players are urged to strive for survival and remain vigilant of underwater dangers. Jiang Tian processed the news, his thoughts heavy. The world was about to change drastically. The impending cold wave in 3 days, coupled with constant monster attacks, meant that the chance of survival was slim. Perhaps only 1 in 10 would make it. Many might not even endure the so-called novice period. Survival would likely only be possible for those who banded together. After all, this world was far too cruel for lone wolves as for remaining on this raft. That was unthinkable. There was no comparison between the sea and the comforts of the island. Finding a way back to the island was paramount. Jiang Tian opened the chat room. Indeed, it was filled with wails of despair. This game is too unfair. How are we supposed to survive? I haven't had a proper meal in days. Food. Your life is more important, brother. Don't you see those words? Monster attacks all day. Strength in numbers. Forming alliances is crucial. Alliances? Forget it that we encountered a bunch of brutes. My dad went to negotiate and ended up dead. Luckily, we had bows and arrows. Otherwise, we would have been fish food. What about the military? Why don't they come out to protect us? Didn't they say a cold wave was coming? I'm going insane. I can't believe it. I invested everything I had into 11 metal ingots. But the trading price is only 20 bucks. Blueprints are valuable. Any blueprint goes for 100 bucks. What a joke. Even now, they're still speculating on goods. They deserve it. Chapter 34. First on the individual leaderboard. Pirates Attack the World was becoming increasingly chaotic. Jiang Tian cast a fleeting glance at the nearly distraught crowd, letting out a silent sigh. 3 days were ample time to erode the moral compass of most individuals. Hunger, loneliness, and the looming specter of death. Under such external pressures, the walls between people would only grow higher. Initially, there might have been a semblance of consideration for others, but now it was a matter of living solely for oneself. Jiang Tian surveyed the leaderboard once more, which displayed the individual rankings, guild rankings, and raft rankings. The top position in each category was emblazoned in bold gold letters, while the second and third places were marked in silver and bronze. Respectively, the top 10 were identified by names, while the subsequent 100 were represented solely by numerical IDs, with the exception of the 23rd, This indicated that only a handful had ventured into the second-tier trial grounds. 1. Huanshan, 6666666. 2. Qingyang, 5641228. 3. Guanglong, 187543. 4. Junshan Xingtian, 687421. 5. Qiutian E, 584784. He could not locate himself on the raft rankings, as he possessed no raft, and the notation beside his name was marked as hidden. The guild rankings were peculiar. There was no name listed, suggesting that no one had yet acquired the item necessary to create a guild. Huan Shun, the Great One, at that moment, Jiang Tian was squatting before an empty crate, engrossed in his phone, when he suddenly heard someone timidly calling his name. Turning around, he saw Li Cha, accompanied by 3 equally astonished individuals. It appeared that Li Cha had become the de facto leader of the group, that he brandished his phone, the screen displaying the leaderboard, with his finger pointing at the glittering first place, Huan Shun. Huan Shun. Jiang Tian stood up and smiled. Yes, that's me. What's the matter? Li Cha seemed momentarily stunned, nearly stumbling backward. Was this truly the world's number 1, a living legend standing right before him? He had also checked the raft rankings to ascertain the level of Huan Shen's raft, only to be shocked to discover that it had been destroyed. This meant that this great figure was somehow bound to his fate. Had he latched onto the leg of the world's best? The joy was overwhelming. Li Cha unexpectedly turned pale and fainted. Jiang Tian glanced at the unconscious Li Cha, chuckling as he shook his head. He felt an exhilarating thrill, a joy so profound it was almost overwhelming. Yet even in his elation, he knew he had to return. His gaze gradually lifted from the sea to the island. The island held secrets yet to be explored, as well as the grains and night patrols awaiting his return home. The cabbage seeds had been planted, and with the promise of a bountiful harvest. He would not go hungry. There was no need to worry about the night patrols either, as he had retained all the cores from the sea beasts when he departed. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he found himself missing them. After all, they were his true family. Jiang Tian exchanged a spirit fruit for 2,000 ocean currency and spent 200 to acquire an announcement scroll. Huan Shun, 666,666, please send me a pet orb. Private messages are blocked. Simply trade me a metal piece. In O disturbances, violators will be blacklisted. What the hell, a Great One? Am I dreaming? Does the Great One still produce fruits? What is it? Just a stroke of good luck. Good luck? Luck is part of strength. Indeed, opening treasure chests is a gamble of luck. ISNT it. Great One, I seek your patronage. I'm delicate and easily toppled. What utter foolishness, if only he could collaborate with Li Yihao. Everyone's strength would increase, but he was merely a selfish little man. Urgent, a Shiba Inu has been spotted upstairs. Come adopt it. Jiang Tian paid no mind to their chatter. However, someone made a valid point. His luck was indeed extraordinary. He was born on Huan Island, encountered grains, and cunningly dispatched the second-tier night patrol. Had his luck been a tad worse, he might have perished. He blacklisted the individual who suggested he collaborate with Li Yihao and ignored the group chat messages. Turning off his phone to gaze quietly at the distant island, he waited for considerable time. Occasionally, a few individuals sent him metal pieces, promising to deliver a pet or blader. Others offered to film, kindly use your fire stick to light a smoke for me. A pirate remarked to a companion nearby. This fellow appears so composed. Could he possibly have a hidden card up his sleeve? A hidden card? What of it? Our leader possesses 2 pieces of equipment. Why should we fear this lad? Moreover, this young man hasn't cast a single spell yet, which surely indicates some form of casting limitation. The pirate who inquired suddenly understood, his face breaking into a menacing grin. He was already contemplating how much loot he could seize once they boarded the raft. I could see that moment. They were less than 10 meters apart, and the pirate captain gestured with his hand. Signaling the others, the pirates showed their ferocity, drawing their bows. Die. Ladies, stay alert. Kill, kill, kill. Jiang Tian chuckled. At last they finally arrived. How slow they are, but at this distance there's no escape for them. With his hands in his pockets, he faced the oncoming storm of arrows. In an instant, he chanted flame spear, and countless fiery spears met the arrows head-on, incinerating them entirely. The remaining force of the flame spears struck the pirates aboard the ship. resulting in a cacophony of wails and heavy casualties. What is this? I've made a mistake. It's so hot. So hot. Brother, save me. The pirate captain was taken aback. This attack had jolted him awake, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Tian. As if trying to comprehend him fully, he had never encountered someone with such prowess. Such an assault could likely annihilate sea beasts in an instant. If Jiang Tian were aware of the captain's thoughts, he would surely laugh. I can eliminate bosses in seconds. Sea beasts? Please. Within 5 seconds, Jiang Tian, resembling a god of war, dispatched over 40 pirates in an instant. Moreover, casting spells came effortlessly to him, as the flames did not even scorch the wooden ship. Who exactly are you? The pirate captain, strong and composed, stealthily retrieved a hand crossbow from behind. He possessed a skill called Gale Arrow, which could enhance the force of his arrows by 200. Jiang Tian, of course, noticed his subtle maneuver. Nothing could escape his keen perception of 5-4. My name is whoosh. An arrow shot forth. An energy shield materialized before Jiang Tian, effectively blocking the arrow. The arrow and energy shield met in a clash. And ultimately, the arrow fell to the ground, expended of its energy. Phantom Mirage. The pirate's expression turned one of sheer terror. He was well aware of who Phantom Mirage was, the #1 on the personal leaderboard. A colossal figure even willing to trade fruits. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Phantom Mirage reside on such a dilapidated raft? Impossible. Impossible. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 flame spears pierced through his body, killing him on the spot. Jiang Tian continued to unleash flame spears until every pirate was slain. From the moment the pirates attacked to their complete annihilation, Jiang Tian's hands never left his pockets. He glanced at the small boats and nodded. Yes, it's time to return. Esteemed one, you truly intend to leave? Li Cha implored. Have we done something to offend you? Might you stay, great one? At that moment, Li Cha resembled a forsaken bride, somewhat dazed. Yet he quickly regained his composure. What nonsense! The great one has already assisted us immensely. Had it not been for him, we would have perished last night. Esteemed one, please take this bluefin tuna. Such a fine treasure is rare. Jiang Tian smiled and waved his hand dismissively. I've mentioned it before. I'm allergic to seafood. Li Cha was momentarily stunned. Realizing that the Great One had indeed declined his fish soup out of genuine concern, not disdain, he exhaled in relief and then traded over the hammock and blanket he had procured for Jiang Tian. This hammock is comfortable for sleeping aboard the ship, and with the recent cold weather, a blanket will keep you warm. Please take care, and may we meet again by fate. Jiang Tian turned and walked towards the wooden boat. Waving goodbye over his shoulder, the pirates had brought 8 ships. 1 was damaged, and 1 had been taken by themselves. The remaining vessels were left for them. Suddenly, Jiang Tian tossed something behind him, which Li Cha caught with steady hands. Upon inspection, it was a fruit resembling a cherry tomato. From a distance, Jiang Tian's voice echoed. Li Cha, strive hard. You possess great potential. Friend request sent. May we meet again by fate. Jiang Tian propelled the boat forward, skillfully wielding the oars. With his superior physique, this labor was effortless. As he departed under the gazes of the onlookers, the sea lay tranquil. Jiang Tian paddled towards Spirit Island. The mountains seemed deceptively close. But after a long afternoon of rowing, he felt as though he had made no progress at all. That's exhausting. Yet, he understood one thing. Spirit Island was indeed vast, and the distance hardly seemed to diminish. Jiang Tian rowed vigorously. Thus, he spent an entire day navigating the waters. During this time, he encountered a handful of players, no more than 5. It appeared that the players were not as far-flung as he had imagined. One individual attempted to challenge Jiang Tian, but was swiftly pierced by a flame spear that a few others inquired if he had a blueprint for a wooden ship, expressing their desire to purchase one. Jiang Tian directed them to Li Cha. Finally, as the sun dipped toward the horizon, Jiang Tian set foot on the sandy beach of Spirit Island. He had anticipated that merely arriving would grant him entry. Yet he found himself halted at the barrier. Reluctantly, he used a key, his secret realm coordinate card, to breach the barrier. Thank you, Li Zige, he whispered, inhaling deeply as a wave of uncontainable joy surged within him. At that moment, a shadow emerged from the jungle. Jiang Tian noticed it but paid no heed, instead turning to stow away his wooden boat. The shadow gradually revealed itself to be the monstrous creature that had previously attacked him, the thorned lizard. The lizard flicked its tongue and advanced toward Jiang Tian. With his back turned to the lizard, Jiang Tian spoke, "It's time to go home." Boom! A wolf claw shattered the thorned lizard's head. Night Watch emerged from the darkness. At your command, my lord. Chapter 36. Experimenting with talent skills, slapping Li Yihao in the face. Jiang Tian rode atop Night Watch. Speeding through the air, he had sensed Night Watch from a distance, and Night Watch had likely sensed him as well, arriving early to greet him. After the sun had completely vanished, they arrived at his humble wooden cabin. Within this simple encampment lay the seeds he had sown and his own little nest. Jiang Tian was delighted to discover a wild bull's carcass on the open ground of the camp. Wugu, the bull's spirit, approached, bouncing joyfully. This was brought back by Big Dog from across the way. Since you had been away for so long, worried about not having dinner, he went hunting. A warm sensation enveloped Jiang Tian's heart. This was the feeling of being cared for. He smiled and affectionately stroked Wugu's head. After 2 days and nights without this little deer's company, he felt an emptiness inside, which was now filled with tranquility. "Thank you." Night Watch also drew near, and Jiang Tian patted its head. Then he inquired of Night Watch, "How have you fared with those crystal cores? You seem considerably stronger, having grown quite a bit." Night Watch lowered its head. "Thanks to your grace, my lord, I have absorbed all the crystal cores that I feel that with just a few more, I could break through to the 3rd tier. Jiang Tian opened Night Watch's panel to inspect. Name: Night Watch race, Black Giant Wolf, Fierce Beast, Life rating, Tier 2 physique, 77 speed, 72 perception, 41 energy, 4120 talent. Insomnia. Low-level regeneration. Insomnia. No need for sleep. Attributes enhanced by 5 at night. Low-level regeneration. Consumes a large amount of energy to facilitate flesh and blood growth. How astonishingly strong you've become. Jiang Tian tossed Night Watch a piece of crab stick. This was a reward he had obtained from a boss. It was so finely crushed that only a small portion was recoverable. However, it was sufficient for Night Watch. By the way, Jiang Tian turned to Wugu and said, "Let me show you a magic trick." The little deer tilted its head, perplexed. Activate the bonds beyond worlds. Learning skill. Harvest. Wugu felt an invisible hand brush against IT. IT looked up at Jiang Tian in confusion, as if to ask, "Is this the magic you speak of?" Jiang Tian chuckled, bending down to scoop up Wugu. Leading it to the vegetable patch. 9 cabbages had been hastily matured by Wugu, though she had eaten 2 of them. "Give me the seeds." Wugu, puzzled, but with a flash of its antlers, produced 4 seeds in Jiang Tian's hand. Along with the previous seeds, he now held 6. Jiang Tian dug a small hole, planted 1 seed, and watered it with spirit spring water. He exerted force upon the seed. Harvest. Jiang Tian felt the energy within him drain instantaneously. In mere moments, over half had been expended. This skill was truly exhausting, explaining why Wugu had been panting after using it just once. Yet the results were impressive. Not only did he reap a cabbage the size of a human head, but he also garnered Wugu's astonishment. "Brother, is this my skill?" The young deer shook its head in confusion. Night Patrol approached, equally astonished. "My lord, is this your ability, the capacity to learn the skills of others?" Jiang Tian nodded in affirmation. "After we finish our meal and get some rest, we shall explore the island tomorrow. Preparations for our move must begin. A cabbage, hastened to maturity through the efforts of the grains, awaited him. Jiang Tian took some tender cabbage leaves and also collected the wild buffalo that Night Patrol had hunted. Wild buffalo meat, 31 buffalo bones, 4 beast tendons, 5 buffalo hide, 8 buffalo horns. However, lacking spices, he had no choice but to utilize the seasoning packet from instant noodles. The iron pot over the campfire was just right for simmering 2 pieces of beef. He lamented the scarcity of tools, leaving him only with the option to blanch the ingredients. Yet, even so, after 4 days of consuming instant noodles, Jiang Tian felt a profound sense of happiness. This was a true meal, leaning against Night Patrol and cradling the grains. Jiang Tian opened his phone and patiently awaited the beef to cook. After a full day of rowing, he had yet to sort through the pirate spoils. Upon inspection, he discovered a considerable amount of basic materials. Alleviating any immediate concerns regarding resources, Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. The pirate captain possessed a rather impressive piece of equipment. Hunter's gloves, green. Speed, 2 gale arrows. Increases the force of fired arrows by 200. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Jiang Tian seemed to discern a pattern. Whether it was the boots he had encountered for the first time, his ritual ring, or these gloves, all exhibited remarkably lengthy skill durations. Although he was uncertain if this 30-minute cooldown was universal, a comparison with his energy shield skill revealed that skills from skill books were indeed more advantageous than those from equipment. Reclining in his small abode, holding the pot, he savored the cabbage and beef stew. This marked his first experience with food beyond instant noodles. That it was exceptionally delicious that he accessed the forum, finding it significantly more convenient than the chat room. Not only could it accommodate images and videos, but it also spared him the effort of sifting through information that moment. Amidst numerous survival and recruitment posts, there was a highly popular lifestyle thread generating considerable discussion. The author was none other than Li Yihua. Jiang Tian, intrigued, wished to uncover what scheme Li Yihua had devised. Upon entering, he found it to be a boastful post. One image accompanied by a single audacious statement. Uneaten sushi tossed aside. Surely, no one is still hungry? The photograph depicted a bottle of white vinegar alongside a grand platter of assembled sushi. The plate was gilded, and the table was adorned with exquisite furniture. The response count soared into the thousands, filled with pleas and vitriol. Damn it. Let me die. I wish to join Ikong Bayoi. Can I at least have a bite to eat? How good I am. Please, just a morsel. Damn it. Such fine food wasted on dogs. Jiang Tian chuckled softly, preparing to comment. This person has been blacklisted, unable to reply to the post. Jiang Tian had forgotten that he had blacklisted Li Yihua. Thus, he resolved to create a new post. He placed a wooden board beneath the blanket to avoid soiling it, found a suitable angle, and snapped a picture. Illusion, 666,666. Don't misunderstand. This is directed at you. Try some raw food and see how it pleases you. The accompanying image was a cozy, dimly lit room, with a wooden board supporting a pot filled with beef and cabbage, steam wafting above. Instantly, the post exploded in popularity. What kind of meat is that? It doesn't resemble fish. It must be sea creature meat, but doesn't it fall apart when cooked? That's beef, isn't it? The marbling looks similar. Where did the beef and cabbage come from? Was it found? I recall someone trading braised beef for a plethora of goods that cabbage from vegetable pack. It certainly doesn't resemble it. Those leaves are enormous. That Li Yihua was nothing compared to this. His failed scheme against the big shot only highlighted his inferior living standards. Illusion was truly formidable, possessing both meat and vegetables. I could see that moment. Someone else posted an image in Jiang Tian's thread. Jiang Tian instantly recognized it as Li Cha. A group surrounded a bluefin tuna, each person relishing the feast. The caption read, "Traded with illusion for a bluefin tuna." In an instant, the thread's popularity skyrocketed. Jiang Tian savored the beef broth. Li Cha was quite astute, refraining from mentioning that he had gifted it to her, as that would invite trouble. He accessed the trading interface and sent a piece of beef to Li Cha. He then dispatched one piece each to De Long and Li Zigu. Chapter 37. Li Yihua's malice. Li Ziji's plea for help. Illusion. Li Yihua bellowed, gripping the table with both hands, ready to overturn it. However, he quickly regained his composure. Wasting food was not an option. One of his subordinates relaxed as Li Yihua released the table's edge. Taking a deep breath, Li Yihua calmed himself. Their situation was dire. The food barely sufficed to fill their bellies. Claiming to toss uneaten food was merely for show. How could Illusion possibly be eating beef? Li Yihua knew that this was not the braised meat found in chests, but rather fresh meat. And cabbage. How could anyone be consuming vegetables at this hour? He was aware of the Ruiguang hybrid crops, but weren't the seeds just planted a few days ago? Even with fertilizer, it would take at least 2 weeks. Though Li Yihua was malicious, he was not foolish. Did this kid possess some advanced fertilizer? At this moment, Arue interjected, "Big brother, I've learned that this kid has cabbage seeds. They were given during the Ruiguang hybrid auction." His voice trailed off, knowing his reputation had plummeted due to that auction. However, Li Yihua seemed unfazed. and no worries. In the end, it will all be ours. Ihua retrieved a hand crossbow from behind. Smirking, even if he is the best in the world, what of it? He is still just a person. Place this against his forehead, and he'll kneel and call me father. When my father arrives with a locator, he won't have anywhere to run. Ah. Suddenly, Li Yihua recalled something. Let us gather those pirates we VE recruited. They gained benefits. And what about Gu Wu Jun? Didn't he say he arrived in our waters yesterday? Arue hesitated, shaking his head. I don't know. Who was responsible for his reception? Who also shook his head. Ji Wu Jun hasn't sent me a message. Fool! Why didn't you ask him how far he is from us? After sending beef to De Long and Li Zigu, Jiang Tian chatted with De Long upon confirming that De Long was indeed the burly man he had encountered in the arena. He felt somewhat embarrassed. However, De Long took it lightly, acknowledging his own bad luck. Jiang Tian recounted his encounters with various races. The stone people, the winged people, and the troublesome feather people that De Long assured him he would exercise caution and not underestimate any opponent. Jiang Tian offered half a cabbage to De Long as a gesture of apology and as compensation for mental anguish. IT then struck Jiang Tian as odd that the beef he had traded with Li Zigu was instantly closed. Had something occurred? At that moment, in a certain sea area, Zhang Qingqing clutched her arm, half kneeling on the ground, the coral spear slipping from her grasp and rolling away. Before her loomed an enormous mantis shrimp. Its appearance fearsome, covered in a shell adorned with sharp barbs. They had been entangled with this monster for quite some time, having not rested, utterly fatigued. They had exhausted nearly all their items, and both sides had suffered heavy losses. Li Zigu emanated a green glow, her staff aimed at Zhang Qingqing, but in the next instant, the green light vanished, and her expression shifted. Qingqing, I'm out of energy. Quickly take a potion. Zhang Qingqing gritted her teeth and downed her last bottle of rejuvenation potion. Her wounds slowly began to heal. The mantis shrimp, furious, understood that the small vial would restore its adversary's health. Furthermore, the human wielding the spear was proving to be quite troublesome, entirely different from the humans it had previously hunted. Roaring, it charged again. Zhang Qingqing seized the spear with her left hand and met it head-on. The two were locked in combat, but it was evident that under the onslaught of the massive mantis shrimp, Zhang Qingqing was at a disadvantage, barely managing to defend herself. Li Zigu, frantic, found herself drained of energy and unable to assist. She pulled out her phone, prepared to type, but Zhang Qingqing was struck away, rolling across the ground before crashing into a rock and springing back up. The previous potion had been in vain. In this dire situation, she resorted to sending a voice message, desperately hoping Jiang Tian would lend a hand. Recalling their past friendship. Help us! A formidable monster is attacking us. We cannot fend it off. I am a mage, and Qingqing is the girl you met in the trial grounds. Please, I beg you, help us. Jiang Tian, upon receiving the message from Li Zigu, found himself momentarily stunned. The background was filled with the cacophony of fierce combat, the howls of monstrous creatures, and the furious shouts of a girl. It seemed too real to be fabricated. Though their relationship was one of mutual benefit, it was undeniable that he had indeed acquired numerous valuable items from her, namely, the coordinates card to the secret realm and a pet orb. Without that coordinates card, he would not have returned. Had it not been for the night watch, he might have perished at the hands of those three magical beasts, setting aside that layer of thought. It was clear that Li Zigu was quite astute. If he could gain her trust, she would prove to be an invaluable ally. However, how could he assist her when he was unable to cross over himself? Though he usually felt quite adept at navigating such situations, it appeared that Li Zigu was genuinely panicking. Jiang Tian mused to himself. The only support he could provide was in the form of items. He sent Li Zigu 10 red spirit fruits, 10 green spirit fruits, and 4 bottles of blue potions. She accepted them in an instant. I've given them to you, but this is a high-interest loan. So be mentally prepared, he quipped. Detecting that the player's favorability had reached a satisfactory level, Jiang Tian smiled subtly, feeling he had gained an advantage. He lay quietly under the covers, gently stroking the head of Wugu, who had slipped in beside him. Time passed by in seconds. Li Zigu managed to send him another message. We have the upper hand. Suddenly, Jiang Tian found Li Zigu rather endearing. She took the time to report to him, alleviating his worry about her potentially absconding with the funds. Although he had no such intentions himself, it was still a courteous gesture. The items she possessed held considerable value, yet he had no use for them. After reaching the second tier, he could no longer enhance himself with fruits of this level that as for the blue potions, he had the pioneer class, which rendered him lacking in that regard. The most draining use of blue was the ripening process. But he still had Wugu to assist him. While Jiang Tian pondered these thoughts, another message from Li Zai arrived, but this time it was a video. It seemed they had completed their battle and had the leisure to send a video. He accepted the call. The sight of the two beautiful girls was quite pleasing, though it would have been even better had they not borne injuries. Behind them loomed an enormous mantis shrimp, and at their feet lay a familiar treasure chest, supreme treasure chest. Jiang Tian suddenly understood. They had defeated a boss, which explained the difficulty of the encounter. What's the matter? Did you get the supreme treasure chest and come here to tempt me? Jiang Tian yawned while holding his phone that he wished for a phone holder, as holding it was becoming uncomfortable. Hey, how did you know this was a supreme treasure chest? You naughty. Good person, the short-haired girl asked, her face a mask of confusion. Li Zai also looked taken aback and inquired, have you obtained one before? Of course, or do you think I got the blue potions from nowhere? Chapter 38. The Envy-Inducing European Emperor. New skills and equipment that we want you to open the chest in front of you. Take whatever you find, you can keep it all. Li Zai adjusted her glasses. Jiang Tian sat up. All right, go ahead. Zhang Qingqing clasped her hands together and silently prayed. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits. Then she kicked the chest open. Jiang Tian watched, his mouth twitching at the absurdity of it all. However, upon seeing the items that spilled forth, his eyes widened in astonishment. Skill book, Fiery Vortex skill book, Rapid Growth Spell Pet, Orb 2C Sparrow Gun, Basic Rejuvenation Potion, 20 Basic Mental Potion 10. How could a Supreme Treasure Chest yield so many items? This is ridiculous. Why could a Supreme Treasure Chest only yield 3 types of items? Hello? Is this GM? I want to report someone for cheating. In the video, Li Zai picked up a pet orb to show Jiang Tian, then traded it to him. I remember you posted a bounty wanting pet orbs, right? These 2 are yours. Jiang Tian chuckled. This girl was quite generous. However, he did not decline and accepted them. I want that fiery vortex. I'm in desperate need of skills, sure. Without hesitation, Li Zai traded the skill book to Jiang Tian. The rest are yours. Li Zai was momentarily taken aback. So many items, and he didn't want any of them. Zhang Qingqing was overjoyed, bowing deeply towards the phone screen. You're truly a good person. Not only do you support us, but you also ask for nothing in return. That day, when I came out of the arena, I secretly cursed you. Now, I apologize that I'm sorry. Jiang Tian's mouth twitched slightly. Is this person's brain damaged by the boss? Who would know such things if you didn't say them? In the next moment, he detected that the player's favorability had reached a satisfactory level. What the? Is she being sincere? All right, I should get some sleep now. You all should rest early too. Jiang Tian prepared to hang up the phone. Just then, Li Zai called out, wait, you're also a mage, right? Let me give you 5 bottles of mental potions. Consider it a gift, not a debt. And here are 10 bottles of rejuvenation potions. One always encounters injuries when out and about. Better to be prepared. As for the fruits and items we borrowed from you, we will repay them gradually. Jiang Tian pondered for a moment. It was indeed true. However, anything capable of breaching his defenses meant he would have a hard time surviving. If he discovered his blue resources were insufficient, he would have fled long ago. Nevertheless, they were items given to him, so it was better to accept them. Thus, Jiang Tian received them without reservation at midnight. After arranging the night watch, Jiang Tian prepared to rest. He learned the Fiery Vortex skill, Fiery Vortex. A searing vortex sweeps through enemies, dealing immense damage, costing 30 energy points per second. He had tested this skill outside before. It was a formidable area attack that IT had left the night watch in awe. He had to thank the European Emperor. Comparing oneself to others could truly be disheartening. His treasure chests yielded so little, while others could open chests yielding more than double. Thinking of Li Zai and Zhang Qingqing brought a smile to his face. One was a clever matron, and the other a child with a playful spirit. As for DeLong, he was a scheming lad who enjoyed pretending to be foolish. None of them were bad people. He could communicate more with the Long later. Who knows, he might even learn that speed-enhancing skill of his. With these thoughts, Jiang Tian closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. After midnight, a wolf's howl jolted Jiang Tian awake. That it was the night watch signaling trouble. Jiang Tian quickly got up, noticing Wugu trembling in fear. The situation felt eerily similar to when a magical beast had approached. He bent down and patted Wugu. "I'll be right back." Jiang Tian donned a thick coat and opened the door. In the biting cold, the night watch was locked in a standoff with 3 colossal moths. The night watch leaped into action, lunging at the black moths. However, the moths moved with an uncanny grace, evading the night watch's attack at the last moment. The 3 moths quickly ascended to a high altitude above the night watch. Their mouthparts elongated and with a loud crack, struck him down. The night watch's expression changed. It seemed that this mouthpart possessed some special effect. Boom! What appeared to be a weak blow sent the night watch crashing to the ground. As he hit the ground, he rebounded like a ball, regaining his footing, though gritting his teeth in pain. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Tian felt a strange familiarity. It mirrored his battle against the winged humanoids. Units that dominated the aerial domain exerted an unyielding suppression on the ground. "I'll handle this," Jiang Tian declared, raising his hand toward the battlefield where the Night Watch battled the moths. A ring of flames materialized on the ground. "Night Watch, retreat." The Night Watch recognized this as his leader's skill and quickly backpedaled. Jiang Tian had practiced this skill on the beach before, and the Night Watch had witnessed it. If he were caught in that vortex, he would be severely injured in mere seconds. Fiery vortex. Whoosh! A fire vortex spanning dozens of meters erupted into existence, resembling a flaming tornado. The searing heat surged forth, raising the surrounding temperature significantly. One moth reacted swiftly, fleeing from the fire vortex, while the other 2 were ensnared within it. The piercing screams of agony pierced the ears of both girls. The damage inflicted by fire on insects was indisputable, especially for moths with their phosphorescent bodies, which acted as accelerants. The surviving moth, enraged, screeched loudly and spread its wings, revealing 4 glowing spots. Bayu from those light points, the moth unleashed 4 beams of darkness. Jiang Tian maintained the fiery vortex while activating a protective shield, summoning 5 flame spears behind him. Flame spears, whoosh! The flame spears collided with the beams, erupting in midair. However, the sheer number of flame spears overwhelmed the lone beam, piercing through the moth's wing. Instantly, the moth lost its balance, flailing its wings in a panic. Seizing the opportunity, the Night Watch propelled itself forward with powerful hind legs, leaping onto the moth. Well done! Jiang Tian was aware of the outcome when a warrior engaged in close combat from a distance. With a howl akin to that of a wolf, a heavy strike followed. Suddenly, the essence of the demon moth splattered everywhere, coating the ground. Jiang Tian also retracted the flame, severing vortex. 2 Dark, indistinct objects fell from the sky with a thud. Quite remarkable. The flame-severing vortex, originally a skill that consumed 30 mana, felt as if it only drained 3 in his hands. Truly, infinite mana is indeed a sorcerer's best companion. Night Watch approached, his wounds insignificant, beginning to heal slowly due to his regenerative abilities. As he neared, he also nudged over a treasure chest, displaying a thoughtful gesture. Jiang Tian patted Night Watch and rewarded him with some sea beast meat. Then he prepared to open the chest. Just as his hand touched it, he paused, recalling the naive Zhang Qingqing. He clasped his palms together. Heavenly spirits and earthly spirits. Then, with a swift kick, he opened it. Black Mist Cloak, Blue 2 Constitution, 6 Perception. Mist Form. Transforms into mist for 5 seconds, during which the mist cannot be attacked. Cooldown 24 hours. Incredible. Chapter 39. Primary Speed Potion. Searching for a new camp. Region, 6666. Personal ID. 666666. Race. Human Life Rating. Tier 2 Constitution. 56.6 Agility. 54.4 Perception. 60.10 Energy. 600600. Title. Pioneer Talent. Bonds Beyond Worlds Equipment. Black Mist Cloak Blue. Ritual Ring Blue. Steel Bone Chain Pants Green. Coral Boots Green. Hunter's Gloves Green. But it seems the enhancement of equipment is indeed substantial. His perception has already reached 10, equivalent to 5 fruits. However, his gear could be deemed luxurious, 2 blues and 3 greens, but he lacks headgear. He plans to purchase one later, or perhaps acquire it through a drop. The other 2 chests yielded different items. Ocean Currency 600, Primary Speed Potion, increases speed by 50 for 10 minutes. Not bad. This speed potion could certainly come in handy for an escape. Jiang Tian couldn't even be bothered to check the ocean currency after collecting the demon moth's corpse and acquiring its materials. Jiang Tian retired to his dwelling for a restful sleep, slumbering soundly until dawn. After assisting Li Zijie the previous night, they had formed a bond akin to life and death. Today, she sent him a morning greeting, which he reciprocated. The little deer, startled from last night, rose early. She emerged, her legs trembling, tested the cool breeze, and then retreated to her cozy nook. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian busied himself with breakfast, facing a food crisis. His instant noodles were all consumed, and lacking other provisions, he resorted to carving wooden skewers to cook meat. Currently, the prices for food in the trading post were absurdly high. Easy-to-store items like bread, biscuits, and instant noodles were exorbitantly priced. A bag of 10 pounds of flour had a historical transaction price of 1,000, far beyond what an ordinary person could afford. However, after toiling for several days, shooting tea, he indulged a little. He spent 200 to acquire a loaf of bread that he roasted beef, layered it with cabbage, and enjoyed a delectable breakfast. After finishing, Jiang Tian took out his small boat and paddled out to sea. Feeling a bit restless, he wondered if he could procure something valuable this time. Casting his line, he soon hooked a treasure chest. Mackerel fish, 5 sori fish, 2 gold pomfret. Jiang Tian tucked his fishing line deep in his backpack and locked it away. This was something he would never fish for again. What was the meaning of this? He was allergic to seafood, yet it was being gifted to him. Jiang Tian frowned at the fish in his bag. Feeling it was ill-fated, he sent a message to Li Zijie. Today is my lucky day. Caught quite a few fish. Can't finish them all. I'll share some with you. Li Zijie responded simultaneously. Today's luck was average. We got a blueprint we want to use, so I'll give it to you. How coincidental, they both messaged at the same time. Blueprint. Large wooden house. Jiang Tian nearly bit his teeth in frustration. Damn it. Why was this? Thank you. Ching loves fish. They exchanged their respective items. The blueprint in his hand was for a large wooden house, quite popular in the outside world that IT was widely circulated. Many organizations built this type of large house on their flagship. It offered ample space, low construction costs, and was lightweight, making it highly cost-effective. However, there were drawbacks. It occupied a bit more space, and smaller rafts couldn't be accommodated. More than one group had complained that the houses they painstakingly constructed couldn't fit their rafts. Nevertheless, for Jiang Tian, it was of no concern, as he wasn't residing on a raft. Coincidentally, he intended to move. With this item, he could bid farewell to his humble wooden hut. Jiang Tian immediately began crafting. Large wooden house, 500 wood, 200 nails, 50 stones, 5 metal ingots, 5 glass. He had acquired plenty of basic materials from raiding that group of pirates. Crafting a large wooden house was more than sufficient. The only material he lacked was glass, 2 pieces short. With the demand low, he decided to purchase them from the trading post. Jiang Tian opened the trading post, searched, and discovered the price of glass had soared to over 100. He spent 200 to buy 2 pieces of glass and began construction. Crafting time, 24 hours. Goodness, that is quite long. Jiang Tian stood up and adjusted his gear. He had hidden all his previous mismatched equipment due to their unappealing appearance. The only piece displayed was the newly acquired black mist cloak, a simplistic design resembling a black woolen coat. Yet, no one could see it, making it no different from wearing fine garments under the cover of night. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Tian decided to explore the other side of the island to scout for a safe place to settle. He had a feeling that the seaside appeared to be a patrol route for monsters. After having endured several attacks while sleeping at this camp, being awakened in the dead of night was hardly bearable. Jiang Tian called upon Night Watch and grained to venture into the island's interior. The forest was lush, brimming with shrubs. Jiang Tian followed a narrow path, intending to check on the mountain spring. After all, Night Watch had mentioned that springs used as drinking sources by magical beasts could easily dry up. The underbrush resembled a maze that in just a few days Jiang Tian found it nearly unrecognizable. However, the path remained intact, and he continued along it. Carrying grain, he rode on Night Watch's back. Night Watch moved swiftly, and soon they arrived at the mountain spring. As expected, the water level had significantly dropped. Jiang Tian remained seated, merely glancing before deciding against building a shelter in this location. In just a few days, the water had receded so rapidly, indicating a considerable number of magical beasts nearby. He patted Night Watch's back. Let us turn back. Is there anywhere on this island with large boulders? Night Watch promptly replied, of course, but that area is already claimed by others, and venturing there would surely lead to a conflict. Then let us forget it, Jiang Tian said. He was searching for a camp to settle, not a frontline base. They continued aimlessly, seeking a suitable location. Night Watch responded to his command and picked up speed. As time passed, Jiang Tian stumbled upon a clay mine, and the terrain was remarkably flat, adorned with grass. This place seems nice. He thought that IT was flat and resource-rich. Jiang Tian recalled someone in the group chat seeking clay. This area should be unclaimed territory. Night Watch nodded. Indeed, it is unclaimed, but there are marshes nearby, making it unsuitable for a camp. Jiang Tian shook his head in disappointment, but mentally noted the location. The group continued racing across the island. Suddenly, Jiang Tian spotted a massive, flattened cliff in the distance. The bottom hung in midair while the top was level. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. This was the very place he had hoped to find. He patted Night Watch's head and pointed towards the cliff. Night Watch, over there. Night Watch glanced at Jiang Tian's direction, stunned at my lord. That is the sacred strike zone. Jiang Tian sensed Night Watch's hesitation. What is it? Our queen has stated that the sacred strike zone is a holy place that cannot be trespassed. It repels all living beings. For magical beasts, the impact is greatest, let alone for us guardians. Jiang Tian caught a whiff of treasure. Moreover, the fact that magical beasts wouldn't approach made it the perfect campsite. Chapter 40. The Radish of the Sacred Strike Zone. Grain in Human Form. Jiang Tian, accompanied by Grain and Night Watch, made their way toward the cliff. Grain seemed unaffected, but Night Watch appeared somewhat pained. Thus, Jiang Tian instructed Night Watch to wait outside first. Night Watch nodded and quickly ran off to a distance. Jiang Tian and Grain arrived at what appeared to be the center, where a vast expanse of flat land greeted them. Not a single tall tree obscured their view. The visibility was excellent. Below, there was adequate support, alleviating any concerns about the cliff crumbling. This truly was an ideal location for constructing a camp. As for the monsters, the night patrol unfolds in such a manner. One can only imagine the chaos that accompanies the monstrous beast at night. A good night's sleep is finally within reach. Strangely, Jiang Tian felt not a trace of discomfort. Rather, he was enveloped in a warm and exceedingly pleasant sensation. Wugux, too, appeared languid, in stark contrast. The night patrol exhibited a demeanor of avoidance. The sacred ground of divine strikes is indeed a place not to be trifled with, reminiscent of ancient tribal legends. Yet, the exclusion of oneself and Wugux from this entity is quite intriguing. Unable to fathom the reasoning, Jiang Tian opted to dismiss the thought and approach the edge of a cliff. There, he beheld an irregularly shaped emerald crystal. As he drew nearer, the warmth around him intensified. Jiang Tian retrieved his phone and captured a photograph. The inscription read, Beast Crystal contains immeasurable power. Is this not the sacred ground of divine strikes? Why then does it involve the beastly entities? Jiang Tian found himself perplexed. Brother, this is remarkable. Wugux exclaimed, inching closer to the crystal, his eyes betraying a hint of yearning. Do you recognize it? Jiang Tian inquired, curiosity piqued. This is a remnant of the island lord's power, akin to the sensation within the mountains. Brother, I desire this. Wugux raised his head, gazing earnestly at Jiang Tian. The mountains. Jiang Tian was no stranger to this term. He first encountered it during the beast invasion when Wugux mentioned the attack on the mountains. Thereafter, mysterious powers surfaced, akin to those associated with the mountains. The island lord, the beast, the sacred ground of divine strikes, the altar. The more he learned, the greater his confusion became. If you take it, will the power here remain? Wugux closed his eyes to feel the surroundings. The power has already seeped into the earth. It will not dissipate. That is reassuring to it was no easy feat to discover a building site. Finding another would be arduous. Jiang Tian caressed the deer's head. Then take it if you need it, he silently added. After all, it isn't mine. With a cry, Wugux seized the crystal, and in an instant, a radiant light surged from him. Reaching toward the heavens, Jiang Tian was taken aback by the magnitude of the reaction. The brilliance nearly blinded him, and a force propelled him backward. He raised his arm in a futile attempt to shield himself. Yet he was inexorably pushed closer to the cliff's edge. Such formidable power. Suddenly, the voice of the night patrol pierced through the air, urgent and frantic. "My lord, something has approached." Jiang Tian was momentarily stunned, instinctively activating his protective shield. However, to his surprise, the shield began to coalesce from the front, and his right arm was struck with tremendous force. Jiang Tian, already perilously close to the cliff, was propelled into the air by the blow. In his peripheral vision, he glimpsed a white figure, accompanied by a furious female voice. "Thief! You wretched carrot!" Lunar kick. And then, Jiang Tian found himself plummeting over the cliff in midair. His mind briefly faltered. Wretched carrot? It was only then that he realized he had been ambushed. Adjusting his position in the air, he invoked the flame-severing vortex. A fleeting fire tornado enveloped him, the heated air slightly softening his descent. With a thud, Jiang Tian landed safely, albeit his mind was still in a daze. Wretched carrot! It felt akin to a brawl outside the school gates. While others shouted expletives, the toughest from their school shouted something utterly out of place, leaving Jiang Tian utterly bewildered. No, I must return quickly. He belatedly recognized that there were others on the island, and this individual moved with astonishing speed, far exceeding his own reflexes. The night patrol, fearing the power of the crystal, could not approach. Even if it could, the night patrol's speed would render it mere plaything. Wugux was over there. Jiang Tian raced toward the sacred ground of divine strikes, having been flung a considerable distance, taking time to find the way back. At that moment, the night patrol descended to find Jiang Tian, and they met halfway. "My lord, are you unharmed?" The night patrol was in a state of distress, unsure how to articulate the events above. "A fight has broken out." "What?" Jiang Tian was once again taken aback. "A fight? Between whom?" The night patrol could not explain. Instead, it urged Jiang Tian to climb onto its back, swiftly returning to the sacred ground of divine strikes. The night patrol's feet sparked with every step, almost instantaneously reaching the cliff's edge. Jiang Tian promptly dismounted, ready to rescue. Yet he was met with an unbelievable sight, frozen in place as realization dawned upon him. He understood what the night patrol meant by a fight. The cliff's edge. Two girls were engaged in a palm-to-palm struggle, their energies visibly clashing. One donned oversized work pants, sporting a pair of long rabbit ears, while the other wore a teal jacket and white wide-legged pants, adorned with petite deer antlers. "Wretched carrot! Thief! How dare you accuse me of stealing? This was given me by my brother." "Thief! I did not. It was a gift from my brother." "Then your brother is a thief. You shall not speak ill of my brother." The two girls continued their contest, evenly matched in strength. Jiang Tian's head throbbed. "This is a territory with owners. What to do? I am at fault here." However, had Wugux transformed into human form? Jiang Tian swiftly checked Wugux's attributes. Name: Wugux race. Harvest deer, beast, life rating, tier 4 physique, 16 speed, 21 perception, 108 energy, 108 for 7-1, 08 for 7 talent. Harvest. Dimensional leap, grain collection, rapid growth of all things. Harvest. Consumes energy to accelerate plant growth, potentially causing mutations. Dimensional leap. Consumes energy for instantaneous teleportation, with no upper limit on energy expenditure. The more consumed, the more accurate the location. Grain collection. Consumes energy to harvest plants, yielding more precious items. Rapid growth of all things. Applies a small amount of energy to plants, enhancing growth speed by 300. Rapid growth of all things. Quite something. Yet, there was no time for detailed examination. He needed to intervene. Those infuriating mountain dwellers, those ignorant forest folk, the rabbit-eared girl, suddenly losing her strength in anger, veered aside. Wugux, caught off guard, surged towards the cliff. Jiang Tian's expression shifted, ready to rescue. But in the next moment, the rabbit girl nearly teleported to the cliff's edge, catching Wugux by the collar from behind, preventing her from falling. With a casual toss, she placed Wugux safely on the grass. "You infuriate me." The rabbit-eared girl then turned and pointed at Jiang Tian. "Did I know you? I saw you at the seaside, not long ago. The seaside? Rabbit ears beast, could this be the lucky rabbit? Goodness, what a small world, that I apologize. I did not realize it was yours." Jiang Tian rubbed his temple. What to do? I wish for a boss to vent my frustrations. The most troublesome adversaries tend to be young girls. The lucky rabbit did not respond to Jiang Tian, but approached him directly, halting before him. "Return it. Give me back the crystal. I merely stepped out to find some food." "And you stole it." She clenched her teeth, raising her leg to kick Jiang Tian's calf. "Ouch." Li Zige boiled a kettle of hot water, setting the breakfast table and arranging paper cupcakes. She prepared to savor a delightful afternoon. Despite the chilly weather, as the sun shone brightly, the attack from the previous day lingered in her memory, prompting her to unwind. She called for Zhang Qingqing, still below, gathering supplies, to take a break. Just as she sat down, her phone vibrated. The message was from Jiang Tian. She flicked her hair back and picked it up, a look of confusion crossing her face. "You know Guanglong, right? We're friends. He upset a girl. Apparently, he damaged her house. He's asking me for advice, but I have no clue what to do. After all, girls understand girls best." Li Zige was speechless. "I feel like this is the first time I've seen you so flustered. What's the matter? If the house was damaged, just compensate or be by the way. Did you encounter anyone?" Jiang Tian glanced down at the petite figure stomping on his foot, incessantly shouting, "Return it!" Wugux beside him was unable to pull her away, desperately seeking Li Zige's assistance. "I cannot afford to compensate." Li Zige nearly scalded her tongue with hot water at the revelation. "You can't afford to compensate? Aren't most of the group's flagship buildings large wooden cabins? The materials shouldn't exceed 5K. How could you not afford it? Were you scammed? Wait, did you demolish the villa of Longjiang Heavy Industries?" Jiang Tian felt somewhat helpless. "Not really. That thing is genuinely valuable. Be by the way." This is what Guanglong said. After a moment's thought, he decided to be honest. After all, he had reached Tier 2, and the Bee Spirit Island should be arriving soon. "I have arrived at the Bee Spirit Island." Li Zige smiled. "I suspected as much. You accidentally demolished someone else's home while searching for a building site. There's a peculiar little creature currently stomping on my foot, but the item has already been used. What should I do?" Li Zige was momentarily taken aback, envisioning the scene, and suddenly found Jiang Tian to be quite endearing. "Why don't you first offer something to test the waters and apologize, just to stabilize the situation?" It was sensible advice. Stabilizing the situation was paramount. Jiang Tian still held a cabbage in his hand, originally intended for lunch, but he had settled for some bread instead. He produced the cabbage. "Shall we take a break first?" The rabbit paused, glancing at its own bag. This action left Jiang Tian perplexed. "I thought you had stolen my vegetables." "Jiang Tian?" Suddenly, a phrase uttered by the rabbit echoed in his mind. "I just went out to find something to eat, and you stole it from me." A realization struck him. Eating? Could this rabbit have stolen his vegetables? Mutual theft. What an uncanny coincidence. Yet considering that Li Zige and Dalong could encounter him in the trial grounds, it wasn't entirely surprising. Jiang Tian looked down at the rabbit-eared girl, pointing at the cabbage. "Did you find this thing near a wooden house?" "W.S. this." The happy rabbit turned its head away, gradually averting its gaze, beads of cold sweat forming on its forehead. "I haven't seen it before." Though it claimed ignorance, the rabbit's turned head and averted gaze betrayed its dishonesty. He had initially intended to tease the rabbit further, but decided against it. Jiang Tian inquired, "How many of my vegetables did you take?" "8. 8 pieces. You thieving rabbit, you took them all." Jiang Tian held out the cabbage, placing it in the rabbit's hands. "This cabbage shall serve as your compensation. If you find yourself lacking food in the future, feel free to seek me out. We acknowledge our mistake regarding the crystals, but rest assured, we will provide you with something even better later." Meanwhile, Wugu nodded vigorously in agreement. Brother is incredibly capable that he always keeps his promises. "You can eat this cabbage for now. I'm making quite the sacrifice here." With that, Jiang Tian sent the happy rabbit off from the godforsaken land. Watching her depart, Wugu waved, "Come back and play when you have time." The happy rabbit turned back to wave, suddenly realizing something. She dashed in front of Jiang Tian, pointing at the godforsaken land. "This is my home." That evening, the night watch stood guard at a distance. Wugu had transformed back into a fawn, reclining on a hammock, covered in a black mist coat, peacefully asleep. Jiang Tian speculated that it must be due to excessive energy absorption, needing to digest it. Nearby, the happy rabbit was nestled under a blanket, munching on a bowl of shredded cabbage, which she had prepared herself. "I went through great lengths to find that crystal, and now it benefits this mountain dweller. What a loss." Jiang Tian chuckled softly, extending his hand to warm himself by the fire. He then dug a hole in the ground, burying a cabbage seed. Activating the harvest skill, a cabbage the size of a human head sprouted forth. Noticing the happy rabbit's eager gaze, he interjected, "Not yet. It still needs to ripen." The happy rabbit pouted. For the entire afternoon, Jiang Tian dedicated himself to ripening the cabbage for her, even if he wanted to leave. He found it impossible. "Once I finish ripening this, I shall take my leave. After today, it will be the frozen sea period that I'm human, and I'm not as cold resistant as you." Jiang Tian felt the chill in the air and exhaled a puff of white mist. It indeed felt colder now, with white mist forming. "You can't leave. If you do, I'll knock on your door every day." Jiang Tian shrugged helplessly. "That I'm a human. Without a house, I would freeze to death. I'm a man of my word. If I say I will come tomorrow, I will." The happy rabbit fixated her gaze on the still-growing cabbage, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Why?" "Because my house isn't built yet. Once it is, I will stay the night here." Jiang Tian continued to encourage the cabbage's growth when he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He noticed something was slightly off with the cabbage, so he administered a potion and continued to hasten its ripening. The leaves were a vibrant green and glistening, tender enough to drip water. He took out his phone to snap a picture. Second-tier cabbage, a plant that has undergone mutation through special means. Possessing a sweet flavor. Long-term consumption can enhance speed attributes. Jiang Tian was taken aback. This what the skill meant by mutated food, and it enhances speed attributes. Grabbing a piece, he savored it. While the taste was not drastically different, it certainly was infused with abundant energy. Jiang Tian was convinced that this item would be immensely beneficial to him, that if he couldn't find anything else on the island to enhance his strength, this would become his staple food. He collected the seeds, preparing to plant them later. Noticing Jiang Tian gathering the seeds, the happy rabbit inquired, "When will you return?" "Tomorrow morning. I've built half of my house." "Blueprints?" "Yes, wait. You know about blueprints?" The happy rabbit did not respond but closed her eyes, a golden light flashing around her. Suddenly, Jiang Tian heard a notification. "You have received the skilled hands buff, reducing crafting time by 70. Your items have been constructed." Chapter 42. A New Home. The happy rabbit's magical skill. Jiang Tian excitedly opened his backpack, revealing a large wooden house resting quietly within. He pulled it out and placed it in the center of the godforsaken land. Immediately, a large wooden house in an L-shaped structure was set down. Incredible. It really is completed. The phantom beasts were truly remarkable beings. With the house ready, he turned his attention to furniture. Jiang Tian knew that there were individuals in the auction group who sold packaged furniture, tables, chairs, beds, and wardrobes. After all, there were countless blueprints for furniture. Selling them in bundles allowed one to profit from crafting time. Upon inquiry, the price was 300 for a complete set. Not bad. That price is what an average person can gather in a day. Jiang Tian swiftly purchased a set. The happy rabbit observed as Jiang Tian busily manipulated his phone, chuckling softly. However, recalling the crystal she had saved for so long now lost, her mood dampened. She hugged her knees, tilting her head to scrutinize Jiang Tian, sighing, "This won't do." Jiang Tian, preoccupied with the transaction, heard the happy rabbit's remark. "What won't do?" "Nothing, you're just too weak." Jiang Tian, well, although he was the strongest in the area, he still felt rather weak among the island's natives. Nevertheless, he had to inquire why. Continuing to sort through furniture and shop at the auction house, he kept his hands busy. What else with the sudden comment? The happy rabbit, still hugging her legs, leisurely replied, "Do you know of any other places to acquire crystals besides the inaccessible mountains? Or rather, do you know what the essence of crystals is? It is the power condensed from powerful phantom beasts. This piece was bestowed upon me by the island's master, as far as I know. Another piece is held by a magical beast. The happy rabbit plucked a cabbage leaf and tasted it, nodding in satisfaction with its flavor. The magical beast is formidable. You are definitely no match for it right now. In the future, if you could retrieve the crystal from the magical beast, I would let today's incident slide. Time isn't an issue. I can wait. Just don't let it be until this land decays. No problem. Jiang Tian stood up and casually patted the happy rabbit's head, who offered no resistance. She pointed at the cabbage. Can I eat it now? Seeing how much you like it, I suppose I'll refrain from eating it. Of course, you can eat it, that it's yours after all. That I have the seeds to plant more. With that, Jiang Tian walked into the house. Inside, the wooden house was bare, but unlike the small wooden cabin, it had the advantage of a floor. Moreover, the floor was elevated, alleviating concerns of dampness. Quite nice indeed. Jiang Tian not only spent 300 on a complete set of wooden furniture, but also 3,000 on insulation items. A rubber mattress, plush bedding, a down comforter, a fireplace, and a plush carpet. Just these 5 items had cost him 3,000, with the fireplace taking a significant portion of that. Given the cold weather, prices for necessities had skyrocketed. Although it was a large wooden house, its area was only around 80 square meters. One fireplace would suffice. Oh right, how could I have a fireplace without a rocking chair? He purchased a rocking chair for another 30. The house had no separate rooms. Jiang Tian placed a fireplace in the large L-shaped area at the entrance, while the opposite side served as the bedroom. A large bed was set in the far corner, covered with warm bedding, and a small bed was also placed, adorned with thick blankets. The remaining furniture was arranged accordingly. The only shortcoming was the dim lighting, which made seeing somewhat inconvenient. Jiang Tian stepped outside and carried Wugu into the house, laying the sleeping Wugu on the bed. That moment, the happy rabbit, now disinterested, continued munching on the cabbage. Jiang Tian, feeling the chill, donned the black mist coat. I'm hungry. It's time for dinner. I'll settle for roasted beef. A flash of white light in his hand manifested the beef. Are you going to eat? The happy rabbit inquired, looking at Jiang Tian. I'm a living creature too. How could I not need to eat? Jiang Tian replied, sharpening a wooden stick. Oh, the happy rabbit responded with a sound, and then resumed pulling cabbage towards its mouth. Noticing the rabbit's low spirits, Jiang Tian inquired, are you still feeling down about the crystallization issue? I have a vast heart, and was merely contemplating how fortunate the harvest deer is. Why? Oh, it's nothing. The happy rabbit stood up to stretch a bit, offering no reply to Jiang Tian. After satiating its hunger, Jiang Tian, at the rabbit's insistence, moved the hammock indoors. He slept on the large bed, the grains on the small bed, the rabbit on the hammock, and the night patrol had no bed. This was the best sleep he had experienced since arriving in this world. Not only was the bed exceedingly soft, but there were also no monsters to disturb him. He slept soundly until dawn. Jiang Tian opened his bleary eyes, stretched, and yawned. How warm it is! The cozy little house still felt somewhat unfamiliar. Jiang Tian glanced at the fireplace and noticed that the wood was still burning. This wood is remarkably resilient. Wait, that's strange. This wood must have been replenished. Scanning the room, he saw that the grains were still sleeping in their small bed, but the happy rabbit was nowhere to be found. Surprised, Jiang Tian wondered if the rabbit had added the wood. Speaking of which, where is she? Creak. The door opened, and a gust of frigid wind rushed in, chilling to the bone. That a petite rabbit girl squeezed through the door, cradling some chopped wood in her arms. Upon seeing Jiang Tian awake, she greeted him. Good morning. Jiang Tian stared at the industrious happy rabbit, mumbling, good morning. The contrast in her demeanor from yesterday was striking. He still had shoe prints on his footwear. After stacking the wood neatly, the happy rabbit, donning an apron she had somehow acquired, squatted in front of the fireplace, roasting over a dozen skewers of cabbage. Jiang Tian was at a loss for words, merely observing the happy rabbit as she grilled. Time quietly slipped away. Once all the skewers were cooked, she handed one to herself. Breakfast, for me. Jiang Tian received it in a daze. Have you eaten? Of course, I devoured half of the cabbage. The fact that a rabbit was taking care of him seemed unbelievable. Taking a bite, his eyes lit up. This dish wasn't particularly exquisite, as it was merely roasted vegetables without any seasoning. However, it granted him a buff. Consuming special food temporarily increased speed by 5, lasting for 3 hours. Goodness, with the harvest deer in front and the happy rabbit behind, this island is truly a land of blessings for me. After feeding Jiang Tian, the happy rabbit prepared to head out. Jiang Tian asked, "Where you going?" The happy rabbit had already opened the door and turned her head to say, "Chopping wood. This little bit of firewood is insufficient. I had to replenish it twice last night." Jiang Tian sighed. "You're so busy. I feel like an outsider." The happy rabbit had already stepped outside, but upon hearing Jiang Tian's words, she returned, poking her head in with a little rabbit smile, pointing at the floor. "This is my home." "But it's my house, isn't it?" Jiang Tian retorted, flaunting the cabbage again. "This is my home." Chapter 43. Resilient Wood. Selling crossbows, Jiang Tian followed the happy rabbit to chop wood. Arriving at the edge of the Divine Strike area, he noticed that the night patrol's fur was exceptionally lush at that moment. "My lord, good morning." "Morning, night patrol. Would you like me to build you a house?" "No need, my lord. This freeze period is considerably warmer compared to previous ones." Jiang Tian pondered. Night Patrol had previously mentioned that the weather was relatively mild. It seemed that their arrival had altered certain rules. After petting Night Patrol's head, he left some food for it and followed the happy rabbit to chop wood. The happy rabbit did not use a conventional axe. Instead, she wielded a skill that allowed her to materialize tools. Jiang Tian's inferior axe had broken during the Night Patrol invasion, leaving him without any tools. He could only follow the happy rabbit and collect wood. Suddenly, Jiang Tian spotted a bright orange resinous object on the ground, and the wood he was holding felt different from his own. It was not only heavier, but also sturdier in texture. He quickly pulled out his phone to check the message that second-tier resilient with second-tier resin, what the heck? Gazing at the trees before him, he recalled the now dust-covered blueprints, feeling somewhat nostalgic. Oh right, Jiang Tian suddenly remembered that he owed Li Zige a crossbow. Thus, he promptly added the crossbow to his crafting queue. Half an hour later, the crossbow was completed, and the happy rabbit's energy axe had also run out. They had collectively harvested 84 pieces of resilient wood, 120 resin, and 37 vines. Well, another new item. Jiang Tian traded the crossbow to Li Zige. The other party was quite surprised. "I thought you had forgotten." Jiang Tian rubbed his nose, admitting that he indeed had forgotten. He only recalled after acquiring the resilient wood today. "Did I cause any delays?" Li Zige was standing on a small boat, surrounded by salvage goods. "Oh worries. That sea beast has long perished, and my own crossbow is already listed on the trading board by Qingqing. How about you keep this one as a partial payment?" Zhang Qingqing, standing nearby, also pulled out her phone, curiously calling out "Grr, the person who bought my crossbow asked if I have any more." She handed her phone to Li Zige. After taking it, Li Zige glanced at the screen. "Please, do you have any surplus crossbows? Buying in bulk." Li Zige pondered for a moment before sending a message to Jiang Tian. "How coincidental. Someone here wants to buy a crossbow as well. Do you have any left? If so, I can refer this person to you." Jiang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. What a stroke of luck. Although he still had plenty of fruits, 96 red spirit fruits and 30 green spirit fruits, he couldn't always rely on selling them when short on cash. That would be too much of a loss. So he messaged Li Zige. Ask him who he is and what the purpose is, bulk or personal use. Li Zige promptly replied, "I've already asked. It's someone from Ruiguang compound. For personal use. I also found the post from yesterday, where Ruiguang compound was seeking weapons. Would you like to see it? Smart individuals make things easier." Jiang Tian replied, "No need to see. Please refer this person to me." Li Zige complied. Meanwhile, Zhang Qingqing had been observing the entire exchange and chuckled. "Grr, you seem like a secretary, just repaying a favor, helping out when I can." Speaking of that day's battle, Zhang Qingqing's mood fell again. Why was he so strong? I couldn't defeat him. Sob. "Qingqing, just think about it. How can someone who sells meat not end up plump?" Li Zige lamented as well. "But luckily, we got in good with him. Otherwise, it would have been tough for the two of us girls." "Hello, big shot. I'm from Ruiguang, named Zhang Yuxuan." Zhang Yuxuan's eyes widened as he looked at Jiang Tian's ID, utterly shocked to discover it belonged to Illusion Mirage. Not only did he possess fruits, but he could also sell crossbows. What extraordinary luck! Through a mutual acquaintance, I learned that the big shot has surplus crossbows. May I inquire about your price? Jiang Tian was unsure of the crossbow's market price. He checked the auction house, but found none available. Only one historical transaction. Li Zijed. He then contacted Li Zijed to ask how much her crossbow had sold for, receiving the reply of 900. Jiang Tian felt it was undervalued. It was worth more than his mattress. Nevertheless, he understood the price. The crossbow requires 5 pieces of wood, 1 resilient wood, 2 sturdy ropes, 3 metal pieces, 2 resin. Having acquired the resin, there was no need for a compound substitute. Furthermore, after robbing that pirate, he was no longer in dire need of supplies. The materials he had on hand included 684 pieces of wood, 3 11 metal pieces, 60 fibers, 84 resilient wood, 120 resin. Sturdy rope requires 1 leaf, 1 fiber, and 1 resin. Thus, it appeared he could produce up to 30 crossbows. Calculating how many he could offer in his mind, Jiang Tian messaged Zhang Yuxuan. I can part with 20. How many do you want? As for the price, you may propose first, so I can gauge your sincerity. Zhang Yuxuan was taken aback. Why does this 666,666 always manage to produce such valuable items? Spirit fruits have become universally recognized, and thanks to him, they have transformed into absolute hard currency. While crossbows may not hold the same high value, they're still scarce in the market. People die comparing to others. Goods get discarded comparing to goods. Zhang Yuxuan contemplated. Big shot, we will take them all, and the price is 500. Upon seeing this price, Jiang Tian shook his head and replied, Are you asking me to work for free? This is too harsh. He had also checked the cost and knew the market value. Currently, the average price of the compound was 50. Although it could replace resin, it consumed double the amount, 8 pieces. Just for that material, it would cost around 400, not to mention the average prices of 30 for metal pieces and 70 for resilient wood. The total cost exceeded 500. The iron is at a loss. Even though one does not require compound for production, Jiang Tian showed no mercy. If that's the case, I might as well hang myself on a board for sale. Farewell. Oh, wait. Zhang Yuxuan sighed softly. This is bad. I'm unaware of the cost of the crossbow and have likely pressed down too low based on the last purchase price. Boss, I don't know the cost. You might as well set the price. As long as it's reasonable, we will certainly buy. Jiang Tian pondered over this statement for a moment. Things are valued based on their rarity, something that is not even on the board. Asking for 1,000 to round it off seems fair enough. Zhang Yuxuan quickly replied, All right. However, currently we do not possess that much money, only around 10,000. You know what our main business is. All our funds have gone into purchasing soil that we will first buy 10, and the money for the subsequent 10 will definitely be gathered within 2 days. Please reserve them for us. This is a token of gratitude. Please accept it. Transaction request received. Cucumber seeds. Chapter 44. The popularity of the crossbow and the reaction of a European emperor trio. What a fine item. Seeds are not something one sells unless one's mind is addled or one is driven mad with hunger. However, given the frozen sea period and the biting cold, it is uncertain whether they can even be planted. Jiang Tian, put away the seeds. Since I've taken advantage of others, I may as well commence production right away. How about this? I will give you 50 crossbow bolts as a gift this afternoon. The price for the rest can be discussed later. The material for making crossbow bolts requires 1 piece of wood and 1 metal sheet to create 10 bolts, both being relatively low-level materials, thus very easy to produce. Good. The skill buff from Happy Rabbit can shorten the time by 70. Logically speaking, it should take an hour and a half to complete everything. However, I am uncertain if Happy Rabbit will assist me later, so I will save it for this afternoon to avoid failing to deliver. After preparing the items, production began. Jiang Tian reached out to Happy Rabbit, pulling out 2 seeds. Do you see what this is? Happy Rabbit sat cross-legged on the ground resting, and upon hearing Jiang Tian call her, lifted her head to take a look. This a seed. It's not cabbage, is it? Jiang Tian nodded. Indeed, it is not cabbage seed. This is called cucumber. It is crisp and refreshing, even tastier than cabbage. Happy Rabbit's eyes brightened, yet she looked at Jiang Tian warily. Why are you telling me this? What do you want me to do? Jiang Tian chuckled and said, You are quite clever. TS about that building buff from yesterday. Could you grant me another one? Happy Rabbit nodded. Did I ask that all? A trivial matter. Acquiring the skill buff, production time was reduced by 70. With this buff, The delivery could be made in an hour and a half in the trading group chat. Brother Wong, the AAA archery wholesale king, continued his arms business, from slingshots to bows and arrows. He was raking in profits. Rue Guang, brother, if you truly don't want bows and arrows, I might sell to someone else. If you find them expensive, we can negotiate the price point 400 for a bow. I'll give you a 20 discount. With Jiang Tian's order, Zhang Yuxuan naturally looked down on bows and arrows. Moreover, bows and arrows are challenging to use compared to the crossbow, which is more user-friendly. No need. We have obtained a crossbow. Brother Wong was taken aback. A crossbow? What kind of crossbow? The hand crossbow from Li Yihao. No way, I need to clarify this. If crossbows come out, my bows will lose competitiveness. Just like how no one buys slingshots anymore. Only bows. What crossbow? Who did you buy it from? Their conversation caught the attention of others. What is going on? Is there someone who could produce crossbows in bulk now? Rue Guang and the others said they didn't want bows, but wanted crossbows, indicating that someone must be capable of acquiring this item. Who is it? I want one too. Exactly. Our folks can't hit anything with bows. Hitting 1 out of 5 arrows is already considered good, don't mention it. I went fishing last night, and I hit 1 out of 10 at Rue Guang. Where are you? Zhang Yuxuan had just sat down for a sip of water when he suddenly noticed over 20 people tagging him. Over 100 private messages. What the hell? Am I being cyberbullied? Upon opening, he discovered everyone wanted to know who was selling crossbows. Indeed, compared to bows, crossbows had immense advantages. They're easy to handle, powerful, and suitable for both the elderly and children. However, Zhang Yuxuan felt a bit anxious. Their weapons were not yet gathered, and with so many people coming, would there be enough materials on Huanchen's side? Just as Zhang Yuxuan was in a dilemma, Jiang Tian appeared. Originally intending to sell a bid in the group, upon observing the high demand for weapons among the crowd, he decided to take action. The crossbow is mine, if anyone wants one. No need to private message. I will set up a shop in the group. The price is 1,000, and I will release 20 a day, first come first served. However, today's batch has been completely taken by Rue Guang. You can wait until tomorrow. Everyone was astonished. How could this still be Huanchen? Why does this person have so many good items? What else do you have that I haven't thought of? What a surprise. It's actually the great Huanchen. First selling spirit fruits, now selling crossbows. Are you trying to become an arms dealer? Today's batch was entirely taken by Rue Guang. Can you sell me some? Zhang Yuxuan breathed a sigh of relief, as it seemed Huanchen had a sufficient supply of materials. Seeing someone ask him to sell secondhand, he promptly refused it. No, I don't sell second-hand in the entire world. Only Jiang Tian was selling crossbows in bulk. Truly a unique opportunity. If it doesn't sell, no one else can buy. Everyone sighed in disappointment, especially the blonde girl with a nose ring and the leather-jacketed man. They had once possessed such a blueprint. The three sat in the wooden house, warming themselves by the fire. Their raft had also leveled up, significantly increasing in size. The less than 10 square meter wooden house they had built now looked quite decent. Elevated at the bottom, with metal sheets surrounding the bonfire in the middle, it was warm and cozy. The leather-jacketed man gazed at the crossbow blueprint in the group and let out a heavy sigh. If it weren't for that stone man taking my blueprint, I would be rich by now. Bonfires have too many blueprints. There are too many competitors, and they can be made quickly, leading to an abundance of goods in the market. Moreover, the production cost is too low, making it hard to raise the price. But the crossbow is different. Its value is not on the same level as the bonfire. Without a bonfire, you can wear more clothes or go indoors. Although it's the frozen sea period, many cotton clothes and even down jackets are available now. But for the crossbow, without a crossbow, you have to use a bow to hunt monsters, especially on the swaying sea. The difficulty is far too great. This is also why the crossbow is so highly sought after. Huanchen is set to make a fortune. The girl with the nose ring clicked her tongue in discontent. The blond man felt a surge of frustration. Who can we blame? Who let the blueprint out? The girl with the nose ring shrank her neck, knowing she was in the wrong. But we did exchange 100 stones for it. We made quite a bit from it too, and we still have stored wood. The open currency hasn't affected us at all. The blond man pointed an accusing finger at the girl with the nose ring. Pressing down firmly, I asked it about how much we earned. We missed a tremendous opportunity. It's like winning a lottery worth $1 billion and tossing it away as garbage. The leather-jacketed man sighed once more. Just take it easy. What's meant to be will be. Having this bonfire already puts us ahead of 99 of survivors. How many groups have come and fallen apart because they could not acquire good items? If we are lucky, we might just snag another crossbow blueprint. The blond man rarely shot back at the leather-jacketed man. Dream on, men, haven't you heard? The rarer the blueprint, the lower the chances of obtaining it. Just look around. Barrel blueprints are everywhere, and shares can even yield finished products at AS for the crossbow, aside from Huanshan. Who else has brought one out? At this point, the three fell silent, suddenly realizing something. Chapter 45. The trio's goodwill and the uniqueness of the illusion beast. Jiang Tian rocked in his chair, silently calculating how many crossbows could be produced daily. Wugu had awakened, transforming into human form and staggering over. Good morning. Jiang Tian patted his head and smiled. Are you hungry? Wugu nodded. I will go make you something to eat. You can't keep holding on to cabbage to munch anymore. Wugu nodded again. Happy Rabbit pushed the door open and walked in, once again carrying a pile of firewood. Upon seeing Wugu awake, she huffed and turned to leave, tossing over her shoulder, lazy mountain dweller. The wooden door slammed shut, causing Wugu to stomp his feet in frustration. Jiang Tian rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat helpless. Don't mind her. She's not a bad person. Jiang Tian handed the cucumber seeds to Wugu, encouraging Wugu to attempt planting them outside, that if successful, he planned to slice the cucumbers for Wugu's breakfast. Wugu accepted the seeds, rubbing her eyes as she stepped outside, stifling a yawn. After she departed, Jiang Tian resumed his attention to his phone, where he discovered someone had reached out to him. Since they had previously chatted privately, the individual could message him directly. Jiang Tian scrolled through the message history and was surprised to find it was the buyer of his crossbow. The grand figure of Huanshan was rather unscrupulous. Jiang Tian chuckled, realizing they had noticed he had exchanged the crossbow blueprint. What's the matter? Are you envious of my newfound earnings? The other party readily admitted, of course. I would be lying if I said I wasn't. However, I believe it is worthwhile to connect with a big shot over a mere blueprint. But our fate does not end there, Jiang Tian responded, intrigued, awaiting further dialogue to D. Oh, you remember purchasing a rather disappointing ring with 2 skills of blue quality? Jiang Tian pondered briefly, wondering if they referred to the ritual ring. Is the skill truly that poor? It seems rather impressive to me, a secret weapon of sorts. Yet for others, it indeed appears to be a useless trinket, as it contains skills that are clearly meant for later stages, but is attached to an early-stage piece of equipment. It is, indeed, a case of being tasteless yet regrettable to discard. If not for my pioneer, I would find it entirely unusable. I believe it is called the ritual ring, Jiang Tian mused, caressing the ring on his finger and fabricating a story. The other party replied, indeed, that is also ours. I feel a bit guilty for having swindled a spirit fruit from you. Jiang Tian was not convinced that this person sought him out solely for this reason. I have an abundance of spirit fruit. It is of little consequence. If you have something to discuss, do so. The other party replied, I truly have nothing pressing. I just did not expect the initial stone giant to turn out to be Huanshan. I thought I would come over and establish a connection. Additionally, we have crafted an item, a splendid large bed, item showcase. Our raft is small, and our dwelling is limited. It cannot accommodate it. I present it to you, hoping for your future assistance. Jiang Tian examined the large bed, noting its exquisite design and presumed comfort. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted it. Thank you. If you have anything to part with in the future, feel free to offer to me. I will buy it at a premium. Is that genuine? How about a campfire? I have quite a stockpile. Jiang Tian. With a creak, the door swung open again, and Wugu returned, clutching the seed. In her youthful state, she was about the height of a lounge chair. As she approached, she yawned once more. Brother, these seeds won't sprout. I can feel it's too cold. They won't grow. This was understandable. It seemed the skill accelerated growth, but could not conjure it from thin air. Jiang Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. Temperature-wise, the indoors could suffice. However, sunlight was essential for growth. Without it, acceleration would be futile. Furthermore, cucumber vines sprawled everywhere, necessitating a trellis, which was quite cumbersome. A greenhouse or a large shed would be required, but it seemed no one had managed to create such a thing. Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder, breaking his train of thought. He turned to see Wu Gu, who grinned mischievously and began to knead his shoulder. Jiang Tian couldn't shake the feeling that Wu Gu's intellect had matured slightly. When she was in her fawn stage, her youthfulness was unmistakable, but now she seemed to have transitioned toward childhood. Jiang Tian found himself anticipating Wu Gu's progression to the 5th stage, curious if she would develop further. The pressure of her small hands was just right, and he squinted in enjoyment. After a while, he stood up and ruffled Wu Gu's hair. "Let's eat. I harvested a rather special cabbage yesterday, and I will slice it and put it in a bowl for you. However, I believe the cabbage is with Happy Rabbit." Jiang Tian stepped outside to locate Happy Rabbit and explain the situation. Happy Rabbit was still chopping wood, resin scattered around her. She paused, hands on her hips, and said, "Do mountain folk need to eat? I'll prepare it. Once I'm done, I can compete with her for food." Jiang Tian chuckled, realizing she still harbored some resentment. He sincerely hoped there would be no conflict. Jiang Tian observed that the rabbit seemed to possess a higher level of intellect than Wu Gu, though he was uncertain if this was related to their strength. However, Yi Sun appeared quite mature despite being only at the 2nd stage. Was it a peculiarity of the phantom beasts, or was it specific to Yi Sun? Jiang Tian leaned towards the former to validate his thoughts. He called out to the rabbit, who was holding the cabbage. "Wait, I have a question. If it's inconvenient, feel free to disregard it." Happy Rabbit turned slowly, a look of curiosity on her face. "What is it? Are phantom beasts particularly special?" Happy Rabbit raised an eyebrow and twitched her ears. "Indeed, phantom beasts are quite unique. Why do you ask?" Jiang Tian pondered for a moment, momentarily forgetting the term he sought at UM. "Does your growth relate to time? Or is your growth stage linked to your strength?" Happy Rabbit looked at Jiang Tian in surprise, seemingly taken aback. "How did you figure that out?" Jiang Tian shrugged. "Just a feeling so. Did I guess correctly?" Happy Rabbit nodded. The uniqueness of phantom beasts lies in their mastery of the power of rules. Beyond that, they lack combat abilities. You must have noticed that when I kicked you, aside from being sent tumbling down the cliff, you suffered no real harm, correct? The moonstep kick is my escape skill. It took me quite a while to discover its utility. Jiang Tian rubbed his arm and nodded to Happy Rabbit. Indeed, being propelled so far should have caused him pain, yet he only felt an immense force with no injury. Generally, creatures grow stronger as they mature, but phantom beasts differ. They grow only after their strength is increased. However, the method by which phantom beasts enhance their power varies. Each phantom beast requires nurturing, like that creature consumed by the mountain folk. It provides a substantial amount of energy, but of course, natural absorption is also an option. As long as one lives long enough, their strength will gradually improve. Happy Rabbit shrugged, though it could be quite a lengthy process. After hearing Happy Rabbit's words, Jiang Tian understood. It appeared that his initial suspicion was correct. Wu Gu had indeed matured intellectually. However, Jiang Tian was also curious about why this rabbit possessed such extensive knowledge. "I have another question. How do you know so much? You don't seem to have been in a growth stage for long either." Happy Rabbit paused, taken aback. "Why do you think that?" "Because," Jiang Tian gestured to his chest, "you're not very tall." Happy Rabbit was momentarily taken aback, then marched angrily toward Jiang Tian, delivering a fierce kick to his calf. "I'll kick you to death, you little radish." Chapter 46. The fertile land of Crescent Bay. The mysterious magical beast Happy Rabbit went to prepare a meal for Wu Gu. Jiang Tian cautioned both of them not to fight and handed over the 2nd-tier cabbage seeds to Wu Gu, asking her to try and hasten their growth. He then limped toward Yi Sun, grimacing as he walked. That rabbit's kick was genuinely painful. She had put considerable force into it. Upon seeing Jiang Tian approach, Yi Sun wagged his tail and stuck out his tongue, eagerly anticipating their next hunt. Jiang Tian gently patted the fluffy dog's head. "Let us go on a hunt." Jiang Tian beckoned Yi Sun, who nodded vigorously, his lush fur resembling a feather duster as he shook his head. "To your command, my lord." To be honest, Jiang Tian felt a twinge of guilt. While everyone else was inside, only Yi Sun remained outside, all alone. Though it had been similar by the seaside, at least there he had been near the door. It was quite different now, being so far from the house. "My lord, where are we going? To find wild cattle or sheep? Do you have a location in mind?" At this point, Jiang Tian had climbed onto Yi Sun's back. Yi Sun contemplated for a moment before replying. "That would be Crescent Bay. There are plenty of 1st-tier beasts there, and resources are abundant. During the frozen sea period, we always go there to stock up on food and then rest in the caves. Jiang Tian nodded. Then let's head there. Crescent Bay, the two peninsulas extending from the island, appeared crescent-shaped from above. It was a vast grassland. Jiang Tian rode on Yi Sun's back for quite a while. Upon his first glance, he was utterly astonished. Cattle and sheep grazed in abundance, teeming with life. Although frost had settled on the grass, it did little to diminish its fertility. Countless wild cattle roamed the verdant fields, feasting on the lush grass. This place could also serve as a base. Jiang Tian gazed at the grassland and declared, "This would be an excellent location for a base." Yi Sun shook his head. "My lord, this is the last place where a camp should be established. Our island's tribes have fought countless battles over Crescent Bay. It was only after much discussion that it was determined Crescent Bay belongs to no one. Hunting is permissible here, but establishing a camp would invite collective hostility." Jiang Tian comprehended the situation and nodded. Sharing was acceptable, but hoarding would lead to consequences. In that case, he decided to return with 2 wild buffaloes. And not only buffaloes, as he even spotted wild boars at the edge of the forest. The resources were indeed abundant. Stealthily, Jiang Tian approached the distant herd of buffaloes. Suddenly, the buffaloes scattered in all directions as a dark figure lunged forth. It seized one fleeing buffalo in its jaws, then coiled around it. Jiang Tian halted, realizing that the shadowy figure was a colossal black serpent. The serpent had ensnared the buffalo, which let out a mournful cry of agony. Was this dark creature a magical beast? A quick glance at Night Watch revealed no significant reaction. It seemed it was not a magical beast after all. Night Watch lowered its head and replied, "My lord, no magical beast will come to Crescent Bay. Their lair is directly opposite the island. If they were to approach, they would invade the camps of the 3 major races. Hunting there would lead to a fierce battle." Jiang Tian pointed at the massive serpent. "Is it one of the 3 major races?" Night Watch shook its head. "No, it is merely a formidable beast. Only those born of a royal lineage may be termed a major race. Mere numbers do not suffice. However, my lord, exercise caution. It may attack you." Jiang Tian waved dismissively, indicating it was of no concern. He sensed that, while the serpent was enormous, its strength was not particularly high. Not only could he handle it, but he also had Night Watch at his side. Once the black serpent had completely constricted the buffalo, it effortlessly swallowed it whole. This serpent, with a head nearly a meter wide, had no difficulty consuming the buffalo. After completing its meal, the serpent's body swelled, and it cast a glance at Jiang Tian, flicking its tongue. Then it turned and departed. This illustrated the food chain. Big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimp. Jiang Tian felt a moment of reflection. It's our turn now. Let us take 2 back and see if there are other creatures, perhaps rabbits. Jiang Tian bent down to massage his calf. Those dead rabbits sure kick hard. Suddenly, both Jiang Tian and Night Watch froze, their gazes drawn to the distance. They faintly sensed the presence of a magical beast. Jiang Tian was perplexed. Had not Night Watch claimed that magical beasts would not come to Crescent Bay? This was too quick a contradiction. Night Watch's expression turned grave as it instinctively leaned toward that direction. Jiang Tian noticed this and spoke. "Let us go see what is happening. But it surely isn't anything good." According to Night Watch's account, Crescent Bay was akin to a supply town supporting the front lines, and now enemies were appearing near the granaries. The situation at the front must be dire. Jiang Tian mounted Night Watch. "Let us go." Night Watch obeyed, galloping swiftly onward. The grass was remarkably fertile, towering nearly half a meter high, yet Night Watch navigated it with ease. Along the way, Jiang Tian spotted the giant serpent sliding toward them, both drawn to the inexplicable aura of the magical beast. With Night Watch's full speed, they quickly arrived at their destination. They slowed slightly, but the giant serpent glided up, blocking Jiang Tian's path, flicking its tongue and regarding him with a cold gaze. After awakening his talent, Jiang Tian could vaguely sense the creature's emotions. A watchful glance, he patted Night Watch's neck. "Tell it we are not enemies. We too have come to deal with a magical beast." Night Watch understood, letting out a howl. The giant serpent hesitated. Though suspicious, it sensed no malice from Jiang Tian. Ultimately, it cleared a path, watching the serpent depart. Jiang Tian remarked, You truly despise magical beasts. Night Watch remained silent, continuing to forge ahead. Upon reaching the site, Jiang Tian frowned. Not only was there a stench of blood, but the atmosphere was also deeply unsettling. A glance revealed a mountain of carcasses, wild buffaloes and boars piled together, countless in number. Jiang Tian noted that all the bodies were mangled, as if cut by some unseen force, if it were merely a hunt for sustenance. Some semblance of the corpses should have remained intact. However, the scene before him resembled pure slaughter for sport. Jiang Tian began to understand why Night Watch and its kin harbored such disdain for magical beasts. Their existence was purely disruptive to the balance. The sight of the mountain of corpses was eerily strange, and an ominous feeling washed over Jiang Tian. He patted Night Watch's neck. "Let us withdraw and hide." Night Watch complied, retreating quietly. The sense of unease intensified. Jiang Tian whispered, "Keep retreating." Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the ground, startling Night Watch. Immediately, the sky darkened, but a raindrop struck Jiang Tian's face, and in an instant, a torrential downpour ensued. Huge droplets splattered against the earth, creating a mist that obscured their vision. Jiang Tian shivered involuntarily, instinctively glancing back. Through the hazy rain, he beheld a horrifying creature. It had a human body with a deer's head. Its form skeletal, emanating a thick black mist. With a powerful motion, it dragged the black serpent's corpse and tossed it onto the pile of carcasses. Jiang Tian was bewildered. When had it died? Suddenly, the creature turned its head, and an overwhelming terror surged from its hollow eye sockets. Though devoid of eyeballs, Jiang Tian sensed its unwavering gaze fixed upon him. Instantly, he felt a chilling dread seep into his bones. A fear that resonated with his very soul. Run. Chapter 47. Pursuit. All cards on the table. The figure with the deer's head charged towards Jiang Tian. Night Watch sensed the powerful aura and propelled itself into a desperate escape. Yet the creature relentlessly pursued, its form gliding effortlessly through the air, closing in on Jiang Tian in the blink of an eye. It raised its bony claws, lunging fiercely at Jiang Tian. Energy shield. A honeycomb-patterned energy shield materialized, but the creature's claw struck it with a sharp crack. Jiang Tian's eyes widened as the energy shield disintegrated into nothingness. The creature's probing strike had shattered the shield effortlessly. Its claws continued their advance towards Jiang Tian. Flame spear. A fiery projectile shot backward, striking the creature's claw with a resounding clang. Aside from slightly deflecting the bony appendage, it had little effect. Jiang Tian's heart sank. He realized he had encountered a formidable foe. Moreover, with the rain falling, his flames would be diminished in potency. It was a challenging battle, and the disparity in strength was too vast. No matter the tricks he employed, a single claw could shatter them all. Fortunately, he had managed to alter its original trajectory. Suddenly, the creature materialized before Night Watch, extending its claws toward the wolf's head. Attempting to bait it into a collision. "Watch out! Duck!" Jiang Tian yelled urgently. Night Watch narrowly avoided the attack, the claws grazing its mane. Jiang Tian, however, saw the claws looming closer, realizing the danger. "This is bad." He could see the pieces of flesh hanging from the creature's claws. The black mist cloak possessed a skill, mystification, allowing him 5 seconds of immunity from attacks. Jiang Tian activated the skill in haste. Whoosh! The black claw pierced through Jiang Tian's body, dispersing a cloud of mist. The creature stood still, bewildered by what had just transpired. Seizing the opportunity, Night Watch quickly distanced itself, leaving the creature behind. The creature raised its hand, its hollow gaze fixated on its bony claw, then grasped at the air in confusion. It seemed puzzled. It had clearly made contact moments ago, yet felt no substance. Jiang Tian glanced back, seeing the creature standing silently in the rain, staring at its bony hand. Suddenly, a dense black mist erupted, sending chills down Jiang Tian's spine. They needed to flee quickly. This entity was undoubtedly beyond his capacity to confront. What manner of creature was this? 3rd tier or 4th tier? The magical energy was so potent it nearly made Jiang Tian retch. He turned to find the creature pointing at him, its fingertip, a sphere of energy, no larger than a fingernail, coalesced. Jiang Tian's heart raced. He tugged at Night Watch's mane and shouted, "Dodge to the left." Night Watch leaped to the left just as a beam of energy shot through the spot they had occupied, detonating against a distant hill with a powerful explosion. The creature, undeterred, swiftly closed the distance once more. Jiang Tian understood that this could not continue. He had only two options to escape this creature: fight or flee. Fighting was futile, so fleeing would require the use of his speed potion. Jiang Tian retrieved the potion, hurling the bottle ahead of him. Night Watch, crush it! Time was of the essence, and there was no opportunity to leisurely feed the night patrol. The adversary's speed was, indeed, astonishingly swift. Upon witnessing the potion soaring from Jiang Tian's hand, the night patrol immediately comprehended the situation. With its mouth agape, it lunged towards the speed potion with fervor. The collision between its fangs and the glass vial resulted in a painful mixture of glass shards and potion, inflicting excruciating agony. Yet paradoxically, this pain served as a form of stimulation. If caught, the suffering would be far worse. The night patrol expelled a mixture of glass shards and blood. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian felt a sudden surge in the night patrol's speed. A remarkable enhancement of 50 units, propelling the creature far behind. At this juncture, Jiang Tian finally found the mental space to inquire about the nature of this creature. What on earth was it? In the midst of a frantic sprint, the night patrol replied, "I have no knowledge of it. I have never encountered such a beast before." A sense of dread washed over Jiang Tian, and oh wonder the lucky rabbit had warned him about the formidable nature of the beasts. They had evidently been waiting for him here. Curiously, Jiang Tian pondered, why would such a creature be present in this location? He posed the question to the night patrol. Breathless and fatigued, the night patrol coughed up blood. Equally perplexed, he could assure that the three major races were undoubtedly untroubled. Thus, the anomaly lay with this beast, rendering him momentarily speechless. Jiang Tian glanced back and noticed that the creature had come to a halt. Its arms outstretched, revealing a chest riddled with ribs that a massive energy sphere coalesced at its core. Jiang Tian's pupils constricted. Turn! The night patrol executed a sharp maneuver. Drifting leftward, in that fleeting moment, a 3-meter-wide energy wave shot past, narrowly missing the night patrol's tail. The devastation left in its wake turned the surroundings to ruins. That a clod of earth struck Jiang Tian's face, sending a jolt of fear coursing through him. After unleashing its attack, the creature accelerated once more, tailing them closely. Jiang Tian extended his hand, conjuring a flame spear that struck the creature, only to yield a few sparks and little else. "This is relentless," Jiang Tian muttered, anxiety mounting as he observed the creature's erratic movements. Although the distance between them was gradually increasing due to the speed potion, the creature would invariably close the gap with its own bursts of acceleration. This approach was unsustainable. The potion's effects lasted a mere 10 minutes. He needed to distance himself from this beast within that time frame. Clenching his teeth, Jiang Tian resolved to head into the forest. Maneuvering around the trees, the creature was fast but not capable of instantaneous movement. Within the woods, there remained a glimmer of hope, while open terrain offered no such reprieve. The night patrol obeyed the command. Veering towards the thicket, the two dashed into the depths of the forest, the creature in hot pursuit. After a period of frantic chase, Jiang Tian's predictions proved accurate. The creature's frequency of acceleration diminished significantly within the forest. Only able to surge forward in the open spaces, the distance between them gradually widened. Perhaps sensing its inability to catch up, the creature let out a raspy roar that pierced the silence. Grating against their eardrums, Jiang Tian dared a glance back, realizing that the beast had indeed faltered in its pursuit. However, he remained cautious. Although the forest impeded the creature's speed, it also obstructed his vision. He could not ascertain whether he was truly safe. After a brief moment of silence, the forest stood eerily still. Jiang Tian exhaled, thinking perhaps the creature had abandoned its chase. Yet before he could fully relax, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of an indistinct black object hurtling into the woods. Panic surged within him. What was that? The hovering black entity writhed momentarily before a large eye abruptly opened. Scanning its surroundings before locking onto the fleeing Jiang Tian, "That this never-ending?" Jiang Tian exclaimed, raising his hand to unleash a barrage of fiery spears aimed at the hovering EYEI in an instant. Countless spears pierced the eye, which, under the relentless assault, exploded within 3 seconds. Clearly, this eye was far weaker than the creature itself. Panting heavily, Jiang Tian swept his gaze around, only to find the creature had resumed its pursuit. "This is truly dire," he cursed under his breath. On a nearby reef, Zhang Qingqing perched atop an open treasure chest, surrounded by the corpses of robust mermen. She gazed at a ring, exclaiming softly in surprise. Turning to Li Zijie, she inquired, "What do you think of this?" Chapter 48. The Peach Blossom Spirit Ring, with divine skills unleashed, the incessant onslaught of these creatures was becoming quite the headache for them. Li Zijie mentally calculated the patterns of the creature attacks. Based on conventional wisdom, the greater the number of assailants, the more severe the assault would be. Yet they were but 2, and the intensity of the attacks rivaled that of a 1,000-strong organization, surpassing even military offensives. While others still fought the lesser mermen, they had already begun to confront the formidable bosses. The relentless assaults clung to them like pesky flies, proving to be quite bothersome. Could it be that the ferocity of the attacks was not solely dependent on numbers, but perhaps also on strength? If one were to extend this theory, might it also correlate with the level of their raft? After all, she had heard tales of individuals with scant numbers but fortuitous encounters being targeted by these creatures, often after acquiring rare items and subsequently enhancing their rafts. The more Li Zijie pondered, the more sense it made. Their uniqueness lay in the numerous boons bestowed upon them by Jiang Tian, having consumed a significant amount of fruits, thus enhancing their attributes beyond that of anyone else. However, considering this perspective, the intensity of the creature attacks was not necessarily a bad omen. Not only did they have ample sea beast meat, but they also uncovered chests that could yield equipment. They could easily exchange these for currency and sustain themselves. Other than the annoyance, there seemed to be no significant drawbacks. "Hey, take a look at this," Zhang Qingqing said, approaching Li Zijie with a ring in hand. Li Zijie accepted it, her eyes widening in astonishment. She looked up at Zhang Qingqing, incredulous. "Qingqing, tell me honestly, have you been using hacks?" Zhang Qingqing playfully examined her fingers, whistling softly. "Perhaps the heavens find me charming," she replied. "This is quite impressive, isn't it? I stumbled upon it. Li Zijie scrutinized the ring closely. It was a blue-quality accessory, reducing 3-dimensional attributes by 7 points in exchange for an extraordinarily formidable skill. "Summoner?" she mused, contemplating the recently tamed stingray. With newfound determination, she declared, "Qingqing, I intend to gift this ring to Jiang Tian." Zhang Qingqing pouted slightly. "Oh, aren't you curious about my reasons? You surely have your own rationale for this decision," she replied, "and besides, hasn't he aided us as well?" The effects of the speed potion had faded, and now Jiang Tian and the night patrol hid behind a massive tree, stifling their breaths on the other side of the tree. The creature glided past with eerie grace. Jiang Tian swallowed hard, casting a furtive glance at the creature's retreating silhouette. Whether it was the relentless pursuit or the capabilities of that large eye, he decided to take a gamble, wagering that its perception was not particularly acute. After all, if it possessed exceptional sensory abilities, it would not have been reliant on that skilled IT that moment. It seemed his gamble paid off. Upon further reflection, it made sense. Those who wore glasses typically suffered from nearsightedness, and he had just shattered its lens. As long as he remained silent, it would surely drift away. Jiang Tian swallowed hard again, peering around the tree. Suddenly, a large eye appeared before him, mere inches away. Jiang Tian was taken aback. How is this possible? Wasn't he destroyed? Yet, there was no time for further contemplation as a surge of demonic energy erupted from the distance, indicating that the creature had realized its position and was closing in rapidly. Run? Just as they stepped away from the tree, a beam of energy pierced through the space they had vacated, resulting in a violent explosion. The shockwave propelled them several meters into the air, and Jiang Tian dared not imagine the consequences had the blast struck him directly. It would have been a miracle to remain intact. As Jiang Tian and the night patrol adjusted midair, they managed to avoid a catastrophic fall. The rain poured down more heavily than ever, while the creature approached with deliberate slowness, arms outstretched. Suddenly, a ring of fire materialized beneath its feet. Jiang Tian clenched his fist. The flame spiral. With a resounding whoosh, the fiery vortex engulfed the creature, yet the relentless rain swiftly diminished the flame's intensity. Remarkably, the creature seemed unconcerned, emerging unscathed from the inferno, its black fabric untouched. This was futile. There seemed to be no feasible way to combat it. Jiang Tian, utilizing his innate abilities, sensed that the creature was relishing its position, filled with a sense of glee. What was it celebrating? Was it akin to a cat toying with a mouse? It came to an abrupt halt, its pitch-black skeletal fingers pointing skyward. Jiang Tian was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly sensed something. Swiftly raising his gaze, his pupils constricted sharply that a colossal energy sphere loomed directly above him. Before it suddenly detonated, countless comets plummeted to the earth, erupting with astonishing force upon impact. This phenomenon resembled a barrage of missiles, converging towards the center, obliterating every inch of the terrain. There was no escape, akin to a leech encircled by salt or a bird in an electric cage. Every possible avenue of retreat was completely sealed off. In that moment, the creature was not hunting, but rather reveling in its amusement. Boom, boom, boom. The distant explosions gradually diminished at why Yi-sun stood resolutely before Jiang Tian. "My lord, you must leave that I know you have a means of escape. But I cannot return. It is I who have burdened you during our time together. Yi-sun have found great joy." Jiang Tian felt a tightening in his chest. He did not wish to abandon Yi-sun. Yet the methodical assault was drawing ever closer, and that monstrous entity was gradually advancing. He clenched his jaw, the taste of rust flooding his tongue. This was his first tame companion, although the process of taming was far from pleasant. Yi-sun's loyalty was undeniably commendable. Memories of that exuberant dog, wagging its tail in excitement, flooded his mind. How it had sensed him at the seaside, even hunting a wild buffalo to prevent him from going hungry. Just as Jiang Tian resolved to fight for Yi-sun's survival, a buzzing sound interrupted him. His phone rang. Jiang Tian glanced at the caller ID. Li Zige. Behind him, the relentless explosions continued, while the monster loomed ever closer. He felt an unsettling calm wash over him as he answered the call. "Hello?" Li Zige, hearing the thunderous detonations on Jiang Tian's end, was momentarily stunned. "What on earth is happening over there? Are you all right? This is a piece of equipment. I hope it aids you." Without further ado, she transferred a ring to him, not uttering a single extraneous word. "Remember to call me once you've resolved the matter." Jiang Tian cast a glance at the ring, his breath hitching slightly. Peach Source Spirit Ring, Blue, 7 Constitution, Peach Source Realm. A spatial domain capable of housing a single pet. The pet will be immobilized within, and can absorb energy-laden items to heal injuries. Absorption and release share a cooldown of 1 hour. He swiftly donned the ring. The Peach Source Realm activated at Yi-sun, caught off guard, was drawn into the ring. Yet almost immediately, Jiang Tian sensed its overwhelming joy within his mind. That "My lord. What is this?" Jiang Tian remained silent, merely activating his escape skill. The creature continued its languid advance. It steadied itself, arms outstretched, as if taunting him. "Run? Keep running." It reached for Jiang Tian, but its claws merely passed through his form. The creature's elation instantly morphed into fury as it lashed out wildly at Jiang Tian. However, his figure began to fade, becoming increasingly ethereal. This was a skill he had extracted from the Wugu. Shuttle Leap. Consumes energy for a single instantaneous teleportation. Energy consumption has no upper limit, and the more expended, the more precise the position. He had previously tested it, and when determining a teleport location, he would enter a state of illusion, as if he were merely a projection. This gave him the confidence to activate Shuttle Leap in the face of the creature. "I will remember you. Regardless of what your point one day, I will shatter your skull. Prepare your neck for the reckoning." As his words faded, Jiang Tian's figure vanished in an instant, leaving the creature bewildered in its place. Chapter 49. Shuttle Leap brings fortuity. Miraculous cave treasure. Whoosh! Jiang Tian was transported to a new location, his head spinning. Ugh! He retched, his insides churning. "Where am I?" Struggling to endure the discomfort, he glanced around. The lush undergrowth and towering trees indicated he was still within a jungle. His initially relaxed demeanor tightened instantly to, "It can't be that I haven't moved far to know." If he hadn't moved far, the creature should have caught up with him by now. This must merely be another section of the forest. Rain pelted his face painfully. A raincoat would have been most welcome. The earthy scent seeped into his nostrils, alleviating some of his dizziness. Jiang Tian scanned his surroundings and spotted a cave. The cave appeared bottomless. The rain above showed no signs of relenting, and he hesitated at the entrance. He was exceedingly cautious. The pressure from that monster weighed heavily upon him. He genuinely feared that a ninth-tier beast awaited him within. Yet, with no means of retreat, standing idly in the rain was not an option. The Peach Source Spirit Ring's skill had a 1-hour cooldown, and he did not know the way back. He could only wait for the cooldown to expire. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Tian stood at the cave's mouth. The protruding rocks shielded him from the torrential downpour, providing an inexplicable sense of comfort. Behind him lay the inky darkness of the cave. The cave was not high, perhaps around 1.5 meters, but it extended deep within. Jiang Tian glanced back, feeling compelled to venture inside. The presence of the unknown behind him was unsettling. Surely there couldn't be any danger within. Yi Sun's voice resonated from the ring. "My lord, I cannot sense anything inside." Jiang Tian touched the ring on his finger, reassuring, "It's all right. Rest well in there. Once we return home, I'll treat you to some crystal cores that you've worked hard." He pondered for a moment, and a circle of energy shields began to float around him. This not only provided protection, but also utilized the energy shield's glow to illuminate his surroundings. It was better than nothing, though he still relied on his phone for primary lighting. Utilizing the dim glow from his phone, Jiang Tian discovered that the cave resembled a funnel, widening as he advanced. Upon reaching the end, he encountered a massive cavern stretching a full 10 meters. Fortunately, there were no monsters inside. Jiang Tian exhaled in relief. The residual light from his phone revealed that the walls appeared reflective. He approached and examined them closely. They seemed to be composed of some mineral. Jiang Tian pried off a protrusion to check its properties. Crystallized fossil bone, a type of fuel. When ground into powder, it can serve as a medicinal ingredient. Fuel? Jiang Tian pondered, then decided to pry off several pieces with a small knife. After a while, he had spent 100 yuan on a cigarette and 10 yuan on a stool. Sitting down to smoke. The pressure he felt was immense, and he needed to relieve it. Igniting a flame was no challenge. Both his basic attacks and skills were fire-based. With a snap of his fingers, fiery spears plunged into the ground, and resting the cigarette against one ignited it. He took a deep drag, exhaling a thin plume of smoke that he smoked but was not addicted. Occasionally indulging when stressed was quite pleasant. However, having gone so long without smoking, he suddenly felt a bit lightheaded. The fiery spears flickered for 3 or 4 seconds before dissipating. The dispersing energy erupted in a flash of light, illuminating the cave momentarily. In that instant, Jiang Tian appeared to notice something in the corner. The fiery spear struck once more, embedding itself into the distant wall. To his astonishment, he discovered it was a treasure chest. Approaching for a closer inspection, he noted that this chest was entirely different from any he had seen before. It bore no skulls or provisions, yet its exquisite patterns caught his eye. Kicking it, he found it remarkably heavy. He pulled out his phone to examine it. Cave treasure chest. Such a plain inscription. Yet, Jiang Tian felt certain this chest would not disappoint him. With a swift kick, he opened it, and a brilliant purple light erupted forth, illuminating the entire cavern. Inside lay a single scroll and a construction item. Jiang Tian picked them up for a closer look, utterly bewildered. Revival scroll can resurrect a creature that has died within 3 hours. Upon revival, it will enter a state of weakness for 3 days. What the hell? What the hell? Jiang Tian stared blankly at the item in his hand, an uncontrollable wave of ecstasy surging within him. A revival scroll. This was indeed a revival scroll. Jiang Tian was certain that should this item come to the attention of the world, people would willingly bankrupt themselves for a chance to acquire it. Yet, the irony was that he had no intention of parting with it. Truly priceless. His fervent gaze shifted to the other construction item. Gourmet spring well. A special building that continuously produces spring water. The well occasionally refreshes with special ingredients. Oh my God. Oh my God. He had struck gold. Due to the elevated terrain of the Divine Strike land, sourcing water was exceedingly laborious. Moreover, he had nearly exhausted the spiritual spring water he had been using to hasten the growth of his cabbages. This gourmet spring well was a veritable boon, a gift from the heavens. This must be what they mean by surviving a great calamity brings great fortune, that it was a pity, however, that there were no items to enhance himself. Wait a moment. The well occasionally refreshes with special ingredients? Jiang Tian stood frozen in place. Based on the existing intelligence, not only were there the crimson spirit fruit and the azure spirit fruit, but also that second-tier cabbage. Strictly speaking, all of these were special ingredients that if his conjecture was correct, wouldn't he'd be able to rapidly enhance his strength. After all, the third-tier trial card in his possession was nearly worn to tatters. He planned to reach the comprehensive limit of the second tier before entering the trial ground, and this comprehensiveness encompassed more than just 3 dimensions that he needed to prepare equipment, items, and the like. He had come to understand the trial ground. It was purely a contest among myriad races, and he was certain there would be many unfamiliar races within that. It was likely that there were mechanisms akin to the winged race. To avoid being suppressed, he could only enhance himself. There was no other way. Sweating now would mean bleeding less later. He did not wish to endure the pain of blowing off his pinky finger a second time. Buzz. His phone vibrated. Elijah had sent a message. Have you resolved the situation? What happened earlier? Jiang Tian smiled faintly and replied, It's all good now. I was just being overwhelmed by a rather formidable monster. Elijah let out a breath of relief on the other end, her tension easing. That's a relief. I was worried because you seemed off earlier. If it weren't for you, the 2 of us girls might have already been fish food. You must have gained quite a bit, right? Jiang Tian sighed and replied helplessly, What gains could there be? I nearly lost half my life. The it's all good refer to having fled out, so I truly appreciate you. That piece of equipment saved my pet's life. After a moment of contemplation, she continued to inquire. No need to mention it. After all, you saved our lives too. By the way, was that monster from Spirit Island? How strong was it? Jiang Tian responded, Yes, it was from Spirit Island, a monster with a deer skull for a head. Quite powerful. Elijah chuckled. But as long as you're fine, we'll eventually win. I believe in you. Jiang Tian smiled, just about to reply, when the ground suddenly trembled slightly, as if something was approaching. Jiang Tian was taken aback, thinking, no way, not again. He gazed at the cave's entrance. A gigantic black creature slid down the slope. He was momentarily stunned. Isn't that the dead giant snake? No, something felt amiss. Jiang Tian realized the situation was dire as countless fist-sized black beetles rushed down rapidly. The sight sent chills down his spine. Nightwatch seemed able to see outside through the ring. My lord, that's the blood-eating shell. Be extremely cautious. Chapter 50. Slaying the blood-eating shell. The giant snake specializing in defense, a torrent of insects surged forward. They were even dragging along the dead giant snake. Suddenly, they halted. Upon seeing Jiang Tian in the cave, the giant snake was flung aside and eagerly lunged toward him. Their movements were strikingly synchronized, as if manipulated by some unseen force. Observing this wave of death, Jiang Tian felt oddly reassured. Indeed, the giant snake had perished at the hands of monsters, and it had become a trophy among a mountain of corpses. However, the monsters had been diverted by him for over 10 minutes, aided by Nightwatch's potion consumption. For now, he was safe. As for the insects, they were most vulnerable to fire. Jiang Tian summoned an energy shield. A faint connection echoed in his mind. He affirmed the name, and thus the name field transformed into Molin. Time flowed quietly. While waiting for Molin to recover, Jiang Tian opened the auction house to scour for sea beast crystal cores. Maintaining 2 mouths at home was truly a burden. Upon glancing at the prices, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. The price of the sea beast crystal cores hovered around 2,000, a figure that far exceeded the reasonable value of such items. Delving into historical transactions, Jiang Tian understood that it was not a matter of supply exceeding demand. Rather, someone was hoarding the stock, selling at the base price, and buying at a premium. All 2,000 of those crystal cores were listed by him. What a scoundrel! Even in the gaming world, one still wishes to manipulate the market. Jiang Tian shut off his phone and pondered silently. The military had faced numerous assaults, which meant they likely still possessed many crystal cores. He could exchange them for a crossbow, a strategy for long-term development. With this innate talent, the more pets he had, the better. Conversely, the greater the number of pets, the larger the quantity of sea beast crystal cores required. Determined, Jiang Tian resolved to return home and chop down those trees that yielded resilient timber to exchange for funds. Time passed quietly, and afternoon arrived, whether it was Molin's large size or severe injuries. The taming process took unusually long. However, it finally concluded. Jiang Tian gazed at the now dim light cocoon and smiled knowingly. Molin broke free from the cocoon and a voice resonated in his mind. "Thank you, Master, for granting me a second life. I shall strive to enhance my strength and assist you in driving out the magical beasts, leaving none behind." Chapter 51. Tomato Honey Beef Stew. That magical beast was surprisingly a newborn. While awaiting Molin's taming, the cooldown for the Peach Blossom Spirit Ring had already completed. Due to Molin's slower speed compared to Night Patrol, coupled with its massive size, Jiang Tian opted to store Molin away to avoid any unforeseen complications. A mischievous thought crossed Jiang Tian's mind. What if he suddenly summoned Molin in close combat against an opponent? Would they not be left dumbfounded? Jiang Tian mounted Night Patrol and galloped homeward. The path back was muddy, and the heavy rain slowed his pace significantly compared to his earlier journey. Along the way, he encountered a wild boar, swiftly dispatching it and obtaining some wild boar meat. To his astonishment, such a large boar yielded less than 20 pieces of meat, each weighing about a kilogram. Given that the boar must have weighed at least 500 kilograms, it was utterly ridiculous. Nevertheless, he had accomplished his initial objective. Regardless of what he encountered or acquired on this outing, seeking food had been his primary intention. Upon reaching home, the rain continued to pour. The two little ones sat at the edge of the house, sheltered by the eaves, thus avoiding the rain. Beneath them lay layers of wooden planks, indicating they'd been waiting there for quite some time. Upon seeing Jiang Tian return, Wugu rushed out through the rain. "Brother!" Just as Jiang Tian dismounted from Night Patrol, he felt a small figure wrap around his waist. "Did you encounter danger? I sense you used my skill." Jiang Tian affectionately patted Wugu's head. "That I'm back now. No need to worry." The lucky rabbit approached, holding a massive leaf that served as a makeshift umbrella. She raised a large leaf above Jiang Tian's head, preventing rain from soaking him, allowing it to trickle down the sides instead. With a gentle tap on Wugu's head, she said, "You should thank me. I deterred the mountain folk from going out to find you. What could a mere phantom beast do? They have no combat prowess, merely causing chaos." She looked up at Jiang Tian. "Come inside. You might catch a cold." Jiang Tian felt warmth in his heart and replied, "All right." Night Patrol still had not entered the sanctuary of divine strikes. He planned to find a tree hollow to rest in. Jiang Tian stopped him and spent 200 coins to purchase a wooden shelter, providing Night Patrol with protection from the rain. After setting up the shelter, Jiang Tian took out his greatest acquisition from this trip, the food god spring weld. He contemplated where to place it and ultimately decided on the front of the house for convenience in drawing water. This structure resembled a small pavilion. While it was called a well, it was more akin to a small pond, measuring 2 meters in diameter and 3 meters deep, where one could see the pebbles at the bottom. What excited Jiang Tian the most was that the spring water contained 2 ingredients, a jar of honey and 4 tomatoes, all classified as Tier 3 ingredients, leaving him momentarily speechless. The lucky rabbit, wielding her leafy umbrella, approached with a look of disbelief. "This is a building imbued with the power of rules. My heavens." After calming herself, the lucky rabbit retrieved the 2 ingredients, stroking them with a soft murmur. "This bountiful harvest truly is fortunate." As the rain fell, Jiang Tian could not clearly hear her words. She turned to him and declared, "I'll take these ingredients. Tonight, I'll impress you." Jiang Tian nodded, advising the lucky rabbit, "Remember to see if you can extract the seeds. These are Tier 3 ingredients." The lucky rabbit gave an okay gesture, indicating her understanding. On the hearth, a rack held a cooking pot, and the lucky rabbit stirred with a ladle, occasionally tasting the broth for seasoning. Observing her, Jiang Tian couldn't help but twitch his lips. According to the lucky rabbit, this dish was called tomato honey beef stew, which included meat. However, the lucky rabbit remarked that Jiang Tian was overreacting. "I'm a phantom beast. not bound to the cycle of living creatures. I would eat anything, not just beef that, of course, it would be a bit unsettling, considering how much I resemble one. Jiang Tian felt a shiver run down his spine. The dish prepared for Wugu was a mix of tomatoes and cabbage drizzled with honey, which reassured Jiang Tian. However, he now held a deeper understanding of the phantom bee species, realizing they should not be viewed as ordinary animals. He could easily envision this rabbit holding a chicken leg and asking him, "Isn't it delicious? Want a bite?" After a while, dinner was ready, and Jiang Tian changed into a fresh set of clothes. The side dish was tomato honey beef stew, complemented by dry bread that Jiang Tian had purchased. He ate with great relish. The sleep he had enjoyed the night before was the most refreshing, and today's meal was the most satisfying. Although the dish lacked excess seasoning, it excelled in freshness. By the end, he purchased an additional piece of bread to soak up the sauce. Consumption of Tier 3 wildflower honey. Speed 5. Consumption of Tier 3 gem tomatoes. Perception 5. Consumption of special food. Speed temporarily increased by 10. Perception temporarily increased by 10. Lasting 5 hours. Jiang Tian leaned on the table, waiting for them to finish eating. Truly, the lucky rabbit lived up to her name. The description proved to be accurate. The sight of her devouring her food hungrily drew a smile from the lucky rabbit, while her food was the same as Jiang Tian's. She consumed it at a leisurely pace. She took a spoonful of soup and savored it. Suddenly, she recalled something. By the way, what danger did you encounter? Wugu also lifted her head, still chewing. Jiang Tian rested his chin on his hand, sighing, "A magical beast, quite formidable. It was a skeletal creature with a deer's head, capable of floating. Had it not been for a friend's item, night patrol would have been done for." Jiang Tian noticed Wugu's expression turned slightly uneasy. "What's wrong?" Wugu set down her wooden fork and gestured. "Brother, was it tall about your height? Did it have claws, possibly black, and possess many strange skills?" Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. How could Wugu know such details? Could it be they were the magical beasts attacking the mountains? "I was injured amidst their battle's aftermath," the lucky rabbit interjected. "That sounds like a soul devourer, a magical beast that enhances its strength by consuming souls. They are under the command of the soul-birthing matriarch." She cast a complex glance at Jiang Tian. "You encountered such a sinister creature. To return safely is quite impressive. By the way, you didn't wander into the lair of the soul-birthing matriarch, did you?" Jiang Tian shook his head. "Night patrol, and I went hunting at Crescent Bay. Didn't I tell you? However, while hunting, we sensed the presence of magical beasts that we thought to resolve the issue. But in hindsight, we were indeed reckless and overconfident." Both Wugu and the lucky rabbit gasped in astonishment. Crescent Bay, the soul-birthing matriarch, is not particularly strong, and soul devourers typically do not stray far from their matriarch. Why would they appear at Crescent Bay? Isn't that a hunting ground? What about the 3 major races? Jiang Tian shrugged. "Night patrol doesn't know. I'm just a newcomer, so how could you ask me?" The lucky rabbit pressed further. "Was there anything unusual there?" Jiang Tian pondered, unsure if the mountain of corpses counted as unusual. The soul devourer was hunting beasts, leaving behind a small mountain of bodies. Would that be considered unusual? The fortunate rabbit, nibbling on a spoon, pondered quietly for a moment. Hunting wild beasts? Could it be the newly emerged soul devourer? This statement left Jiang Tian momentarily speechless. Newborn magical beasts? Don't jest with me. Even the newborn soul devourers are on the brink of self-destruction. If they encounter a fully developed one, they might as well find a block of tofu to crash into. The fortunate rabbit chattered to herself. They have already begun to reproduce. Something significant must be brewing behind the soul birther. The growth period for a soul devourer is 2 months. There's still time. She glanced at the darkening night outside and turned to Jiang Tian. "You must be cautious. Soul devourers are quite vengeful. Once they reach maturity, they will certainly seek you out. A mature soul devourer is a 4th-tier elite magical beast." Chapter 52. Is Li Yihao targeting us? The frozen sea phase descends. After dinner, Jiang Tian lay on his soft bed, reflecting on the rabbit's words. "Soul devourer, 4th-tier elite," he sighed and rubbed his face. 2 months to reach the 4th tier? That's a bit challenging. Jiang Tian placed his arms over his eyes and lay still. Tap, tap, tap. Someone approached. Jiang Tian lowered his arms, sitting up to see the visitor. It was Wugu, holding his phone. Brother, you left your phone on the table. Someone is looking for you. The fortunate rabbit, already lounging in a hammock, yawned and then clenched her fist to encourage Jiang Tian. Don't be so lost in thought. Perk up. Go for it. You got this. Jiang Tian replied helplessly, I'm just resting. I'm not that fragile. It's just 2 months to reach the 4th tier. Watch me conquer it in no time. After saying this, he suddenly remembered something. Wugu, have you accelerated the growth of that 2nd tier cabbage? Wugu nodded. I've expedited it, but it's not fully matured yet. I feel like accelerating a 2nd tier crop requires double the energy. Jiang Tian understood. As long as it could be expedited, that was good. He glanced at his phone. Deng Taifeng, a military official, just when Jiang Tian was looking to contact him. Ever since encountering the Soul Devourer, Jiang Tian had noticeably sensed that the night patrol's mood was quite low, and he knew the reason why. It was because the night patrol felt inadequate, and now, with the military's arrival, they could procure the sea beast pearls from their hands. Jiang Tian surmised that the military's visit was likely related to the crossbow. As expected, the conversation quickly turned to the point. Comrade Huan Shun, do you have any surplus crossbows? We need a considerable quantity. Jiang Tian replied, I currently do not have a large stock. They have all been traded away. Based on my production efficiency, coupled with the fortunate rabbit's buff, I can produce a maximum of 160 crossbows a day. However, I currently lack sufficient materials that I've already given them 10 crossbows that Rui Guang requested. And 10 more are reserved for them. They haven't gathered the funds yet, so I've kept them aside due to the seeds. Therefore, Jiang Tian could only offer the military 10 crossbows. Deng Taifeng responded quickly. How many do you have now? Just 10, Jiang Tian replied. Deng Taifeng sounded somewhat disheartened. Comrade Huan Shun, we urgently need these. Is there any way to expedite the process? Jiang Tian chuckled. How can we expedite this? The blueprint has a production time. After all, Deng Taifeng sighed. I saw the messages in your group. Can you really only churn out 20 a day? Jiang Tian denied. If you want them, you can exchange sea beast pearls for them. I can produce a bit more for you each day. Deng Taifeng pondered. Will the price be based on the trading market or fixed? This made Jiang Tian recall the traders in the marketplace. A sea beast crystal core is around 1K, but due to speculation, the market price is 2K, double the price. Let's set a fixed price. 1 crystal core for 1 crossbow. How many do you have on hand? Deng Taifeng replied, that quantity is substantial. I need to consult with my superiors. After a while, Deng Taifeng returned that we currently have access to 100 crystal cores. We have also been nurturing sea beasts ourselves. So we need those cores. Jiang Tian was somewhat astonished. Did they disturb the sea beast nests? How did they accumulate so many? Even if they kept half, that would still be 200 cores, essentially 200 sea beasts. Jiang Tian recalled the first transaction with the military, where Deng Taifeng had mentioned they were attacked by a large number of sea beasts. Initially, he thought it was a coincidence, but now it seemed to be a regular occurrence. Surprised, are you? Our nightly sea beast attacks have reached 50 beasts. Upon reading this, Jiang Tian could envision Deng Taifeng's exasperated expression. And oh wonder they were in such a rush. We have conducted statistics. The number of individuals, the level of rafts, and personal strength all attract large groups of sea beasts that, in terms of numbers, we have gathered over 100,000 refugees, and our raft level has reached level 4.as for personal strength. We have Li Xiaojun. He is the warrior king of our district, known as the military god Xingtian in the rankings. By the way, we owe thanks to your fruits. Jiang Tian replied. No problem. We all benefit mutually. However, these deductions captured Jiang Tian's attention that if this was the case, the initial assaults at night must have favored larger groups, while now, fewer individuals with weaker strength had a better chance of survival. Jiang Tian speculated that perhaps a hidden hand aimed to control the factions, preventing large gatherings of people. Shall we finalize this? 100 crossbows. When can you deliver? Jiang Tian contemplated and responded, let us say tomorrow. I'll have them ready for you. Deng Taifeng nodded. That works. By the way, I need to inform you of something. According to our informants, Li Yihao has already joined forces with the Rita people. They have brought an intriguing artifact, claiming it is meant to deal with you. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow at this statement. Deal with me? Let us see whose teeth are stronger, his or mine. According to Deng Taifeng, The artifact in Li Yihao's possession was called the Arena of Life and Death, a designated area for one-on-one duels. It was akin to a trial ground, but death there was final. Although he spoke nonchalantly, Jiang Tian knew that Li Yihao was not a fool. He surely had a trump card. Jiang Tian felt a headache coming on. Why was everyone fixated on him? First, there was the Soul Devourer. Now Li Yihao, he felt like a piece of cured meat hanging in winter, surrounded by a pack of wild dogs, staring at him with teary eyes. Subsequently, others began messaging him as well, all inquiring about crossbows. Jiang Tian responded one by one, but all requests were for sea beast crystal cores. Their stock was evidently inferior to that of the military, and they were unwilling to accept the price of one crossbow per crystal core. Thus, he successfully traded with only one individual. In total, there were 20 from the group, 100 from the military, and 10 from this person. Tomorrow would be a busy day. Jiang Tian checked the time. It was already 10 o'clock. It was time to sleep. He lay on the soft mattress. Snuggling into the warm covers, he bid goodnight to the fortunate rabbit, and wooed, and night passed. Over the sea, the rain suddenly ceased. However, an unparalleled chill followed closely behind. Those without shelter felt the brunt of this cold wave first. Before they could voice their complaints, a layer of frost had already formed on their bodies, quietly departing from this world by the end of the night. Only 2 billion souls remained. Morning arrived. Jiang Tian opened his eyes, feeling a bit cold. So cold. Did the fireplace go out? He mused aloud. Glancing towards the fireplace, he found it still ablaze. Momentarily taken aback, he turned to the window. The rainwater on the ground had frozen into a sheet of ice, and the trees, not yet shedding their leaves, were completely frosted. He opened his phone, flooded with complaints. Last night, we nearly froze to death. Why is it so cold? We only have a tiny wooden cabin, and 6 of us had to huddle together to keep warm. Thankfully, the military warned us about a severe drop in temperature. So, I stocked up on a lot of wood. Haha. Brothers, send over some firewood. It's freezing, 10 currency per piece of wood. What the heck, are you profiting from a national disaster? Chapter 53. The Freezing Weather. Military under attack. Though the interior of Jiang Tian's abode was frigid, he found it bearable. Enduring the cold, he approached the fireplace to add a log, the fruits of Happy Rabbit's labor proving their worth in this moment. The resilient wood indeed burned more effectively than ordinary timber, and as Jiang Tian added the logs, he couldn't help but marvel at his fortune. While most people could scarcely afford to burn common wood, he was using rare materials for fuel. TSK, TSK, TSK. However, Jiang Tian had no intention of sharing his resources. Informing the military to prepare for the cold had been a benevolent gesture in itself. What he truly needed now was to enhance his strength. The night patrol and Mo Lin could be improved with sea beast crystals, which he could trade using his crossbow. To equip himself with this item, he merely required a headpiece. The best way to acquire such an item was to encounter a first-tier boss and obtain a supreme treasure chest directly. The contents of a supreme treasure chest were indeed tantalizing to Jiang Tian. Source conversion gems, skill books, and high-quality equipment, each capable of providing him with immense enhancements. Donned in cotton clothing, Jiang Tian felt a significant alleviation of the cold. Through the glass, he glimpsed the food god spring well and noticed a jar of something within. He pushed open the door and retrieved the jarred second-tier oatmeal. What a splendid find. He now had a staple food. Jiang Tian hurried back inside, for the outside chill was unbearable. Even a brief exposure left his cotton garments thoroughly frozen. Fortunately, he had stockpiled ample winter clothing, allowing him to layer up. The grains and Happy Rabbit had also awakened. The trio managed to cobble together a modest breakfast. Afterward, Happy Rabbit and Jiang Tian set out to chop wood, while the grains continued to hasten the growth of second-tier cabbage. Jiang Tian layered on several more pieces of cotton clothing, wrapping himself up like a Michelin man, barely able to withstand the biting cold. Remarkably, Happy Rabbit produced a thick coat from seemingly nowhere and donned it. As she explained, it was crafted from her own fur. What a marvel. The two ventured toward the forest. Midway through, Jiang Tian recalled a rather pressing concern. It had been 2 days, and he still did not know Happy Rabbit's name. Taking a breath, he swung the metal axe he had purchased and remarked, "By the way, I still don't know what to call you. That it's rather awkward to just keep calling you Happy Rabbit." Happy Rabbit did not pause. continuing to wield her unique energy axe. I don't have a name. You could just call me Hey, Yo, or something similar. That won't do. I'm quite curious. How do you beings of the illusory beast refer to one another? The harvest deer has no name, and neither do you. Is it possible that illusory beasts lack names altogether? Happy Rabbit halted, causing a tree to crash down, scattering materials everywhere. With her back turned to Jiang Tian, she began to collect the resin from the resilient wood. The mountain folk are too small. They haven't grown enough to warrant names that AS for me. No one named me. I'm the last of my kind. Jiang Tian was taken aback, his hand that swung the axe coming to a halt. My race was obliterated during the otherworldly invasion 500 years ago. I was the sole survivor at that time. I was about the same size as that harvest deer. Happy Rabbit turned her gaze towards the small house. The harvest deer's race is in a similar predicament. After uttering those words, Happy Rabbit resumed chopping wood. Jiang Tian, axe in hand, felt a tumult of emotions. He had not anticipated that a casual inquiry would unravel a century-old grievance. With a sigh, he continued to chop wood. As midday approached, they completed their resource gathering. Jiang Tian busily crafted 200 items using his phone. However, the matter of naming Happy Rabbit had taken root in his mind. Once both had finished their tasks, they returned with a plethora of materials. While Happy Rabbit pondered what to eat for lunch, Jiang Tian called out to her. Wait a moment. Happy Rabbit turned back. Puzzled, thinking Jiang Tian wished to inquire about events from 400 years prior. But that was not the case. Let me give you a name. Jiang Tian followed her, gently ruffling Happy Rabbit's head. The texture was delightful. Her hair was smooth, and her ears were warm. You possess many talents and seem to have much on your mind. I shall call you Dream Weaver. Happy Rabbit pouted and shook her head, evading Jiang Tian's hand. She neither confirmed nor denied the name, but merely remarked, That's not how our race names each other. But suit yourself. Jiang Tian smiled, sensing her delight in his bestowed name. After enjoying their lunch, cabbage stew with meat and oatmeal porridge for the main course, while the grains feasted on honey cabbage salad, all prepared by Happy Rabbit, or rather, Dream Weaver, they felt satisfied. Suddenly, Jiang Tian received a message from DeLong. Are you there? Urgent business. The military is in trouble. Jiang Tian stared at the message, perplexed. The military? There are two factions in this maritime region. Haijing and Haidu. Which military are you referring to? He inquired. Both factions are converging. Something has gone awry, DeLong replied urgently. This is for you. I hope you can assist us that we... Jiang Tian was astonished to learn that DeLong was affiliated with the military. Accepting the trade, he paused, taken aback by the name of the item. Teleportation stone tablet. 10 minutes earlier, aboard a raft of the Haidu military, several personnel clad in thick cotton clothing operated a massive screen. One individual observed a small dot gradually approaching and reporting to the commander. The Haijing military is 10 kilometers away. They are expected to converge within 2 hours. The middle-aged leader nodded, his gaze shifting to the vast, desolate island nearby, with only a small area of greenery at its center. Though it was sizable, it appeared diminutive compared to the entire island. It boasted soil and forest. Yet it was guarded by a formidable boss and its minions. They had suffered heavy losses in their initial assault. After several discussions, they decided to focus on self-development for the time being. Postponing the confrontation with the boss, by a stroke of fortune, they had contacted the Haijing military, realizing they were not far apart, leading to a mutual agreement to seize the island and establish a human settlement. Meanwhile, the Haijing military was slowly drawing closer to the island. Truthfully, making contact on the first day was sheer luck. Had it not been for Haijing's efforts in gathering refugees, they would have arrived much earlier. Just as they contemplated how to plan their settlement, an unexpected crisis arose that a communications officer received an unbelievable message. This is bad. Li Yihao's undercover agent has encountered an incident. The middle-aged man was taken aback. The last message we received was from him. His current status is unknown. He stated that Li Yihao's dealings with the illusory mirage were merely a ruse. In reality, he was targeting us. They have allied with the Neon Gene to seize the island. On the distant horizon, colossal sea beasts dragged countless rafts behind them. The beasts advanced swiftly, soon arriving before the Haidu military. Annihilate these Chinese pigs. Leave no survivors. Raise your weapons. Fire. Board them. The gunfire erupted, reverberating through the air. Chapter 54. The clash of matchlocks and crossbows, the military's bitter struggle. The Nianjin and Li Yihao's pirate forces numbered 4,000, while the Haidu military could muster only 3,000. Not only was there a numerical disadvantage, but the Nianjin were also armed with guns. Though they wielded matchlocks, colloquially known as bird guns, their firepower, albeit lower, was still firm at this moment. Li Yihao stood upon a wooden raft, facing rows of Japanese soldiers armed with matchlock guns. Their eyes were cold and menacing as they were of Huaxia descent. They had not been assigned these weapons, and could only wield hand crossbows to calculate their parabolic trajectories for attack. It was truly absurd. Even after pledging their allegiance to the Japanese, they were still not regarded as one of their own. The sight of matchlock guns in the hands of his adoptive father was something Li Yihao had never anticipated. He had only managed to acquire hand crossbows for himself, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Yet he soon rallied his spirits, resolved to perform admirably and demonstrate his sincerity in the impending battle for the island. Time passed amidst the clamor of battle cries, and the collaboration between the Japanese and Li Yihao against the military swiftly escalated. The populace rallied behind the military. Cursed be Li Yihao, who truly deserved a wretched end. Traitor Li Yihao, do you relish being a dog for the invaders? Some organizations directly provided weaponry, having previously traded with military officials, particularly the individual known as Brother Wong from the auction group, who promptly sent over 200 sets of bows and arrows. The military took note of these developments. However, bows and crossbows were cold weapons and paled in comparison to the matchlock guns. The Japanese, by raising wooden boards on their rafts, greatly mitigated the lethality of the arrows. The arrows that were shot either lodged themselves into the boards or were deflected into the water. Shooting arrows from a raft was inherently challenging, and with such countermeasures in place, the instances of hitting the Japanese were few and far between. At this juncture, a soldier gritted his teeth and lamented, "If only we had crossbows. Those weapons pack a punch and are easy to AIM.AS soldiers. They would wield such implements with ease." Almost as if in response to his words, reinforcements from Ruiguang provided 20 crossbows for skilled marksmen to claim. Crossbows? Several individuals rose to claim their weapons. Upon receiving them, they found it hard to part with these superior instruments, significantly heavier than hand crossbows. Before they could fully recover, another shout rang out. "Hurry and claim your crossbows. Our allies have sent 60 more." These two were procured from Jiang Tian. Meanwhile, the Japanese were busy loading gunpowder into their matchlock guns, an arduous task. "Ha ha ha! Look at those Huaxia people. They're as foolish as pigs," remarked one Japanese soldier. "They are the Huaxia military. We are surely making our mark." They credited their leader for acquiring such formidable weaponry. "Let me see how those Chinese pigs," a small Japanese soldier sneered, only to be abruptly pierced through the skull by a crossbow bolt. The Japanese were taken aback. The force of that shot was clearly not that of a hand crossbow. Cautiously, they peeked from behind their cover, only to discover a squad of soldiers aiming with crossbows. Under their marksmanship, one Japanese after another fell. "What is happening?" The leading Japanese officer, Guo Zhu, wondered aloud. He called for Li Yihao to approach. "Li Sang, I do not recall you mentioning this intelligence. Clearly, this level of penetration is not achievable with hand crossbows or bows and arrows." Although Li Yihao was the adopted son of their leader, this Japanese soldier spoke without courtesy, demonstrating that they did not regard him highly. Initially, it was Li Yihao who had paved the way with money, enabling their leader to accept him. Yet, after arriving in this world, he had somehow found his way back to them. Nevertheless, he still held some utilitarian value, at the very least informing them that there were islands in the waters of Huaxia. Li Yihao bowed deeply. It could be a secret weapon of the military that he truly did not know. As he had been preoccupied with preparations for battle and had not kept abreast of the news, he was unaware of Jiang Tian's dealings involving crossbows. "The great warriors of the Corps will curse you from the depths of hell," Guo Zhu coldly remarked. Li Yihao bowed even lower. Behind them, the anguished cries of the Japanese echoed to their astonishment. Those with matchlock guns were being suppressed. Guo waved his hand, and a line of Japanese soldiers brandishing riot shields surged forward. These shields were obtained from minor monsters and were not particularly rare. Leading them to a mass over 80 they were determined to win this battle. The crossbow bolts struck the riot shields, ricocheting into the sea, while the Japanese sheltered behind their shields to reload, leaving the Huaxia soldiers powerless. After a while, they raised their superior ammunition and ignited the matchlocks. Bang, bang, bang. Another round of fire erupted. Even as the military personnel sheltered behind their cover, they still suffered injuries. This is untenable. The riot shields are too sturdy. We cannot penetrate them. After several rounds, the military forces sustained significant damage. A middle-aged commander furrowed his brow and inquired of his subordinate officer, "How long until reinforcements arrive?" The officer replied, "They have dispatched a strike team led by the 5th-ranked individual. Li Xiaojin A.S. for the main forces. They will arrive in about half an hour." The middle-aged commander lowered his head in contemplation, then made a decisive decision. Notify everyone. Close combat. Seize the enemy's position. Disarm them, and use the position as a stronghold for a counterattack. Use crossbows and bows for covering fire. The officer received the order and returned to relay the message. As the Japanese completed a round of shooting and began reloading. They coldly smiled at the military's proactive advance. Come on, there's plenty of good stuff beneath the sea. The military also possessed riot shields, but they were all homemade and in limited supply. While these shields were resilient, they were not specially designed riot shields and ultimately could not withstand bullets. Their wooden rafts charged toward the front line of the Japanese forces. Both sides were dragged by marine beasts. Just as they advanced under the barrage of Japanese gunfire, the water suddenly churned violently, flipping one of the rafts. A marine creature, bound and entangled, along with the raft, was dragged beneath the surface. One soldier caught sight of the shadow beneath the water. Something's down there. It's a marine beast. A dark purple tentacle suddenly surged from the depths, ensnaring a soldier and pulling him under. The ensnared soldier exclaimed, "What is this?" but was swiftly submerged, leaving only a trail of bubbles. Soon after, blood spread through the sea, and a mangled corpse floated to the surface. Chapter 55. United Against Foreign Enemies. Part 1. Guju looked down with a cold smirk. They had expended considerable effort to tame this octopus. Within their ranks, this pet was affectionately termed Yaki, a true embodiment of elite combat power. The giant octopus, known as Yaki, wreaked havoc, toppling one raft after another. The Japanese on the rafts, brandishing their flintlock guns, found themselves helpless against the submerged soldiers being systematically targeted. Too far to hit, too close to miss. In an instant, this expanse of sea was stained crimson that a few Japanese soldiers laughed maniacally. Ignorant Huaxia pigs. You are far too weak. We shall slaughter all the men and leave the women to propagate our great corps' bloodline. One nearby, Japanese soldier leered lewdly. Don't kill them all. Leave a few alive to observe our prowess. Ha ha! Some even made lewd gestures, but the giant marine beast thwarted their advance, and less than 40 of the soldiers managed to breach the front line. They fought desperately, banding together for survival. Gu Zhu observed the advancing military personnel and directed Li Yihao. Li sang, "It is time for you to prove your worth. Now, go eliminate that group of Huaxia soldiers charging forward." Li Yihao nodded, rallying a cadre of desperate rogues brandishing machetes as they surged toward the frontline raft. The number of soldiers who had managed to board was already limited, and with Li Yihao's involvement, the balance swiftly tipped against them that a few soldiers recognized Li Yihao and cursed him vehemently. Li Yihao, may you suffer a wretched fate. Yet they were soon cut down by the pirates' merciless blades from a distance. Gu Zhu nodded in satisfaction. He continued issuing commands. Keep firing. Our core warriors fear not death. But we must not die in vain. Prevent these Huaxia pigs from boarding. Numerous Japanese soldiers complied, hastily loading ammunition and igniting their weapons. At this juncture, the military was evidently at a severe disadvantage. Even with their fearless resolve, they could not approach due to the dual pressures of the marine beasts and matchlock guns. While the crossbows were rendered ineffective against the riot shields, they were still being forced into retreat. Gu Zhu lit a cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Why have the military's elites yet to take action? Are they truly going to stand by and watch their soldiers perish? Li Yihao, drenched in blood, returned and heard Gu Zhu's words, chuckling. Because I have taken most of the spoils in this area, and I have not sold them any potions. His gaze shifted behind Gu Zhu, where 18 robust men clad in matching suits stood. Thus, this battle is assuredly ours. Guo Zhu nodded slightly, revealing a lewd smile. Indeed, Li Sang is truly a valued friend of our great coronation. Huh. Behind the figure of Guo Zhao, clad in a suit, stands a formidable force nurtured by Li Yihao, representing the pinnacle of their region's martial prowess. Each individual possesses a power attribute exceeding 25, and their equipment is far from substandard, averaging over 30 points. With eager anticipation, they await the appearance of skilled adversaries, ready to surge forward as one under the guidance of Li Yihao. A traitor to his own kind, the military's secrets have been thoroughly laid bare. The only significant threat remains the military's elite soldier, Li Xiaojun, known as the war god, Jiang Tian. However, the forces of Rizi Run have a trump card. They have mobilized the collective strength of the entire region to assault a single organization. With all cards on the table, failure is not an option. Jiu Wu Zhao nonchalantly discarded his cigarette, but into the sea, his gaze fixed on a swordfish dragging a wooden boat. He recognized it as the sharp blade of the Hai Jing military. With a calm demeanor, he ordered, "Go forth and ensure they do not escape. Oh, and summon Sisnu. Eliminate their sea beast as well." The 18 individuals behind him nodded in agreement, each brandishing an array of diverse weapons as they moved toward the horizon. Meanwhile, Li Xiaojun, accompanied by over 20 warriors, charged swiftly toward the battlefield. Gripping a long knife with furrowed brows, he seethed with barely contained rage. His comrades mirrored his fury, yet they remained silent as they advanced toward the positions of Rizi Run. Their sea beast, a swordfish, swam swiftly but suddenly convulsed in an unexpected turn. A pink tentacle shot from the depths, ensnaring one of the soldiers from the sharp blade team. With quick reflexes, Li Xiaojun swung his knife, severing a massive octopus tentacle. Yet, it proved futile as more and more tentacles emerged from the sea, overwhelming him. Panic gripped his heart. The warriors aboard the boat were merely ordinary individuals, unaccustomed to the effects of mystical fruits or potions. To make matters worse, his own sea beast, the swordfish, lay belly up. The only indication he had of its demise was the slight jolt of the raft. This sea beast possessed formidable strength, certainly at the peak of the first tier. He tirelessly cleaved at the attacking octopus tentacles, desperately shielding his fellow soldiers. That moment, a small raft approached slowly. "It's futile. We lost nearly 500 men to capture this sea beast. Our entire region has laid bare its trump cards to confront your little organization of a few thousand." Li Xiaojun observed, his peripheral vision catching sight of a suited Rizi Run, exuding an aura akin to his own. His base power level stood at 30, the upper limit for a first-tier human. Bolstered by his equipment to surpass 40, the aura of these individuals was no less formidable. Moreover, there were still 18 opponents remaining to Xiaojun was not foolish. He instantly connected the dots to Li Yihao. Apart from the illusory conch, only Li Yihao could acquire such remarkable potions. That scoundrel, Li Yihao, he muttered under his breath, severing yet another tentacle. The Rizi Run had initially intended for Li Xiaojun to be dragged down by the sea beast or to exhaust his strength significantly. However, time slipped by, and the sea beast, dubbed Sisnu, began to show signs of being overpowered. "This won't do. Sisnu can barely hold on," one of the Rizi Run exclaimed. "We must strike together and crush him." Suddenly, Li Xiaojun noticed the tentacles retracting into the ocean, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. In the next instant, a spear hurtled toward him. He narrowly dodged, the spear grazing the tip of his nose. From the corner of his eye, he saw a Rizi Ren's arm bulging as they prepared to launch another spear. The equipment possessed a skill allowing for 3 consecutive enhanced throws, each more potent than the last. His companion charged their attack. The remaining 17 closed in. Their weapons, knives, guns, and clubs, were a chaotic array, yet they shared a common trait. All were equipped, Huaxia soldiers. "Prepare to meet your end." One Rizi Run leaped high, colliding his long knife with Li Xiaojun's. Simultaneously, a comrade seized the opportunity to strike at Li Xiaojun's abdomen from an unexpected angle. The knife glimmered ominously, signaling a grievous blow, evidently a skill-based attack. The middle-aged man turned away, unable to bear witness to the unfolding disaster. They had lost this battle, but they must rescue Li Xiaojun. Just as he prepared to issue a command, a woman's voice echoed from afar. "Sea Sparrow strike." A spear shot forth like a meteor. With a resounding explosion, the wooden raft beneath Li Xiaojun shattered, sending everyone plunging into the water. Yet almost immediately, a massive manta ray burst from the depths, catching the injured Li Xiaojun and swimming away. An officer solemnly saluted the middle-aged man. Report: the main force of the Haijing garrison is less than a kilometer from the battlefield. Another voice chimed in. Report: Jiang Tian from Rue Guang Chemical says he will arrive shortly. Yet another reported. Report: Longjiang Heavy Industry is providing 50 bottles of rejuvenation potion and 100 bows. Then came another report. Shu Guang Technology is supplying 50 hand crossbows and 30 bottles of rejuvenation potion. Reports continued to flood in. The middle-aged man's heart ached, and he took a deep breath that we must express our gratitude to the supportive populace. However, we must focus. We cannot allow the arrogance of Rizi Run to grow unchecked. Inform the soldiers about the reinforcements to boost morale, and then prepare for a counterattack. Everyone saluted, the sound resounding. Yes, behind them lay thousands of refugees, harboring two distinct thoughts. One faction believed, let's storm the Rizi Run, while the other contemplated, you all go ahead, we'll escape. Enough, these fiends are too ruthless. I must flee, a portly man wailed. Tears and snot streaming down his face, he had sought shelter from the military, never anticipating that Rizi Run would dare to attack them. The Rizi Run have firearms. Can they withstand this? A matron queried. Shall we flee now? She nudged an elderly man beside her. Fuming, the old man retorted, if you keep talking about running, I'll knock you out. I'm going to confront these devils, another chimed in. With a head that big, who fears anything? A man with a goatee quietly severed the ropes binding his raft, contemplating, these fools. The military is clearly at a disadvantage if we do not flee now. When will we? He had often perused his phone and knew well that Li Xiaojun was the ace of the Haijing military. With a single encounter, he had wounded a Rizi Run. How powerful must they be? He dared not imagine. Moreover, with 18 Rizi Run present, victory seemed implausible. He glanced back at the wounded soldiers recruiting volunteers, spitting in disdain. Fools. The massive manta ray returned Li Xiaojun to safety. Clutching his abdomen, he inquired, who are you? On a smaller manta ray stood two figures. A short-haired girl beckoned, and a spear soared back in her hand. Just a passing heroine, here to lend a hand. It was none other than Jiang Tian. She turned to Li Ziga. Go air, this man is seriously injured. Can he be saved? Li Ziga nodded, assessing the deep, bone-visible wound. She then raised her staff, which radiated light, and streams of green energy flowed into Li Xiaojun instinctively. He attempted to evade, but Jiang Tian urged him. This is a superior healing method, far beyond rejuvenation potions. Thus, he acquiesced to the energy. Rapid regeneration. This skill had emerged alongside Jiang Tian Yan's disruption vortex. In gaming terms, it was the upgraded version of the rejuvenation technique that IT consumed more energy but provided a greater degree of recovery at a faster rate. However, in this frigid weather, Li Xiaojun, having fallen into the water, was already shivering. The Rizi Run had climbed aboard the raft, equally aware of their precarious situation, trembling in fear that a spear shot toward them. And had they not dodged in time, they would have been skewered like a string of candied hawthorn. Jiu Wu Zhao approached, tossing them new garments. His gaze fell upon the distant manta ray, his expression a mixture of malice and resignation. This must be the ranking individuals of this region. Including the military personnel, there are only 3 that the rest should be arriving soon. The suited Rizi Ren stood, bowing in apology. Leader Gu Wu Zhao shook his head. The core warriors are innocent. The guilty are all Huaxia people. Even if they all arrive, I have my ways to ensure they remain here. The atmosphere had descended into a stalemate. Apart from the occasional clashes of flintlock guns and crossbows, verbal sparring ensued. The sea beasts, along with the high-ranking combatants on both sides, remained motionless. The military awaited reinforcements, while the residents of the Sunlit Realm also anticipated assistance from the military. At that moment, Li Xiaojun was explaining the strength of the Sunlit people to Jiang Tian. There were 18 individuals, each conservatively estimated to possess a physique above 20 when factoring in their equipment. They approached the physical limit of 30, wielding weapons that were all outfitted. They had deliberately chosen the coldest time to launch their assault, highlighting their ample preparations and nefarious intentions. Suddenly, Li Xiaojun's phone vibrated, and his furrowed brow relaxed. He spoke. Qiu Qianni from Ruiguang Corporation is on his way. His gaze shifted to Li Zijie and Zhang Qingqing. By the way, I still don't know who you two are. Zhang Qingqing, hands on her hips, declared, I am Zhang Qingqing, the one ranked second at Li Xiaojun was taken aback. He knew Qingqing was female, but he hadn't anticipated her vibrant energy. Li Zijie introduced herself. I am Li Zijie. It was the mirage that summoned us. This was, in truth, a half-truth. She hadn't been able to contact Jiang Tian, understanding he was on Spirit Island and fearing he might have encountered danger, just as during that explosive call where he needed to be fully focused to respond. Thus, Li Zijie refrained from repeatedly calling out, knowing it would only cause confusion. Nevertheless, even in Jiang Tian's absence, sharing the credit for her coming to assist him felt like a small act of gratitude. Considering he had once saved her life, Li Xiaojun paused for a moment before expressing his thoughts. The top-ranked Mirage, I wonder just how formidable he truly is. Zhang Qingqing interjected. The Mirage is incredibly strong. I feel that even the entirety of the opposing side wouldn't suffice to contend with him. By the way, is he coming here personally? Li Zijie pondered for a moment and replied. He should arrive once the situation there is resolved. However, the circumstances over there are rather tricky, which is why he called for our assistance. Her words were meticulously crafted. Li Xiaojun nodded in understanding. Everyone undoubtedly had their own matters to attend to, and if the distance was too great, it would certainly be inconvenient for them to arrive. Speaking of which, where had the military sure long gone? The standoff continued. With the impending arrival of Qiu Tianni and the main force of Haijing, the heat of battle was about to ignite. The military of Haijing had sent 10 rafts to the forefront, each covered with a thin cloth. However, judging by their undulating forms, they were equipped with sharp, angular weaponry. Like Zhang Qingqing, Qiu Tianni wielded a long spear, standing upon a colossal sea serpent, joining forces with Li Xiaojun and Zhang Qingqing. He had been informed along the way that reinforcements had already arrived. Beneath him was a gigantic manta ray, a friendly ally. Yet he remained cautious. I am Qiu Tianni. May I know who you are? Li Xiaojun stood up, his abdominal wound having healed, though his clothing remained tattered, letting the wind whip through. I am Li Xiaojun. I am grateful for your brother's timely support. Upon hearing that he was a military king, Qiu Tianni lowered his guard. I hope I am not too late. Not at all. It has only just begun. Li Xiaojun's gaze fell upon the jagged objects on a nearby raft, a cold smile escaping his lips. Next, let us see how these foes deal with our secret weapon. Zhang Qingqing, puzzled, exclaimed. Just then the soldiers on the raft lifted the cloth, revealing menacing, oversized mechanical crossbows. Fire! The sound of arrows whistled through the air as the fearsome bolts shot towards the sunlit people's positions, instantly piercing through the shield-bearing defenders. Seizing the opportunity, the previously suppressed soldiers promptly pulled their triggers, sending bolts into the heads of their adversaries. The horn of counterattack had sounded. However, Gu Wuzhu's gaze remained fixed on the 4 individuals on the opposing side. Sighing softly, there's no other choice. It must be these 4. Chapter 57. United Against External Enemies. Part 3. The power of the giant crossbow was extraordinary. Its blueprint described it as a weapon of remarkable force, capable of penetrating sea beasts with a single shot, often utilized as a city defense mechanism. Due to its exorbitant cost, it required not only a significant amount of resilient wood, but also rare beast tendons. They had slain numerous sea beasts, yet encountered only 10 from which they could procure beast tendons. Those sunlit defenders who braved the giant crossbow had already met their divine retribution at this moment. Their formation was in disarray. They could not continue like this. Their original advantage lay in the destructive power of their weapons. Regardless of whether their opponents wielded crossbows or other armaments, none could compare. If the giant crossbow continued to dismantle their front line, once they boarded the rafts, the flintlock guns would merely be sticks for kindling. The Ji Wuzhu waved his hand, summoning the octopus known as Yaki. which swiftly plunged into the depths, attempting to directly destroy the rafts and neutralize this formidable weapon. The giant crossbow continued its barrage. The warriors of Haidu aimed their crossbows at the exposed sunlit defenders. One emerged, one fell. Shoot! Once the giant crossbow is destroyed, let us see how you retaliate. Suddenly, Gu Wuzhu sensed Yaki had been injured that he froze, bewildered. What was happening? This colossal octopus was immensely powerful. How could a sea beast harm it? The surface of the sea began to churn violently as a massive orca leaped from the water, biting off several of the octopus's tentacles. The two enormous sea beasts clashed fiercely, but it was evident that the orca held the upper hand. With each swish of its tail and snap of its jaws, it left wounds on the giant octopus, while the latter could only scrape the whale's skin with its barbed suckers, failing to inflict any significant damage. Although Gu Wuzhu was astonished, he did not panic. That he silently commanded, "Pierce the whale's eye." The giant octopus obeyed, extending its tentacles towards the orca's head. However, the orca quickly realized the creature's intent and promptly turned its head, biting off several of the octopus's appendages. Then, with a powerful flick of its tail, it sent the octopus soaring above the water. This strike seemed to utilize some skill, rendering the octopus momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, the orca lunged for the octopus's head, resulting in a mixture of black ink and blood as the octopus perished on the spot. In this clash of titans, the orca emerged victorious. Gu Wuzhu watched the ink-stained water with great sorrow. While the demise of other sea beasts was inconsequential, akin to the octopus named Sisanu, despite its severe injuries, he felt no remorse. But Yaki was his own sea beast, a personal companion. His gaze turned cold as he stared at the orca, speaking with a chilling tone. "Kuroyama, Sta, it is your turn to act." A languid voice emerged from behind him, breaking the silence. "Is it really my turn? It's merely a sea beast. Can't the leader handle it?" The middle-aged man chuckled softly, turned around to salute, and called out loudly, "Wang Zhangwo expresses gratitude for the commander's support." Everyone inside the house stood up and saluted in unison. "Greetings, Commander." The elder waved his hand, and the crowd settled back down. I could see this moment. Their spirits had somewhat calmed. After all, the scales of victory were tipping in their favor. That orca had expended all its giant crossbow bolts, and it was only due to Li Xiaojun's restraint that it had been subdued. In a one-on-one scenario, Li Xiaojun might not even stand a chance. Just then, two sharply dressed individuals seemed to have received some intelligence and leaped off the wooden raft. This unexpected turn left the military personnel momentarily stunned. Were they intending to engage the sea beasts in hand-to-hand combat? In the water, the elder squinted through his glasses, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. He swiftly issued an order. "Quickly, command the orca to retreat." Although the adjutant was puzzled, he resolutely relayed the command. The orca, upon receiving the order, began to dive beneath the surface. I could see that moment. A grievous wound appeared upon its massive form, deep enough to reveal bone. Fortunately, the descent was timely, sparing its life. The colossal orca, enraged and baffled by the unprovoked injury, seethed with fury. Yet, following its master's command, it retreated. Heishan Songtai shivered in the cold sea water, cursing inwardly. It must have been those two fools behind me who exposed our position. The sea beast had sensed the danger and dived. Otherwise, it would have been a guaranteed kill. However, Heishan Songtai couldn't help but smirk at the sight of the wounded orca. His dagger was laced with paralyzing poison, and with such severe injuries, it lacked any fighting capability. He considered his mission accomplished. That moment of the orca's retreat, two large fish seized the opportunity, dragging 14 individuals towards the stingrays, colliding with Li Xiaojun and his group. The remaining 4 rode another sea beast towards the wooden raft of the giant crossbow. These elite warriors were no match for the superhuman strength of the day's people. In an instant, the air was filled with the clash of blades and cries of anger and pain. Heishan Songtai surged forward to the front lines, and soon 10 heavy crossbows were destroyed. The once suppressed flintlock rifles resumed their deadly fire. The elder observed however. At this moment, retreat is in order. The elder had not anticipated that neither the orca nor the giant crossbow had halted their advance, observing the 4 individuals in the distance. It was evident that despite their minimal engagement, lives continued to be extinguished. This bizarre phenomenon sent shivers down their spines. Just then, a sea beast surged forth, crashing heavily into the military's frontline raft. The 10 suited men scattered, rushing towards the crowd. Despair descended upon the masses. Chapter 59. The military's unraveling retreat. A critical juncture, one suited individual steadied himself, his gaze fixed on the horizon where a stingray dragged the four back. A cold smirk played upon his lips. Indeed, as Mr. Antiquity had foretold, their assault here would compel a rescue effort on the stingray. Li Zige and Li Xiaoju found themselves embroiled in a heated argument. Li Zige believed they should seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the enemy's flagship, employing a strategy of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao, thus forcing their hand. This, he argued, could still offer a glimmer of hope. Conversely, Li Xiaoju insisted on immediate return to the military, fearing that if they did not, the entirety of their forces would be compromised, leaving very few soldiers to survive, with even their leaders and refugees at risk. Li Xiaoju grew increasingly agitated. I cannot stand idly by while my comrades fall victim to the enemy. Li Zige let out a heavy sigh. After all, Li Xiaoju was a member of the military, and his decision was both rational and justifiable. Rather than chasing a fleeting chance of victory, it would be wiser to minimize casualties through strategic withdrawal. Thus, the stingray charged directly towards the military raft. Upon nearing the raft, Li Xiaoju brandished his weapon, launching himself at the suited men. Their attire was easily distinguishable, and with a furious strike, he cleaved one of them in two. However, he was immediately besieged by 5 more suited men. Li Xiaoju found himself overwhelmed, sustaining injuries, and soon realized that even defending himself was becoming a challenge. Jiang Tian also plunged into the fray, engaging a suited man with a thrust of his spear. Yet he was soon alarmed to discover that, despite the suited man's lack of speed, every strike carried immense force. With subpar equipment, merely a spear, a jacket, and trousers, his physical enhancements barely reached 5 points as Jiang Tian battled the enemy. Another assailant emerged, seeking to ambush him. Panic surged through Jiang Tian. While he had trained in combat, he had never stepped into a competitive arena, his experience limited to mere fitness routines. Though he steeled himself, the reality of life-and-death conflict sent him reeling in fear that he retreated a step, only to be seized by an enemy who swiftly inflicted a wound upon his arm, gradually tipping the scales against him. As for Li Zige, she remained on the stingray, refraining from boarding the raft, for she was a mage capable of providing remote support. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian, having consumed all 10 of the red spirit fruits given by Jiang Tian, now possessed maximum physical prowess and speed. Ordinary soldiers merely caught glimpses of her as she darted past. In a moment of carelessness, one suited man was sent flying, meeting his demise on the spot. Yet the remaining suited men quickly adapted, initially believing Li Xiaoju to be their primary threat, only to be taken aback by the unexpected prowess of this woman. The 5 assailants previously focused on Li Xiaoju swiftly diverted to confront Jiang Tian. While the most formidable threat, Heishan Songtai, stealthily approached at this moment, the number of suited men surrounding Jiang Tian had escalated to 8. Alongside an unseen menace, Li Xiaoju fought against 3 opponents, shouting, "Quick! Tell the brothers to retreat. We cannot hold out much longer." The clamor of battle drowned out his voice, and the 2 leaders in the distance remained oblivious. Nonetheless, they recognized it was the opportune moment to withdraw and promptly issued the order. Zhang Jingguo furrowed his brow, observing the distant skirmish, silently pondering the whereabouts of Shilong. Why had he not yet arrived? Shilong had not transported alongside the military. Thus he possessed a teleportation stone provided by them, intended to prevent unforeseen circumstances that would delay his return. However, why was he still absent? At this juncture, Li Xiaoju was beset by wounds, fighting desperately to take down one enemy. Jiang Tian was equally beleaguered, struggling to distance himself from the fray. Only Jiang Tian held her ground against the overwhelming odds. Just as she thrust her spear to dispatch another suited man, a grievous wound suddenly appeared on her back. Piercing deep into her flesh, shocked, she instinctively swung her spear behind her. Heishan Songtai, observing the weapon's trajectory, smirked coldly as he effortlessly parried her strike. His physical prowess had reached an astonishing 50 points. and being a second-tier life form only heightened his advantage. Thus, an uncanny spectacle unfolded as Zhang Qingqing's spear struck nothing but air, failing to penetrate even a fraction. An invisible foe, she mused instinctively, only to be sent sprawling by a powerful kick. As she struggled to rise, fatigue washed over her, revealing the presence of poison coursing through her veins. Heishan Tsongtai, witnessing her struggle, wore a look of astonishment. He raised his numb hand, his gaze complex as he scrutinized Zhang Qingqing. This woman's vitality was undoubtedly nearing 40 points. Despite his initial oversight, he had nearly faltered. No, this woman must perish. Everyone, forward! He commanded, rallying his comrades. Weapons in hand began to radiate light, signaling their offensive capabilities. Concurrently, Heishan Tsongtai's dagger glimmered ominously, indicating the activation of his innate abilities. With this strike, Zhang Qingqing was assuredly doomed. Li Zige was taken aback, never anticipating the presence of a hidden assassin among their foes. She could only repeatedly cast haste spells to aid Zhang Qingqing that a cruel smile crept across Heishan Tsongtai's face. Prepare to meet your end. At that moment, the towering shadow of the command center loomed over Zhang Qingqing. Suddenly, a black serpent emerged from her shadow, coiling around her, forming a protective semicircle. All attacks were absorbed by the serpent. Under the sunlight, it appeared to be encased in an extraordinarily resilient crystal, impervious to harm. Heishan Tsongtai was taken aback. What is this? Simultaneously, on another front, Li Xiaoju lay on the ground, facing a lone, injured, suited man. The man's eyes glinted with malice, utterly unprepared for the tenacity displayed by this soldier of Huaxia, who was fighting with his very life. Yet, the situation had turned in his favor. This warrior was now utterly spent. May the sun goddess bless me, he thought, raising his blade, poised to sever Li Xiaoju's head. Just then, a thunderous crash resounded. A colossal figure charged forth, clad with a tiger claw on his fist, delivering a devastating blow that sent the would-be executioner flying. The sheer force of the impact indicated certain death. Li Xiaoju, struggling to lift his gaze, exhaled in relief upon recognizing the formidable giant. Shilong, where the hell have you been? Before he could finish, darkness enveloped him. Shilong, witnessing the grievously injured Li Xiaoju, felt a surge of rage, veins throbbing on his forehead as he turned and dashed toward the besieged black serpent. Meanwhile, on another front, Qiu Qianni had lost his weapon, sustaining a deep laceration across his back. Yet he faced only one opponent, though that adversary was in prime condition. The other assailant lay lifeless, neck broken, eyes frozen in terror. During a fierce exchange, Qiu Qianni's weapon had been disarmed, and an enemy charged at him, only to be caught off guard by Qiu Qianni's superior hand-to-hand combat skills, leading to the assailant's demise. However, Qiu Qianni himself was not unscathed, suffering a grievous wound from another foe, the injury severe enough to expose bone. The standing enemy, wielding Qiu Qianni's weapon, clicked his tongue in disdain, entirely disregarding the gruesome fate of his comrade. This weapon is wasted on a Huaxia pig. Let me show you the prowess of my great corps' marksmanship. Taste my strike. The suited man lunged forward. Yet in the next instant, a headless corpse remained upright, its hand frozen in the act of thrusting. Qiu Qianni, gritting his teeth against the pain, raised his head to behold the colossal, pitch-black wolf. Thud, thud, thud in his peripheral vision, he saw a man in black moving towards the densely packed Zhang Qingqing. Heh, he thought, and then darkness consumed him. Chapter 60. Jiang Tian arrives. The world aware of the life-and-death arena Jiang Tian had taken considerable time to arrive. Not due to any crisis, but rather due to an exceptionally vexing complication. The illusion beast Spirit Island prohibited the placement of teleportation stones. He had been utterly speechless, compelled to distance himself from the island's barrier before placing the stone on a small vessel. Then seeking out Shilong, who would pinpoint their location, ultimately arriving at the battlefield. The entire process consumed over half an hour as he surveyed the ocean stained red with blood and the corpses of soldiers upon the raft. A fierce anger ignited within him. Today's blood debt shall be repaid tenfold by the enemy. He fixed his gaze upon the cluster of suited men in the distance, silently activating his skill. The group of suited men, stumped by the black serpent, pondered their next move. This serpent is impenetrable. What on earth is it? It must be the life-saving skill of this woman. How infuriating, truly enviable. That fellow Li Yihao has obtained such an exceptional blueprint. And this woman possesses equally remarkable skills. The few of them gathered together, whispering amongst themselves, utterly oblivious to the fact that the day people on the other side had already been dealt with. Suddenly, a ring of fire materialized beneath their feet. In that moment of confusion, a swirling flame erupted violently. The unexpected assault instantly reduced the three of them to ashes. At this point, everyone turned their attention to the advancing stone dragon and the distant Jiang Tian. On one side, the high-ranking military officials, prepared for retreat, looked at Jiang Tian and Stone Dragon with expressions of hope. Their abrupt appearance before the teleportation stone tablet nearly incited chaos. Meanwhile, the mirage had ascended to a second-tier life form. The oppressive aura it exuded was not something Stone Dragon or Li Xiaojun could compare to. Wang Zhengwo gritted his teeth, thoughts swirling in his mind. There's hope. On the other side, Li Zijie felt her legs give way. Collapsing onto the stingray, Jiang Tian had finally arrived. She turned her gaze towards the massive black serpent. It his pet. It can withstand the attacks of everyone in stark contrast to the military's relaxed demeanor. Heishan Songtai was weighed down by a heavy heart, sensing a lethal threat emanating from Jiang Tian, one that bore a similar essence, second-tier life. Just then, Li Zijie shouted, "Be careful. They have an invisible person." Heishan Songtai sneered coldly. "What does it matter if they know about my invisibility? They are still powerless against me." Suddenly, Jiang Tian's gaze shifted from the black serpent, locking directly onto him. Cold sweat broke out on Heishan Songtai. "What is happening? I haven't dispelled my invisibility. How can he see me? I am a second-tier life form. He shouldn't be able to perceive me." In truth, Jiang Tian did not truly see him. He merely sensed something unusual in that location, as if he had touched a lump of glue in a glass of water, unseen yet palpable. However, his perception had reached 65 points. He could feel that something was amiss, indicating the presence of an entity. Thanks to Li Zijie's warning, he was aware of the invisible presence on the opposite side. He extended his hand in that direction and clenched his fist. Flame-severing vortex, a fiery whirlpool erupted from beneath Heishan Songtai's feet, causing his soul to flee in terror as he hastily dodged backward, urgently signaling everyone to scatter. Heishan Songtai's expression turned sinister as he recognized that this skill was a group attack. If they dispersed and then closed in on the mage, everything would be resolved effortlessly, he thought to himself. Although you are a second tier, you are still a mage, while I am an assassin, he pondered. He charged towards Jiang Tian. Simultaneously, Jiang Tian sensed that the invisible entity was gradually closing in on him. He called for Yi Sun, instructing him to deal with the remaining suited men that moment. Stone Dragon and the suited men had already reached a standoff. Cowed by Stone Dragon's formidable physique, the opponents hesitated to ACTY. Yi Sun accepted the order and departed from the scene. Meanwhile, Mo Lin, who was quietly guarding Zhang Qingqing, began to stir, intently watching the backs of the suited men that a series of flame spears manifested behind Jiang Tian, swiftly launching forth. Heishan Songtai hurried to evade, but before he could regain his footing, another wave of assaults came crashing down. Heishan Songtai was utterly astonished. Why was this person's skill so relentless? However, old defenses must eventually crumble. After several rounds of bombardment, Heishan Songtai was pierced by a flame spear, the excruciating pain causing him to lose focus, revealing his form. Jiang Tian promptly unleashed the flame-severing vortex once more. Heishan Songtai, hindered in his movements, wailed in agony within the fiery vortex. Gu Wuzhu stared wide-eyed in disbelief. "Impossible! Heishan Songtai cannot be injured. He is a second-tier life form." He turned angrily to grab Li Yihao by the collar, demanding, "Who is this person? You said the military's trump card was Li Xiaojun. Not only has a woman appeared, but also a man even more formidable. You must commit seppuku in apology." Li Yihao gritted his teeth, equally unaware of this person's identity, yet a name lingered in his mind, Mirage. However, he refrained from voicing it. Clang, A figure enveloped in an energy shield charged forth. I'm the world's strongest. Your flames cannot touch me. I thought I wouldn't need this item, but you must die here by now. Heishan Songtai was already severely burned. He rushed forward at breakneck speed, wielding a chain. Death Arena. Jiang Tian suddenly felt himself being drawn in. Regaining his senses, he found himself face to face with the pitch-black Heishan Songtai, separated by a dark purple barrier displaying a 10-second countdown. Once the time elapsed, the barrier would shatter. The arena was minuscule, barely covering 20 square meters. Heishan Songtai tossed his dagger, his gaze malevolent. How I loathe the fact that you are a mage. Jiang Tian replied, Indeed, if I were a mage, I would undoubtedly be at my wit's end in this tricky situation. Heishan Songtai froze, an ominous premonition creeping over him. This moment, leveraging the item, an image projected into the sky. This was the item's characteristic. The loser would have their fate known to all, losing not only life but also reputation. Nearly half of the area's inhabitants witnessed this scene, while the chatter among the onlookers exploded. Mirage went to support the military and got ambushed. Oh no, I heard from the gathered refugees that the esteemed Mirage is a mage. The one on the opposite side must be a Japanese. He appears to be an assassin. This situation is unfavorable for the esteemed Mirage. What a pity. Mirage is quite impressive. Impressive. Did he give you any fruit or a crossbow? Such filial piety. Indeed, I say the military should retreat quickly. Mirage is doomed regardless. Those two upstairs are cowards. Mirage is still fighting while you sit here, squabbling. Go Mirage, destroy that little Japanese. Li Zige took a deep breath. She did not believe Jiang Tian would lose. Zhang Qingqing, fully aware of her abilities, owed it all to Jiang Tian. Likewise, she did not think Jiang Tian's capabilities would fall short. Chapter 61. Instant kill of Heishan Songtai, one-man army. The military personnel were filled with anxiety, while the day people were overjoyed. Anyone who had played games knew the consequences of a mage being approached by an assassin. The Ji Wuju calmly lit a cigarette, a cold smile playing on his lips. He thought Heishan Songtai was no fool. He would use this item to close the distance. He doubted Heishan Songtai would allow that mysterious man to die too quickly. Next, let us enjoy the spectacle of slaughter. The countdown steadily approached zero. The purple barrier shattered with a thunderous crash. Heishan Songtai cackled maniacally. Die. The one who will kill you is Heishan Songtai. Crack. In an instant, Jiang Tian seized his neck. Everyone was left in shock, both the military and the day people, as well as the ordinary spectators watching the projection in the sky. Good job, Mirage. So quick. An assassin actually lost to a mage in speed. In a blink, I couldn't even see it. Suddenly, that Japanese's neck was in a chokehold. Mirage, strangle him. The day people were filled with dread. Impossible. Lord Songtai actually lost in speed to this man. It's just a matter of being a bit faster. Lord Songtai could easily break free. After all, strength is his forte. He is a mage. I need not elaborate on the consequences of being approached. Kill him. Jiang Tian's speed had already approached 60 to Heishan Songtai, had completely overlooked Jiang Tian's strike. However, he sensed Jiang Tian's strength was not particularly great, and he struggled desperately. Due to the Peach Blossom Spirit Ring, his physical attributes were slightly inferior to Heishan Songtai's. If he wanted to struggle, he could certainly break free. However, at such close range, it was also an excellent opportunity for Heishan Songtai to strike. Thrust. He directly stabbed with his dagger, which was coated with paralyzing poison. If it hit, victory would be his. Yet in the next instant, the dagger passed through Jiang Tian's body. He was bewildered. It felt as though he had struck a shadow. Shadow shift. This was a skill that allowed one to retreat into shadows, enabling movement within them and transforming into a shadow to evade fatal attacks. Observing the incredulous expressions of the day people, Jiang Tian coldly stated, "Do not worry. It won't be so easy for you to die." Energy shield, crystal, flame, severing vortex. Jiang Tian activated his skills in rapid succession. Boom! A fiery dragon spiral erupted from beneath the two. Heishan Songtai's screams echoed from within the vortex, his agonized howls sending chills through all the day people. The flame vortex persisted for an extended duration. Jiang Tian intentionally reduced the power of the flame severing vortex. Otherwise, he too would be unable to withstand it. In this way, he could torment Heishan Songtai even more effectively. Gu Wuzhu was utterly astonished, rendered speechless. Run, I must run. Otherwise, he would perish here as well. He promptly gestured to his subordinates, preparing to depart first. At that moment, he heard the sound of shattering glass. With a sudden clang, he turned around. The arena of life and death collapsed with a thunderous noise. Jiang Tian, holding the charred remains of the Black Mountain Songtai, advanced towards the edge of the raft. Along the way, he issued commands to Mo Lin and Yi Sun. Speed it up, or these brutes will escape. Upon receiving the orders, the two beasts intensified their assault. In no time, the remaining 7 foes lay dead. After the carnage, Yi Sun crouched behind Jiang Tian, while Mo Lin dove directly into Jiang Tian's shadow. Shilong approached, his fist stained with blood. He cast a complex gaze at Jiang Tian and said, "Thank you. You have grown stronger." Jiang Tian did not turn around, his eyes fixed on the raft of the sunlit people. Rather than exchanging pleasantries, it would be more prudent to expedite your military's pursuit. He pointed, "Look, they're all attempting to flee." Upon Jiang Tian's gesture, Gu Wuzhou was drenched in cold sweat. He commanded everyone to open fire on Jiang Tian. And no matter how strong you are still merely a man. The frontline soldiers of the sunlit people trembled as they raised their firelock guns, aiming at Jiang Tian. Bang, bang, bang. M.O.L.I.N. to your service. Mastered, Mo Lin emerged from Jiang Tian's shadow, using his body to shield against the hail of bullets. Instantly, the sound of metal clashing resonated, and everyone believed they had struck a steel plate. A monster, a true monster. Jiang Tian urged Mo Lin to step aside and silently activated his skill. In an instant, he began chanting, and with a swoosh, countless fiery spears shot forth towards the opposition. Thanks to Jiang Tian's precise guidance, within just 5 seconds, the enemy soldiers holding firelock guns at the front were all annihilated. Shilong recognized this as an opportune moment, summoning the sea beast to charge towards the enemy raft. However, upon arrival, he encountered 4 suited men in the next moment. All 4 were pierced through the neck by the fiery spears. The demise of their remaining strong men drove the sunlit people into a state of panic. In stark contrast, the military's morale soared. Kill! Avenge our brothers! One by one, soldiers fiercely paddled their rafts towards the enemy. Jiang Tian commanded his 2 pets, "You both go as well, but be cautious not to harm the wrong targets." The 2 beasts complied, while Yi Sun stepped on Mo Lin's back as they swam towards the opposition. The enemies attempted to retrieve their firelock guns for a counterattack, but were swiftly struck down by crossbow bolts. In mere moments, thousands of soldiers surged onto the sunlit people's position, leading to a fierce melee. Shilong resembled a tank, obliterating anyone who dared to stand in his way. The soldiers, fueled by their zeal, dispatched the ordinary sunlit people with ease. Meanwhile, the crossbow marksmen provided essential cover, effectively utilizing the captured firelock guns to wreak havoc among the sunlit ranks. Most importantly, there was Yi Sun and Mo Lin. Wherever these 2 monsters roamed, there were no intact corpses left behind. Mo Lin could wrap crystalline matter around his tail, forming a sharp spearhead with a single lash. He could cleave an enemy in 2. Yi Sun was equally ruthless. A single strike would reduce an enemy to mere pulp. The victory was all but assured. Jiang Tian glanced at the 3 individuals who had been relocated to safety, then strolled over. Except for Zhang Qingqing, the other 2 were gravely injured and unconscious. However, Zhang Qingqing, though unable to move her limbs due to poisoning, lifted her head to gaze at Jiang Tian and the approaching Li Zigao. "I owe you another life." Jiang Tian smiled, replying, "You can repay me by opening a few boxes." He inquired, "By the way, you don't have any wounds, do you? Why can't you get up?" Zhang Qingqing sighed in frustration. "The dagger from the invisible man who ambushed me was poisoned. Now my limbs are weak, and I cannot move." Jiang Tian expressed surprise as he examined the dagger he had confiscated. Indeed, it appeared to be true. Li Zigao hurried over. Although unharmed, her energy was depleted, leaving her looking quite frail. "You saved us again." Jiang Tian waved his hand dismissively. "It's a minor matter." Meanwhile, the busy soldiers nearby noticed Jiang Tian approaching and saluted him in gratitude. "I was delayed by some pressing matters. Otherwise, I would have arrived sooner." Jiang Tian turned to see the multitude of corpses strewn about, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his heart. No, we are truly grateful that you could come. We underestimated humanity in this world, remarked an elderly man, followed by a square-faced individual. Once this is all over, we shall repay your kindness. Jiang Tian cast a puzzled glance at Li Zigao, who quickly understood that Jiang Tian appeared unfamiliar with these two figures. Leaning closer to Jiang Tian's ear, she whispered, "The elder is General Duan Wanzhong, deputy commander of the Haijing military region, and the middle-aged man is Major General Wang Jiangwo." Jiang Tian comprehended that these were high-ranking military officials. He then performed a slight bow, stating, "Greetings, commanders." The three exchanged pleasantries before a soldier approached to report. "Report. Our forces have secured 90 of the territory. Only Li Yihao and the enemy leader remain in stubborn resistance. He has taken hostages, which complicates our efforts." The elder narrowed his eyes. "Capture Li Yihao alive, but if necessary, do not hesitate to eliminate him, that we cannot allow a tiger to return to the mountain." Jiang Tian interjected, "Allow me to go. That scoundrel will surely come out to confront me." Duan Wanzhong smiled slightly. "Then we shall rely on you, young friend." Chapter 62. Mopping up blueprint for physical enhancement potion. Jiang Tian and Li Zigao arrived at the small wooden house where they faced off against Li Yihao. At that moment, Li Yihao held a bald man hostage, a dagger pressed against his throat. "Don't come any closer. If you do, I will kill him. Step back, prepare a boat for me, a wild sea beast, and a pet orb. Hurry, you have 1 minute." Li Yihao had never anticipated that his initial intention to watch the military's demise would turn into a desperate bid for his own survival. "Hurry up! What are you waiting for?" Suddenly, Li Yihao's gaze fell upon Jiang Tian, who was approaching, his eyes narrowed with malice. "Who the hell are you?" Jiang Tian shrugged. "I am Li Shaojun. Haven't you managed to gather accurate intelligence?" He continued, "Even without me, you would still lose?" Li Yihao shook his head in a frenzy. "You can't be Li Shaojun. My sources are very reliable." "Who the hell are you?" "Are you that nameless code? Or perhaps the Mirage?" Shilong stared at Jiang Tian in astonishment. This man was weaving lies without a hint of hesitation. Suddenly, Shilong noticed Li Zigao moving to the side, her long shadow stretching towards the wooden house. He felt a surge of relief. From his observations, Jiang Tian's pet, the black snake, possessed the ability to move through shadows. This made them a formidable threat. With that in mind, he was confident that they could severely injure Li Yihao and rescue the bald man. Jiang Tian paced back and forth, then abruptly looked up. "Oh, by the way, do you still eat sushi?" Li Yihao froze for a moment, then erupted in anger. "Mirage, it's you again, ruining everything. If it weren't for him, Li Yihao would have captured Gu Wuzhao and become a guest of his adoptive father." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Once he regained a measure of composure, he continued to glare at Jiang Tian. However, he was soon shocked to discover that Jiang Tian had vanished. He suddenly felt a prick on his shoulder and heard a male voice behind him. "Who are you looking for?" Li Yihao was struck with panic. As he turned, he felt his entire body go numb, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Jiang Tian turned, facing a middle-aged sunlit man who aimed a firelock gun at him. "I want to contact the embassy. You have no right to judge me. Get away from me." Jiang Tian nodded in agreement with his words. Indeed, he had no authority to judge him. "However, I can kill you." Gu Wuzhao, upon hearing this, was both astonished and furious. He ignited the fuse. Bang! By the time Jiang Tian provoked him, he had already activated his crystalline and energy shields. However, the outcome revealed that he had been overly cautious. The fire stick failed to even breach his shield. The nearby soldiers, unable to contain themselves any longer, seized the opportunity to apprehend Gu Wuzhao as he reloaded. Jiang Tian, oblivious to the commotion behind him, searched Li Yihao. Before long, he retrieved a mobile phone. After opening the backpack, Jiang Tian found what he sought, a blueprint for crafting the strength potion. 1 part glass, 1 part Qiling fruit, 1 part crystallized fossil bone, and 2 parts compounds. Upon seeing the material requirements, Jiang Tian was taken aback. Could crystallized fossil bone be used for such a purpose? Jiang Tian had initially contemplated selling those fossil bones as fuel, and upon reflection, he realized how fortunate he was to have acted swiftly. However, the materials inexplicably came together, which could be considered a stroke of good fortune. Moreover, Jiang Tian discovered a remarkable item, a cross-border transfer scroll. Alongside countless other materials, he even unearthed crystallized fossil bones within Li Yihua's backpack. Truly, it was a veritable treasure trove, confirming the adage of wealth acquired through merciless means. Additionally, Li Yihua possessed an abundance of blueprints. Excluding the worthless ones, only 2 blueprints piqued Jiang Tian's interest: the blueprint for a small greenhouse and the blueprint for a villa. The greenhouse would enable him to cultivate vegetables, while the villa was more sophisticated. He had only heard that the people of Longjiang had managed to construct such a dwelling. Not only was the demand for materials exceedingly high, requiring bricks and cement, but there were also specific requirements regarding the level of the raft, necessitating it to be at level 6. That this was inconsequential for him, as he was on solid ground and did not lack carrying capacity. Furthermore, Jiang Tian recognized the significance of manpower. With so many blueprints, attempting to produce them individually would be inefficient. It would be far more prudent to enlist a trustworthy individual to serve as labor. Since they were human, they would need a place to reside. Jiang Tian shifted his gaze from the villa blueprint in hand to Li Zige had been attentively observing Jiang Tian's situation and smiled slightly upon meeting his gaze. "What is the matter? With that look, are you planning to sell me off? If so, go ahead. After all, I still owe you 2 lives." The matter had come to a close. The military had captured 400 Japanese soldiers and 23 traitors, all of whom were destined for public execution, namely, a firing squad. To prevent their escape, both tendons in their hands and feet had been severed. One Japanese soldier shouted, "You cannot treat prisoners this way." Indeed, it was excessively lenient. Such scum ought to be thrown into the lair of the blood shell. Jiang Tian was now contemplating the feasibility of subduing the Bloodshell King. Otherwise, encountering such filth would lead to their swift demise. He snapped his fingers, and flames erupted beneath the feet of the soldier who had just shouted, "No! No! Ah, it's burning me!" Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback, though he concealed his expression. That he cast a sidelong glance at Li Zigao, only to discover her quietly observing him as well, with a subtle curve of her lips. Understanding dawned upon Jiang Tian. This girl was quite clever, indeed, assisting him in garnering credit. When Commander Duan mentioned this to me, there must have been an underlying implication, Jiang Tian retorted. Duan Wanzhong chuckled softly, extending his hand to warm himself by the campfire without responding to Jiang Tian, merely countering with a question. "How is your friend Huan Shun considering the issue of the land?" Jiang Tian replied, "My surname is Jiang. You may call me Xiao Jiang. The land will undoubtedly be taken into account. Then don't call me Commander anymore. Just refer to me as Old Duan." He laughed heartily. However, the conversation quickly shifted as Duan Wanzhong fixed his gaze on Jiang Tian's eyes. "Have you considered staying on this island, Xiao Jiang? We are already faced with significant challenges managing the refugees on our side. With the loss of numerous soldiers, we are severely understaffed." Li Zigao turned her head to inquire, "Why not select the defense team from among the refugees?" Duan Wanzhong shook his head that in this world, who among those capable of working would willingly choose to remain a refugee under constraints? Moreover, we have attempted selection once. Out of so many refugees, fewer than 100 expressed willingness to avoid embarrassment. We ceased the effort, although we have been discreetly recruiting. Jiang Tian comprehended that Duan Wanzhong sought him out to recruit a guardian for the military, an effort to compensate for their manpower shortage. He shook his head. "Old Duan, I have my own family, though they are not in a position to appear." Duan Wanzhong nodded in understanding. The island was not particularly safe, and his family likely lacked combat skills, necessitating protection. That if the enemy were to take control, Jiang Tian would also be constrained, leading to counterproductive outcomes. At that moment, an idea struck Jiang Tian. This opportunity had not yet been fully explored. How fortuitous! He retrieved the blueprint for the physique potion from his phone. "Old Duan, shall we collaborate?" Jiang Tian glanced at his inventory, noting he still had 96 Qi Ling fruits, each capable of producing 5 vials of potion. This amounted to a total of 480 vials. Duan Wanzhong's eyes fixated on the blueprint for the physique potion, a fleeting look of regret crossing his face before he quickly recovered. Isn't this the blueprint in Li Yihao's possession? Is it for sale? Jiang Tian shook his head. You could certainly afford it, but the materials are equally demanding. For your sake, old Duan, if the potion is produced, I can offer it to you at an 80 discount. Furthermore, Jiang Tian produced a crossbow and the blueprint for the now dusty magic thorn lizard armor. You need this as well, of course. The blueprint is not for sale. Chapter 64. The point system. Wanzhong was utterly astonished, letting out a sigh before bursting into hearty laughter. Xiao Jiang, you truly have an abundance of treasures in your pocket. However, he added, but I'm merely an ordinary old man that if you wish to collaborate, I can summon Zhang Wo for you, though I cannot make decisions at present. Duan Wanzhong beckoned to the burly man with a dark complexion beside him. Wen Yuan, please go fetch Zhang Wo. Jiang Tian was taken aback. He had initially assumed Wen Yuan was merely a guard, not realizing he held a significant position. Rising to his feet, he brushed off his trousers. Just let us know when you're ready. We will seek out Commander Zhang. Old Duan, you've worked hard. Please take a well-deserved rest. Farewell. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Tian signaled to Li Zigao to head towards the raft. As Jiang Tian walked away, Wen Yuan let out a sigh, his expression tinged with helplessness. Commander, why not insist on acquiring that blueprint? By rights, it should be considered our spoils. The thought of how Li Yihao had used it to cultivate so many skilled individuals ignited a flame of resentment within Wen Yuan. Duan Wanzhong remained expressionless, fiddling with the campfire. Foolishness, but Wen Yuan seemed poised to speak further, yet Duan Wanzhong shook his head in resignation. Things have changed. Look at how many have chosen not to heed the military's call as we've journeyed thus far. Not only those skilled individuals, but how many of the ordinary soldiers scattered about have answered the call to return. Everyone is starting anew, each person striving to rise above the rest. If you were to jeopardize relations over this blueprint, not only would you fail to acquire it, but obtaining the potions produced thereafter would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, Duan Wanzhong turned to gaze at the distant raft. That young man does not possess a poor character. The two young women under his command are quite commendable as well, that we should merely oversee this island. The world belongs to the youth. On the raft, Zhang Jingguo received word and entered the small cabin to meet Jiang Tian. He gestured for Jiang Tian to take a seat. Once both were settled, they delved into the matter at hand. Let us dispense with pleasantries and get straight to the point. How shall we determine the pricing? Jiang Tian appreciated the directness. Preferring to engage with straightforward individuals, he raised two fingers. Commander Zhang, please do not think me too demanding. The materials for this are indeed rare. Each vial will cost 2,000. To be transparent with you, I can provide a minimum of 400 vials. After completing this order, you may well be able to handle the monsters on the island yourselves. Zhang Jingguo smiled wryly. That amounts to 800,000. We simply do not have that kind of money. Jiang Tian gazed at the steaming water on the table, then lifted his eyes to meet Zhang Jingguo's. Commander, I have a proposal. Contingent upon whether the military is amenable. This has been my long-held intention. I originally planned to use it for my own organization in the future, but I see no harm in sharing. As Zhang Jingguo produced a cigarette and offered it, Jiang Tian accepted and lit it. You wish for U.S. to remain here primarily because you believe the military's strength has been compromised. And if Sea Beast were to launch relentless assaults, you would struggle to cope. However, have you considered that every part of a Sea Beast is valuable? Sea Beast cores, treasure chests, food supplies. One person slaying a Sea Beast could sustain them for quite some time. Thus, there exists a concept particularly well-suited to your current predicament. A points system. Li Yihao's eyes brightened with realization, while Zhang Jingguo furrowed his brow slightly. Jiang Tian dipped his fingers in water and inscribed the character for people on the table. Regardless of whether they are soldiers or refugees, those who slay sea beasts could exchange their efforts for points. The proof of their accomplishments would naturally be the sea beast cores that AS for points. They could be exchanged for items that enhance strength, including but not limited to the man-face carp armor you possess and the crossbow and magic thorn lizard I have, as well as the physique potions. Where will these items originate? Naturally, from me. Jiang Tian then circled the three characters and connected them that I require sea beast cores. You need to maintain order, and the refugees must survive. It is a complete win-win situation. Zhang Jingguo regarded the water stains on the table, his expression inscrutable. However, the ash from the cigarette had burned halfway down without being flicked off, clearly indicating he was deep in thought. His mind raced. And after considerable deliberation, he shook his head. What if individuals with ulterior motives were to gain power? This would be akin to firearms in the previous world, if a multitude were to riot. Managing the situation would become quite challenging. Jiang Tian chuckled, having anticipated this concern. This is quite simple. If a refugee can exchange a sea beast core for 100 points, then a soldier could receive 150. Should refugees require 1,000 points for a physique potion, soldiers would only need 800.B, why offering soldiers preferential treatment. Jiang Tian lightly tapped the table with his fingers. Commander, imagine how many individuals would be inclined to join the military under these circumstances. I wager you would need to establish quotas for training them. Some may even go so far as to offer bribes just to enlist. He gestured towards the outside, even if they do not join the military. Witnessing the growing strength of those on the rafts, they will be compelled to hunt sea beasts with fervor. Commander Zhang, do not underestimate humanity's competitive spirit. Zhang Jingguo appeared swayed by Jiang Tian's words. Yet he raised another question. What about the elderly and disabled? Surely, they cannot be expected to slay sea beasts. Izigao shook her head and interjected. Commander, Jiang Tian was merely providing an example. You could recruit skilled individuals to aid in the construction of the island. Farmers, herders, construction workers, designers. Anyone whose work you require would earn points. Moreover, the items available for point redemption need not be rigidly defined. Food, daily necessities, and even the lifeblood of the Huaxia people. Izigao spoke softly. Land. In this world, nothing is more enticing than possessing one's own territory. If this model snowballs, even some organizations may seek to ally with Hongdao. If land could be offered in exchange for points, it would not be out of the question for individuals to trade blueprints for points. The superior must surely be aware of the valuable possessions clutched by those refugees, thought Jiang Tian. Recalling the magical beasts on the Illusion Bee Spirit Island and the creatures inhabiting this oasis, he spoke softly. Chief, the foes in this world are not limited to humanity. Zhang Jingguo suddenly rose to his feet. Observing his reaction, Jiang Tian smiled faintly, feeling a sense of reassurance regarding his own resources. I need to convene a meeting to thoroughly discuss the feasibility of this system, that I shall provide you with a response by tomorrow. Chapter 65. Journey to the Central Oasis. Confronting the Tier 2, Lord Jiang Tian reclined in the wooden cabin provided by the military. The room was not only equipped with blankets, but also boasted a fireplace. With a night watch in place, and Mo Lin residing within his shadow, there was little concern for safety. However, before sleep overtook him, he pondered a pressing matter: the viability of hosting an auction on Red Island. Upon examining the blueprints for the villa and the small greenhouse, he was utterly taken aback. Small greenhouse. Glass 100, stone 50, metal ingots 30 villa blueprint. Red bricks 1,000, cement 1,000, timber 1,000, compounds 500, sturdy wood 300. Glass 50, bolts 50, metal ingots 30, stone 400. Could Longjiang truly produce such items? Jiang Tian vividly recalled his first encounter with Zijli, who mentioned dismantling the Longjiang villa. He was somewhat curious about Longjiang's ability to amass a considerable quantity of metal ingots. It seemed Longjiang was not to be underestimated. With that thought lingering, he drifted into slumber. Petit dawn. He consumed some leftover roasted meat from the previous night, paired with bread provided by the military. His breakfast. Around 9 o'clock, everyone was awake, and at that moment, Zhang Jingguo brought them news. This battle would yield them 2,000 points. Upon receiving this information, Jiang Tian and Zijli exchanged knowing smiles, while Zhang Qingqing also grasped the implications. Shi Long and Li Xiaojun, as senior members, were already aware. The only one left in the dark was Qiu Qianni, who inquired, "What is this points business?" observing the excitement on Shi Long and Li Xiaojun's faces. Jiang Tian understood that 2,000 points must be a significant amount. Although he would have fought the boss regardless of rewards, the loot was simply too enticing. Zhang Jingguo addressed Jiang Tian. After the battle concludes, we will continue our discussions regarding cooperation. I appreciate your assistance today. Jiang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Not a problem. After bidding farewell to Zhang Jingguo, the 6 of them, accompanied by 500 soldiers, ventured towards the island's oasis. This island was not small. Jiang Tian estimated they would have to traverse over 2 to 3 kilometers. As they drew closer to the oasis, the night watch beside him began to stir restlessly. Jiang Tian whispered, "Beasts?" The night watch nodded in affirmation. Jiang Tian understood. It seemed they were in for a challenging encounter. Upon reaching the oasis, a group of ugly, purple-skinned dwarfs rushed forth. Let us temporarily refer to them as goblins. They were accompanied by warriors wielding matchlock guns and crossbows, who unleashed a barrage of fire, quickly decimating a portion of their ranks. Jiang Tian raised his hand and released a flame tornado, while Zhijli similarly conjured ice spikes. The remaining 4, lacking magical means, could only raise their crossbows and fire. Zhang Qingqing and Shi Long wished to charge in and unleash their might, but Li Xiaojun countered their suggestion, stating, "If you enter, the soldiers will be hindered and efficiency will suffer." Jiang Tian sensed that these creatures possessed remarkable vitality. If the minor monsters were thus, the boss located at the center would surely be formidable. After a relentless half-hour of combat, the once abundant minor monsters had dwindled to sporadic appearances. The 6 exchanged glances, signaling that it was time to ACTL. I Xiaojun shouted, "Charge!" The 6 of them rushed into the woods, with the soldiers following closely behind. Olin and the night watch blazed a trail, while Shi Long and Zhang Qingqing took positions 3 and 4 in line. The middle was occupied by weapon-wielding soldiers, with Li Xiaojun, Qiu Qianni, Jiang Tian, and Zhijli bringing up the rear. Jiang Tian and Zhijli dealt with the minor creatures that harassed them, while Li Xiaojun and Qiu Tianni provided protection. Their advance was smooth, encountering no surprises except for a few robust purple goblins. Remarkably, there were no casualties. No monster could approach within 10 meters of the group. Eventually, after advancing for some time, they arrived at a remarkably spacious clearing, which featured an altar. Shi Long reflected on the heavy losses they had suffered during their previous visit, contrasting it with their current ease, as if returning to a familiar living room. Suddenly, the night watch spotted something in the distance and let out a piercing howl. Jiang Tian turned to Li Xiaojun and said, "Prepare yourselves. The boss is coming. If my senses are correct, there are also 2 guardians accompanying it." A resounding rumble echoed from afar, and as they felt the tremors beneath their feet, everyone understood that a colossal entity was charging toward them. The towering trees in the distance toppled one after another, and thick smoke billowed upward. Jiang Tian heard a soldier beside him gulp audibly. He patted the soldier's shoulder, offering reassurance. "It's all right. We will prevail." The soldier turned back, gratitude evident in his eyes. With a deafening crash, the last tree was shattered, revealing the monstrous figure before them, a massive purple-skinned goblin. Its muscular frame towering at 10 meters, it wielded a gigantic club, its body etched with unknown runes. Shi Long's gaze sharpened as he recognized Jiang Tian, who had moved to the forefront, stating, "This is it. The boss we saw at the beginning is this one." Jiang Tian shook his head, causing Shi Long to look puzzled for a moment. Then realization dawned upon him. "What? This isn't the boss?" Jiang Tian nodded. "I have good news. This elite creature has 2 companions." The faces of the remaining 4, excluding Zhijli, paled. Boom! Another giant goblin emerged, seemingly less reckless than the first. It bore similar animal hide attire, identical markings, and weaponry. The only notable difference was its slightly larger stature, adorned with a shriveled goblin perched atop its forehead. Jiang Tian pointed towards the larger one, declaring, "That is the boss, not the giant. It is the one atop its head." Li Xiaojun approached Jiang Tian, inquiring, "What should we do?" Prior to their arrival, they had designated their roles. Li Xiaojun commanded the 500 soldiers, while Jiang Tian led the remaining 5. Jiang Tian sensed the energy density around them and sighed. Such a potent aura. This beast, though lacking in overwhelming magical energy, exuded a formidable pressure. The military had hastily repaired 4 heavy crossbows, which were now positioned at a distance. The soldiers readied their weapons, aiming at the minor goblins that continued to dart around the periphery. Meanwhile, the heavy crossbows were controlled, targeting the central boss. Jiang Tian assessed the disparities in strength on both sides and mentally commanded Mo Lin and the Night Watch. Shilong, Zhang Qingqing, Zijli, you will restrain that larger goblin. Flank and strike. Avoid direct confrontation. My pet will assist you. He then turned to the slightly weaker giant goblin. Tiani, Li Xiaojun, follow me to swiftly eliminate the other. The 4 heavy crossbows also targeted this creature. Let the launch of the heavy crossbows signal the commencement of battle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 4 mighty bolts shot forth with tremendous force. Their power was immense. Yet the giant goblin's defenses were formidable. The crossbow bolts, capable of piercing sea beasts, embedded themselves into the giant's hide. Charge! Jiang Tian surged ahead, leading the Night Watch straight into the fray. Tiani and Li Xiaojun were momentarily taken aback. Then, filled with dread, what speed! They felt as if Jiang Tian were a gust of wind, having reached the monster in the blink of an eye while they had barely taken a few steps. Nevertheless, their astonishment did not hinder their advance. Moments later, they too arrived before the boss, where the Night Watch was already engaged in combat with the giant goblin. Jiang Tian focused intently on the giant goblin's head. Narrowing his eyes, this won't do. I won't reach its head with a direct attack. You must strike its left leg, but be cautious not to be trampled. As for the right leg. Jiang Tian clenched his fist, preparing to unleash a flame tornado. Chapter 66. The tenacious boss Lord Li Xiaojun was equipped with 2 skills. Point 1 was named Heavy Strike, that in a flash of white light. He swung his long blade toward the giant goblin's knee. Following his battle against the Daybreaker, Tiani had also matured, opting for clawed gauntlets similar to Shilong's, but he struck at the creature's foot with forceful blows. Both legs were under siege from the 3 small figures, causing the giant goblin to recoil in pain, bending down. Despite its towering height of 10 meters, the giant was surprisingly agile, swinging a hand as large as a person to swat Tiani away. As the enormous palm descended rapidly, Tiani's heart raced. What speed! At that moment, Jiang Tian seized the opportunity as the swirling flames continued to erupt. When the colossal goblin slammed its body downward, it inevitably lowered its posture. Jiang Tian had long been poised for action. In an instant, he chanted an incantation, and countless fiery spears pierced the giant goblin's head, transforming it into a hedgehog. The monstrous creature's agonizing howls echoed deafeningly. Yet, Jiang Tian persisted in unleashing his fiery projectiles, filling the wide-open maw of the giant goblin. After 5 seconds, the goblin collapsed with a thunderous crash, although it had sustained a fatal injury. Jiang Tian remained wary. After a brief pause, he noticed a treasure chest emerging from the fallen giant goblin. Let us go. We need to support the others on the other side. The battle against another giant goblin was not going well. Zhang Qingqing could barely evade its strikes, while Shilong relied on others for cover. The creature seemed to have recognized Shilong's sluggishness and swung a massive club straight at him. If that hit, Shilong would be reduced to a mere puddle. Suddenly, a dark figure flashed past, colliding directly with the goblin's wrist. The force of the blow sent the attack off course, causing the club to crash heavily to the ground. The resulting gust of wind sending Shilong tumbling. As he rose from the ground, his heart raced with fear. He had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Suddenly, Li Zij shouted, "Stay focused. That little monkey is acting strangely." The little monkey referred to the boss at that moment. The boss was cackling ominously, appearing exceedingly sinister. Abruptly, it extended its hand towards the crowd that a surge of energy shot forth, cleaving the earth as though a craft knife was slicing through paper. Boom! Instantly, debris flew, the explosive shockwave billowing up the clothes of those nearby with tremendous force. Jiang Tian sensed that the boss's gaze was inadvertently directed towards him. He heightened his guard, preparing for the next wave of assault. As Jiang Tian had anticipated, the subsequent attack was aimed squarely at him. Boom! He dodged the energy beams left and right, but soon found himself cornered. Suddenly, an ominous feeling washed over him. The warrior operating the giant crossbow, initially targeting the goblin, was drawn to Jiang Tian by the overwhelming force of the boss's attack. Upon seeing Jiang Tian, He froze in shock and urgently shouted, "Be careful! That monster has revived!" At that moment, Jiang Tian heard a thud behind him. The lifeless giant goblin stood up behind him, its posture devoid of vitality. The fiery spears atop its head dissipated, revealing countless wounds. It raised its massive club high and then brought it crashing down. Jiang Tian was horrified. The boss was a necromancer? Wait, he suddenly recalled the small goblins they had slain along the way. He was momentarily stunned. This was bad. Time slipped away gradually. The surrounding monsters approached in small groups. And just as they began to feel a sense of relief while turning to support the six facing the boss, they suddenly saw Shilong, Xiao Tianyi, and Li Xiaojun rushing back. Xiaojun wore a tense expression. Earlier, he had heard Jiang Tian mention that the boss was a necromancer. Connecting the dots from their earlier encounters, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. The three of them truly felt powerless against the boss. Although their physiques met the standards, their speed was far too slow. They had to admit they were dragging everyone down. Without Jiang Tian's prompting, the trio voluntarily stepped forward to cover the warriors. Li Zijie intended to join them, but Jiang Tian stopped her. She was a healer, and if Zhang Qingqing were to be injured by the debris from the aftermath, it would jeopardize her ability to act as Zhang Qingqing's second life. Meanwhile, Mo Lin engaged the revived giant goblin. Although resurrected, its movements were considerably sluggish, and Mo Lin's agility allowed him to trip the creature occasionally. He could also use crystal formations to sever the undead creature's legs. Although it was a slow process, it was something Night Watch could not achieve. On the other side, Zhang Qingqing was dodging the giant goblin's attacks while remaining vigilant against the boss's sudden strikes. The battle of offense and defense continued. Jiang Tian hurled his fiery spears at the boss, but the boss had a similar energy shield that deflected all of them. Thus, he shifted his focus to attacking the giant goblin. Unfortunately, the fiery spears lacked lethality. Jiang Tian clenched his teeth and swiftly dismantled the source conversion gem. Although the original energy orbs dealt low damage, they had explosive properties, while the fiery spears, though powerful in penetration, would simply allow the necromancer to resurrect the fallen. This equipment was ill-suited for the battle at hand. Therefore, Jiang Tian decisively removed the gem. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The intermittent energy orbs flew towards the giant goblin. It had been a long time since he had used this, and suddenly he felt the orbs moved far too slowly. Boom, boom, boom. 3 energy orbs detonated upon striking the giant goblin, causing it to stagger. Li Zijie remained entirely focused on the boss. Any lapse in her concentration could lead to Zhang Qingqing's demise. However, what astonished Li Zijie the most was that Jiang Tian had yet to consume a single blue potion, and his fiery spears or energy orbs were being launched in rapid succession. Although the boss's attack intervals were lengthy, Jiang Tian's quicker, albeit weaker, assaults managed to suppress AS for the giant goblin. It could not catch the lightning-fast Zhang Qingqing. The situation appeared to stabilize. Yet, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she suddenly noticed the folds on the boss's body beginning to swell. A subtle expansion was occurring. She quickly shared this intelligence. This is bad. The boss is showing signs of movement. Its body is gradually expanding. We do not know what it is planning to be. Extremely cautious. Just then, a faint green glow emanated from the giant goblin, its wounds gradually healing. Li Zijie knew all too well what this glow signified. The boss was regenerating. She immediately launched an ice spike towards the boss, which hurriedly dodged but was visibly irritated by the interruption that retaliated with a surge of energy. Li Zijie had previously requested to remain at the back due to her low speed. If she attempted to evade after noticing the glow, she would surely be too late, so she fled immediately after firing the ice spike. Boom! An energy wave struck behind her that moment. Her physique was only at 14 points. Having consumed just 2 red spirit fruits, the immense force knocked her unconscious. Boom! At that moment, the giant goblin's club came crashing down, sending flying debris that struck Zhang Qingqing's calf. The flying stones were swift and sharp, leaving several cuts on her leg. However, she did not receive Li Zijie's healing in time. Just then, she heard Jiang Tian yelling at her, "Zhang Qingqing, go open that treasure chest and trade everything to me." Chapter 67. The headgear of Pasha's curse, the terrifying power of a new skill on the way there. Jiang Tian and the others have been joking. What if I take on the boss solo? Shilong gave a thumbs up. Then you shall receive the highest accolades from your men. Consider yourself impressive. AT that moment. Jiang Tian truly faced the boss alone, without Jiang Tian at the forefront. Relying solely on Night Watch to distract the giant goblin proved to be quite challenging. To it appeared that the giant goblin had received some directive, as it completely disregarded Night Watch and strode directly towards Jiang Tian, clearly intending to eliminate him first. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian kicked open the treasure chest and emptied its content. A dazzling golden light erupted. The items within were anything but ordinary. She glanced at the 2 skill cards in her hand and sent a trade request to Jiang Tian. Buzz! Jiang Tian's phone vibrated. As he sprinted, he launched energy orbs behind him while accepting a trade request. His eyes lit up at the sight of 3 items, 1 piece of equipment and 2 skill cards. The equipment was particularly intriguing. A Pasha's curse, purple, granting 6 constitution and 8 perception, with dual active skills that reset all equipment skill cooldowns, with a 24-hour cooldown. That a remarkable find indeed. Jiang Tian equipped it without hesitation. AT that moment, his attributes transformed as follows. Region, 6666 personal ID, 666666 race, human life rating, Tier 2 constitution, 55, 5 agility, 67, 11, perception, 73, 18, energy, 540730 title, pioneer talent. Bonds beyond worlds equipment, black mist cloak blue, ritual ring blue, steel bone chain pants green, coral boots green, hunter's gloves green, peach blossom spirit ring blue, Pasha's curse purple. It was astonishing. His perception had increased by 18 points solely due to the equipment's enhancement. Clearly, his initial speculation had been correct. The dimensional cap was not an end, but a beginning. However, these augmented attributes alone would not suffice to confront a boss directly. With a faint smile, Jiang Tian learned both skills at once. He had ample natural ability, and his skill slots were sufficient. There was no issue. Boom, boom, boom. A massive goblin pursued him from behind, and Jiang Tian sent a message to Li Xiaojun while inspecting his equipment. He had rediscovered a nearly forgotten skill that, if utilized effectively, it should deliver a heavy blow to the giant goblin. He glanced at his hand, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. Hunter's Gloves Gale Arrow enhanced arrow strength by 200. Yet, the battles he encountered were extreme. Either he could not prevail, as with the Soul Devourer, or he obliterated foes with his fiery gun, like that Tier 2 disgrace, Heishan Tsongtai. This skill was essentially useless. Li Xiaojun was taken aback upon receiving the message. He was currently engaged in a fierce battle against the undead, with their trio barely holding the line. He turned to shout at the warrior, "Get the 2 heavy crossbows ready and bring them to the open ground. Once done, return immediately, and don't let the boss spot you." With that, he cleaved through another undead goblin. Jiang Tian, after opening the treasure chest, carried the unconscious Li Zigao to a tree. She had inquired with Jiang Tian if he needed assistance, but he had declined for the time being, as the undead numbers were steadily increasing, and their trio was on the verge of collapse. Thus, Jiang Tian encouraged Jiang Tian to join them. Upon hearing the voice message, she extinguished her phone, glanced back at Jiang Tian, and charged into the fray. She understood that this villain would not act recklessly. AT that moment. Jiang Tian was leading the boss in circles, stepping into the shadows of the forest and then bursting forth from the other side. There he spotted a giant crossbow strategically placed. The warrior had been quite meticulous, having preemptively mapped out the crossbow's trajectory. As the massive goblin charged toward him, Jiang Tian merely had to pull the trigger for the giant bolt to strike the goblin squarely in the chest. Judging by the initial power of the crossbow, the bolt would likely penetrate halfway into the goblin's body. But what of the bolt enhanced by Gale Arrow? Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as an arrow, imbued with tremendous force, hurtled toward the giant goblin. Sensing the imminent threat, the hulking creature hastily dodged to the side. Yet the speed and power of the Gale Arrow were overwhelming, though it did not strike a vital spot. It shattered the goblin's forearm with a single blow. Standing at 10 meters tall, With a wrist over a meter wide, the impact exceeded Jiang Tian's expectations. Determined to repeat his success, Jiang Tian prepared to unleash a second attack. But this time he initiated the fog state first. Clang! In a state of fog, Jiang Tian was hit by the boss's attack. The beam pierced through his vaporous form, exploding in the distance. A powerful shockwave surged forth, nearly dispersing Jiang Tian's fog, yet ultimately failing to do so. He exited the fog state, gulping down a blue potion to replenish his lost mana. With Dual Gale Arrow activated, he slammed his fist onto the trigger, releasing another colossal bolt. However, the giant goblin was already prepared. It was only a few steps away from the crossbow and swung its massive club directly at Jiang Tian. The impact was tremendous, shattering the club upon collision, yet the bolt lost all its force as well. Nevertheless, a cold smile crept onto Jiang Tian's lips. He extended his hand toward the giant goblin, chanting instantaneously. With the support of dual enhancements, his instantaneous chant was already off cooldown. Countless energy orbs slammed into the goblin's chest, and due to the accompanying explosion, the boss was also affected. It had no choice but to raise its energy to withstand the blast. 5 seconds later, the upper half of the giant goblin disintegrated, crashing to the ground. A treasure chest materialized slowly. The boss, now on the ground, stared at Jiang Tian. Indeed, while the energy orbs were standard attacks, their destructive power far surpassed that of the fiery gun. However, Jiang Tian knew that as long as the boss remained alive, its dismembered body would surely revive. Thus, he had to act swiftly. The boss, now standing on the ground, appeared notably plumper, though still wrinkled, and its breath was gradually strengthening. Yet, Jiang Tian remained unfazed. He had acquired a new skill. Initially, utilizing Gale Arrow served to buy time, as this skill was contingent upon the energy infused into it. And he had begun infusing energy the moment he obtained it, consuming a blue potion in the process. Standing face to face with the boss, Jiang Tian pointed upward. The boss, puzzled, looked up, only to be taken aback by the sight. A colossal magic circle had appeared in the sky, expanding continuously. The boss panicked, sensing a lethal threat. Jiang Tian smiled. The boss's reaction was precisely what he had hoped for. He activated the fog state directly. Instantly, a massive beam of light shot down from the magic circle to the ground, an attack that could annihilate worlds. Jiang Tian evaded disaster thanks to the fog, but the boss could not escape and was struck directly. Chapter 68. Infinite Judgment. The altar is the core of the island. The boss's energy shield crumbled like paper, utterly incapable of withstanding the magic circle infused with such overwhelming energy that it was struck by the deluge of power. Emitting a sharp, piercing scream, as the energy dissipated, Jiang Tian, now solidifying from his fog form, stood before the boss, who, though still alive, knelt weakly on the ground, half dead. This catastrophic scene immediately drew the attention of onlookers. The nearly 10-meter energy beam was truly terrifying. Was that the boss's skill? How could they possibly contend with that? The illusory mirage was unharmed, right? Stone Dragon, who had been mercilessly exterminating small monsters with one punch each, turned to look as well. Amidst the rising smoke, the two figures were indistinguishable, yet he felt that while the illusory mirage was powerful, it could not unleash such a formidable attack. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to rescue him. However, before he could speak, a strong gust of wind swept through, clearing the smoke, revealing illusory mirage standing tall. The crowd erupted into cheers. What the hell? Is this something a human can accomplish? I thought it was the end of the world. Illusory mirage is incredible. Stone Dragon was utterly astonished. Had that attack truly been unleashed by illusory mirage? Skill book, Infinite Judgment, Perception Requirement 55. Infuse energy to unleash a world-shattering blow. This ability resonated perfectly with Jiang Tian. With the title of Pioneer, 100 blue could be utilized as if it were 1,000. This strike, accounting for his own energy and the consumed blue potion, coalesced over 8,000 units of energy that a single blow had rendered the boss incapacitated. However, the boss was indeed suffering. It had yet to unleash its full potential in the second phase and was already devoid of combat strength. Jiang Tian gazed at the barely breathing boss, and Night Watch appeared at his side, seemingly out of nowhere. You take care of it. Jiang Tian's voice echoed in Night Watch's mind. Night Watch leaped high, delivering a claw strike to the monster's head. Although both were Tier 2, the Lord-level beast possessed formidable resilience. The strike merely pinned it to the ground, but Night Watch followed up with another blow. Boom! 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 Meanwhile, the others engaged in battle suddenly noticed that all the undead goblins before them had slumped, losing their support and collapsing to the ground. Everyone was momentarily stunned. But we won. Illusory Mirage single-handedly defeated the boss. This is absolutely incredible. That energy column was not of this world. The warriors experienced an emotional roller coaster. Initially, they joyfully ventured into the boss's territory with ease, only to be engulfed by despair as the undead surged forth. They had resolved to fight to the death, but ultimately, the boss was slain by the illusionary beast alone. Despite the impending disaster of the undead, the warriors suffered no casualties, only 10 injuries, one of which was severe but not life-threatening. The remarkably low damage was undoubtedly thanks to the extraordinary quartet, with the greatest credit going to Jiang Tian. Among them, Shilong's performance surpassed that of the other three. Bolstered by the title of First Killer, he charged ahead, essentially dooming anyone who dared to obstruct him. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian single-handedly vanquished the boss, his unleashed skills instilling dread among the onlookers. At that moment, Jiang Tian sat on the ground, gazing at the second-tier supreme treasure chest before him with a smile. This infinite judgment had drained him of all energy, yet was entirely worth it. Illusionary beast, how impressive! Illusionary beast, the great one, he exclaimed. Yes, he turned. A throng of people came rushing towards him. Before he could react, he was lifted and tossed high into the air, landing amidst the crowd only to be thrown up once more. They were elated, their voices ringing out in excitement, and it took a while for them to regain their composure. Once Jiang Tian was set down, Li Xiaojun and Shilong rushed to embrace him. Thank you. You've helped us once again. They were well aware of the ferocity of those colossal goblins. Not only were they immensely strong, but their tough hides and substantial size masked their incredible speed. Li Xiaojun and the others pondered if they could take on an elite monster alone. The answer was a resounding no. Even if the remaining 5 banded together, they would stand no chance. Yet Jiang Tian not only managed to kill one, but also dealt the decisive blows to 3 monsters that he then informed Jiang Tian that he had spread the news of their great victory. It would not be long before others arrived. The group settled down to rest, their eyes fixed on the supreme treasure chest before them. Their expressions relaxed. Li Xiaojun and Shilong were engaged in conversation with Qiu Tianyi, while Li Zige had awoken, reclining on Zhang Qingqing's LAPT. This moment, Jiang Tian's gaze shifted towards the altar. The altar. The monsters aim to attack the altar that I know. The altar lies within the mountains. Jiang Tian recalled the words of Wu Gu, rising to approach the altar. Noticing Jiang Tian's intention, Li Zige spoke up. You're going to open the treasure chest. What are you doing? Jiang Tian pointed towards the altar and replied. Just a moment, I want to take a look at that thing. Following Jiang Tian's gesture, Li Zige observed a square altar adorned with a fire basin. She too found it curious why such an object would be located here. Standing atop the altar, Jiang Tian scrutinized it closely, noting the intricate patterns covering its surface. The fire basin began to blaze as he approached. Would you like to claim this island? Estimated time to occupy: 2 hours. Jiang Tian was taken aback. Occupy the island? Suddenly, he comprehended that this object was the nexus of the entire island, the key to controlling it. Surrounding Red Island were beaches with barren resources, while a lush oasis in the center offered relatively abundant supplies. In contrast, the illusionary Bee Spirit Island was encircled by forests and featured a mountain range in its center, also rich in resources. Its layout mirrored that of illusionary Bee Spirit Island. Jiang Tian felt a heavy breath escape him. As if he had grasped something monumental, it seemed he could seize control of illusionary Bee Spirit Island. However, this required entering the mountains, defeating the surrounding minor monsters, and conquering a boss whose strength was unfathomable. Wait, Jiang Tian suddenly recalled something, cold sweat trickling down his spine. It appeared that the monsters operated in a similar manner. Just then, Li Zige approached, rousing the somewhat dazed Jiang Tian. It's time to open the treasure chest. Oh, Jiang Tian replied absently that Li Zige, puzzled, wondered what this altar could be that elicited such a strong reaction from Jiang Tian. She reached out to touch it, only to be startled by a message that popped up. Goodness, this thing can actually claim the island? She glanced at the somewhat dejected Jiang Tian and quietly asked, "Do you want it?" Jiang Tian sighed and shook his head that I have no interest in this. The place is too impoverished, he spoke the truth. The area was filled with first-tier materials, and even the firewood was made from resilient timber, which held no appeal for him. Then why the sigh? Li Zige inquired. Jiang Tian met her gaze, shook his head, and began, "I'll tell you later. For now, we need to open the treasure chest." After some contemplation, he called for Li Xiaojun, pointing to the altar to explain its significance, urging him to protect it well, for wealth could tempt the heart. Li Xiaojun examined the altar, then turned to Jiang Tian, marveling inwardly. Jiang Tian truly was a remarkable person. Chapter 69, Second-Tier Supreme Treasure Chest. Super Explosion. The military was not involved in this treasure chest, so only 6 individuals participated in the distribution. Just as Shilong was about to open the chest, Jiang Tian halted him. "Don't be foolish. We have a lucky star among us." Jiang Tian patted Zhang Qingqing, who stood proudly, chest out. Shilong chuckled heartily and stepped aside. Thus, Zhang Qingqing commenced a ritual. "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, grant me my wish," with a powerful kick. She sent the treasure chest flying open, prompting Xiao, Shi, and Li to flinch in astonishment. A dazzling golden light almost blinded them as they beheld the rewards from the second-tier supreme treasure chest. Jiang Tian's eyes gleamed with envy. Not only he, but Shilong and Li Xiaojun leaned closer to the chest, astonished by the extraordinary items it contained. Who could have anticipated that a supreme treasure chest would yield such incredible rewards? They had never seen anything like it. 100,000 ocean currency, 10 swift blade leaves, blueprint for the captor's crossbow, 5 apricot spirit fruit vines, 50 primary rejuvenation potions, 50 primary mental potions, skill book, heaven-shattering shot, skill book, firefly eruption, skill book, fierce mountain force, skill book, frozen dance, purple hoe walk, purple book of howl, purple swift boots, purple captor's king pants. These were all exceptional items. Moreover, there was also an elite treasure chest. The crowd eagerly urged Zhang Qingqing to open that chest as well. Reluctantly, she performed her ritual once more, kicking it open, and a flash of purple light ensued. Skill book, slow spell, blue deadly strike. Blue Elder's necklace. These skills and equipment were enough to whet anyone's appetite. Shilong fixated on a skill book, banging his head in frustration. Li Xiaojun's eyes were drawn to the purple long sword, his fists clenched tightly. Just then, Qiu Qianni raised his hand. "Brothers, these items are too precious. I can't accept them. Whether fighting monsters or bosses, I merely played a supporting role. If you share these with me, my conscience will be troubled." Li Xiaojun sighed as well. Setting aside the attributes of the equipment, the name of that sword was indeed appealing to him. Shilong felt the same. Yet their thoughts aligned with Qiu Qianni's. They had contributed little in battles against the monsters. Jiang Tian had single-handedly turned the tide, and against the boss, he had taken down 3 alone. Their role had merely been to shield Jiang Tian from the onslaught of the undead army, something even the pets under Jiang Tian's command could have accomplished. Jiang Tian smiled, raising his hand to allocate the fierce mountain force to Shilong, the hoe walk to Li Xiaojun, and the deadly strike to Qiu Qianni. The 3 were taken aback. They had agreed to divide the spoils based on effort. Yet their contributions hardly warranted such rewards. Seeing their hesitation, Jiang Tian chuckled. "Take these without any burdensome thoughts. If it weren't for you holding back the undead army, I wouldn't have succeeded so smoothly." Moreover, the decisive blow was a skill unleashed by Zhang Qingqing. Truly, the European monarch is an enviable creature. The frozen dance was bestowed upon Li Zige, while the thunderous strike and the Elder-S necklace were given to Zhang Qingqing. Suddenly, Jiang Tian recalled an important matter. When battling the king of capturers, Zhang Qingqing had presented him with a skill book. This particular tome was exceptionally suited for Li Zige. Skill book, Energy Guardian, consumes energy points to bestow a shield upon allied units. The higher the perception, the greater the defense, costing 10 energy per second. With this skill, Zhang Qingqing's survivability would undoubtedly be enhanced, and it might even prove to be a lifesaver in the future. In response to the crowd's demands, Jiang Tian procured 50,000 oceanic coins that he kept half of the potions, while the remainder was evenly divided between Li Zhaij and Zhang Qingqing. Next, they would examine the remaining items. The apricot spirit vine was a mother vine, capable of producing an endless supply of apricot spirit fruits once cultivated successfully. These fruits were as valuable as the Qing and Qi spirit fruits. With this resource, Jiang Tian's collection of treasures would increase once more. The swift blade leaves, akin to spirit fruits, could directly enhance Jiang Tian's speed by 5 points. Each point 10 leaves would yield a staggering 50 points. Leaving Jiang Tian in awe, he could soar to new heights. Blueprint for the Capturer's crossbow, 1 vial of Capturer's blood, 1 magical beast core, 2 portions of resilient wood, 5 metal plates, and 4 portions of resin. This constituted a weapon blueprint. As Jiang Tian understood, this was likely the first weapon blueprint of its kind he had encountered. The axes and ordinary long swords did not count, as they lacked quality. This crossbow, once crafted, would possess blue quality. Jiang Tian suddenly felt as though he was straying further down the path of an arms dealer. Firefly eruption. Requires perception of 60, consumes energy to create a firefly that could be detonated instantaneously. Jiang Tian found this skill delightful. An incredible technique for clearing large groups of enemies. Furthermore, the infinite judgment was a charged skill. If paired with firefly eruption for positioning, it could significantly enhance accuracy. The flame vortex could also synergize with this skill, drawing all fireflies inward before detonating them for a massive explosion. This moment, Jiang Tian's gaze fell upon the Book of Hall. His eyes sparkled with excitement. This item belonged to the same category as his ritual ring. However, while the ritual ring reduced power and increased casting speed, the Book of Hall did the opposite. Fortunately, since the ritual ring was a ring, he could seamlessly switch to the Book of Hall by simply removing it from his heart. The ritual ring would remain on his finger, enabling him to quickly don it again once he finished using the Book of Hall. After all, he had surpassed the phase of relying solely on basic attacks for survival. The forthcoming adversaries would require more than mere basic assaults to handle. Book of Hall, Purple Perception 14. Refined Casting. Increases skill power by 40, but adds 50 to the casting time, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. This skill was a perfect match for Infinite Judgment. At 8T this moment, Jiang Tian's energy could accumulate to unleash an unparalleled Infinite Judgment. He recalled the power of the Soul Devourer's skills and was astonished to discover that his 8,000 energy Infinite Judgment could easily overpower the energy wave of the Soul Devourer. Thus, it seemed that with a bit more effort, upon reaching the 3rd tier, he would no longer fear that foe. Swift Boots. Speed 20, no skills at the high-stat blank equipment piece, akin to the steel-bone pants he currently wore. Lastly, the Capturer King's pants held some intrigue. Capturer King's pants. Constitution 10, Perception 2, Summon Wild Capturers. Summons 5 wild capturers which can be tamed, with a cooldown of 5 hours. This was quite interesting. Jiang Tian possessed the Capturer crossbow, which required blood, as the capturer's corpses had been turned into undead, leaving him without sufficient cores or blood. The pants would summon wild capturers, which were naturally capable of attacking. Jiang Tian felt he had made a perfect contribution to the military. Not only had he equipped himself with a new set of gear, but he had also resolved his pet's food dilemma. Most of this equipment was of purple quality, enhancing his foundational attributes. Constitution by 11 points, speed by 22 points, and perception by 30 points. If he included the unutilized swift blade leaves, his speed would exceed 100, a true man of the wind. Absurd. Gazing at these attributes, Jiang Tian fell into contemplation. He retrieved his 3rd tier trial card. Should he attempt it? Chapter 70. Seeds, Li Zhaij's allegiance, and the new trials of the trial grounds not long after everyone had distributed the equipment. Zhang Jingguo arrived at the scene, touching the altar to claim the island. Ai Xiaojun approached, whispering something in Zhang Jingguo's ear, causing him to pause and then glance at Jiang Tian with a look of affirmation. Time passed swiftly. The group boarded the raft. Jiang Tian's rewards for this journey included not only his own 2,000 points, but also 2 pet orbs and 50 sea beast cores earned from aiding the military. A bountiful harvest. Additionally, the Colossal Capturer and the Capturer King, which had not been transformed into undead, were also taken as spoils. Since these creatures had not been turned into undead by the Capturer King, their flesh could not only serve as pet food, but also contain Tier 2 elite magical beast cores. Similarly, the Capturer King yielded comparable bounty. The Lord Tier core was given to Yi Sun, while the elite magical beast core was entrusted to Mo Lin. Everyone had achieved their objectives. Qiu Tianyi was the first to bid farewell, explaining that Ruiguang was not a large organization and was in dire need of manpower. Before departing, Qiu Tianyi traded 2 items with Jiang Tian. Upon glancing, Jiang Tian gave a thumbs up to Qiu Tianyi. For these were precisely the treasures he urgently required. Potatoes X10, wheat seeds X50. It seemed Ruiguang had indeed committed to the path of agriculture, producing such remarkable goods. Both items were undoubtedly staple foods, allowing him to forego dry bread. Out of the corner of his eye, Jiang Tian noticed Li Zige and Zhang Qingqing approaching. He inquired, "By the way, are you two preparing to leave as well?" "Leave? We aren't going anywhere. We don't have a raft to return on." Li Zige reminisced about the small wooden house she had built on the reef, feeling somewhat sentimental. The twin race skill allowed them to swap positions and then return. "We initially intended to settle here, but coincidentally encountered the enemy. Yet now, what is it?" Jiang Tian asked, observing Li Zige's hesitance. "That we have a request." She felt a twinge of fear that Jiang Tian might refuse. After all, no one could keep up with him, and following the boss battle, his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Would he find them too weak? In Li Zige's mind, Jiang Tian resembled a stone rolling down the snow-capped mountain. He had charged ahead faster than anyone else, causing the snow to accumulate increasingly larger around him, while the others remained as mere snowballs. Seeing Li Zige hesitate, Zhang Qingqing stomped her foot in frustration, taking the lead. Standing tall, she could reach Jiang Tian's chin, even at his height of 185. She took a deep breath and retreated behind Li Zige. You should say it. I've forgotten my lines." Li Zige adjusted her glasses, feeling a sense of calm wash over her. After being pushed forward by Zhang Qingqing, she spoke, "Take us with you. You are very busy, extremely busy. Not only are you engaged in transactions with the military, but you also handle many deals single-handedly. You need more hands, and we are the best candidates." Jiang Tian chuckled, recalling how Li Zige had assisted him the previous day, whether it was allowing him to listen to Duan Wanzhong or engaging in conversation beside Zhang Jingguo. Li Zige had performed admirably as for combat. She was no mere decoration. Zhang Qingqing was even more capable, with a pure heart and remarkable fortune. Many of his gears had come through her. Furthermore, he certainly had a busy schedule ahead, venturing into the third-tier trial grounds, exploring mountain paths, hunting magical beasts, gathering resources, and crafting blueprints. Managing all of this alone would be exhausting. Moreover, the rapport he shared with both of them far surpassed the passing grade. Not to mention, he had already intended to recruit Li Zige and her friend. With this thought in mind, Jiang Tian nodded. "You are correct. I am in dire need of more hands. But from the sound of it, you wish to serve under me?" Li Zige relaxed, her demeanor no longer tense. She smiled, radiating beauty. "Having owed you so many fruits, I suppose I must repay the debt." In the afternoon, at the military gathering site, Jiang Tian reached an agreement with Zhang Jingguo regarding the supply of arms. They would first circulate the supplies internally to assess their effectiveness before introducing them to the islanders. Upon returning to the house, Jiang Tian briefly Zige on the tasks at hand. A greenhouse, a villa, a crossbow, a spiked lizard chestplate, a hunter's bow, and vitality potions. Each of these items demanded a significant investment of time. The blueprints for the crossbow and the hunter's bow were entrusted to Zhang Qingqing, while the spiked lizard chestplate and the greenhouse villa were assigned to Li Zige. The materials for the greenhouse were provided by the military and were sufficient. However, the villa presented some challenges and would be temporarily set aside, as the large wooden house was adequate for the time being. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian could begin crafting the vitality potions. These items served as the foundation for military credits and would provide a continuous source of sustenance. Once they reached the second tier, they could be taken to the Illusion Bee Spirit Island. For now, they would remain stationed with the military. Zhang Qingqing was quite formidable now, fully capable at the first tier of life. provided she did not encounter members of the feathered race by sheer misfortune. Lige, however, faced greater difficulties as a conventional mage. She possessed only two offensive spells, Ice Spike and Frozen Dance. The Ice Spike could be used 7 or 8 times before exhausting her energy, while the Frozen Dance was a powerful finisher. Consequently, her blue potion consumption was substantial. Observing the Frozen Dance, which was quite similar to his own flame-severing vortex, Jiang Tian felt somewhat speechless. After some comparison, he realized just how extraordinary he was. Equipment that others could not utilize became his trump card, and skills that drained vast amounts of mana for others he could use with abandon. Even the Infinite Judgment, which was a struggle for others to wield, he could unleash with catastrophic results. Jiang Tian glanced at the third-tier trial card in his hand and touched the spirit ring on his finger. He had already stowed away the night patrol, preparing to see if he could bring a pet into the spirit ring. With a resolution forming in his heart, he decided to seize this opportunity to discover what the third tier truly entailed. After all, once he returned to the Illusion B Spirit Island, the barrier would prevent him from re-entering the trial he had no desire to row back. After briefing Lige, Jiang Tian, with the night patrol in the spirit ring, entered the third-tier trial arena. Whoosh! Jiang Tian vanished from sight. Lige, having witnessed Zhang Qingqing enter the trial arena before, was not surprised. Knock, knock, knock. Just a second after Jiang Tian departed, a knock echoed at the wooden house door. Is Mirage here? I have something I would like to confirm. Jiang Tian arrived at a familiar place. However, he did not intend to engage in combat continuously. Rather, he sought to observe the nature of the third-tier trial arena. Perhaps he would no longer encounter humans. Just then, Jiang Tian received a message. You have perfectly completed the second-tier trial. Your current life level is Ordinary level. The rare level trial has been unlocked for you. You may participate after the third-tier trial concludes. Jiang Tian frowned at a special trial. However, participation was only permitted after the trial's conclusion. It seemed he had stumbled upon some hidden information. Nevertheless, Jiang Tian was aware of his objective. He had come to gauge the capabilities of his opponents. Thus, he clicked to apply for a duel. Shortly thereafter, a woman descended from the sky, unfurling her azure wings, and landed gracefully. Jiang Tian's expression turned peculiar. Had he been cursed to beat familiar faces? Chapter 71. Overwhelming the old rival, strength in the trial arena. She was of the feathered race, and she had previously clashed with him. Jiang Tian felt a headache coming on. He was somewhat familiar with this race's strengths, but now gauging their capabilities would be futile. Nevertheless, it would be interesting to see how the feathered race had changed upon reaching the second tier. At that moment, the woman fixed her gaze intently on Jiang Tian's face. She would never forget this man, the humiliation of having her wings stripped from her, a grudge she had long harbored. A countdown appeared in the center of the arena. Jiang Tian stored the source gem in his ring, while the feathered race remained silent, merely eyeing him that a dog that bites does not bark. This time, the feathered race would not be careless, as time expired. Both sides launched their attacks simultaneously. However, Jiang Tian was astonished to find that the feathered race's speed had nearly reached 100. Yet, aside from the increased speed, they still employed their usual feathered attacks. The feathered race's offensive methods remained monotonous. Jiang Tian was puzzled. He had swapped out all his equipment and skills, yet his opponents seemed to possess no new tactics. Did their circumstances differ so greatly from his own? Jiang Tian unleashed Firefly Explosion, causing countless yellow-green flames to dance in the air, which the feathered race quickly evaded, exercising extreme caution. In no matter, Jiang Tian had an abundance of skills that he clenched his fist, and a vortex of flames materialized on the other side. The air currents generated by the fire vortex tousled the feathered race's hair, leaving her utterly shocked. This human was progressing too rapidly. How could he have learned so much magic in just a few days? No, she needed to strike first. The feathered race's body bent slightly as she extended her wings. Instantly, countless feathers shot forth from her wings, hurtling towards Jiang Tian. Clang, clang, clang. Jiang Tian raised an energy shield, feeling the force of the feathered assault. The power was comparable to that of a flintlock, manageable one-on-one, yet the sheer volume of feathers rapidly drained his energy. Jiang Tian was well aware of the situation. Thus, he willingly dispelled the energy shield and activated his mist skill. Boom! 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 Countless feathers struck the ground, sending up sprays of mist that obscured visibility. However, she dared not let her guard down, seizing the opportunity to accelerate feather growth. Now that she had reached the second tier, she no longer needed to wait excessively for her feathers to mature. She could actively channel energy to her wings. As the mist cleared, Jiang Tian's form coalesced and scathed. The feathered race woman, who had been smirking, suddenly froze. She had witnessed the feathers penetrate the man's body, yet he appeared completely unharmed. "What on earth are you?" she exclaimed, her anger boiling over as she launched another cluster of feathers. However, Jiang Tian did not flinch, allowing the feathers to strike him. Instantly, the sound of metal clashing rang out, and a crystalline layer enveloped him. Deflecting all the feathers, the crystal could withstand the bullets from a flintlock, so it was only natural that it could repel the woman's feathered attacks. Impossible, the feathered race panicked. Her singular offensive strategy left her powerless against anyone who could counter her feathered assault. Jiang Tian clenched his fist point 3 days apart, and yet you have made no progress. With a flourish, he unleashed flame, severing vortex and firefly explosion that, in an instant, a fiery tornado surged into the air, ensnaring the feathered race in her moment of distraction. Upon closer inspection, the tornado was infused with numerous yellow-green flames. Jiang Tian snapped his fingers. Boom! The fiery tornado erupted in a tremendous explosion, obliterating the feathered race woman into ashes. Congratulations, you have achieved victory in this battle. Points increased by 10. Hearing the system's notification, Jiang Tian did not feel elated. How peculiar! Was he too strong, or were these myriad races simply too weak? This offered no substantial reference. Jiang Tian stroked his chin and clicked to participate, preparing for the next match. Meanwhile, Stone Dragon and Li Zige sat cross-legged in the small house, warming themselves by the fire. Zhang Qingqing was enjoying a bowl of instant noodles. They were discussing the ascension to the second tier, and Stone Dragon had come to inquire about information that I have never entered the trial arena, but I should know the information you seek, Li Zige stated. Jiang Tian had briefed her earlier about the general attributes in the trial arena. The attributes were likely maxed out, but there would be some tricky situations, Stone Dragon sighed, that I want to enter the trial arena. But I've only fought one match, and that opponent was a mirage. After being eliminated, I gleaned no useful intel. Zhang Qingqing's eyes widened. Wait, you too? I fought one match as well, and it was against him. Stone Dragon nodded in resignation. Thus, I am not very informed about the trial arena that I just wanted to gather some intel from Mirage that, to be honest, Stone Dragon continued, patting his chest, since coming to this world. I've possessed a perfect physique as a talent. While limits for physique and speed are both 50 points. Moreover, after defeating a sea beast, I acquired a special skill book, Breath Regulation, as long as I am alive. I can enhance my physique by consuming energy. Currently, I can extract 0.3 points of physique daily. Li Zige inquired. You want a comparison, right? How do you stack up against the other races in the trial arena? Stone Dragon nodded, placing his hands on the table. He was aware that Li Zige and Zhang Qingqing had aligned themselves with Jiang Tian, so he revealed his statistics candidly. Without counting equipment, my physique is 30. 2. Speed is 15, and perception is 10. With equipment, both physique and speed can increase by about 10 points, Li Zige remarked. Based on my estimations, as long as you do not encounter the feathered race that Mirage mentioned, you should be fine. Suddenly, Li Zige recalled something. Jiang Tian had only mentioned 3 races, but to achieve a complete victory and ascend, he would require 5. The other 2 were the unfortunate Stone Dragon and Zhang Qingqing. So, does this mean Jiang Tian overwhelmed them? Upon reflection, perhaps the second tier is not as daunting as they had presumed. That it is merely that Jiang Tian's prowess is so formidable that they subconsciously believe all trials are populated by monsters of his caliber. With this revelation, Li Zige spoke up. Perhaps these alien races are not as terrifying as we initially thought. Jiang Tian regarded the gray wolfman before him, positioning himself for combat. This creature should possess considerable strength. He hoped it would provide valuable data for his own capabilities. The countdown concluded. The wolfman bared its teeth and charged towards Jiang Tian, splashing through puddles. Jiang Tian estimated its speed to be around 60 to 70 points, not particularly swift. Suddenly, the wolfman underwent a transformation. morphing into a gray wolf, its speed dramatically increasing. With a swipe of its claw, it struck. An energy shield crystallized around Jiang Tian as he prepared to activate his stealth ability. Thud! The wolfman's claw collided with the energy shield, producing a cracking sound as fissures appeared. Upon transforming into a wolf, its speed exceeded 100, while its strength was estimated to be around 70, using the momentum from its strike. The wolfman instantly reverted to its humanoid form, exclaiming, "You shall pay for your underestimation." Another fist impacted the energy shield. Crack! This blow was powerful, causing the fissures to widen, nearly shattering the shield. Its strength was over 100. Likely between 110 and 120 underestimate. Jiang Tian certainly did not. With the energy shield in crystallization, plus his readiness to activate stealth, he felt a surge of trepidation. However, a realization dawned upon him. If this shape-shifting wolfman was of such caliber, perhaps he had overly concerned himself. It seemed that for beings of this ordinary life tier, such attributes were indeed peak. Jiang Tian unleashed a combination technique of flame, severing vortex, and firefly explosion. Boom! Congratulations! You have emerged victorious in this battle. Points 10. Jiang Tian stretched lazily, now acutely aware that it was time to return. The execution of the enemy and traitors awaited, and he would not miss it. Chapter 72. Discussion on the trial grounds. Execution commences upon returning to the wooden cabin. Jiang Tian discovered an unexpected visitor, Shilong. Upon inquiry, he learned that Shilong had come to seek intelligence, but Li Zige had already elucidated matters for him. Jiang Tian merely needed to add a few of his own speculations. The alien races employed excessively singular attack methods, seemingly lacking equipment akin to theirs. Jiang Tian joined a fire pit to warm himself. Remember the winged tribe I mentioned? I encountered one today. Aside from a significant boost in speed, their attack methods remain unchanged. I suspect they lack treasures like chests if one wishes to enter the second-tier trial grounds. It would be best to reach the upper limit, enabling them to handle 80 of the alien races. Zige rested his chin on the table. If that is the case, then our countermeasures become fixed. Identifying each race's weaknesses, Jiang Tian nodded. Indeed, this could lead to the compilation of a manual to document the alien races encountered by everyone, providing insights into countermeasures. He pulled out his phone and accessed the leaderboard, where names indicated those who had entered the trial grounds. Zige, why don't you inquire when you have a chance? As the door swung open, Zhang Qingqing entered. I encountered a stone man and won. She spotted Jiang Tian. Oh, boss, you're back. Of course, didn't we just schedule the execution of the remaining enemies? Jiang Tian replied. How was the process? Shilong and Li Zige chimed in. Very tough. That stone man showcased its attributes, though it didn't quite reach 30 points. Nonetheless, it was remarkably sturdy. Zhang Qingqing gulped down water from a cup in front of Li Zige and plopped down. Why normal attacks had little effect, but I managed to defeat it with some gunfire. It was relatively easy due to its lack of speed. Jiang Tian chuckled. You needn't worry too much. After all, your attributes have surpassed 30 points. While there's hover around the ceiling, the four engage in extensive discussion, during which Shilong revealed his possession of a title and a talent, evoking Jiang Tian's envy. If Jiang Tian's guesses were correct, Shilong would acquire a talent upon reaching the second tier. Although Shilong's combat power was currently inferior to Zhang Qingqing's, he held a title, and under the influence of his talent, his upper limits were significantly elevated. Weren't you previously wandering outside? Why didn't you come to the island? Upon learning that Shilong had obtained a first kill title, Jiang Tian contemplated bringing him aboard. Once Shilong reached the second tier, his efficiency in combating magical beasts would substantially increase. That's correct, Shilong replied. Initially, I was with the main force. I applied to operate outside, intending to establish a mercenary-like organization. They would pay, and I would provide my services, thus earning commissions while also acquiring treasures. Jiang Tian was intrigued. Who did you assist? Long Jiang, Shilong answered. When the rankings were released, I happened to be trading metal scraps for boathouses with Long Jiang's people. They recognized me and offered me a contract for employment. They hired me for a week. During the day, I would wander, and at night, I would return to Long Jiang. Understood, Jiang Tian grasped the situation. Shilong was essentially a rogue expert operating under military auspices. This meant he could be recruited without raising the military's ire. With that thought, Jiang Tian directly asked, "Would you like to work with me?" Shilong was taken aback, then elated. "Really? I hope I won't be a burden." Jiang Tian waved his hand dismissively. "You won TB. Trust me, our region's development level is exceptional. With your talent, your upper limits will be astonishingly high." Shilong agreed, but his contract with Longjiang was not yet concluded. 3 days remained until its expiration point. 3 days would be sufficient for him to reach the second tier. Likewise, Jiang Tian encouraged him to maintain contact with Longjiang. The red bricks and cement needed for constructing villas were only available from Longjiang, of which Jiang Tian found somewhat mysterious. However, he had heard that Longjiang also provided substantial support to the military, so they likely weren't adversaries. After a while, a soldier knocked on the door. "The execution of the enemies is set to commence." Jiang Tian had finally awaited this moment. Following the execution, he would return to Illusory Beast Spirit Island to fill the greenhouse and purchase a complete wooden house for Li Zige and Zhang Qingqing once they reached the second tier, which would serve as their residence. Shortly thereafter, on the shores of Red Island, rows of enemies knelt upon the ground. They were parched, as the military had provided them with neither food nor water. This time was different from before. Previously, there had been the Geneva Convention. Now, those captured in the recent assault faced only death. Did they truly believe that a culture with an unbroken lineage would lack ferocity? The enemies cried out for mercy, but it was futile as muskets pressed against their skulls. Bang, 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 bang. 10 gunshots rang out. "Change personnel. Next batch." Bang, bang, bang. "Change personnel." Li Yihao and Gu Wuji were held in solitary confinement. They knelt, gazing towards the distant soldiers' cemetery. Zhang Jingguo stood beside them, accompanied by Li Xiaojun and Jiang Tian. Li Yihao, "Do you have any regrets?" He fixed his gaze on the executed enemy, his voice low. As a Chinese citizen, he had conspired with the enemy against the Chinese military. Moreover, I hear that the pirates you gathered have committed numerous atrocities. If you inform me how you connected with the enemy, perhaps you could die more peacefully. Li Yihao looked up at Zhang Jingguo and smiled. "I have no regrets. The only regret I have is acting in haste and not seeking Huan Shun to concoct potions. Otherwise, I could have swiftly eliminated all you Chinese pigs." Before he could finish, Li Xiaojun delivered a fierce slap. Li Yihao's physical attributes had also reached their limits. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resisted for so long. However, the force of Li Xiaojun's vengeful strike left him seeing stars, indicating the immense strength behind it. What a beast! Li Xiaojun gritted his teeth, brandishing his shovel-wielding blade. Zhang Jingguo motioned to Li Xiaojun, stopping him. Observing Li Yihao's reaction, he prepared to turn his attention to Gu Wuji. "Can you connect with your people from your region?" Gu Wuji nodded vigorously. I can connect, if I help you establish contact." "Will you spare me? I'm not a soldier. I'm merely a civilian. You Chinese are known for your love of peace, right? Spare me, please." Zhang Jingguo handed Gu Wuji a mobile phone. "Call them." Gu Wuji took the phone. Looking up at Zhang Jingguo, "What should I say?" Zhang Jingguo narrowed his eyes. "Just say that we Chinese are not particularly fond of this gift, and we intend to show the enemy what the true gift is." Prepare your neck for cleaning. Chapter 73. Departing from Red Island. Returning home to prepare a grand feast, the military's execution of the enemy was broadcasted live in its entirety. Some voices of dissent emerged, questioning the brutality of the slaughter, expressing concern for the potential impact on children. Indeed, it is excessively violent and bloodthirsty that I oppose capital punishment. We must uphold humanity. We cannot stoop to their level. The atmosphere is too charged with hostility. Such remarks made Jiang Tian's scalp tingle with discomfort. After all this time, were there still such intellectually challenged individuals? Jiang Tian had reason to suspect that these simpletons were among the refugees. For such a mindset would hardly allow one to survive to this day. Conversely, he believed that the military's actions were profoundly justified, setting aside the fact that these individuals were invaders who came to kill and seize the island. Their deaths were of little consequence. Even if they were mere pirates, such measures were necessary to establish authority, point one after another. The enemies lined up for execution. Some resisted, Some begged for mercy, while others hurled curses. Yet, without exception, they all met their demise by gunfire, like tea that moment. Li Yihao was in a daze, unable to comprehend that Guwu Miao had sent a message to his adoptive father, and moreover, that it had been transmitted unchanged. Yihao found himself targeted by 3 guns. One aimed at his head and 2 at his Jiang Tian, shook his head that I have nothing much to report. But do you happen to know what the altar in the mountains is about? Jiming paused for a moment, then shook her head. I don't know, what's the matter? Jiang Tian replied. It's nothing really. I went out yesterday and ended up killing a 2nd-tier Lord-level beast, and then I stumbled upon an altar. Jiming was taken aback and immediately inquired, a 2nd-tier Lord-level beast? That seems more significant to me than the altar. Jiang Tian pondered for a moment, then nodded. Yes, you could say that. Jiming's breath grew heavy as she sized Jiang Tian up, but you're only at the 2nd tier, not even a rare-level life form. How on earth did you manage that? Jiang Tian shrugged. I just threw a punch here and a kick there and took it down. Jiming found his nonchalance hard to believe that I don't buy it. Jiang Tian chuckled. Go ask Yi Sun outside. He still has the crystal core of that 2nd-tier Lord-level beast. Jiming suddenly sprang up from her chair and dashed out of the small room, creating quite a commotion that woke Wugu. Wugu rubbed his eyes, bleary from sleep, and uttered a soft gasp. Shortly after, Jiming returned from Yi Sun, her face a mask of incredulity. How did you do that? Jiang Tian smiled lightly. Perhaps I'm just stronger than I appear. The mana consumption for the Pioneer has been reduced, and as long as I have mana, the Infinite Judgment's power increases. Besides, my perception was over 70 at that time. So it's not surprising that I incapacitated it with one strike. Ridiculous human. Jiming quipped. As a what? Jiang Tian shrugged. I also managed to take down a 1st-tier Sea Beast Lord in a heartbeat. Sea Beast Lords are everywhere. It's the Lord-level beasts that are scarce. Then Jiming began to explain the hierarchy of life forms. The categories are ordinary, rare, precious, elite, and Lord. And she, being at the lowest tier, was facing off against the highest tier Lord. Reflecting on this, she realized just how absurd it was. Jiming looked at Jiang Tian and pulled something from her small bag. This is for you. I underestimated you. Jiang Tian looked and was taken aback to find it was a necklace. The necklace appeared rudimentary, resembling a piece of grass rope strung through a twig. Natural admiration. Perception 10. Speed 10. Constitution 10. Natural growth. Consuming special energy can enhance the quality of this equipment. What the? Jiang Tian exclaimed. This green quality equipment offers such a 3-dimensional boost. He adorned it around his neck. At that moment, his status appeared as follows. Region. 6666 Personal ID. 666666 Race. Human life rating. 2nd tier Constitution. 7121 Agility. 8932 Perception. 140 Energy. 1000 Title. Pioneer Talent. Bonds Beyond Worlds Equipment. Book of How. Patria's Curse. Hunter's Gloves. Black Mist Coat. King of Capturer's Pants. Swift Boots. Peach Blossom Spirit Ring. Natural Admiration. Jiang Tian pointed to the necklace and asked the Happy Rabbit, what exactly is this special energy? Guess for yourself. Jiming replied, sticking out her tongue before climbing onto the hammock. Jiang Tian found himself at a loss for words, but soon fell into contemplation. It wasn't hard to guess. She only gifted him this after realizing he could slay Lord-level life forms. This meant the special energy must be the beast's crystal core. Otherwise, he couldn't fathom why she'd suddenly bestow such equipment upon him. Could it be the crystal core of a high-tier life form? Jiming huffed again. You've guessed correctly. I'm going to sleep now. Jiang Tian prepared to rise and venture outside to retrieve the crystal core from Yi Sun. However, Jiming turned over, indicating that the core in Yi Sun's possession wasn't a complete one and thus useless. Jiang Tian sighed in disappointment. Perhaps that core could have elevated the necklace to blue quality, enhancing its attributes once more. Having resolved this in his mind, Jiang Tian decided to rest. Before sleeping, he brewed some tea with swift sword leaves. And after consuming a pot, he felt his speed increase by 5, aiding his sleep. With a 2nd-tier cabbage in hand, he was not concerned about the swift sword leaves at this moment. The small room was warm, and he slept soundly until dawn, far more comfortably than in the wooden cabins arranged by the military. The only downside was that the soft mattress left him with a sore back upon waking. Just as Jiang Tian rose from bed, Meng was already awake. With the availability of ingredients, she had ample opportunities to showcase her culinary skills, observing the busy Meng and the awkwardly sleeping Wu Gu. He chuckled and tucked Wu Gu's blanket in. As long as these two little ones were around, he had no worries about food. One could cultivate, while the other could cook. Life was delightful that moment. Jiang Tian's phone vibrated. It was Li Zigo. After a quick glance, he prepared to step outside. I'm heading out for a bit. Meng, standing on a stool chopping vegetables, turned her head at Jiang Tian's words. Out again? Do you need me to prepare your meal? It was only natural for her to ask, given Jiang Tian's tendency to be gone all day. Jiang Tian, dressing and moving toward the door, replied, I'll be back soon and make a couple of extra portions. 2 strong girls are coming over. With that, Jiang Tian left. Meng sighed and continued chopping, muttering softly, Males, Chapter 75, Li Zigu and Zhang Qingqing Interling Island. Capturing mounting pets, Jiang Tian sped along with Yi Sun and soon arrived at the seaside. After picking up Li Zigu and Zhang Qingqing, he instructed them to board while collecting the teleportation stone tablet and the small boat. The 3 of them shared a wolf mount, which didn't feel cramped at all. Along the way, Zhang Qingqing recounted her encounters with a variety of races. There were all sorts, from water-spouting octopuses to frail dog-headed folk, and even bear and fox people among the beastmen. Jiang Tian was not surprised, as he himself had encountered werewolves. Zhang Qingqing's record stood at 6 victories and 2 defeats, while Li Zigu had 7 victories and 3 defeats. It appeared that unseasoned mages were indeed at a disadvantage in this arena. Jiang Tian shared that his 3rd-tier trial card had dropped from a beast tier, suggesting that if they wished to explore, they could venture out hunting. He also warned them of the terror of the Soul Devourer, a mature entity being a 4th-tier elite. As the 3 conversed, they soon arrived at the land of divine strikes. Wu Gu had already awakened, collecting food items stacked outside the wooden cabin. Jiang Tian had advised this, as the weather was perfect for food storage. So cold, it acted as a natural refrigerator. Upon seeing Wu Gu, Zhang Qingqing whispered, Wow, child labor. Wu Gu, curious, approached. Brother, are these the 2 people the rabbit spoke of? Wu Gu performed a deep bow. Hello, oh my, so cute, Zhang Qingqing exclaimed, stomping her feet, while Li Ziji's breath quickened. Eager to pick her up and spoil her. They had heard Jiang Tian mention that he had 2 little beast girls at home, both being Phantom Beasts. One was here, but where was the other? Just as they pondered, the wooden door swung open, revealing a rabbit-eared girl in an apron. She appeared surprised. So soon? Allow me to introduce. This is the Phantom Beast phone, Shou Lu Wu Gu. And this is the Phantom Beast Xing Fu Tu Meng. Wu Gu can expedite crop growth, while Meng can hasten blueprint production. Jiang Tian then introduced Li Zigu and Zhang Qingqing. This is Li Zigu, a mage, and this is Zhang Qingqing, a vanguard. Both are 2nd-tier life forms. Meng waved, Hello. Nice to meet you. Everyone exchanged greetings, and then Jiang Tian took the 2 on a tour of his currently sparse domain. The new and old wooden cabins stood side by side for convenience. Zhang Qingqing squealed, rushing into the cabin. Inside, there were beds, a fireplace, and bedding, all for 2. Li Zigu traded Jiang Tian 5,000 ocean currency as reimbursement. Jiang Tian accepted without pretense. Thus, the group gathered in the cabin for a meal. With so many people in the large wooden cabin, it felt quite crowded. The stew simmered on a small path, ready to be served. Everyone enjoyed the meal immensely. Zhang Qingqing pulled out her phone to snap pictures of the dishes on the table, intending to document her culinary experiences daily as a collection. After the meal, they collectively washed the dishes. This meal added 5 to perception and 2 to speed, Jim tomatoes contributing 5 perception and the 2nd-tier cabbage yielding 2 speed. Regrettably, there was no increase in constitution. Otherwise, it would have been perfect. Meng had prepared hot water in advance, so her hands remained warm. What do you need to do next? Li Zigu asked Jiang Tian while washing the dishes. We need to catch a mounting pet. Jiang Tian turned to Li Zigu. It doesn't matter if it's weak, but it must be fast that if we encounter beasts, we will kill them. If we can't defeat them, we'll flee. Keep an eye out for anything that seems appealing, and check for resources that Li Zig nodded slightly, suddenly recalling something. Right, do we have clay on our island? Jiang Tian nodded. Yes, we do. Why? The people from Longjiang are collecting clay in large quantities and at high prices. Jiang Tian felt a flicker of excitement. This was an opportunity to obtain cement and red bricks from Longjiang. If that were the case, his villa would be secured. After washing the dishes, Jiang Tian and Li Zig took a moment to rest. Zhang Qingqing was amusingly playing with Ji Ming, seemingly particularly fond of the two little ones. At that moment, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed from outside the door, which was suddenly flung open as Wu Gu rushed in, holding a potato aloft. She exclaimed excitedly, "Brother, the potato has mutated!" Li Zig looked utterly bewildered. Mutated? What mutation? Seeing Jiang Tian approaching with excitement, she followed suit. After checking its properties, she was immediately taken aback to second-tier potato, a plant that has mutated through special means. Long-term consumption can enhance physical constitution. This potato was indeed given by Qiu Qiani, but how had it suddenly gained the ability to enhance constitution? Li Zig was at a loss. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. It was as if they were being rewarded just when they needed it. From now on, their daily meals could comprehensively boost their strength. Fantastic. Jiang Tian turned to Li Zig. Shall we have an extra serving? Li Zig waved her hand. I'm too full. Indeed, in order to fully absorb the energy from their meals. They generally left no leftovers. They consumed every ton until their bellies were round. Jiang Tian patted Wu Gu's head, smiling as he said, "Well done. Our Wu Gu is the best." Wu Gu giggled, nuzzling against Jiang Tian's palm. Brother is taking these two sisters out for a while, and we'll be back around noon. All right, no running around at home. Jiang Tian playfully pinched Wu Gu's nose. Wu Gu chuckled. Hee, I was praised by brother. Jiang Tian turned to Zhang Qingqing, who was still amusing Ji Ming. Let us go. Let us go. Coming. Zhang Qingqing stood up, and the two followed Jiang Tian out. Jiang Tian only brought Yi Sun along, leaving Mo Lin behind to make space for the spiritual ring. He would let Mo Lin chew on the crystal cores for now. The elite magical beast crystal cores and so many sea beast crystal cores were sufficient for him to level up to tier 3. First, let us see what's around. Jiang Tian waved his hand in the air. I haven't explored this area much, but I found 2 clay mines elsewhere. We'll check this place out first this morning. And later, we'll go get some clay I try to find you a couple of pets for transportation. Yi Sun's strength was already very close to tier 3. He felt that after a bit of digestion, he would be able to advance. The 3 of them rode Yi Sun into the depths of the forest. Jiang Tian inquired of Yi Sun, what creatures on this island are generally fast? My lord, if we're talking about speed, there's a fierce beast that is very swift. The silver-maned deer, which runs fast and jumps high. Go ahead. Let us take a look over there. It should be safe enough. That area is indeed quite safe. Jiang Tian nodded. However, initially, Liu Bei had also been said by Yi Sun to be absolutely devoid of magical beasts, yet they had encountered newly emerged soul eaters being chased down the street, nearly losing their lives. Jiang Tian's expression turned a bit peculiar. Is that reliable? Yi Sun, somewhat helpless, explained, the silver-maned deer resides deep within the snowy forest. There absolutely will not be any magical beasts in this area. My lord, I swear on the sea beast crystal cores that there will definitely be no danger here. Truly. My lord, trust me, there absolutely will not be any creatures we can't handle. Chapter 76. Guild Scroll in the Cave Treasure Chest. Establishing Guild. Mirage. The 3 of them headed towards the snowy forest that Yi Sun spoke of. After a thorough examination, Jiang Tian was somewhat astonished. This island actually had a snowy plain. Moreover, Yi Sun mentioned that the permafrost there never thaws, even during the scorching summer. Hence, during the scorching season, numerous creatures flock to the snowy plain to escape the heat. Among them are the ice pillar bears, one of the 3 major races. However, the snowy forest was still quite a distance from the frozen plain, so there was no need for concern. Although Yi Sun spoke eloquently, Jiang Tian still felt something was amiss. Additionally, he had learned about an extreme weather phenomenon, the scorching season. Just hearing the name suggested it was unbearably hot. It seemed he would need to procure some cooling items later. As they walked, Zhang Qingqing suddenly pointed. Jiang Tian, look over there. Isn't there a cave? Is it a mine? Jiang Tian was momentarily stunned by her words, then joyfully followed her pointing finger. He had initially intended to both capture transportation pets and search for treasure chests. But unexpectedly, even before reaching the snowy forest, they stumbled upon a cave. There could be good things inside. Jiang Tian smiled. The three of them entered the cave, with Yi Sun standing guard at the entrance. Ever since Jiang Tian first ventured into a cave, he had been attentive to the availability of lighting tools. However, ordinary tools like torches or candles were inconvenient. They asked for oil lamps. There were none on the shelf. The historical transaction count was exceedingly low, indicating they were rare items. Thus, after purchasing a bunch of candles, he had given up tea this moment. Li Zig and Zhang Qingqing, upon preparing to enter the cave, pulled out 2 lanterns. After glancing at the properties, Jiang Tian was intrigued. These lanterns surprisingly did not require oil. They could be powered simply by sea beast crystal cores or energy, making them incredibly convenient. And if they could find a treasure chest, it would be a windfall. His resurrection scroll and the food god spring had come from treasure chests. The three of them proceeded deeper into the cave, illuminated by the lanterns, making it significantly easier than their previous entry. However, Li Zig seemed a bit frightened, tightly clinging to Zhang Qingqing's side. Zhang Qingqing, with a glint in her eye, swiftly descended, clutching her dragon sparrow spear. I'll go scout ahead. In truth, there was no need to scout. With the lantern's light, it was evident that this cave wasn't very deep, just rather dark. Li Zig, feeling anxious, trembled as she held the lantern. Observing this, Jiang Tian spoke up. What is wrong? Are you afraid of the dark? Li Zig bit her lip. Not really. It's just that I encountered a disgusting insect man in the trial ground. I don't know why, but I suddenly thought of that guy when I came in here. I used to not be afraid of insects. Jiang Tian chuckled. How about this? Hold on to my shirt. It might help it be. Li Zig's face flushed. I'm not a child. Yet she still grasped Jiang Tian's dark mist coat. The two walked closely behind each other. At that moment, Zhang Qingqing's voice came from ahead. Oh wow, there's actually a mine here. The two hurried down upon hearing this. Jiang Tian took the lantern from Li Zig, shining it toward the cave's edge, revealing a greenish hue. This seems to be copper, or? Speaking of which, he hadn't heard of any blueprints requiring copper, or, even if collected, it felt like it would be for personal use at most. However, Jiang Tian recalled the crystallized fossil bones. Originally, it was described as a type of fuel, but unexpectedly, it was one of the materials for physical enhancement potions. What if? Perhaps copper, or could also have such miraculous effects at that moment. Another exclamation rang out. Treasure chest! There's a treasure chest here. Hearing this, Jiang Tian's heart leapt with joy. Quick, let us open it and see. This could be something valuable. Let us see what kind of luck Zhang Qingqing has in opening it. Jiang Tian and Li Zig rushed to Zhang Qingqing's side. Zhang Qingqing began her incantation, then kicked the treasure chest open. Instantly, a golden light burst forth, revealing only one item inside. Guild scroll. What the? The three of them exclaimed in unison. Ever since the rankings began, the guild rankings had remained empty. No one had ever obtained a guild scroll. It was hidden here all along. He glanced back at the two, who nodded under the lantern's glow. For a moment, Jiang Tian considered selling it to the military. However, after a moment's thought, the military likely couldn't afford it, so he abandoned the idea. Without hesitation, he tore open the scroll. Guild scroll used successfully. Please name your guild. Jiang Tian had long thought a name. Mirage, a mirage, reminiscent of an illusion. Most importantly, the name would naturally evoke thoughts of the mirage creature in most people's minds. Guild named Mirage successfully. Please confirm your guild's direction. Combat, commerce, colonization. Jiang Tian frowned slightly. There was actually such a distinction. He glanced at the instructions. Combat guild. Consuming high-grade food increases attributes by an additional 20 each time. Commercial guild. Trading with merchants reduces prices by 20, making them more inclined to sell good items to you. Colonization guild. Crop growth speed increases by 100. Not observing these three guild directions, Jiang Tian couldn't help but exclaim. Impressive. However, the only one that would be beneficial to him was the commercial guild. The additional attribute boost from consuming high-grade food in the combat guild was utterly useless to him, given that his yield was limitless. The same reasoning applied to the colonization guild. With the abundance of grains he possessed, the skill of rapid growth, which boasted a growth speed of 300, would completely overshadow the colonization guild's mere 100. Yet, Jiang Tian felt a flicker of curiosity. Merchants? Would there truly be individuals willing to trade with him? Moreover, he was intrigued by a particular statement. Merchants are more willing to sell good items to you. What constituted a good item? Jiang Tian felt a sense of anticipation, pondering how merchants would approach him. Thus, he promptly chose the Commercial Guild. Ding! Commercial Guild. Mirage created successfully. Founder. Huanshun. I could see that moment. It was only 9 a.m. And most people were braving the bone-chilling cold, gradually rising from their slumber. Some had the habit of checking their phones upon waking, eager to see if any gossip had emerged overnight, for instance. Which organization had failed to maintain a night watch and succumbed to the cold, or who had the misfortune of falling into the sea during a midnight bathroom visit. Naturally, their primary concern remained Red Island. Ever since the military announced its complete occupation of Red Island, they had been making their way there. After all, living on land was vastly more comfortable than drifting at sea. However, at that moment, the fervor surrounding Red Island was overshadowed by a particular piece of news. Commercial Guild. Mirage created successfully. Creator. Huanshun. What was happening? Huanshun had established a guild. Why was he garnering all the attention? It was infuriating. Good heavens, he dominated both the personal and guild leaderboards. Who could survive in such a competitive environment? Huanshun, take a look at me. Are you in need of members? I was a streamer. If you recruit me into your guild, I will enhance your visibility. Don't you dare overlook me. Who are you? Someone retorted, I in this area. Who would dare claim that Huanshun lacks recognition? This is laughable. You're clearly delusional that you honestly think Huanshun would consider someone like you? Chapter 77. Arrival at the Snow Peak Forest, Third Stage Beast. Demonic Ice Pillar Bear. Jiang Tian had anticipated the fervent discussion surrounding the establishment of the guild. With 3 leaderboards, one of them vacant, everyone was speculating on who would be the first to create a guild. Some suggested the military, others proposed Longjiang, while a portion leaned towards Huanshun. However, the truth was now evident. It was himself. At this moment, discussions about the guild grew increasingly heated. Competent individuals began to showcase their skills, hoping to join Jiang Tian's guild. However, he chose to ignore them for the time being, as he was busy. His phone had been incessantly buzzing since founding the guild. Zhang Jingwo from Red Island, Feng Jinlong from Longjiang, and Xiu Qianni from Ruiguang all inquired about how to obtain guild scrolls, given that Red Island and Longjiang had larger populations. Establishing a guild there would facilitate management. Jiang Tian, not one to withhold information, shared the details with them, as he was the only one capable of acquiring such resources at present, with only Li Xiaojun left on Red Island. Venturing into these second-stage secret realms would lead to certain doom. He would have to rely on himself. Nonetheless, according to his agreement with Red Island, he would need to provide them with a scroll after visiting Tao Weiyuan. After all, this combat guild could also serve to indirectly enhance the warrior's combat capabilities. Red Island was already in dire straits, having provided him with 200 units of sea beast meat. Jiang Tian understood their predicament. They had limited resources to reward him as they trialed the point system. Longjiang, however, was quite affluent, directly offering him 20 sea beast cores and 50 metal ingots. Ruiguang contributed 5 bags of fertilizer, which could increase growth speed by 50. What a windfall! Shilong then inquired whether he could join. Upon seeing Shilong's request, Jiang Tian replied affirmatively. He promptly added Shilong to the guild. Within the guild interface, there was a function for external sales. As long as he set the items and prices, he could invite others to purchase. After contemplating this feature for a while, Jiang Tian realized it was unique to the commercial guild. With this capability, selling items would become exceedingly convenient, eliminating the need for traditional trading. The operation was straightforward, far superior to the consignment feature in groups. However, he decided to postpone utilizing this function until he was more settled, as he was still in the cave. Thus, Jiang Tian took a small amount of copper ore with him and exited the cave. The 3 of them boarded the night patrol and continued toward the Snow Peak Forest. The journey was uneventful, but Jiang Tian encountered several wild beasts charging toward him, all of which he swiftly subdued and turned into meat chunks. Before long, they reached the outskirts of the Snow Peak Forest. At that moment, Jiang Tian caught a glimpse of a silver flash darting out from the corner of his eye. Night Patrol's eyes narrowed with intensity. My lord, it's a silver-maned deer. Jiang Tian felt a surge of excitement. He hadn't anticipated encountering one so soon. He quickly calculated the deer's speed and trajectory, then clenched his fist. Flame-severing vortex. The silver-maned deer was moving in a straight line, making it easy to predict its path. Thus, Jiang Tian ensnared it with a flame-severing vortex. Having consumed a gemstone tomato for breakfast, Jiang Tian's perception attribute had reached a remarkable 105 points that a slight exertion of firepower nearly resulted in the deer's demise. He released the flame-severing vortex and aimed for its hind leg, firing a flame spear. Whoosh! The strike caused the silver-maned deer to lose speed, forcing it to escape with a limp. Panic surged within it. Who is this attacker? I must flee quickly, or that monster will catch up. Suddenly, Jiang Tian heard a roar, his brow furrowed. This roar did not resemble that of a beast, and he sensed no signs of a creature nearby. Boom! 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 The ground shook with heavy footsteps reverberating from the snow-peaked forest as a colossal shadow emerged, pushing aside trees in its path. Before Jiang Tian stood an enormous bear, towering at 4 meters high. Its eyes glowed crimson, exuding a faint aura of darkness. Wait, that it was faint, but Jiang Tian still detected a hint of beastly energy. This state was eerily reminiscent of his first encounter with Night Patrol. However, unlike back then, when Night Patrol was weak, this bear was a third-stage beast. Jiang Tian bellowed, "Prepare for battle." A third-stage ferocious beast. Li Zige brandished her staff, while Zhang Qingqing drew her dragon sparrow spear. Jiang Tian could feel the explosive power radiating from the giant bear. It had been tainted by demonic energy, causing it to lose its rationality. It was indeed a formidable opponent. Jiang Tian initiated the attack. Flame-severing vortex, firefly explosion. Instantly, a swirling vortex of yellow and green flames materialized in the air. Night Patrol was taken aback, astonished that the ice pillar bear had also been infected by demonic energy. After all, he had vivid memories of that experience. His mind was consumed by bloodlust, intent on annihilating everything in sight. This is the ice pillar bear. My lord, be cautious, Night Patrol warned. However, the bear's thick fur, associated with ice attributes, made it particularly vulnerable to Jiang Tian's fire-based skills. Nevertheless, being a third-stage beast, it charged directly through the flames. Jiang Tian smirked. Explode! Boom! 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 The firefly explosion detonated like unstable liquid bombs, causing the bear to stagger. It was effective, though not overwhelmingly so. However, Jiang Tian discerned that this creature was manageable, at least easier to deal with than a second-stage lord. Its slower speed allowed him to kite it effectively. At that moment, Jiang Tian began to gather energy for infinite judgment. A massive magical array suddenly appeared in the sky. Zhang Qingqing and Night Patrol rushed forward to create distractions, ensuring Jiang Tian's accumulation was uninterrupted. Li Zige intermittently provided support with slow spells, rapid growth, and energy shields. However, the slow spell consumed a significant amount of mana, and given that the ice pillar bear was a third-stage beast, it quickly broke free after a brief control. Nonetheless, the spell had saved Zhang Qingqing several times from peril. Jiang Tian noted that Night Patrol's energy was becoming increasingly potent. Ever since he had given Night Patrol a beast core, it had been incessantly consuming them. At this point, Jiang Tian's energy accumulation was nearly complete. Based on his calculations, he would need 400 units of energy to defeat the bear. However, having gathered 600, it was equivalent to a normal person's 6,000. This strike would ensure the ice pillar bear was utterly obliterated. Li Zige cast slow spell. Everyone, get back. Zhang Qingqing swiftly retreated, while Night Patrol charged the bear, knocking it backward before quickly vacating the area. Seizing the opportunity as the bear struggled to maintain its balance, Li Zige unleashed a slow spell. The already unsteady ice pillar bear, now disrupted, collapsed onto its rear. Excellent. Jiang Tian secretly gave Li Zige a thumbs up in his mind. The timing was impeccable, a testament to their experience in combat together. Jiang Tian waved his hand gently. Infinite judgment. In the sky, a magical array crackled with lightning and thunder. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of energy erupted violently from the array, striking directly upon the ice column bear, which was seated on the ground. In the peripheral vision of Jiang Tian, he observed that the bear was covered in something, though he could not discern it clearly. Perhaps it was ice crystals? Boom! Crack! As the boundless judgment energy dissipated, the figure of the ice column bear came into view. Its body was riddled with wounds, nearly on the brink of death, yet its belly still bore the remnants of an undestroyed ice crystal armor. Jiang Tian found it hard to believe. What kind of formidable defense could withstand his boundless judgment? Chapter 78. The reason for demonization. Ascension of Night Patrol. The once proud polar bear swayed slightly before crashing down with a thunderous thud. Jiang Tian let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness that, if he, with his perception of 105, could not take down a Tier 3 monster with boundless judgment, he might as well pack up and head home. Jiang Tian approached the ice column bear. Li Zai had cast a protective shield around him. Observing the shield that had emerged, Jiang Tian turned and gave an okay gesture. He sensed that the bear seemed not to be dead. After all, a dead creature would surely drop a treasure chest if he were to tame it. What skills might he acquire? Jiang Tian circled around, approaching from behind. Upon seeing the large ice crystal upon its back, he understood the origin of its name. The names of these ferocious beasts were indeed straightforward and brutal. With a pillar of ice on its back, it was aptly called the ice column bear, while a large black wolf was simply named the black giant wolf. As Jiang Tian peered from behind, he noticed that the bear's eyes were no longer a fiery red, revealing its original iris color. Howl! Howl! At that moment, the ice column bear emitted a low whimper. Night Patrol stood beside Jiang Tian. Upon hearing the bear's cries, Night Patrol froze momentarily. Then its expression turned fierce, trembling as if it had heard the call of an old enemy. Jiang Tian naturally noticed Night Patrol's unusual behavior and inquired, "What's wrong?" Night Patrol's voice echoed in Jiang Tian's mind that it is the Enchantress. She has appeared in the frozen wasteland. That my lord. Do you remember how we came to know each other? Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Then he comprehended that the source of the demonization infecting these ferocious beasts was indeed in the frozen wasteland. Howl! 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 Hearing the ice column bear's voice, Jiang Tian asked Night Patrol, "Did it say anything? Be careful, above." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian abruptly looked up at that moment. A tall, emaciated female figure flitted through the air, flapping her wings and laughing at the onlookers. She had an exceedingly long neck, almost half the length of her body, and her face bore no other features save for a single large eye. Goodness, another magical beast. Jiang Tian realized he had not sensed any magical energy, indicating that this creature's combat prowess was likely weak. That on the bright side, this magical beast was merely a mobile pathogen with no direct combat abilities, thus exhibiting high stealth. However, on the darker side, this beast could very well be an assassin. Yet the one solace for Jiang Tian was that this magical beast lacked the oppressive presence of a soul eater, a Tier 3 rarity. Capable of fighting, Jiang Tian resolved to strike first. Unleashing Flame Tornado combined with Firefly Explosion, that a fiery whirlwind surged forth, but he ensured that the fireflies were not drawn in. He knew this magical beast would not be so easily subdued. Just as he anticipated, the Enchantress darted away, appearing elsewhere in the blink of an eye, with the fire tornado swirling behind her in a fierce blaze. She squinted her eyes, seemingly toying with Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian sneered. Firefly Explosion! Boom! 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 The fireflies, evenly distributed in the sky, suddenly detonated, catching her off guard and causing her to stagger. She erred in not distancing herself from the fire tornado. The swirling force surrounded her with fireflies. Her overconfidence was her downfall, resulting in her body being battered and bruised. However, to Jiang Tian's astonishment, her wings, though appearing fragile, were remarkably resilient, showing no signs of injury despite her body being in tatters. Clearly, bringing her down would not be an easy feat. The Enchantress, feeling the intense pain coursing through her, roared in fury, unleashing a piercing scream that momentarily disoriented Jiang Tian. That in his mind, it felt as if time sped by, and he saw countless sharp spikes emerging from the Enchantress's wings, diving toward him. Yet, Jiang Tian quickly realized this sonic wave was a control skill. He promptly activated his crystal and energy shield. Crack! The enchantress's spikes pierced through Li Zi's protective shield as if it were mere paper, rendering it almost useless. Crack! Jiang Tian's energy shield also developed a minor crack, and after holding for just a moment, it began to shatter. Just as the spikes were about to pierce Jiang Tian's crystalline barrier, the enchantress suddenly felt her body grow heavy. Then, a loud shout echoed. Gun heaven strike! Whoosh! A beam of white light accompanied by a long spear shot straight into the enchantress's chest, causing her to falter, though the impact was not particularly severe. Having just entered Tier 2, they were still too weak to contend with a Tier 3 rare magical beast. Nonetheless, this beast was somewhat weaker, and Zhang Qingqing's powerful strike managed to momentarily halt her. Seizing the opportunity, Night Patrol transformed into a shooting star, lunging at the enchantress and knocking her aside. At that moment, Jiang Tian's dizziness subsided. Observing Night Patrol engaged in battle with the enchantress, Jiang Tian activated the skill of the ritual ring. In an instant, he began chanting. Countless flame spears erupted from behind Jiang Tian, shooting straight toward the enchantress. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The highly penetrating flame spears turned the enchantress into a pincushion. The enchantress howled in agony before angrily kicking Night Patrol away. Just then, her eyes suddenly widened and a beam of light swept across Jiang Tian. Feeling a bloodthirsty impulse surge within his mind, Jiang Tian instantly recognized what it was. Demonization. His eyes began to glow a fierce red, his mind filled with insatiable urges for slaughter. He desired nothing more than to return and slay Wugu and Jiming. Yet in the next moment, his gaze cleared, and the desire for bloodshed vanished without a trace. It came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, though he did not understand why the bloodthirsty impulse had automatically dispersed. Experiencing the sensation of demonization startled Jiang Tian. This ability to forcibly trigger ferocity was extraordinarily overpowered. If unleashed upon a crowd, chaos would ensue as they turned against one another. What a nightmare. He could not allow it to attack again. Jiang Tian raised his palm gently, and a tome of magic materialized in the air. The Book of How, skill power increased by 40, ordinary casting time increased by 50. Cooldown 30 minutes. Simultaneously, Jiang Tian aimed at his own location and unleashed boundless judgment. The magical array appeared in the sky, gradually expanding. Not enough. Jiang Tian hastily downed a bottle of mental potion, then another. The enchantress glanced up at the magical array, then at Jiang Tian, before retreating out of the range of the boundless judgment's attack. Then, with a fierce glare, she unleashed an unavoidable beam of light that struck Night Patrol, freezing the latter in place. This was bad. Jiang Tian's mind instantly recalled the image of one infected by magical energy, eyes glowing red, surrounded by dark mist, losing all reason, consumed by madness and bloodlust. What to do? He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to severely injure Night Patrol. After all, experience told him that if a demonized creature was brought to the brink of death, the magical energy would naturally dissipate. Jiang Tian kicked Night Patrol away with force and quickly distanced himself. He was genuinely worried that Night Patrol might be infected, especially since the current Night Patrol was on the verge of Tier 3. While another menacing enchantress loomed above, seeing Jiang Tian suddenly kick Night Patrol away, Li Zi hurriedly cast a slow spell on Night Patrol. Though she was unaware of Jiang Tian's reasoning, she noticed the bizarre magical beast attacking Night Patrol. Yet Night Patrol remained unharmed. Connecting this with the condition of the polar bear, she seemed to grasp the situation. Mental control? Sure enough, Night Patrol was now convulsing, its eyes turning increasingly red, just as everyone prepared to launch an attack on Night Patrol. A colossal surge of energy erupted from Night Patrol, soaring into the sky. Jiang Tian's expression shifted. Damn it, had he known, he wouldn't have fed that foolish dog anything. Now it was breaking through to Tier 3? What a disaster! Jiang Tian glanced at Night Patrol's data, his heart sinking. What the hell? A Tier 3 rare ferocious beast. This attribute is exceedingly terrifying, and the sense of oppression it exudes is comparable to that of the Soul Devourer. Jiang Tian gritted his teeth, resolved to unleash the infinite judgment. which had amassed over 10,000 points of energy directly upon the Night Watcher. With the augmentation of the Book of Hall, this strike would surely spell death for the Night Watcher. However, he possessed a Resurrection Scroll. Chapter 79. Moonhowl, Speed Potion Blueprint at this moment. The Night Watcher's form elongated, transforming from its previously pitch-black state to one adorned with white mane, its ears becoming slender and sprouting white fur. The former Night Watcher, which bore a resemblance to an ordinary wolf, albeit slightly larger in size, was now beginning to take on an enchanting appearance. Race: Moonhowl, Fierce Beast, Life Class, Tier 3 Life Rating. Rare Physique: 261 Speed, 235 Perception, 103 Energy, 1. 032, 010, 320 Talent. Insomnia, Intermediate Regeneration, Moonhowl Power, Insomnia. Requires no sleep, attributes enhanced by 5 at night. Intermediate Regeneration. Consumes a large amount of energy for effective flesh growth. Moonhowl Power. Gathers energy to enhance attributes by 20. With a 60 increase at night. This was not merely an elevation in tier. It was an evolution. Not only had its attributes undergone a qualitative change, but its appearance and aura had also transformed. The power of a Lord-level monster core was astounding, a realization that took Jiang Tian by surprise. The transformation from the original black giant wolf to the Moonhowl, from an ordinary level to a rare level, represented a leap of 2 tiers. This attribute, let alone Jiang Tian, felt as though it could contend with that of a newly born soul devourer. A moment later, Jiang Tian prepared to activate his misting technique, his heart whispering an apology as he readied to unleash the infinite judgment. However, he soon noticed something peculiar. The Night Watcher's eyes had returned to normal, no longer the bloodthirsty red, but the original blue. And the dark aura that had enveloped it dissipated in the next instant. The Night Watcher's voice echoed in Jiang Tian's mind, confirming his suspicions that, "My lord, do not strike. I have not been corrupted." Jiang Tian was taken aback. Yet his heart soared with joy. It made sense. If the Tempter could easily corrupt beings with a life rating higher than its own, it would indeed be insurmountable. The Tempter was a Tier 3 rare creature, while the Night Watcher was now a Tier 3 rare as well. Judging by the aura it radiated, the Night Watcher was even stronger than the Tempter. Suddenly, Jiang Tian felt movement behind him. He turned to see the Tempter gathering power. Its wings extended like 2 sharp blades, slicing through the air as it lunged toward him. Elizaj swiftly cast a slow spell, hindering its movement. The Night Watcher leaped high, radiating light, and delivered a powerful strike to the monster's head. Having ascended to a Tier 3 rare creature, the Night Watcher was no longer something that could be trifled with by such a monster. The Tempter lost its balance, its entire body leaning forward, its long neck resembling a meteor hammer crashing into the ground. Seizing this moment, Jiang Tian shouted, "Everyone, step back!" The infinite judgment was aimed at himself. From Jiang Tian's observations, this monster lacked any ranged attack capabilities. If it wished to kill him, it would have to engage in close combat. As he had surmised, the monster charged forward. However, it was far easier than he had anticipated. With the combined power of the Book of Hall and 10,000 energy, the infinite judgment erupted instantaneously. Elizaj and Zhang Qingqing stood at a distance, yet they were still overwhelmed by the tremendous force. Only the Night Watcher remained steadfast against this surge of energy. The 2 women wore expressions of astonishment. This energy was even more potent than during their encounter on Red Island. Not only were they at the epicenter, but even a glancing touch would prove disastrous. The distance between Jiang Tian and the monster was but a step away. Both women were positioned to bear the full brunt of the impact. Yet, with the misting skill at his disposal, Jiang Tian watched as the Tier 3 monster gradually disintegrated into ashes before his eyes. 0.5 seconds passed. All that remained before him was a treasure chest and a piece of unidentifiable charred flesh. Upon opening it, he found a crystal core, Tier 3 rare. Gazing at the core, Jiang Tian recalled the natural admiration that Ji Ming had bestowed upon him yesterday. He wondered if the rare core could enhance its quality. Lost in thought, he retrieved a necklace. When the 2 objects collided, he felt a gentle warmth emanating from the necklace, and a radiant white light enveloped his hand. He dared not gaze directly at the brilliance. Raising his arm to shield his eyes, Izage promptly turned away, shielding Zhang Qingqing's eyes, while the Night Watcher also averted its gaze. Moments later, the light subsided. Jiang Tian's equipment now appeared significantly more refined. Though still wooden in structure, it was no longer crude, displaying evident signs of meticulous polishing. Upon inspecting its attributes, Jiang Tian felt a sense of satisfaction. Natural admiration. Physique 20, speed 20, perception 20, an additional 30 points in all 3 dimensions. No skills had changed, nor had any new ones emerged. Considering the already astonishingly enhanced attributes, he felt no need to be greedy. Jiang Tian's gaze fell upon the treasure chest, prompting him to call out to Zhang Qingqing. Come, lucky one, let's open this chest. Zhang Qingqing bounded over, kicking the chest open that a flash of purple light erupted. Jiang Tian glanced inside to find a piece of equipment and a blueprint. Truly, the spoils of a Tier 3 treasure chest. As he examined the blueprint, he felt a wave of nostalgia. Had he obtained this item earlier, he would have been elated. Yet now, it stirred little emotion within him, as it was of no use to him and could only be traded for pet food. Speed Potion Blueprint. 1 part glass, 1 part apricot spirit fruit, 1 part crystallized fossil bone, 2 parts compound. This concoction required the same ingredients as the physique potion, with the only difference being that the fruit had been replaced with apricot spirit fruit. He could certainly produce it, especially since he had an endless supply of apricot spirit fruit vines. Realizing this, Jiang Tian slapped his forehead, but he hadn't planted his apricot spirit fruits yet. He would do so upon returning home. The other item was a piece of purple equipment, a pair of pants that significantly enhanced physique, which he promptly bestowed upon Zhang Qingqing. Zhang Qingqing was overjoyed. Her gear was all blue, and now with the addition of purple pants. Her strength had increased at that moment. Li Zige spoke up. The silver-maned deer has escaped. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian glanced toward the direction where they had initially ambushed the silver-maned deer, discovering that it was indeed nowhere to be seen. Their purpose for coming here was to capture the silver-maned deer. They could not return empty-handed. He knew he couldn't accompany the 2 of them every day. He had to provide them with some means of self-preservation. Jiang Tian patted the Night Watcher. How about this? You 2 follow the Night Watcher and pursue it. Its legs were injured by my strike, so it shouldn't be able to run Fa or Elizage nodded but still expressed her concern. What about you? That, Jiang Tian gestured toward the nearly lifeless great white bear. I intend to save this one. Elizage nodded again. Shall we regroup here? Yes, let's regroup here. With that, the 3 of them split up. The Night Watcher knew the way, so there was no fear of the 2 getting lost. Jiang Tian crouched beside the ice pillar bear and took out his pet orb. I can save you. Do you wish to live? Chapter 80. Ice Pillar Bear's Frostbite. Warm daily life. Did you see that wolf? At that time, he was just like you, corrupted by demonic energy, attacking my camp. I nearly killed him. Now, he is a Tier 3 rare fierce beast, and his race has undergone evolution. His transformation is largely thanks to my defeat of a Tier 2 Lord-level monster. At this point, the Ice Pillar Bear's eyes sparkled with light. You have seen my strength. I severely injured you with a single blow, and similarly, I took down that Birdman beast in one strike that, to be honest, I have a vendetta against monsters as well. So, what do you say? Would you like to follow me? If you do, I can heal you. How about it? Jiang Tian observed the Ice Pillar Bear's breathing grow increasingly labored, that if you wish to survive. Just nod your head and become my pet. I will take you to slay all manner of monsters. With that, Jiang Tian crouched down, gazing at the massive bear head before him, his heart filled with anticipation. The Ice Pillar Bear seemed to be wrestling with its inner turmoil, and after what felt like an eternity, it finally nodded. Jiang Tian smiled gently. You won't regret this. Subsequently, the pet orb was placed upon the pedestal, and a colossal cocoon of light enveloped the Ice Pillar Bear. Observing the thick cable extending outward, Jiang Tian reached out to grasp name. Unnamed species. Ice Pillar Bear, fierce beast, life rating, Tier 3 physique, 153 speed, 98 perception, 135 energy, 120-301-3520 talents, Frost Embrace. Frost Beam, Snow Demon, Frost Embrace. Congeals frost upon its hands, providing self-defense. Frost Beam. Emits an extremely frigid beam, Snow Demon. In cold climates, physique is enhanced by 100 upon seeing these attributes and talents. Jiang Tian felt a surge of joy within. It was indeed a combat pet. His infinite judgment must have been thwarted by the frost embrace, and the snow demoness resilience had allowed it to withstand the assault. Remarkable, to endure even the 6,000 power of infinite judgment. However, its only drawback was its somewhat sluggish speed, but could serve as a protector of the home. Thus, when he ventured out at night with Yi Sun and Mo Lin, he need not worry about the safety of the two little ones. Speaking of which, he had yet to witness the frost beam skill in action. It seemed that the corruption of demonic energy had caused it to lose its sanity, even forgetting to employ long-range abilities. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that no one was injured at all. He needed to bestow a name upon it. Ice Bear. How about calling it Big White? As this thought crossed Jiang Tian's mind, he felt the immense cocoon slightly tremble, accompanied by a series of protests emanating from within. Clearly, it expressed dissatisfaction with the proposed name. Jiang Tian chuckled, indicating that he was merely jesting. After a moment of contemplation, he arrived at a fitting name. Frostbite. It seemed quite appropriate. This time, the Ice Pillar Bear refrained from further protest. Thus, its name was settled. During the process of waiting for its submission, Li Zigao announced that he had caught up with the fleeing silver-maned deer and had begun the capture. Simultaneously, Zhang Qingqing had spotted a gigantic owl and sought to capture it as well. With a swift cast of slow spell, the owl, soaring in the sky, plummeted to the ground, where it was swiftly subdued by Zhang Qingqing. Unfortunately, it turned out to be just a wild beast, not a fierce one. As afternoon approached, after successfully capturing their new companions, they gathered at Jiang Tian's location. Izigao rode in, while Zhang Qingqing flew in, clutching the owl. With these two pets, escaping danger should pose no issue. Upon their arrival, the Ice Pillar Bear Frostbite had already emerged from its cocoon. Though it bore several minor wounds, it was not in danger of losing its life. The three set forth on their journey home. Due to Frostbite's slow pace, Jiang Tian placed it within the Peach Source Spirit Ring. The return journey was devoid of peril. However, they stumbled upon an open iron mine, a delightful surprise. They noted the coordinates, intending to return for collection later. Upon reaching home, Ji Meng had prepared a sumptuous feast, warming it over the stove. Zhang Qingqing's eyes sparkled at the sight, and she secretly complained to Li Zigao about Jiang Tian's seemingly idyllic life. No worries about food or clothing, and even small animals contributed to household chores, with warm meals awaiting their return. Such a life would evoke envy in others. After enjoying their afternoon meal, their attributes increased once more. Jiang Tian planted the apricot spirit fruit vines and inquired how many days it would take for the grains to mature. The grains informed Jiang Tian that it would take roughly 2 days. Due to the abundant energy contained within this fruit, even as a Tier 1 plant, it would require this duration, excluding the fruiting period. Jiang Tian felt reassured, gazing at the greenhouse, filled to the brim. He conceived the idea of constructing another. However, this time he intended to include a furnace. Previously, the urgent needs had left no time for production. Now, with some leisure, and considering that he would require glass for future potion making, it was the perfect opportunity. Melting glass required only a portion of sand, and the production time was likewise 10 minutes. Jiang Tian instructed the two ladies to accompany Yi Sun to gather some sand. Not much. Just 1,000 would suffice. Yi Sun could navigate as a bodyguard, while the two ladies served as laborers, and even if they collected an abundance of sand, it could easily be stored in their backpacks without concern for overburdening. Thus, the recently rested silver-maned deer and the owl led them to the seaside. Jiang Tian accessed the trading hall and discovered a significant number of furnaces listed by Long Jiang. A thought flashed through his mind. Could the metal ingots from Long Jiang be those he had melted? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. He raised his hand and spent 600 to purchase a furnace. This furnace, rather than being a mere stove, resembled a workstation. Upon opening it, Jiang Tian's curiosity deepened. Indeed, there was an option for melting metal ingots, but it required impurity ores. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Long Jiang could not possibly be situated on land, could it? Consequently, Jiang Tian sought out Shilong to inquire about this matter. Long, perplexed by Jiang Tian's message, responded, on land? No, it's a raft. Why would you think Long Jiang is on land? Jiang Tian stroked his chin and conveyed his reasoning. I noticed that melting metal ingots requires impurity ores. Yet with so many impurity ores, how could Long Jiang have obtained them? Long glanced back at the massive rafts tethered together with iron chains and replied, That's not the case. They remain rafts. With this, Jiang Tian grew curious about Long Jiang. He resolved to seek an opportune moment to engage with them, ideally when they might require his assistance on the first day. He had procured 40 sand from Licha, returned, battled a wave of pirates, and even uncovered Li Yihao's secrets. Now his stockpile of sand had surpassed 100, thus he promptly cast it into the furnace, which indicated a melting time of 10 minutes. Jiang Tian clapped his hands and returned indoors. Shortly after, Ji Meng returned, arms full of timber, and upon noticing the furnace Jiang Tian had placed outside, she observed that it was in the process of creating something. With a sigh, she extended her hand and muttered softly, I wonder if he ever thinks to look for me. An inexplicable surge of energy enveloped the furnace, instantly reducing the melting time for glass from 10 minutes to a mere 3. Upon entering the house, she saw Jiang Tian reclining in a chair and inquired, What would you like for dinner? Lying on the bed and managing the guild panel, Jiang Tian pondered briefly before responding, Let us make more gem tomatoes. I need to enhance my strength. Chapter 81. Trial Sale of Guild Items. Swift mitigation of losses by Ruiguang, Jiang Tian manipulated the virtual screen, eager to test the external sale function. Glancing at the items in his possession, clay, sand, crystallized fossil bones, copper ore, and iron ore, he decided to list these. However, he set an outrageous price of 9,999 for each item. He had no intention of selling. Rather, he merely sought to display them. Should anyone acquire crafting blueprints for iron or copper ingots, they would naturally come seeking him. However, this bait was not intended for small fry. It was aimed at Long Jiang. Clay. Long Jiang could certainly utilize it for red bricks, and they would likely require cement as well. There was even a chance that blueprints for iron and copper ingots were held by Long Jiang. He did not expect to extract resource intelligence from them, but perhaps they might offer him discounts on red bricks and cement, as he would need astronomical quantities for his subsequent villa construction. Just as Jiang Tian contemplated this, his phone vibrated, a smile crept onto his face. Let us see what fish have bitten. Upon seeing the sender, Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Qiao, how many crystallized fossil bones are left? Urgent. After glancing at the message, Jiang Tian inwardly lamented. He had indeed caught an unexpectedly large fish. Ate tea that moment. Qiao halted the ongoing negotiations with his subordinates to not proceed with the ancient skeleton. Let it rot in his hands. He demands 100,000, which is more extortionate than Li Yihao. His subordinates were momentarily stunned, but complied. One of them inquired, So, are we not making fertilizer then? Qiao, raising his phone, replied, Of course we are, but with Mirage. He sighed inwardly, marveling at the coincidence. Their Ruiguang specialized in cultivation. Aside from seeds, what else was needed for planting crops? Fertilizer. On the very first day, they acquired the blueprint for fertilizer. Capable of reducing planting time by 50%, it was the very same fertilizer gifted to Jiang Tian. The following day, they obtained a box of cabbage seeds along with a planting box. It seemed as though fate itself was guiding them. However, a source of frustration arose when they discovered that one particular material required for the fertilizer blueprint was exceedingly rare: crystallized fossil bones. Such items could only be extracted from ancient skeletal remains, and even then, the quantity was minimal. They were in dire need of this material, yet unscrupulous speculators and scalpers had already purchased it in advance, reselling it at exorbitant prices. These scoundrels had them cornered, leaving them utterly vexed. Yet they had no choice but to buy, for their supply of fossil bones had just run out, and the new batch of seeds they had acquired required a substantial amount of fertilizer. Presently, they were negotiating with those scalpers. Qiao let out a cold snort. I would rather spend 100,000 to purchase a mere handful from Huanshan than buy a single bone from their hands. This bone is of no use to anyone but us. Let them keep their worthless stock. Those around him were exhilarated. They had long harbored disdain for these vile creatures hoarding everything: pet jewels, marine beast cores, and ancient bones. Such behavior was utterly reprehensible. Jiang inquired how many fossil bones Jiang Tian possessed, to which Jiang Tian replied nonchalantly that he had as many as he wanted. Jiang was taken aback. Could it be that he had a mine of them? One of the bystanders informed the scalper that they were no longer interested. Sorry, we won't be taking that bone after all. Observing this, Jiang snatched the phone and, with a sinister smile, sent a message to the scalper. Get lost, I wouldn't even give you 10 for it. After sending the message, he instructed those nearby to block the scalper. The scalper was left bewildered. Why had the people from Rui Guang suddenly grown so resolute? Surely, a rival must have intervened. He turned to his associates and said, find out who else can supply crystallized fossil bones. And by everything they have done, I refuse to believe he can outbid me. When the people from Rui Guang came looking for us, we would simply quote them 150,000. No, 200,000. He had profited handsomely from reselling, amassing over 200,000 in marine currency alone. Moreover, they were a gang of no fewer than several dozen individuals, spreading rumors far and wide. They claimed that a virus outbreak was imminent or that a heat wave was forthcoming. Once others fell for these tales, they seized the opportunity to sell seaweed pills, claiming they were antidotes against the virus. Some even purchased their overpriced clothing, only to find themselves freezing. After all this, their reputation was irreparably tarnished, and people vented their frustrations on forums. Yet they remained indifferent. What is conscience worth? If it had any value, they would have long ago traded it for marine currency. Upon receiving news, one of the bystanders opened their phone to scour the forums. However, upon opening it, they stood frozen in shock. The scalper turned to the person beside him and asked, "What's wrong?" They raised their phone and turned to the scalper. "It's Huan Shun. It's really Huan Shun." For Jiang Tian had posted a sale in the guild, which came with a notification. This platform was far more effective than the forums, akin to an announcement scroll. Thus, one could see it immediately upon opening the app, which was hardly surprising. The messages were filled with exclamations. Huan Shun has disabled private messages. How am I supposed to contact him now? Why do you need to contact Huan Shun? If you need something, you can directly purchase it from the guild sale window. What nonsense. Take a closer look at the big shots price. $99.99. Clearly, it's just for display. I'm in the big shots auction group. If you trade something to him, he'll naturally reach out to you. Such a thing exists. Speaking with Huan Shun requires payment. I would give him anything even if it were free. That bastard. The shield was set up precisely to guard against people like you. Exactly. Who knows, when Huan Shun arrives, you might find yourself begging for his favor. Nonsense. As if I would care. That fool Huan Shun isn't even worthy of licking my boots. At that moment, someone recognized the loudmouth that, oh my god, this is that idiot who sells seaweed pills. It turned out to be this fool, who had previously claimed that extreme heat was coming and had been selling clothes and fans at inflated prices. But what did this have to do with the great Huan Shun? Why was he confronting Huan Shun? I'm from Rui Guang, and I know the situation well that we need crystallized fossil bones. And this fool is asking for 100,000. We've decided to buy directly from Huan Shun instead. 100,000. Damn, this person must be out of their mind. Suddenly, everyone understood that a foolish scalper who thought others' profits were his losses. Serves him right. Chapter 82. Rui Guang's fertilizer and future plans. Jiang Tian informed Jiang Tian that one crystallized fossil bone could produce 5 units of fertilizer. Jiang Tian inquired how many they required. Jiang Tian replied, 60 units. That it seemed Jiang Tian had underestimated the value of crystallized fossil bones. If one were to consider the figures discussed in the channel, 60 units could fetch around 100,000. Given the scalper's usual behavior, it would at least double in price. Thus, even at its original value, each unit would be worth over 1,000. This was certainly more lucrative than selling crossbows. After all, crystallized fossil bones were easy to extract. While crossbows required crafting, it's evident which is more valuable. However, crossbows could be exchanged for marine beast cores. Unfortunately, Rui Guang had very little of those. Each had its merits. 60 fossil bones would suffice for their needs, eliminating the necessity to excavate further. Jiang Tian provided Jiang with additional fossil bones, intending to procure some fertilizer from him. Simultaneously, he requested a few new seeds from Jiang. Not too many, just 2 of each kind. Observing the 5 varieties of seeds that arrived through the transaction, Jiang Tian remarked. It's clear that professional matters should be handled by professionals. By the way, how did you manage to acquire so many seeds? He felt it was inappropriate to ask, especially since Xiao Qianni had never inquired how he had obtained such a large quantity of spiritual fruits. Perhaps he was envious of him now, considering spiritual fruits were far superior to mere seeds. The 5 newly acquired seeds included carrots, peas, garlic, chili peppers, and eggplants. Quite an impressive assortment of produce. Jiang Tian planted the seeds, and upon stepping outside, was astonished to discover that the sand had already been melted down. Noticing Jiang Tian's astonished expression, Ming emitted a couple of hums. See my prowess. Not only can I accelerate your blueprint speed, but I can also enhance the speed of the workbench blueprint. Impressive. Jiang Tian gave Ming a thumbs up. That I've acquired quite a few seeds. You won't be lacking in food. Did I ask that so? Do we have any seasoning? Ming rubbed her hands together. Jiang Tian selected the chili pepper seeds and smiled. Of course, I'll buy some spices in a pot. Let us make hot pot. By the way, can you make the hot pot base? Ming hummed again. I am a happy rabbit. How could I possibly not know how to make a hot pot base? As Jiang Tian walked toward the greenhouse, he remarked, Then I'll leave it to you. Remember to chop plenty of gemstone tomatoes. As evening approached, Li Zig and Zhang Qingqing returned. Upon entering, they flopped onto the reclining chairs. Exhausted, so tired, I need a bunny hug to get up. Jiang Tian leaned up from the bed. Why are you back so late? Did you encounter any danger? Li Zig's arms hung limply in the air, resembling a half-dead figure as she weakly waved her hand. Not really, but we discovered signs of human activity. Jiang Tian was taken aback. There are actually people on this island? No, wait. Damn, Nightwatch didn't lead them to his hometown. Did he? That foolish wolf. Couldn't he had just dug down into the sand? It's all the same sand. After all, Jiang Tian cleared his throat. That should be mine. Li Zig sighed in relief. I knew it. Nightwatch seemed quite nostalgic, even brushing against a few houses. Almost tipped one over. So I was wondering, with such familiarity, could it be a temporary site you set up before? Thankfully, no one had entered. It was just a false alarm. Li Zig sent Jiang Tian a trade request. This is our haul, and Nightwatch helped a lot as well. That I'm truly envious. How do you manage to find so many reliable pets? You wouldn't believe it. That double-spined ray cries out in pain whenever you step on it. Li Zig chattered on, reminiscent of Zhang Qingqing. Jiang Tian chuckled, accepting the trade request. Upon seeing the quantity, he was stunned. 0.5000 sands? No wonder you two are so exhausted. Incredible. He looked at Li Zig with a complex expression and sighed. You really don't need to work so hard, now that you're on the island. We all comrades. Li Zig smiled. I just do my best. That if I make a good haul this time, I won't have to go back as often. All I can do is give it my all. At that moment, Zhang Qingqing was reclining in the chair, assisting the happy rabbit with sorting vegetables. The round trip took up a significant portion of their time. This island was indeed vast. Who says otherwise? Jiang Tian chuckled. You've worked hard. Tonight, we shall indulge in a hot pot feast. Both pairs of eyes widened in astonishment. Hot pot? I've yet to hear of anyone who has prepared the base for it. Could it be that we are to make it ourselves? The two then turned their gazes towards Ming, who nodded affirmatively, puffing out her chest with pride. Indeed, it is I who shall prepare it. They were instantly filled with enthusiasm, having captured a fair amount of game on their journey to subdue the silver-maned deer. All of it was sliced into thin pieces. Jiang Tian also joined in, browsing the trading post and purchasing all the spices he could find. Such items remain costly when people are merely satisfied with their basic needs. After gathering a few varieties, he had already spent over 2,000. Growing one's own was certainly more economical. The greenhouse had already begun construction when Jiang Tian acquired the sand to be on the safe side. He even made the blueprint required 4 hours to craft. And after Ming's acceleration, it was completed just in time for dinner. Thus, Jiang Tian scattered the surplus seeds. The grains continued to thrive in the greenhouse, maturing as they feasted, appearing noticeably plumper. Upon entering the old greenhouse, Wu Gu let out a cheerful exclamation upon seeing Jiang Tian, saying, Brother, what a coincidence. I was just about to look for you. Jiang Tian noticed the cucumber in her hands and nodded. Has it mutated? Yes. Brother, take a look. Jiang Tian took the cucumber and examined its attributes. Second-tier cucumber, a plant that has mutated through special means. Prolonged consumption can enhance perception. Quite impressive. However, this may hinder Wugu's energy progression. Currently, the maximum energy output from the grains is 2 units of food per day, with the gemstone tomato being a daily necessity. Yet it is a third-tier crop, yielding no more than 2 per day. And there is little that can be done to increase that. His own physique was also a limitation. Second-tier potatoes were essential, as they served as a staple food. The divine food spring, had shown no signs of activity, which was somewhat regrettable. It appeared that in the coming days, he could swap skills for harvest and collaborate with Rui Guang's people to produce more fertilizer, aiming to elevate all food items to second tier. Then he could solely utilize the fast growth skill, allowing them to grow naturally. However, this meant an increased demand for seeds, as it was crucial to ensure that one harvest could sustain until the next. With ample food, one's strength would naturally rise. Once he advanced to the third tier and made sufficient preparations, he could venture to Peach Blossom Spring. He gazed at the cucumber in his hand. Currently, his food consumption attributes were Physique 4, Speed 17, Perception 22 to AT present. The only food he possessed that could significantly boost his abilities was the Swift Sword leaf. He had only eaten 1 leaf, steeped in tea. Today, he could consume a bit more to enhance his attributes, reserving some for daily meals to avoid waste. After all, the cabbage was also a second-tier crop. Upon reaching the third tier, the only useful item left would be the gemstone tomato. With an excess of seeds, Jiang Tian returned to his abode. He chuckled, ready to savor the hot pot. Chapter 83. Hot Pot, 4th Tier Silver, Silk, Taro, Evening. A large iron pot simmered atop the stove, containing a uniquely special hot pot base. The beef tallow was rendered from wild buffalo fat. The chili peppers were homegrown, while some spices were procured from the market, albeit lacking Sichuan peppercorns. The beef, having been frozen outside for a while, was now firm and easy to slice. In his youth, Jiang Tian had tasted a sweet vinegar concoction prepared by an elder, a blend of vinegar and sugar diluted with water, resulting in a drink that was both sour and sweet. Jiang Tian raised his glass to celebrate your arrival and my ascension to the third tier. Cheers! Cheers! The sound of clinking glasses echoed. The group sipped on the rather unpalatable beverage. Zhang Qingqing, with her back to the dining table, snapped a photo, this time making a peace sign. Their smiles were captured in the frame. Wugu held her large cup, filled only with sugar water, and gulped it down eagerly. "Let me taste the soup first," Jiang Tian said, taking a new spoonful. The spiciness was robust, accompanied by a subtle creaminess that was not overpowering. "Not bad. Not bad," he gave Jiming a thumbs up. The group began adding meat and vegetables, refilling their drinks. Eventually, they consumed all the sugar and purchased another pack. They even packed a bowl of meat for Shilong, whose astonishment could be felt by Jiang Tian from where he stood. As Zhang Qingqing added vegetables to the pot, she sniffed and tears rolled down her cheeks. The others noticed her state. Jiang Tian chuckled. "Is the aroma overwhelming you? Oh, I just feel so fortunate to enjoy hot pot in this world. It's worth everything in this lifetime." She reflected on her small wooden house on the reef, and then on Jiang Tian's cozy little home. This was what life truly meant. Li Zige patted Zhang Qingqing's back, offering comfort. Wugu tugged at Jiang Tian's arm, whispering, "What is wrong with this sister?" Jiang Tian gently stroked Wugu's head. "She is crying from happiness because the food is too delicious." They continued to eat. Their conversation shifted to the dangers they encountered that day. Jiang Tian recounted his newly tamed pet, Frostbite. Since his return, it had been recuperating within his spiritual ring, nearly draining Jiang Tian's energy. However, after a day of rest, it had fully recovered. It was important for the two little ones to become familiar with each other so that they wouldn't be frightened later. As Frostbite would remain here to guard the house, as for night watch, it was not without consideration. After all, the talent of insomnia meant it did not require sleep, making it ideal for guarding. However, night watch had already reached the third tier, and it was prudent to ensure additional safety when venturing out. Facing a formidable lord could pose a risk. A treasured night watch at the third tier should have no trouble soloing a second-tier lord. Upon seeing the ice pillar bear, Ming gasped in surprise. Are you planning to gather all three major races of the Spirit Island? After learning they had also slain a third-tier seducer, Ming was no longer calm. What was up with this human? Although she was unaware of the seducer's strength, she knew it was a formidable foe, capable of spreading demonic energy that could infect those weaker than it. Yet, how did this human manage to resist? Such a mystery that by the time they wrapped up, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Elizaj inquired of Jiang Tian whether he needed to keep watch. But after Jiang Tian explained the characteristics of the Godstrike land, she became agitated. What? There is actually a place to avoid monsters. What kind of divine location is this? It was known that the most tormenting aspect for a lone wolf was the inability to rest well. One could never predict when a monster might approach. While on the reef, they had to take turns keeping watch. Although treasures could drop, they were nearly driven mad by the monsters. That night was the most comfortable sleep they had ever experienced, free from the sound of crashing waves or monster disturbances. Moreover, the thought of night watch, frostbite, and Mo Lin standing guard outside provided an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Before bed, Jiang Tian stuffed 6 pieces of swift sword leaves into his mouth, boosting his speed by 25. If a second-tier full attribute totaled 100, he was only 3 points short of maximum speed, with the remaining points to be covered by tomorrow's cabbage as the night passed. Jiang Tian rose early. The sun had yet to rise, and Wu Gu and Ming were still fast asleep. He planned to spend the next few days immersed in the greenhouse, but he was on the verge of reaching the 3rd tier. And it was crucial that his food supply kept pace. Currently, the only 3rd-tier food available was the gemstone tomato, which significantly boosted his speed and perception, yet his physique had only increased by 4 points, which was rather frustrating. Thus, Jiang Tian intended to hasten the growth of more plants to enhance his physique. He dressed warmly and swapped in the harvest skill. Upon opening the door, he was delighted to discover that the divine food spring well had yielded food. Round and dark, he found a 3rd-tier golden diamond watermelon, which granted 5 perception upon consumption. That a pity it didn't enhance his physique. Shaking his head, Jiang Tian decided to retrieve the watermelon from the well. However, while doing so, he spotted something else. His eyes gleamed with disbelief. A 4th-tier silver silk taro, which granted 10 physique upon consumption. Goodness gracious, that 4th tier! He hadn't even reached the 3rd tier yet, and here he was with a 4th-tier item. Jiang Tian embraced the taro, which was the size of 2 fists, bursting into laughter. What is so amusing? Why are you so happy? Elizaj emerged, bundled up tightly. Upon stepping outside, she saw Jiang Tian laughing heartily while holding something, with a watermelon at his feet. Wait, a watermelon? Where did that come from? Elizaj was bewildered. Jiang Tian presented the taro for her to see. Indeed, Elizaj could not contain her smile. He was pleased with her reaction. After a moment of composure, Elizaj handed the taro back to Jiang Tian and inquired, "How do you plant this taro?" Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Right? How does one plant taro? He had no idea. Taro was not like tomatoes, which at least had seeds. How was one to plant this taro? His emotions were a roller coaster at that moment. He had been gifted such a wonderful item, yet it seemed he could only consume it once. Truly frustrating. Alas, let us see if there is a way with the grains. Jiang Tian stowed the taro into his backpack, while the watermelon was taken indoors to be sliced open, extracting the seeds within. He had come to terms with the situation. Even if taro could not be cultivated, it was of little consequence. One could simply consider it as having consumed a potion that enhanced one's constitution by 10. With watermelon and tomatoes at hand, his 3rd-tier perception should be significantly augmented. After a short while, the 2 little ones and Jiang Tian stirred from their slumber. Upon seeing the watermelon, Jiang Tian was similarly taken aback, her mind buzzing with astonishment. Where did this watermelon come from? I found it. Jiang Tian gave Jiang Tian a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive. I want to find one too." Jiang Tian's lips twitched. He divided the watermelon into 2 halves. One portion was for Wu Gu and Ming, while the other half was reserved for them. The 2 little ones had worked hard, and this watermelon appeared irresistibly sweet. It was a fitting reward for their efforts. They carefully extracted the seeds and stored them in Jiang Tian's backpack. He turned to head towards the greenhouse to plant, but upon encountering Jiang Tian's eager gaze, Her mouth watering profusely, he decided to cut a piece for the two girls. They both indulged, and he could not exclude himself from this delightful experience. Jiang Tian sliced off a small piece for himself. Watermelons are known for their cold nature, and having not eaten breakfast, overindulging could lead to a stomachache. Gazing at the translucent watermelon flesh, he took a bite, and his eyes lit up. It was exceedingly sweet, with the juice flowing abundantly, making his hands sticky. Remarkable indeed, it was worthy of its third-tier status. Speaking of which, Jiang Tian retrieved the taro and presented it to Wugu. "Can you plant this?" Wugu lifted its head, examined the taro, and nodded affirmatively, of course. Chapter 84. 3 days of preparation in the blink of an eye. 3 days had elapsed. They had been in this world for 13 days, nearing 2 weeks. The greenhouse had expanded to 6 structures, filled with fully grown crops. 2 for ordinary crops, 3 for second-tier crops, and 1 for those above the third tier. All had been hastened with fertilizers and the miraculous growth enhancer. Notably, after acquiring the greenhouse, the first batch of crops sown, which naturally grew with the enhancer, had matured. This included, but was not limited to, staples such as potatoes and wheat. Ordinary vegetables like cabbage and cucumbers had also ripened. These commonplace crops reached maturity in merely 3 days under the potent acceleration. The second-tier cabbage, however, matured on the 5th day, which was today. Having just completed the harvest, the quantity was considerable. Through the combined efforts of Jiang Tian and Wugu, all crops, except for chili peppers and garlic, had ascended to the second tier, with the second-tier cabbage undergoing mutation, elevating to the third tier. Jiang Tian surveyed the greenhouse brimming with crops, a faint smile gracing his lips that in 5 days, these second-tier crops would be ready for harvest. He was not concerned about the third-tier crops, as he had previously accelerated the growth of gold diamond watermelons and gemstone tomatoes, requiring no doubling of energy. It was anticipated that, under such robust acceleration, they would mature in approximately 7 days. The renewable foods he currently possessed that could enhance his attributes were as follows: constitution-enhancing foods, second-tier potatoes, wheat, peas, and fourth-tier silver silk taro. Speed-enhancing foods, second-tier carrots, eggplants, and third-tier cabbage. Perception-enhancing foods, second-tier cucumbers, third-tier gemstone tomatoes, and gold diamond watermelons. Furthermore, the divine food spring had yielded a jar of third-tier jam that could enhance speed, which he intended to save for after reaching the third tier. With the infusion of these nourishing foods, his second-tier attributes were finally maxed out. Current attributes: region, 6666 personal ID, 666666 race. Human life rating, second-tier constitution, 131 agility, 142 perception, 150 energy, 1500 title, pioneer talent, bonds beyond the world equipment, Book of How, Patty's Curse, Hunter's Gloves, Black Mist Coat, Captures King Pants, Swift Boots, Peach Source Spirit Ring, Natural Affection. Moreover, Jiang Tian was not the only one experiencing such significant changes that Mo Lin, like Yi Sun, had also broken through to the third tier. Furthermore, having absorbed the crystal cores of second-tier elite creatures, its life rating had elevated to rare third-tier status. Mo Lin's attributes were quite balanced, yet due to its rare life class, it remained exceptionally impressive. Name: Mo Lin. Race: Tide Shadow Snake, Fierce Beast. Life class: third-tier life rating. Rare constitution, 151 speed, 143 perception, 163 energy, 161-201-6120 talent. Crystallization, shadow movement. Emergency molting crystallization can consume energy to harden its form with crystalline armor. Shadow movement consumes a large amount of energy to move within shadows. Unable to enter interrupted shadows. Emergency molting consumes a substantial amount of energy to molt, healing injuries while dispelling abnormal effects. Although it may not rival Yi Sun, who is a third-tier rarity, it is still commendable. However, Jiang Tian was quite surprised that the people of Longjiang had not approached him to purchase clay. Instead, they exhibited a keen interest in various ores.